The protagonist travels to Hong Kong Island during the golden age of 72. With several excellent stock market trends in Hong Kong during this year, he quickly accumulated wealth and became a shining new star on Hong Kong Island. Coincidentally, Hutchison Whampoa Group, one of the 4 major foreign firms in Hong Kong, is facing a serious financial crisis. The protagonist took the opportunity to bargain and preemptively acquired Hutchison Bank, officially setting sail for the commercial empire. The protagonist had a great advantage in the 1970s based on the prophetic memory of the next few decades, pioneering Motorola to manufacture mobile phone and surpassing the Japanese Sony to develop portable player and other advanced products, gradually embarking on the path of world tycoons. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. In 1972, Hong Kong Island was saved by heroes. Xianjiang in 1972, in the golden autumn of October. The sky is shrouded in gloom, and drizzle keeps falling, as if silently mocking this rising but still chaotic city. At this time, Hong Kong Island is no longer just a fishing village. Skyscrapers have not yet sprung up, but they have begun to take shape, with traffic flowing and crowds surging. The city is growing wildly. However, behind the hustle and bustle, there are still a large number of slums and dilapidated corners. Here, it is the cruelest side of reality. Inside a dilapidated and dangerous building in Kowloon walled city. Every time it rains, water leaks everywhere, the walls are mottled, and the environment is oppressive. A young man stood at the door, silently watching the rain curtain. He is dressed in tattered clothes and appears to be down and out, but up close he has delicate features and a tall and straight figure. If he takes some care of himself, he would definitely be an extremely attractive man. Junjia, quickly bring the plate over. This place is full of water again. A voice came from inside the room. The young man snapped back to his senses and said, "Here we go." He picked up the plastic tray and skillfully caught the rainwater leaking from the roof. In this era, water is a precious resource. Rainy days, even the most anticipated supply day for refugee families. "Dad, Mom, I've decided to go out to Hong Kong Island tomorrow to find a job," the young man said firmly. My mother was taken aback and said, "Junjia, your body is not fully recovered yet. I'm already fine," he interrupted directly. Father remained silent for a moment without objection. This family, who fled to Hong Kong Island, has experienced war, poverty, and hunger. Survival is the only goal. Yang Junjia, 20 years old, with ancestral roots in Zhaoqing, Guangdong province. The family fled to Xianjiang in the 1950s and lived in a refugee environment for a long time. Poverty, chaos, and oppression were the entire background of his growth. But a month ago, a brave act of righteousness completely changed fate. He saved people, but was surrounded and beaten by criminals, almost losing his life. After waking up, he was no longer the same person as before. A financial broker soul from 2023 has entered his body. After confirming the reality, he was completely shocked. This is the golden starting point of Hong Kong in 1972. He had a clear idea of the capital trajectory for the next few decades in his mind. The land buying milk scandal, Xianjiang antenna storm, 73-year stock market crash, the oil crisis of 1974, Hutchison Whampoa plummeted. All of this, for him, not history, but a script. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he can change everything. Father handed over a bag of cloth and said, "Here are 3,000 yuan, the whole family savings, you can take them." He immediately refused. "Dad, 300 is enough." He knew that this money meant the bottom line for the whole family's survival. If given a choice, he wouldn't touch a penny at home. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yang Junjia left Kowloon walled city. He walked step by step towards the bustling area of unknown Hong Kong Island. As night falls, the street lights begin to brighten. Vintage architecture, damp streets, chaotic crowds, everything exudes a sense of the times. He truly felt for the first time that the opportunity of this era was visible to the naked eye. The population of Xianjiang has exceeded 4 million. A large number of refugees flooded in, capital began to flow, and cities expanded rapidly. In this era, there are still 3 major refugee zones in Xianjiang. The cities of Sin, Kowloon walled city, refugees, Shek Kip Mei, and remnants, Tiu Konglong, are known as the 3 major poverty-stricken areas in Hong Kong. Amidst the hustle and bustle of these regions, there is an extremely fragmented world, such as subdivided units, cage homes, coffin houses, and collective housing. The 3 major poverty-stricken areas of Kowloon walled city, Shek Kip Mei, and Tiu Konglong are known as the intersection of crime and poverty. There is no order here, only survival. If you have experienced these environments, you will definitely feel that you are too happy now. The Kowloon walled city is also the most special place, where any faction outside Hong Kong Island, including the British and Hong Kong governments, dare not drag their troops into the fortress to cause trouble. It can be said that it is a truly independent and self-sufficient area, and even if something happens inside, the British Hong Kong government will not send people to handle it. But they also seek their own blessings, and no one cares when they die. Just as he was walking near Yao Ma Ti, help, a tearing cry for help sounded. He saw two criminals attempting to assault a woman in a corner of the park. Hesitation between life and death. He instinctively wanted to rush over, but his footsteps stopped. The impulse to save someone in the previous life almost took his life. Yang Junjie knows this kind of person. The more afraid he is of him, the higher he will be, so he calmly pretends to ask the woman on the ground, "Miss, are you okay?" I'm okay." Although the woman on the ground didn't know Yang Junjie, she thought for a moment that her father had sent someone to protect her. Yang Junjie nodded before looking at the two criminals. "Who gave you the courage to move her? Do you know who she is? Are you looking for death?" Yang Junjie remained calm and did not show any panic. "She. Who are you?" The two criminals looked at the beautiful and glamorous woman, and for a moment they thought she was someone with a background. "She's someone you can't afford to provoke. You wait until my men arrive, and you'll be dead." Yang Junjie pretended to be fierce and picked up a stone from the ground, threatening to hit her. Startled, the person quickly helped up their companion, turned around and glanced before running away. Yang Junjie also quickly helped up the woman on the ground and said, "Hurry up, otherwise it will be troublesome when these two come back." Yang Junjie knew that his fabricated story couldn't deceive these people. When they figured it out, Yang Junjie knew that the other party would definitely come back to pursue them. Chapter 2. The Quest for Employment. Phew. On the bustling streets of Tsim Sha Tsui, a man and a woman stood hand in hand, leaning against a wall, gasping for breath. The man was clad in tattered clothing, while the woman was dressed in fashionable attire, unmistakably from an affluent family. However, their unlikely pairing as they ran together drew the attention of passers-by, resulting in a remarkable number of glances in their direction. At that moment, Yang Junjie suddenly remembered that he was still holding the girl's delicate hand and quickly released it. The young woman, recalling their various encounters along the way, felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. "Surely they haven't pursued us. That was too close," the girl inquired. Eager to dispel the tension, Yang Junjie, still breathless, did not respond. He merely shook his head. It was not that he wished to remain silent, but rather that he lacked the energy to engage in conversation. Throughout their escape, he had not only held her hand, but had also carried her and sprinted for quite a distance, having run from the Wadeo area to Tsim Sha Tsui. This stretch was no less than 5 kilometers, perhaps even 3 to 4, and Yang Junjie's instinct had proven correct. The two pursuers indeed turned back. Thankfully, they had fled in time, or he would have found himself in yet another foolish predicament. Seeing Yang Junjie's silence, the girl pouted and spoke again. "Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Guanren. May I ask for yours?" Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yang Junjie, revealing that she bore no disdain for his shabby attire. In fact, her gaze held an unusual warmth, entirely unlike that of a stranger. "I am Yang Junjie." It was merely a trifling act, he replied casually, bending down to retrieve his meager bundle containing a few articles of clothing, dragging his fatigued body in an attempt to leave. "Hey, Yang Junjie, where are you going?" Guanren hurriedly followed him, concern evident in her voice. "I'm looking for a place to stay. You should return home quickly. It's unsafe for a lone person to be out at this hour." Yang Junjie admonished her as he prepared to depart. Despite her beauty, he recognized her as a privileged young lady from her attire, and he was acutely aware that she was beyond his reach, thus he harbored no illusions. The notion of rescuing a wealthy heiress and ascending to greatness was, in his mind, utterly implausible in this semi-feudal Hong Kong. Here, familial connections dictated social standing, requiring either a match of equal status or a son-in-law to gain acceptance. In either scenario, Yang Junjie found himself ill-suited, prompting him to exit gracefully. "Wait up, Yang Junjie," Guanren called as she jogged to catch up with him. He paused and glanced back at her, asking, "Miss, it's quite safe here. You should call your parents to come pick you up." He shook his head in exasperation. "My wallet was stolen. I have no money to make a call," Guanren admitted, her head lowered in embarrassment. Moments later, the sound of her stomach growling echoed, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Yang Junjie, witnessing this, could only chuckle. He rummaged through his pockets and produced a stack of $10 Hong Kong bills, handing one to her. "I have a mere $300 to my name, so here is 10 for you. Use it to find something to eat and to call someone," he stated before turning to leave. Guanren stood there, staring at his retreating figure before calling out, "Yang Junjie, Yangsheng Bank is my family's. Come find me tomorrow, and I'll repay you." The distant Yang Junjie caught only the mention of bank, causing a jolt of surprise in his heart, but he was too far away to discern which bank she referred to, only registering that her family owned one. He muttered to himself, "Goodness, so they're bankers, they must be wealthy." He shook his head with a wry smile, continuing on his way. Before long, Yang Junjie arrived at a vibrant night market, where he spotted various stalls. Without hesitation, he purchased a few sets of clothing, intending to tidy himself up before seeking employment. With his future experiences and insights, he believed that even without formal credentials, he could secure a decent job. Once he had some money, he planned to invest wisely and gradually amass his fortune. After spending a few $dozen on 2 sets of market-bought suits, dress shoes, and ties, he found a modest inn to spend the night. The following morning, he made his way to Jardine Road in Kowloon, an area filled with upscale office buildings. As he sought respectable employment, he possessed a wealth of language skills, experiences, and knowledge, yet lacked the academic qualifications demanded by this era, his only shortcoming. However, he held firm belief that not all companies prioritize diplomas. With his eloquence, demeanor, and exceptional perspective, he was confident he could land a mid-level position in a large firm. His ideal roles lay in financial investment or banking loans, as these would expedite his quest for capital, given his methods of financial gain. Approaching a recruitment board on the street, he observed throngs of job seekers perusing the listings, and he too pushed his way in. Huamao Group is hiring real estate sales agents, requiring XXX qualifications, proficiency in English, Mandarin, and Cantonese. Chung Kong Holdings is seeking marketing specialists, necessitating a degree in market research. Swire Group is recruiting accounting specialists, requiring professionals with relevant degrees. HSBC is looking for financial investment brokers, mandating a bachelor's degree in finance or higher. Nanyang Bank is in search of financial investment experts, requiring related academic qualifications. Hang Seng Bank seeks counter clerks, requiring holders of professional degrees. Yongxing Bank is hiring financial loan officers, requiring a degree in finance. Upon reading these listings, Yang Junjie felt utterly deflated. Every prominent company demanded proof of academic credentials, which took the fun out of his job search. He pondered where he might procure such a diploma. Even if he considered forgery, he lacked the connections to facilitate it and had no time to prepare such matters, leaving him utterly speechless. A sense of helplessness washed over him as he realized that despite his talents, he found himself at a disadvantage in this era, where educational qualifications were now a prerequisite. He could only shake his head and chuckle bitterly. If it's meant to be, then so be it. With renewed resolve, he glanced forward to see the headquarters of Nanyang Bank. He was now at a point of desperation, willing to give it a shot before devising further plans. Straightening his attire, he tore off a recruitment flyer and confidently approached the bank. "Welcome to Nanyang Bank, sir. How may I assist you today?" The receptionist greeted him as he stepped inside. "Hello, I'm here for an interview," Yang Junjie replied with a smile. "Very well, sir. This way, please." The staff led him to the 3rd floor, where he soon encountered a long line of individuals waiting in the corridor, each holding a piece of paper. Yang Junjie recognized the scene all too well. They were all applicants for interviews. Goodness, he cursed internally, resigning himself to join the queue. In truth, he felt a growing sense of uncertainty. It was evident that those ahead of him possessed academic qualifications, whereas he had nothing. He was unsure how interviews were conducted in this era, and if they were solely based on education, he recognized he had no chance. This realization left him feeling somewhat dejected, as he grappled with the notion that even in this new life, he was not invincible. Chapter 3. Interview failure and a chance encounter with the young lady after 2 long hours. The time finally reached 10:30 a.m. At last, it was Yang Junjie's turn. Next, a voice emerged from within, and Yang Junjie confidently stepped inside, while the interviewers regarded him with curiosity. Before he could take a seat, one of them inquired directly, "Where are your resume and proof of education?" Yang Junjie simply shook his head, stating, "I possess neither a degree nor a resume, for I believe my capabilities surpass those empty credentials." His words left the interviewers exchanging glances, and soon they all burst into laughter. "Well, it seems there are all kinds of people. You may leave. We have no time to entertain your nonsense." One of the interviewers said calmly, "Is there no interview to be conducted? Is your hiring criterion solely based on educational qualifications and not on a person's potential?" Yang Junjie boldly questioned. This provoked the lead interviewer, who became enraged. "Do we need your guidance in our work? Security, please escort him out." Shortly, 2 security personnel rushed in, dragging Yang Junjie out with a sense of honor. "Get lost quickly, or we won't hesitate to be rough," one of the guards admonished him. Ejected at the entrance of the Nanyang Bank, Yang Junjie stood up helplessly, glancing at the towering building and shaking his head slightly. He bore no resentment towards them, recognizing that his own qualifications were lacking, and thus could not blame others. Slowly, he departed, even finding little motivation to interview at another large company. Understanding that the outcome would likely be the same, there was no need for him to further humiliate himself. Entering a convenience store, he said, "Boss, just give me a pack of cigarettes for $1. He handed over a $1 Hong Kong note. "Sure thing, here are your smokes." Yang Junjie took the cigarettes, retrieved a lighter from his pocket, and stepped to the entrance of a nearby bank to light one, leaning against the wall as he began to smoke. He then pulled out the torn job advertisement from Everlasting Bank, glanced at it, and a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. "I suppose there's no need to go there either," he muttered to himself. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he immediately erupted into a fit of coughing. He was not a smoker. His current state was merely one of frustration seeking to dull his senses with the smoke to gain some clarity. Initially, he had been confident, believing that in this era, his abilities could allow him to enter a large company without a degree. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. He was unaware of the immense difficulty in securing a job in this age, where talent was abundant in Hong Kong. Hence, individuals like him might only ascend from the bottom if a superior or employer recognized their potential, but to be hired directly through an interview was utterly impossible. Unless, of course, one had connections, which was another matter entirely. At that moment, unbeknownst to Yang Junjie, in a nearby bank, a stunningly beautiful young woman named Guianren was at the reception desk inquiring, "Has anyone come looking for me?" The receptionist shook her head, replying, "Miss, I haven't left my post, and indeed no one has come to see you." Upon hearing this, Guianren pouted, displaying her displeasure, her gaze drifting towards the bank entrance, hoping to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. "Anren, if he wishes to see you, he will come. There's no need for you to keep asking." A commanding voice interjected from behind. Turning around, Guianren saw her grandfather. "Grandfather, I'm just worried that if he comes, he won't be allowed in." She approached him, wrapping her arms around his hand and expressing her concern in a childlike manner. The elderly gentleman, Wei Yongsheng, was already 85 years old, having welcomed a child late in life, marrying at 45 and becoming a grandfather at 65. Sadly, tragedy struck when he lost his son and daughter-in-law in a plane crash before he reached 70, and his wife, unable to bear the grief, fell ill and passed away shortly after, leaving him to care for the 5-year-old Guianren. He had always cherished her dearly, and knowing that she had narrowly escaped a life-altering incident the previous night made him break into a cold sweat. However, despite being grateful that someone had saved his granddaughter, Wei Yongsheng was wary of her being too close to anyone, fearing she might be deceived. What is there to worry about? If he knows your identity, he will come for money, naturally. Although Wei Yongsheng appreciated Yang Junjie for saving his granddaughter, he still regarded him with suspicion, perceiving him as someone with ulterior motives. If possible, Wei Yongsheng would prefer to offer a sum of money to the individual who saved his granddaughter, severing any ties to alleviate his concerns. "Grandfather, why do you see him that way? Stop assuming that everyone who approaches me has bad intentions," Guianren retorted, sounding displeased as she stepped outside. Intending to wait for him, Wei Yongsheng shook his head helplessly, following her out and asking, "Anren, where are you going?" "I'm going to wait for him at the entrance." "You silly girl, if he comes, he can wait inside just as well." Nevertheless, Wei Yongsheng accompanied her, feeling powerless against her whims. After all, she had ventured out alone the previous night and encountered danger, now behaving like a spoiled young lady. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie was completely unaware that the very spot he occupied was destined to alter the course of his life. As Guianren dashed out the door, she instantly recognized the familiar silhouette sitting on the stone steps. "Ah, Yang Junjie, you actually came," Guianren exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over, prompting her grandfather to furrow his brow and stride out swiftly. He beheld a young man sitting on the steps, smoking a cigarette, and his impression of him diminished significantly, causing him to approach with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you come inside to find me?" Guianren inquired excitedly. Yang Junjie looked at her, bewildered. "What are you doing here? Did I not tell you? Everlasting Bank is owned by my family. You came here to see me, didn't you?" Guianren asked innocently. Yang Junjie looked up, indeed confirming it was Everlasting Bank, and glancing at the job advertisement in his hand, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He realized that even if he claimed it was a coincidence, no one would believe him. "I did not. You are the one who saved my granddaughter last night, aren't you?" Before Yang Junjie could respond to Guianren, another voice called out from behind them. Both Yang Junjie and Guianren turned to look. "Grandfather, this is Yang Junjie, the one who recklessly saved me last night," Guianren declared, oblivious to her grandfather's discontent. However, Yang Junjie, having lived a lifetime, quickly recognized the displeasure in the elder's demeanor, prompting him to offer a wry smile. "Hello, I am Yang Junjie. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. It was no great effort. Youth Igua. Am immensely grateful for your act of saving my granddaughter. State your demands, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Wei Yongsheng perceived that the young man was simply after financial gain. Having toiled through the hardships of the old society, he understood the mindset of the Hong Kong populace, who would genuinely help another without expecting something in return. To him, the motive behind saving his granddaughter was no different from that of others: money. "Grandfather, you're talking nonsense," Guianren interjected. Yang Junjie smiled wryly again. "I apologize for the interruption, but I seek nothing." With that, he stood and walked away. He was poor, but he did not deserve to be treated like a worthless dog. He felt out of place among the wealthy, and as someone who believed in his future potential in Hong Kong, he felt it was best to leave. There is no need to deliberately seek the approval of these individuals. Chapter 4. The Bank of Immortality. Upon noticing Yang Junjie preparing to leave, Guianren felt a surge of anxiety. She had waited so long for his arrival, and she could not possibly allow him to depart now. Yang Junjie, where are you going? Yang Junjie turned back with a smile and replied, I'm looking for a job. Is it possible for you to stay? Gua Anren's plea evoked memories of a similar online exchange from his original timeline, causing a bittersweet smile to spread across his face as he shook his head and continued on his way. Hey, Yang Junjie, don't go. Gua Anren hastily jogged to catch up with him. Anren, come back. Gua Yongsheng, witnessing his granddaughter's pursuit, felt a twinge of panic. If you're looking for a job, why not come work at my bank? Gua Anren grasped Yang Junjie's hand tightly, terrified he might turn and leave. Gua Yongsheng approached them, discontent rising as he observed his granddaughter's disregard for decorum. Anren, be mindful of your image. Release his hand. For what do you appear to be doing? Reluctantly, Gua Anren let go of Yang Junjie's hand, while he adopted a more serious demeanor. Mr. Gua, Miss Gua, I did not come here to solicit any favors. I merely happened upon this place while searching for employment. He continued, Miss Gua, I must reiterate that my act of rescuing you was merely a fortunate coincidence, an act of kindness that I would have extended to anyone in need, not just you. I seek no recompense for my actions, believe it or not. Thank you, but I must take my leave. Throughout this exchange, Gua Yongsheng scrutinized Yang Junjie closely, perceiving the sincerity in his words. With his keen eye for character, he concluded that Yang Junjie did not seem to belong to the type who would rescue his granddaughter with the expectation of reward. However, Gua Yongsheng was not yet fully convinced. He intended to test Yang Junjie further. Regardless of your motives, the fact remains that you saved my granddaughter, and that cannot be altered. Here is a check for $5,000. Consider it your reward. Gua Yongsheng presented a check from the Bank of Immortality to Yang Junjie. Gazing at the check for $5,000, Yang Junjie felt a stir of desire. With that sum, he could indeed multiply his wealth. In that moment, he was tempted to accept it. Yet, his pride would not allow him to do so. After all, he was still unaware of the hardships of this era, oblivious to the reality that pride held little value in these times. Thank you, Mr. Gua, but I am capable of providing for myself. Yang Junjie replied with a smile before turning to leave. Yang Junjie, you cannot leave. Gua Anren continued her pursuit, blocking his path. Gua Yongsheng nodded in satisfaction. Feeling pleased with Yang Junjie's character, he could see that the young man was neither insincere nor playing hard to get by refusing his money. Gua Yongsheng's discerning nature assured him that Yang Junjie's demeanor was devoid of any pretense, which brought him some comfort. Miss Gua, I truly must be on my way. Otherwise, I will squander my time searching for employment, Yang Junjie stated, a hint of annoyance in his voice, as he was not inclined to engage in any games of character assessment with the two of them. Young man, I believe you are holding the recruitment information for my Bank of Immortality, Gua Yongsheng remarked in a much gentler tone, smiling at him. Yang Junjie glanced at the recruitment information and nodded honestly. Indeed, but I lack a diploma, and I am aware that I do not meet the qualifications for an interview. Gua Yongsheng appreciated his honesty even more. He had personally overseen the creation of that recruitment information and was well aware of the positions available. Are you familiar with the role of loan finance? He inquired curiously. Very much so. I have a thorough understanding, Yang Junjie replied without a trace of modesty. Oh, but lacking a diploma implies you have not formally studied this field. How is it that you possess such knowledge? Gua Yongsheng asked with intrigue. I was studying this profession, but due to a family emergency, I had to withdraw, Yang Junjie explained, knowing that such matters were unlikely to be verified in this era, and he drew upon his knowledge from his previous world, which was not entirely untrue. Gua Yongsheng nodded in understanding. I see. Since you are a professional in this field, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Do you believe you can handle this position? He asked with a smile. Please, Yang Junjie, you must accept my grandfather's offer. You are more than capable, Gua Anren interjected, her excitement surpassing that of Yang Junjie. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Junjie turned to Gua Yongsheng with sincerity. Mr. Gua, I hope you are offering me this opportunity out of genuine intent and not merely as a result of my having rescued Miss Gua. Otherwise, I would prefer to seek employment elsewhere, as I would not wish to complicate matters for anyone. Gua Yongsheng erupted into laughter upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, his amusement evident. Very well, proceed to the interview. We shall discuss other matters once you have completed it. At this moment, Gua Yongsheng was thoroughly pleased, amused that the young man had the audacity to challenge him with such a question. Quickly, I shall escort you to the interview, Gua Anren exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she dragged him into the headquarters of the Bank of Immortality. In Hong Kong, the Bank of Immortality could only be classified as a medium-sized bank, operating in both real estate and banking with assets around $2.3 billion, which in this era rendered them wealthy, but not among the elite. In 1972, the wealthiest tycoon in Hong Kong was the king of chartering, with assets nearing $3 billion. Following closely was Hu Xiong of the Hehe Group, who managed the family fleet and other enterprises, along with the newly established Hehe Real Estate, which owned a substantial amount of land, boasting assets of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, the formidable Hua family had amassed considerable wealth during this period, placing them in third place. Figures like Guo Dixing, Li Zhaoji, and Feng Jingxi were still operating the Sun Hung Kai Group, their assets yet to reach their full potential, likely hovering around 1 billion. Still not classified as tycoons. Others like Li Chaoren and Sha Dantong had just gone public. While Zheng Yutong fared slightly better with his title as the King of Gold, his assets deemed substantial. Li Chaoren, however, was a novice in the business world. Having established Changjiang Career Limited in 1971, which only officially listed as Changjiang Industrial Group this year, with total assets not exceeding 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Thus, Guo Yongxing's assets of 2.3 billion in this era positioned him as a wealthy individual. However, the 1970s marked the true rise of Chinese capital, where fortunes for these individuals would multiply several times over in the coming decade, with their prominence truly established by the early 1980s. Naturally, they could only be considered tycoons within Hong Kong, when compared to those in countries like South Korea, Russia, Western Europe, and the United States. Their assets would only classify them as wealthy. At this juncture, Yang Junjie found himself ushered into the interview room by Guo Anren, having even bypassed the preliminary screening. Standing before the manager of the loan department. "Anren, what is this?" The loan department manager inquired, bewildered. "Uncle Su, this is Yang Junjie, my friend. My grandfather knows him, and he is here for an interview," Guo Anren replied nonchalantly. Yang Junjie quickly stood up. "Miss Guo, this is not appropriate, since Mr. Guo has granted me the opportunity. I should queue for the interview like everyone else." After apologizing to the loan department manager, he turned to leave, leaving the manager puzzled. "Haha, old Su, no need to worry. This lad is the one who saved Anren last night. I found him intriguing and decided to give him a chance. Just follow the company protocol. If he is suitable, let him in. If not, then we'll have to find another way to assist him." Guo Yongxing chuckled as he entered the room. "I see. Then I truly must pay this young man a visit in person." The manager of the loan department rose with a smile and exited alongside Guo Yongxing. Chapter 5. Interview Success, Employment Secured. Approximately half an hour later, within the interview room. "Please tell me about yourself," inquired Su Yongguei, the general manager of Yongxing Bank, addressing Yang Junjie. He was the sworn brother of Guo Yongxiang and had taken up the mantle of Yongxing Bank following the unfortunate incident involving Guo Anren's father. He dedicated himself to the welfare of the Guo family, elevating Yongxing Bank to its current status as a mid-sized institution. He was not merely someone with an eye on the bank's affairs. His genuine concern for the Guo family was evident, for with his capabilities, numerous larger banks would have eagerly sought him, rendering his continued presence at this establishment unnecessary. "My name is Yang Junjie, soon to be 21 years old. I returned from the United States just a few months ago, having studied finance and economics at Oxford University in Miami, although I did not complete my degree. Currently, I reside in Kowloon, walled city. During my academic tenure, I interned at a local bank in Miami, gaining knowledge in financial investments and loan operations," Yang Junjie articulated. "To my understanding, Oxford in Miami is a private institution. Although its global ranking may not be stellar, it is not attended by just anyone. Given that you reside in Kowloon, walled city, it is quite difficult to envision how your family afforded your education. Could you elaborate on this?" Su Yongguei inquired. This question could have been easily overlooked, yet Su Yongguei did not regard Yang Junjie as an ordinary interviewee. He was keenly aware of Guo Anren's intentions and merely sought to comprehend Yang Junjie more deeply. "Every family has a past, and all I can disclose is that my family's fortunes have waned. Beyond that, I have nothing more to say. If your company insists on knowing these details, I can only express my regret," Yang Junjie replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, this institution was his alma mater in another world, not here. And delving further would surely lead to complications. He needed to redirect the conversation to avoid jeopardizing the interview. "Very well, since you hail from Oxford and Miami. I happen to have a supervisor who is also an alumnus of that institution. Would you mind conversing with him?" Su Yongguei proposed. Yang Junjie, upon hearing this, felt no apprehension. Although it was now 1972 and there were some changes at Oxford and Miami since he attended, the overall essence remained largely unchanged. And he had previously acquainted himself with the university's historical development. He was unfazed at the prospect of someone being summoned to verify his identity. "Of course, I would be delighted to meet my senior," Yang Junjie responded calmly. A moment later, a bespectacled gentleman entered. "Hello, my name is Michael." The introduction was immediately delivered in English. "Hello, Brother Michael. My name is Yang Junjie." Yang Junjie replied with poise in English. In his previous life, he had not been idle. His command of the language was commendable, having genuinely studied abroad for 4 years. "Mr. Yang Junjie, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Brother Michael, I too am pleased to meet you. Have you just returned from Miami? Is Professor Spom still the principal there?" Michael inquired with a smile. "Spom? The name struck Yang Junjie as unfamiliar. He racked his brain to recall the names of the various heads of Oxford, yet he could not recall anyone by that name. Suddenly, the name Stenham surfaced in his memory, a principal from the class of 65 who had stepped down less than a month into his tenure to return to teaching. This was a detail he had taken an interest in at the time, one that only true students of Oxford and Miami would know. And he realized that the other was attempting to test him, leaving him somewhat speechless. Brother Michael, I apologize, but I do not recall a principal Spalm at Miami. Though I do remember a principal Stenham from the class of 65 who resigned from the position in under a month to return to teaching, Yang Junjie replied candidly. Haha, splendid. Just knowing this confirms your genuine roots at Oxford and Miami. I am delighted to meet a junior here, Michael laughed heartily. Haha, splendid indeed. It appears you truly are a student of Miami. This simplifies matters, Su Yonggue added, rising with laughter. Since you specialize in financial investment but lack a degree, would you be willing to start as a loan officer in Michael's department? Su Yonggue inquired. Yang Junjie felt a surge of joy at this prospect. As long as he could enter the financial loan department, he was indifferent to the position. What he needed was to leverage this role to facilitate his ambitions, to unearth his first pot of gold, and swiftly accumulate wealth in anticipation of future opportunities. After all, he did not intend to toil away here indefinitely. He merely required this platform. I am willing, of course. Very well. Please report tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Congratulations on joining Yongxing Bank. Thank you, Manager Su. And thank you, Brother Michael, Yang Junjie expressed gratefully. He had successfully secured his first job in the ideal department. With the title of loan officer, he could cleverly navigate the system, utilizing the conditions set for borrowers to extract larger sums, all while having a strategy to redirect some of those funds for his own purposes. In an era where neither loans nor stock market conditions were particularly stable, Yang Junjie had myriad strategies at his disposal to manipulate the situation, and once he amassed sufficient capital, he could make a swift exit to pursue his true desires. Upon exiting the interview room, Yang Junjie remained exhilarated, astonished at how effortlessly he had navigated this initial hurdle. He knew he owed his gratitude to Gua Anren. Without her, this success would not have been so seamless. Yang Junjie, did you pass? Suddenly, Gua Anren appeared out of nowhere, startling him. Miss Gua, could you refrain from startling me like that? I am rather timid and do not handle such surprises well. I asked if you passed the interview. Gua Anren was unconcerned about startling Yang Junjie. Her sole interest lay in the outcome of his interview. Of course, I am a person of genuine capability. How could I possibly fail? Yang Junjie replied with a hint of pride. Haha, splendid. Come, let us go shopping. Gua Anren, entirely oblivious to the implications of her actions, grabbed Yang Junjie and rushed out. At that moment, the office was bustling with employees, and as the daughter of the bank's owner, Gua Anren was recognized by all. The gentlemen cast envious glances toward Yang Junjie. Unable to endure the scrutiny, Yang Junjie quickly extricated himself from Gua Anren's grip. Miss Gua, I can walk on my own. Moreover, what is there to shop for? I need to find a place to live. I must prepare for work. Yang Junjie stated earnestly. Only then did Gua Anren realize the inappropriateness of her actions, yet her carefree nature quickly overshadowed her concern, and she pouted in displeasure. You need to rent a place? Coincidentally, I have an old apartment in Simsha Sui that is quite close to here. You can stay there for now, Gua Anren suggested nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yang Junjie felt a surge of happiness, but soon reconsidered. If Gui Yongsheng were to find out, he might assume Yang was trying to ingratiate himself with his granddaughter, which was not a situation he desired, especially as he needed opportunities for growth. There's no need. I can find a place on my own, Yang Junjie declined. Though Gua Anren was brash, she was also perceptive enough to recognize Yang Junjie as concerns. She smiled gently as she spoke. Rest assured, this residence was a gift from my parents, so you can dwell here without any worries. However, if you still feel uneasy, perhaps you could pay me rent instead. Your happiness is what matters, and that's settled. As she spoke, Gua Anren tossed a key to Yang Junjie. Let me take you there now, come on. Before Yang Junjie could respond, Gua Anren once again grasped his hand, completely disregarding the stares of their colleagues, and hurriedly made her way outside. Chapter 6, Proposing a Loan Scheme. Upon arriving at a property on Western Chitair Road in Simsha Sui, Yang Junjie surveyed the surroundings with a medley of emotions. Feeling somewhat deceived, Miss Gua, is this the so-called old building you mentioned? He inquired, rendered speechless. Well, since it's unoccupied, you might as well stay here. Gua Anren replied nonchalantly. Yang Junjie shook his head, realizing he truly could not fathom the world of the affluent. This was hardly an old building. By the standards of Hong Kong real estate, it was undeniably a luxurious residence, an expansive flat exceeding 1,500 square feet and well-furnished. Yet she referred to it as an old building. It was even superior to his previous accommodations, leaving him utterly speechless. I can't stay here. Let's go out for a walk instead. Yang Junjie hinted at leaving. If it truly were a dilapidated apartment, he might have considered it for a temporary stay. But to be handed a luxury apartment outright, what was the meaning of this? Was she truly intent on supporting him, even if he paid rent? It would be beyond his means. Just move in. It's not like I'm using it, Gua Anren retorted with displeasure. I truly cannot stay here. If you consider me a friend, let's leave, Yang Junjie responded resolutely. The more he accepted her help, the more difficult it would be to repay her kindness later. After all, he was merely using this position as a transitional phase, planning to work at Eternal Life Bank for 2 to 3 months before moving on once he had sufficient capital. If he accrued too many debts of gratitude now, he would feel embarrassed upon his departure, giving others the impression that he was an ungrateful scoundrel. For the time being a small fry was manageable. But if he ever rose to prominence, people would dredge up his past, questioning why he had abandoned the Gua family after they had treated him so well. Such rumors would ultimately tarnish his reputation and have significant repercussions. It was better for him not to accept her benevolence at all. I truly have no ulterior motives. Just stay. Gua Anren's words trailed off as Yang Junjie had already exited the house. Hey, Yang Junjie, wait for me. Reluctantly, Gua Anren had no choice but to follow him outside, her expression still one of discontent. Soon, they arrived at the intersection of Bolan Street and Temple Street, where Yang Junjie fortuitously found a decent single apartment to rent. The monthly rent was 120 Hong Kong dollars, a price he could currently afford, and in this era, such rent was considered quite high. After all, the average worker's monthly salary barely reached 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, and even now, Yang Junjie, as a junior office worker at the bank, earned only 1,200 Hong Kong dollars a month. Yang Junjie, how can anyone live in such a small and shabby place? You should stay at my home instead, Gua Anren insisted, unable to suppress her concern. Without having endured hardship, Gua Anren had no true understanding of what real difficulty entailed, nor had she likely ever witnessed a truly dilapidated dwelling. If she had visited a refugee camp, she might comprehend. However, Yang Junjie was too weary to explain, knowing she would not grasp it. No need. I believe this apartment is quite satisfactory. You should head back now. I need to buy some daily necessities. Yang Junjie replied slowly. His funds were running low after paying rent and purchasing clothing, and he still needed to procure essentials. So he needed to conserve his money until his next paycheck. I absolutely refuse to go back. I want to accompany you, Gua Anren declared, clinging to him despite his less than pleasant demeanor. Before long, the day passed. By afternoon, Yang Junjie had already escorted the young lady back to the bank. The following morning, Yang Junjie tidied himself up and arrived at Eternal Life Bank, brimming with enthusiasm. Good morning. Hi, I'm Yang Junjie, just reporting for duty today. Hello, I'm Feng Weijie. Good day to you. Upon entering the bank, Yang Junjie quickly mingled with the other employees, who seemed to recognize him, whispering among themselves. Isn't he the one who was dragged away by the young lady yesterday? Why is he working in our department now? I recognized him too. It seems we've got a connection in our department. Better watch out. Though he is quite handsome and tall, sadly, he is the young lady's type. What a pity. Anna, stop daydreaming. Focus on preparing the materials. If you're not ready for the meeting when the supervisor returns, you're in trouble. Before she could finish her warning, a voice that sent shivers down their spines echoed through the office. Is everyone back? If so, prepare yourselves. We'll have a meeting in 5 minutes. As Michael returned to the office, he called out to the others. Great, this is all your fault. They laughed. 5 minutes later, in the meeting room. All right. Today I'd like to introduce a new colleague, Mr. Yang Junjie, who hails from Oxford University in Miami, USA. Please give him a warm welcome. Applause erupted in the meeting room. Junjie, as it's your first day, please follow Anna to familiarize yourself with the business. Once you're acquainted, I will assign you some tasks to manage. For every new colleague, I provide a project to help them understand the process, but thereafter, you must pursue your own leads. Understood? Michael smiled at Yang Junjie as he spoke. Thank you, Supervisor Michael. All right then, let us officially commence the meeting. I trust everyone is aware that HSBC recently launched a personal credit loan scheme. Have you all researched whether this loan scheme is feasible for us to replicate? Supervisor Michael. We have studied it diligently, but the HSBC credit loan scheme is not replicable. They issue loans entirely without collateral, which poses significant risks. Then why is HSBC able to make it work? Michael countered directly. I'm not sure, the loan officer stammered, rendered speechless. Supervisor Michael. I too believe that HSBC's credit loan scheme is not viable for our bank. I have researched it, and their credit loans are not suitable for everyone. They are only available to clients with a certain asset base. Michael nodded in agreement. However, since HSBC has made it work, why can't we? Does anyone have any suggestions? At this moment, Michael's gaze inexplicably fell on Yang Junjie. Yang Junjie, you are the outstanding graduate from Miami, and you've interned at a bank in the United States. Do you have any good suggestions? Michael inquired. Yang Junjie, upon hearing this, remained calm. After all, it was merely a loan scheme, and he had ample ideas stored in his mind. Pretending to contemplate for a moment, he began, "Supervisor Michael. Without delving into HSBC's personal loans, may I ask if any of you have heard of the term debit card?" Upon hearing this, Michael nodded slightly. While the other staff members appeared utterly bewildered, debit cards are quite rare in Asia and even in Europe, yet they have gained considerable popularity in the United States. During my internship at a small bank in Miami, I noticed they had already introduced a lending program for these cards. Although the amount on each card is modest, the cumulative total can indeed be substantial. Additionally, the interest rates on these cards are typically higher than those on larger loans, which I believe makes it a viable option. Yang Junjie earnestly proposed this scheme. He recalled that debit cards, credit cards, only began to emerge in Western Europe and Asia around the mid-1970s, while in the United States, they had already been present since the 1950s and became widely popular in the 1960s. Now, Yang Junjie expressed that he saw nothing inappropriate in this proposal, and he even felt he could be the first to enjoy its benefits. As a forward-thinking individual, he already had a detailed operational plan in mind, ready to be pinned at a moment's notice. Even if this plan were not approved by Everlife Bank, he had other suitable loan proposals that could be acceptable to them. In any case, he was eager to present some achievements to gain Everlife Bank's recognition, which would facilitate his work. Chapter 7. Emerging Abilities, Satisfied Boss. As Yang Junjie put forth the debit card proposal, aside from Michael, the other attendees seemed quite unfamiliar with the concept. This piqued Yang Junjie's curiosity. Logically speaking, these professionals should be aware of the existence of debit cards, considering their long-standing presence in the United States. It was perplexing that they had never heard of them. At that moment, Michael spoke up. "The debit card that Junjie mentioned is simply what you know as a credit card. It's merely a difference in nomenclature." Upon hearing Michael's words, everyone finally understood, and Yang Junjie awkwardly chuckled to himself, realizing, "So that's it. Junjie, do you have a detailed proposal for the credit card?" Michael asked earnestly. "Yes, I can submit it before I clock out," Yang Junjie confidently replied without a second thought. "Excellent. Then please hand it to me before you leave. Additionally, do you have any other loan proposals? Since we cannot replicate HSBC's personal credit loan, we need to introduce attractive loan options to draw in business. Otherwise, everyone will be out of a job." At this moment, Yang Junjie raised his hand once more, and upon noticing, Michael's face broke into a broad smile. "Junjie, do you have more ideas?" "Yes, I just reviewed HSBC's personal credit loan proposal, which seems quite promising. It could solidify a segment of our potential clients. However, from their loan proposal, I conceived another idea, and I would appreciate your feedback." "Oh, do share," Michael said, intrigued by Yang Junjie's insights after merely glancing at HSBC's proposal. If HSBC can launch personal credit loans to secure clients, why can't we expand to cultivate a brand new clientele for our bank? How do you propose we do this?" Michael inquired eagerly. Yang Junjie smiled. "By supporting entrepreneurs." "Supporting entrepreneurs?" The business staff in the meeting room, including Michael, were momentarily perplexed by Yang Junjie's terminology. "Junjie, could you clarify?" Yang Junjie nodded, stating, "My preliminary thought is this. The clients in the Hong Kong market almost all have established banking partnerships. Given that, we should focus on developing new clients to sustain the bank. Only in this way can we ensure the bank's vitality and growth. As for how to attract clients, we could establish an entrepreneurial support program, offering loans to anyone who meets the criteria, thereby bringing in new customers for the bank. If even 1 out of 100 of these individuals thrives, it would be a significant boon for the bank." Hearing Yang Junjie's plan, everyone fell into deep contemplation, while Michael, as the supervisor of the loan department, grasped Yang Junjie's proposal faster than anyone else. He was genuinely astonished. Merely listening to Yang Junjie's casual exposition sparked immense interest in him. He deemed the feasibility of this proposal to be exceptionally high. "Excellent suggestion. Everyone, please remain seated. Lisa, go invite the general manager and chairman to join us. Let them hear this proposal. If it's viable, we'll proceed." "Yes, supervisor." Michael was a man of considerable resolve. Whenever he found a proposal with merit, he would not hesitate to act, as demonstrated now. Upon hearing Yang Junjie's succinct presentation, he immediately instructed someone to summon the general manager and chairman. This exemplified his consistent style of operation. There was no room for procrastination. After the secretary departed, Michael turned to Yang Junjie. "Junjie, take this opportunity to refine your proposal. When the chairman and general manager arrive, you can present it thoroughly." "Understood, supervisor." A few minutes later, Gui Yongsheng and Su Yonggui entered the conference room. Gui Yongsheng, wearing a smile, inquired, "What compelling proposal necessitated our immediate presence?" Michael glanced at Yang Junjie. "Junjie, are you prepared?" "Yes, the plan has been thoroughly formulated in my mind, and I can articulate it directly to the chairman and general manager for their suggestions," Yang Junjie confidently responded. "Very well, please proceed." "Good afternoon, chairman and general manager. My proposal is as follows. To launch an entrepreneurial loan program, without discriminating against any demographic, extending loans to anyone who meets the entrepreneurial criteria. This initiative would cultivate a dedicated clientele for our bank, thereby ensuring stable business operations while enhancing the bank's growth potential. As we all know, individuals possess boundless possibilities. If we lend to 100 people and even one succeeds in expanding their business, our bank would have substantial support for its operations. Conversely, even if no remarkable companies emerge, we would still have a considerable number of small business clients, whose collective transactions would be significant enough to sustain the bank's operations. This is the entrepreneurial loan proposal I present for the chairman and general manager as consideration. Gui Yongsheng and Su Yonggui were both taken aback by Yang Junjia's plan, their expressions mirroring Michael's earlier astonishment. They recognized its considerable feasibility, as Yang Junjia articulated, even if they did not cultivate any major entrepreneurs. The presence of a new wave of entrepreneurs would still generate a substantial volume of business. Such a client base could yield significant profits for the bank, prompting their astonishment. Particularly Gui Yongsheng, who initially thought that recruiting Yang Junjia was merely out of goodwill for his granddaughter. Now he perceived that he had underestimated Yang Junjia's capabilities. He was not merely a drifter, but someone with genuine talent. Moreover, while Su Yonggui was also impressed by Yang Junjia's proposal, he felt it required further refinement and identified several issues. I concur that this proposal is quite promising, but I have a few questions. First, while lending to these entrepreneurs is feasible, how can we ensure the security of the bank's loan funds? We cannot just provide funding without collateral or guarantees, can we? Second, even if we extend loans to these individuals and they succeed in expanding their businesses, Hong Kong boasts dozens of banks far superior to Everlasting Bank, and they could easily turn to collaborate with other financial institutions. Wouldn't that render our efforts a mere embellishment for someone else's success? Third, how should we determine the interest rates for such loans, particularly in the absence of collateral and guarantees? If clients encounter cash flow issues and find themselves unable to repay their bank loans, would we not be left in a precarious position? While I acknowledge the merit of the proposal, it equally poses significant risks to the bank, unless these concerns can be adequately addressed. General Manager Su Yonggui earnestly raised these issues, and those present, including Chairman Gui Yongsheng and Loan Department Head Michael, nodded in agreement. Yet, Yang Junjia maintained his smile. As he already had solutions to these concerns in mind, General Manager, these issues are not insurmountable. Oh, it seems you have a plan in place. Please, do share it with us. Su Yonggui looked at Yang Junjia, eager to hear his strategies for resolving these challenges. Firstly, providing loans to these individuals will not be without collateral or guarantees. We can establish a special project department with dedicated personnel to monitor client situations. From the moment clients apply for loans, various departments will review their documentation, assess their business scope, and allocate funds to a dedicated account, while tracking their entrepreneurial progress. Once the clients successfully establish their companies, they can offer corresponding equity as collateral to the bank, effectively addressing the first concern, ensuring that clients are not left without collateral. Applause. Upon hearing Yang Junjia's solution, Su Yonggui clapped his hands in approval, clearly pleased. Please, continue. Secondly, the loans supporting their ventures will undoubtedly come with conditions. Contracts will stipulate time frames of 5, 10, or even 20 years, during which all deposits and loan transactions must be conducted through our bank. Thirdly, with the first solution in place, the remaining issues, aside from determining interest rates, will cease to exist. Ha ha, very well indeed. Su Yonggui laughed heartily, then turned to Gui Yongsheng. Chairman, I believe this plan is feasible and holds great promise. Gui Yongsheng nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with the proposal, and looked at Yang Junjia. In 3 days, provide me with a comprehensive plan. Can you do that? I assure you, I will complete the task. Yang Junjia responded without hesitation, confident that he could achieve this in a day, as he already had a well-structured plan in mind. Excellent, very good. Please, continue your work. I shall not interrupt your meeting any longer. I have matters to attend to. With that, Gui Yongsheng and Su Yonggui departed, leaving the others to continue their discussions. Refining Yang Junjia's proposal. Chapter 8. Welcoming the future time magnate. Time swiftly passed, and a week had elapsed. It was now October 22nd. Since Everlasting Bank confirmed Yang Junjia's entrepreneurial loan proposal a few days ago, he had frequently been spotted in bustling areas, eager to secure his first pot of gold. Yang Junjia tirelessly embarked on a quest to attract clients, armed with a portable stool, promotional flyers, and various informational documents. Over the course of just a few days, he garnered numerous clients, for in Hong Kong, where the population is vast, even the slightest ambition drives many to consider entrepreneurship and carve out their own niches. With the bank providing such opportunities, many were willing to take loans. Those who hesitated were simply foolish. Today, Yang Junjia once again appeared in the vibrant district of Wan Chai. Are you truly a bank employee? Can you really grant me a loan to start a business? A man in his 30s inquired. Yang Junjie smiled back, undeterred by the skepticism. After days of introducing the entrepreneurial loan's terms and conditions, he had grown accustomed to such doubts. After all, it was the first time many clients had encountered a loan officer like him soliciting clients on the street. Most only believed he was a legitimate bank officer after visiting the bank. Whether or not I am a bank employee, I fear you may not believe me. Allow me to first explain the conditions for this loan. If you genuinely wish to pursue entrepreneurship and require funding, you can visit the bank building to find me. And then you will know the truth, Yang Junjie replied with a chuckle. His relentless client acquisition was not solely for commission. He had his own strategy to encourage clients to take larger loans. For instance, if the bank sanctioned a loan of $1 million, he would typically offer clients between $700,000 to $800,000, with the remaining $200,000 to $300,000 benefiting him directly. Naturally, this loan would be recorded under the client's name, and the repayment amount would align with what Yang Junjie had contracted with the client, while he would handle the repayment of the excess himself. This maneuver was aimed at expanding his capital for his own ventures. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to leverage others' resources to generate profits, intending only to repay the portion he had appropriated. In an era without digital transaction records, Yang Junjie exploited this loophole to secure the initial capital he needed. Moreover, he had contacted his parents to apply for entrepreneurial loans in their names, ensuring he had sufficient funding for his development. This was ultimately Yang Junjie's goal in approaching Everlasting Bank. However, he needed to proceed with caution. If discovered, it could lead to dire consequences, as he was navigating the bank's vulnerabilities. All right, please tell me what requirements are needed for the entrepreneurial loan, the man asked, now almost convinced of Yang Junjie's credentials as a bank employee and eager for the loan. First, let us gather some information. May I have your name, educational background, family situation, work experience or skills, and the industry you intend to enter? Yang Junjie inquired earnestly. My name is Zheng Xianji, originally from Meizhou in Guangdong province. I live with my mother and 3 siblings. I graduated from Sun Yat-sen University. I came to Hong Kong from the Buddhist kingdom, having studied tie making there for a period. However, I found that there are no tie factories in Hong Kong, so I intend to establish a tie factory for development. Zheng Xianji? Yang Junjie felt an odd familiarity with the name initially, but could not place it. However, upon hearing that he had returned from the Buddhist kingdom and was involved in ties, Yang Junjie suddenly recalled who he was. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. He was none other than the future tie magnate. At that moment, Yang Junjie marveled at either the smallness of Hong Kong or his own fortunate circumstances. It was astonishing to casually encounter a future tycoon on the street. He had read reports about Zheng Xianji before. He was indeed an inspirational figure and a charitable philanthropist deeply committed to the mainland. Yet, Yang Junjie feigned ignorance. The Buddhist kingdom? You developed your skills there? Yang Junjie followed the established protocol to inquire further. Yes, I went to the Buddhist kingdom for various reasons, and later, under the guidance of acquaintances, I learned tie manufacturing. How much funding do you anticipate needing for your loan? Yang Junjie pressed on, focusing on the crucial details. The more, the better. However, I will at least need 5 to 10 million, as anything less would be insufficient to establish a factory, Zheng Xianji replied without hesitation. Upon hearing those words, Yang Junjie chuckled softly. Is the loan amount in your mind so modest? Once Xianzi heard Yang Junjie's remarks, his spirits soared even higher. Could it be that the loan amount was even greater? Indeed, the maximum loan amount is 1 million, but it will be assessed comprehensively based on your personal circumstances. Additionally, the duration of your contract with the bank will also influence the size of the loan. Yongxing Bank offers 3 collaborative terms, 5, 10, and 20 years. Should you sign a 20-year agreement, the minimum loan amount would be no less than 300,000. However, signing this contract mandates that all your personal assets must be deposited or managed through Yongxing Bank, as this is a stringent requirement, though you are not compelled to choose a specific term. Furthermore, upon loan approval, we will assign a specialist to monitor whether you genuinely utilize the funds for entrepreneurial purposes. If it is discovered that the money is not being used for business, even if you voluntarily terminate the contract, the funds will not be disbursed, and the bank will hold you accountable. Yang Junjie meticulously outlined these conditions for him, allowing him the space to ponder, without pressuring any potential borrower. Moments later, Xianzi, feeling somewhat bashful, posed the question, could you take me to the bank to verify this? He had no issues with the bank's terms. He merely wished to confirm Yang Junjie's true identity. After all, having someone willing to lend him money was sufficient, and any future dealings with banks would hold no significance for him. His greatest fear was the absence of funds. Of course, Yang Junjie replied with a warm smile. Let us proceed to Yongxing Bank. In approximately 20 minutes, Yang Junjie escorted Xianzi to the entrance of the Yongxing Bank building. Since the opening of the Hongham Tunnel in August 1972, transit between the Kowloon Peninsula and Hong Kong Island has become remarkably convenient. Previously, It would take at least half an hour to cross, with less fortunate souls waiting for over an hour for a ferry. Now, with the tunnel in place, one can traverse in mere minutes without the need to wait for ferries, significantly reducing the time for trade between the two locations. Please, Mr. Zhang. Yang Junjie gestured invitingly for Xianzi to enter, and upon arriving here, Xianzi felt increasingly convinced that Yang Junjie was indeed a legitimate loan officer. Thank you, Mr. Yang. May I proceed to apply for the loan immediately? Xianzi inquired eagerly. Certainly, please come upstairs. There are still some matters I have yet to clarify with you. Yang Junjie responded with a smile. All right, let us go. Subsequently, Yang Junjie led him inside, and if this transaction proved successful, it would mark his 10th completed business deal within a few days. Moreover, he had managed to secure an additional 1 million Hong Kong dollars for the client through a loophole. Once he accumulated 2 million in funds, aided by the loan limits set by his parents, he intended to venture into the stock market. He had been connecting with several promising stock market opportunities during this period and was determined to seize the moment, allowing his capital to flourish until he was thoroughly satisfied. Establishing a firm foothold in Hong Kong. Chapter 9. Loaning in the name of parents. Half an hour later, Xianzi asked, Mr. Yang, are you saying that I can now apply for a maximum loan of 1 million, and after the bank assesses my intended entrepreneurial sector, they will determine the exact amount I can borrow? He further inquired, once my company is established, I will need to collateralize it entirely with Yongxing Bank until the loan is fully repaid. Is that correct? Yang Junjie nodded. In addition to these conditions, there is one more point you must understand. If you opt for the maximum loan application, you will be bound to conduct business exclusively with Yongxing Bank for the next 20 years. Should you engage with other banks, it would constitute a breach of contract. And according to the terms, you would be liable to pay exorbitant penalties to Yongxing Bank. Please bear this in mind. Xianzi nodded in understanding. Then, Mr. Yang, please assist me with the loan. He was aware of this stipulation and deemed it acceptable. After all, as someone without a penny to his name, he had little inclination to contemplate future consequences, yet he was uncertain whether he would regret signing such an agreement once he had wealth. The constraint of being obliged to collaborate solely with one bank could prove fatal for a businessman, which is precisely why Yang Junjie's proposal had garnered swift approval from the bank's higher-ups. It was exceedingly advantageous for the institution. This contract effectively binds clients to the bank, ensuring a steady stream of business. As for the risks involved, the bank hardly concerns itself with such matters. No bank experiences risk when lending money, even to the most reputable clients, as the unpredictability of human circumstances remains ever present. However, overall, this loan proposal presents unparalleled benefits for the bank, and they are undoubtedly inclined to pursue it. Very well, Mr. Zhang, please hold on for a moment. Soon, Yang Junjie returned with the necessary loan application materials, requiring only Xianzi's Hong Kong identity card for submission, after which they would await the bank's approval. Within 30 minutes, Yang Junjie had successfully processed the loan application for Xianzi. Moreover, each time Yang Junjie signed a contract, he ensured that clients signed an additional agreement outlining the conditions, serving as an acknowledgement that would mitigate future disputes and prepare for potential risks. All right, Mr. Zhang. The results regarding the loan amount will be available tomorrow. You may come to the bank to inquire, and you can also begin searching for suitable factories to make preparations. The funds will surely be approved. Yang Junjie assured Xianzi, though he could not guarantee the exact loan amount, as it would depend on the bank's review based on the client's selected term. Given that Xianzi had opted for the maximum term, Yang Junjie believed that the minimum loan he could secure would be no less than 500,000, with the possibility of reaching the full 1 million, as he had noted that Xianzi was a client of significant potential. Thus, the likelihood of full approval was quite high. That is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I won't take up any more of your time. Xianzi expressed his gratitude multiple times. For him, the bank's loan offering was a tremendous boon. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how long it would take to seek funding for his entrepreneurial endeavors. You're too kind, Mr. Zhang. Let me escort you out. After seeing Xianzi off, Yang Junjie turned to re-enter the bank. Xianzi. Yang Junjie turned upon hearing his name. Dad, Mom, you finally arrived. Yang Junjie exclaimed with excitement upon seeing them. He had contacted his parents 2 days prior to arrange their visit. He intended to have his father assist him in applying for a loan, as he required additional funds to invest in the stock market. Xianzi, you've truly secured a position at a bank. That is fantastic. You've really made something of yourself, his mother beamed, while his father nodded in agreement. Initially, Yang Junjie had called the public telephone booth in Kowloon City to inform the owner of the address so that they could notify his parents to meet him. 2 days had passed in anticipation, and he had planned to return to fetch them today, but now that they had come, he wouldn't need to make that trip. They could proceed directly to apply for the loan. Dad, follow me. Yang Junjie then communicated the necessary details to his parents, advising them on important considerations while instructing them to act as if they were strangers. This way, his parents can apply for 2 loans. as loans in this era do not require documents such as marriage certificates. Upon arriving at the loan office, Yang Junjia's parents cautiously stepped inside, their eyes filled with curiosity and anxiety as they surveyed their surroundings. It was likely their first time entering such a prestigious office building, having lived in the countryside. They had never had the opportunity to encounter such structures. Even upon arriving in Hong Kong, they were merely part of the lower class, residing in Kowloon walled city, far removed from the chance to enter these high-end office buildings. Jiezi, we know nothing about this. We can't even read. Is this really okay? His mother asked, her voice trembling with apprehension. Indeed, Jiezi, it's a rare opportunity for you to achieve such success and secure a respectable job. Will this action affect your position? His father added, concern etched on his face. He believed that his son working at a bank was already a source of pride, and he feared that this undertaking might jeopardize his son's future. He did not wish for the Yang family, who had toiled as farmers for generations, to see their only descendant with a chance at a prestigious banking career suffer any repercussions. For Yang Junjia's father, even if his son were merely a junior employee in a large corporation, as long as he donned a suit and tie, it would be a matter of great honor for their family. His father's thoughts were understandable. The Yang family had been farmers for generations, with none having received an education until they arrived in Hong Kong, allowing Yang Junjia and his siblings the opportunity to study. However, Junjia had dropped out before completing middle school, and now that he had secured a job at a bank, he could hardly dismiss it as anything but a source of familial pride. Don't worry, Dad. I'm just completing a task. It's nothing serious. Just sign here. Yang Junjia reassured them, concealing the truth that this signature was for securing a loan in his name. He merely concocted an excuse to deceive them into helping him meet his performance targets. He knew that revealing the truth would undoubtedly terrify them. The thought of a loan amounting to over 100,000 would be shocking to them. Even the prospect of a few $1,000s would leave them dumbfounded. It was not that Yang Junjia looked down upon his parents. He believed that in their lifetime, they might never have encountered $10,000, though they had always worked. Their meager income, coupled with raising 3 other siblings and covering educational expenses, left them with little savings. The $3,000 his father had managed to produce previously was likely all their savings combined. Thus, if Yang Junjia had not found an excuse to deceive them, securing this loan would have been impossible, as his parents would surely have been too frightened to sign. In order to provide himself with capital, Yang Junjia felt compelled to deceive his parents, though he was confident in his actions, believing he was merely borrowing their name for a legitimate purpose. Chapter 10, The Far East Exchange. 2 days passed. On Monday, October 22nd, under Yang Junjia's guidance, his parents' loan applications were finally approved, and to his surprise, both of them were granted the full amount of 1 million each. This left Yang Junjia immensely exhilarated, coupled with the additional funds from other clients. His account now boasted a total of 3,100,000. That day, after returning to the company, Yang Junjia seized the opportunity under the pretext of running business errands to leave. He made his way to 27 Queens Road, the Chinese bank building. Constructed in the early 1960s, it was once a renowned edifice, fully acquired by HSBC after the ascent of prominent figure Wang Xunbi in 1971. The Chinese bank building now stood at a modest height of 22 stories, its facade aging, far from the iconic architectural landmarks of later times. This building was also closely associated with the rise of Li Ka-shing, a tale well known among the populace. In 1976, upon realizing the building was too outdated, Xunbi decided to initiate a redevelopment project, choosing to collaborate with the emerging Li Ka-shing. The reconstruction of the Chinese bank building was entrusted to him, and 2 years later, Li Ka-shing did not disappoint, delivering an exterior design that greatly pleased Xunbi, subsequently gaining access to HSBC's resources. This partnership eventually led to Li Ka-shing acquiring Hutchison Whampoa for a minimal price, a feat made possible by Xunbi's support and paving the way for his legendary journey. Currently, the first 5 floors of the Chinese bank building were leased to the Far East Exchange, Far East Association. The Far East Exchange was established in 1969 by Li Pei's descendants, Li Zhaofu, and his associates. The emergence of the Far East Association was indeed remarkable, breaking the long-standing British monopoly on Hong Kong's securities market and offering new hope for local investors. Before the establishment of the Far East Association, it was exceedingly difficult for local firms to list in Hong Kong, often at exorbitant costs. However, upon its inception, the association opened with great fanfare, and within a year, its trading volume rivaled that of the British-controlled stock exchange. This, however, also sowed the seeds for numerous future troubles. After the Far East Association's launch, it continually lowered the listing requirements to attract more companies, allowing anything from a shack to a boat, or even just an idea, to become a listed company. The so-called BP roadshow was conducted so effectively that anyone could claim to be a CEO of a public company. This ultimately contributed to the catastrophic stock market crash in Hong Kong in 1973, where many shell companies collapsed, exacerbating the crisis and marking a painful chapter in the city's history. Gazing at the exchange, Yang Junjie strode confidently inside, convinced that this would be the site of his ascendance. Upon entering the exchange, he was taken aback by the throngs of people in the trading hall. Despite being a financial investor in his previous life, he had never encountered such a bustling scene. Previously, their operations for clients were conducted entirely through computer clicks. Now, trading stocks necessitated physical presence at the exchange, and the vibrant atmosphere left him astonished. In this era, without computer operations, how were stocks traded? Everything was reliant on telephone communications. Anyone wishing to buy or sell stocks would call the trading desk, provide their account number, and upon confirmation, a dedicated individual would record and facilitate the transaction. The listings were merely written on a blackboard with no electronic display. The major listed companies were displayed on a scrolling board akin to an LED screen, cycling through each company. Of course, there was also a large blackboard displaying all the information for those inclined to seek it out, though updates were provided at regular intervals. In summary, trading stocks at this time was quite cumbersome, and errors were not uncommon. After all, everything was manually operated. While one party was still writing the listing, another could already see a change in stock prices. Such conflicts frequently occurred, but with the state of technology at the time, one could only chalk it up to bad luck. As Yang Junjie gradually made his way through the exchange, he savored the atmosphere. This was the trading environment he had envisioned, thrilling and invigorating. He glanced around, observing that the exchange resembled a vivid tapestry of human emotions: excitement, joy, exuberance, despair, sorrow, confusion, and hopelessness were all present in abundance. Yang Junjie regarded the individuals before him. In his previous role as a distinguished financial investment broker, he had grown acutely aware that ordinary retail investors were merely sheep raised by the great sharks of the market. Those who understood the importance of taking profits and had a stroke of luck might evade the perils of being harvested. However, those who lingered in the market out of greed, hoping to amass wealth through stock trading, would inevitably encounter the harsh reality of the proverb: "He who climbs high will eventually meet the tiger." It was only a matter of time before they faced a complete wipeout. Throughout his extensive career as a broker, he had yet to witness a single individual who became wealthy solely through stock trading. Even if they initially profited, they would eventually relinquish their gains, often in a single reckless gamble. He shook his head in resignation and began to scan the surroundings, soon spotting the account opening counter. "Hello. I would like to open an account." "Sir, is this your first time trading stocks?" "Yes, it's my first encounter, and I wish to learn," Yang Junjie replied candidly. "Oh, since this is your first time, allow me to introduce you to a broker who can assist you, or you may seek a suitable broker on your own. You see, those dressed in yellow vests outside, labeled as members of the Far East Association, are all brokers from our exchange. Do not trust the scalpers, understand?" Yang Junjie followed the direction indicated by the account opening staff and nodded. Initially, he had intended to operate independently, but he had forgotten that he was no longer a broker. Without a license, he could not trade on his own. "All right, thank you. Please recommend someone for me," Yang Junjie said, as he merely required a broker to assist him with the trading process. Any broker would suffice, and he did not need recommendations. "Sure. Please provide your ID. The minimum balance to open an account is 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Yang Junjie handed over his ID while simultaneously presenting a check he had prepared. "Please help me deposit this check in its entirety into the account." Upon examining the check, the account staff gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape enough to fit a fist. "Mr. Yang, you intend to deposit 3 million Hong Kong dollars into your account?" The account staff was genuinely taken aback. She had initially assumed he was just a casual retail investor, and anything above 10,000 would have been remarkable. Now, he was proposing a direct deposit of 3 million Hong Kong dollars. How could she not be shocked? "Mr. Yang, please hold on. With this amount, you would qualify as one of our VIP clients. I will fetch the manager to recommend you a premier broker." As she attempted to rush off, Yang Junjie quickly waved his hand. "No need. Just recommend me a broker. Any new one will do, as long as they are reliable," Yang Junjie responded with a smile. "Ah, very well, Mr. Yang. Please wait a moment while I bring over a broker of impeccable character." The account staff dashed out before Yang Junjie could respond. Seeing her eagerness, Yang Junjie smiled slightly. He understood the excitement that someone at her level would feel upon encountering a significant client, as he had experienced it himself in the past. In the year 72, depositing 3 million into the stock market certainly categorized one as a major client. Even a mere 300,000 would qualify as a substantial investment. For brokers who relied on commissions, securing a deal of several million from a major client would alleviate their financial worries for half a year. Moments later, the account staff returned with a young man. Upon first glance, Yang Junjie found him to appear quite reliable, and he nodded in approval. Mr. Yang, this is my younger brother, Li Guofeng. He has just graduated and obtained his broker's license, currently affiliated with Waki Bank's financial investment company. His character is absolutely commendable. Would you like him to assist you? A broker from Waki Bank? Yang Junjie inquired with curiosity, then reflected further. If you are a broker from Waki Bank, then certainly. However, I would like to know if I can utilize bank leverage for trading. This was the primary information Yang Junjie sought, as he had originally intended to request leverage from the exchange, and this was now considerably more convenient. Of course, Mr. Yang, please hold on. Within minutes, Li Guofeng returned. Mr. Yang, the company has approved it. You can use 3 times leverage, but your principal amount will be transferred entirely to Waki Bank as collateral. Is that acceptable? Yang Junjie smiled upon hearing this. Then I shall rely on you. He extended his hand towards the young man. 3 times leverage was sufficient. He understood that in this era, leverage usage had its standards, and due to the conditions governing stock market operations, a 10-fold leverage was considered the maximum. Thus, receiving 3 times leverage was indeed a favorable offer. You're too kind. Thank you for choosing me, Li Guofeng exclaimed with excitement. Receiving a 3 million order was exhilarating for him. As a newcomer, securing any order was already commendable, let alone a major client like Yang Junjie. Soon, the account staff completed the account setup, and after signing the contract with Waki Bank, she also graciously arranged for him to access a complimentary VIP room. Under Li Guofeng's guidance, they entered the VIP room to officially commence their capital operations. Chapter 11. Provoking a battle between the real estate and dairy companies in one of the VIP rooms of the Far East Association. Mr. Yang, the current price of the Milk Ice Factory stock is approximately $286, with an original share count of 200 million, resulting in a total market capitalization of around 5.7 billion. Li Guofeng reported to Yang Junjie about the stock he intended to acquire. How many shares of the milk company are currently available on the market? Yang Junjie inquired further, aware that the real estate company was likely already eyeing the milk company, and he worried about the available supply. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, there are plenty of milk company shares available in the market. We can purchase a full position. If we proceed with full force, I can finalize it within an hour. Yang Junjie felt reassured upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Li Guofeng. Then let us proceed with full force. Let us not shy away from attracting attention. Let us be bold. A cunning smile appeared on his face as he contemplated a potential strategy to incite a conflict between the Jardine group and Zhou Xinyan of the milk company. Hastening the occurrence of this confrontation, he recalled that in his previous life, it was not until October 30th that the Jardine group's covert accumulation of milk company stocks was discovered by Zhou Xinyan, leading to an intense battle between the two, continuously driving up the price from around $3 to nearly $20, an astounding increase of almost 7 times. Yet, this was not the end. As the Huazi Group's real estate firm, Huamao Group, joined forces with Kowloon Construction to also acquire the milk company, the price continued to skyrocket, ultimately stabilizing at $29. With the milk company falling into the hands of the Jardine Group. When this situation first unfolded, it drew the attention of many real estate companies towards the milk ice factory, as everyone was eager to understand why the Jardine Group would invest such a significant sum to acquire the milk company. They soon realized that the company owned a substantial amount of prime land in Kowloon, Causeway Bay on Hong Kong Island, and other regions, with an estimated value exceeding $4 billion, and it was land that was hard to procure. This revelation elucidated the Jardine Group's fervent pursuit, yet by this time, the milk company's stocks had already entered a 3-way standoff, leaving other companies with no opportunity to join in, forcing them to watch the battle unfold. As a former gold standard broker, Yang Junjie certainly understood how to orchestrate the situation. His current actions aimed to signal to both sides that there was an interloper in the milk company, urging them to act swiftly and openly. All right, Mr. Yang. I will place the order to purchase immediately. During Li Guofeng's time at work, Yang Junjie refrained from disturbing him, instead standing alone by the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the bustling activity of the trading hall below. The exchange featured a 5-story atrium, with a circular enclosure at its center, allowing those in the VIP room to conveniently overlook the entire hall. Soon enough, half an hour passed. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the trading center on Hong Kong Island, a broker anxiously called out, "Hey, Alex, come here quickly. Someone is making a significant investment in the dairy company." A nearby expatriate rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh my God, you all stay put. I'll notify the boss." The expatriate, in charge, picked up the phone and dialed out. Moments later, the call connected. "Hello, this is Catherine. May I ask who is speaking?" In this era, telephones did not have caller ID. "Boss, this is Alex. We've discovered that someone is making substantial transactions in the dairy company's stocks. It could be the chairman of the dairy company realizing that we have made purchases. What the hell are you doing? You bunch of fools." Immediately buy aggressively. speed up and acquire all the stock available on the market. The voice on the other end belonged to Catherine, the executive general manager of Jardine Matheson Holdings. Although the Land Development Group was merely a subsidiary of Jardine Matheson, its total value surpassed that of many Chinese enterprises, making it one of the 7th largest companies among Hong Kong's blue-chip stocks. Yes, boss, I will take care of it right away. After hanging up, Alex turned to the group of brokers. Go, go, go. Start now. Buy up all the dairy company stocks on the market. Okay. The brokers swiftly began their operations, while Yang Junjie remained unaware that his presence had triggered a full-scale offensive from the land development side. Catherine from Jardine Matheson was also somewhat careless. Had she merely sent someone to investigate or exercised a bit of patience, waiting for Yang Junjie to exhaust his several million in funds, it might have prevented the covert acquisition of the dairy company from being prematurely exposed. Unfortunately, she was heedless, perhaps overly concerned about the dairy company, which prompted her immediate reaction upon discovering stock purchases. 20 minutes later, in the office of Zhou Xinyan, the executive chairman of the dairy company, the phone suddenly rang. He leisurely reached for it. Hello, this is Zhou Xinyan. Boss, we have a situation. 2 groups are making large transactions of our company's stock. At least over 20 million in value has been traded. What? Do you know who is targeting our company? Are they just starting to buy in? Or do they have ulterior motives? Have you investigated thoroughly? Zhou Xinyan asked, his anxiety palpable. He never imagined that someone would dare to meddle with his company. The dairy company was an established foreign firm, and Zhou Xinyan himself was a knight bestowed by the British Hong Kong government, a figure of considerable repute in Hong Kong. So far, we've only traced the funding sources. One group is using channels from HSBC, and they are acquiring at a rapid pace, suggesting teamwork. The other group is slower but has accumulated over 700 in funds since this morning, the informant reported accurately. Oh my God. You must contact the traders to converge at the securities center immediately and initiate a stock repurchase. I will mobilize funds right away, Zhou Xinyan commanded, visibly tense. The dairy company held special significance for him. Losing it was not an option. He managed this company not merely for profit, but as a tribute to his family lost in a plane crash in the 1960s. The entire family vanished without a trace due to the accident, and the dairy company was a legacy cherished by his late wife. Thus, Zhou Xinyan devoted himself entirely to managing this business, and over a decade later, even though the dairy company was seriously undervalued, he continued to operate discreetly without expanding its scale. This led Catherine from Jardine Matheson to recognize its hidden value and seek to covertly acquire the company. Yet, how could Zhou Xinyan bear to relinquish such a meaningful enterprise to Jardine Matheson? On Yang Junjie's side, everything is settled with Mr. Yang. We have fully acquired the stocks with a capital of 3 million leveraged at 3 times, totaling 9 million. Our average purchase price stands at approximately 298 Hong Kong dollars. Acquiring just over 3 million shares, which represents about 15 equity in the dairy company. Quite impressive. Thank you for your hard work, Li Guofeng responded graciously. By the way, what's happening with the major investors? Yang Junjie inquired curiously. Indeed, you were right. The major investors are now frantically buying up stocks. And under our dual impetus, the dairy company's stock price has surged. No, Mr. Yang, look. It has already surpassed $3. Li Guofeng exclaimed joyfully, pointing toward the trading hall's blackboard. Yang Junjie smiled and nodded. He understood that this was merely the beginning. As long as the land development side responded, Zhou Xinyan would inevitably take notice. At that point, with both parties vying for control, and with Huamao Group and Kowloon Construction likely to join in, it would signal a moment of frenzied stock price escalation for the dairy company. Historically, during a similar struggle, the dairy company's stock price had soared 8-fold in just half a month. This time, Yang Junjie hoped for no unforeseen events, aiming to earn several tens of millions, so that when the next wave of Hong Kong stocks emerged, he would possess ample capital to reap the rewards. The Hong Kong stocks were famously volatile. Their initial trading price was 17 Hong Kong dollars and skyrocketed to 1,336 Hong Kong dollars by the end of the first day of trading. In just a week, it had risen to over 37 Hong Kong dollars, an astonishing increase of more than 30 times, making it one of the most remarkable stocks in Hong Kong's history in terms of rapid growth. Chapter 12, The Turmoil of the Dairy Company. At 1:30 p.m., the stock market opened. Just as Yang Junjie and his team returned to the VIP room after lunch, before he could sit down, his broker, Li Guofeng, excitedly called out, Mr. Yang, look at the trading board. Yang Junjie stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing a line of recorders continuously updating the trading information of the dairy company. The speed at which the recorders updated was far outpaced by the trading activity, a situation that left everyone in the exchange astonished. Damn it, we really hit the jackpot. Someone is indeed buying up the dairy company's stocks. An investor holding dairy company shares exclaimed excitedly. Earlier that morning, they had noticed 2 groups trading the dairy company's stocks, but one side quickly ceased their actions, leaving them uncertain whether there was genuine competition for the dairy company's shares. They suspected it might have been due to some incentivized scheme. Many believed it was merely the chairman of the dairy company repurchasing stocks or retail investors taking advantage of the situation, and thus they did not pay much attention. However, the scenario had changed. This new force was buying the dairy company's stocks without regard for price. It was obvious that someone intended to acquire the dairy company. In the battle of two tigers, this situation could very well lead to a dramatic surge in the stock price. After all, whoever secured control first would gain management rights over the dairy company, motivating both sides to offer high prices to acquire shares from retail investors. Thus, as both parties continuously engaged in high-priced acquisitions, the stock price naturally surged, resulting in an increase in the value of the shares held by them. "Hurry! Assist me in withdrawing my order for the milk company. I shall no longer hold on," I implored. "Me too. Swiftly help me to retract mine." In an instant, a multitude of retail investors who possessed shares in the milk company began to feel anxious, urgently requesting their brokers to cancel their orders. It was evident to even the most naive that one should adopt a wait-and-see approach, allowing the competing forces vying for the milk company to disseminate information before contemplating whether to transact their shares at the elevated prices being offered. Such a strategy often yields greater benefits than leaving orders lingering in the market. How could they not be unsettled? As time elapsed slowly, the shares of the milk company, originally valued at nearly 100 million, were being traded away one by one. The clocks swiftly struck 2 p.m., and after an initial surge in the morning, coupled with the current reckless trading by both parties regardless of price, the stock price of the milk company had soared, nearing $35 per share. At the Hong Kong Island Securities Center, boss, many retail investors have observed our fervent acquisition of the milk company shares, and they are now retracting their orders to await developments. Currently, there are no orders left in the market. The broker for Jardine Matheson was on the phone with his superior. "Those damned people are truly cunning," muttered Catherine, the senior executive at Jardine Matheson, with dissatisfaction. However, despite her discontent, she could not influence the sentiments of the shareholders. "How many shares of the milk company do we currently possess?" 3,989 shares. Accounting for less than 20 ownership, the broker replied. 20% is insufficient, far from adequate. Zhou Xinyan possesses at least a 20 stake in the milk company, and we must acquire more than he holds. While pondering on the phone, Catherine's expression turned fierce as she inquired, "What is the current market price of the milk company?" "It is almost at $35. "Good. Instruct someone to release the news at both exchanges that the Jardine Group now holds a 45 stake in the milk company, and we are prepared to acquire an additional 5 at $4 per share, a total of 1 million shares, until the limit is reached." "Yes, boss." After hanging up the phone, she dialed out again. "Hello, this is Jack." "Jack, immediately contact the shareholders of the milk company. I am willing to purchase their shares at $4 each. If they agree, let the transaction proceed without delay." "Yes, boss." "Wait, when you reach out to them, inform them that we now hold over 40 of the milk company. If they wish to sell, they must act quickly." "Understood, I know what to do." "Good. Handle this expeditiously." Catherine's release of such information was merely a tactic to intimidate those retail investors and the milk company shareholders, making them believe that Jardine had already amassed such a significant stake, and if they did not act promptly, once the acquisition was complete, their shares would lose substantial value. Catherine was indeed a rather shrewd individual. However, many groups employ similar strategies during competitive bids for company shares. It is a tactic rather than mere cunning. Meanwhile, at the Hong Kong Island Securities Center, "Boss, there are currently no shares available in the market. We have only managed to acquire 12 million shares, which constitutes a mere 6 ownership. 6% is not enough. Combined, I only hold 26, which is far from adequate. What is the current stock price?" Zhou Xinyan inquired with a stern expression. "It is approaching $35. $35. It is rising rapidly." Zhou Xinyan's brow furrowed as he contemplated. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Jardine was determined to acquire the milk company. Soon, Zhou Xinyan made a decision. Given Jardine's affluent nature, they will undoubtedly release news of high-priced acquisitions. The milk company must not fall into their hands. You must immediately instruct individuals to disseminate news at both exchanges, stating that I now possess a 45 stake in the milk company, and I am offering $5 for an additional 5 stake, which amounts to 1 million shares, until the limit is reached. "Yes, boss, I will arrange it immediately." Though he was unaware that his strategy closely mirrored that of Jardine, Zhou Xinyan was particularly fearful of losing the milk company, prompting him to set a higher acquisition price than Jardine. After issuing his instructions, Zhou Xinyan picked up the phone to make a call. "Hello, this is the secretary's office of the milk ice factory. How may I assist you?" "Secretary Cui. This is Zhou Xinyan." "Good day, Chairman. Please contact all shareholders immediately and convene an emergency meeting in the conference room in 30 minutes. Understood, boss. I will arrange it right away. Zhou Xinyan was also mindful of the shares held by those shareholders. He had a total of 6 shareholders, among whom the second shareholder, Wang Dehui of Huamao Group, held a 6th stake in the milk ice factory, equivalent to 12 million shares. The third shareholder, Lei Kuin of Kowloon Construction, owned a 5th stake, accounting for 1 million shares. The remaining 4 shareholders collectively held approximately 8 equity, bringing the total to around 19. Zhou Xinyan aimed to persuade them to relinquish their shares to him, ensuring he could outmaneuver Jardine, even if they were reluctant. He needed to guarantee that they would not engage in transactions with Jardine, preventing them from acquiring absolute control over the milk company. In doing so, he would remain the majority shareholder, and even Jardine's wealth would be ineffectual against him. However, unbeknownst to Zhou Xinyan, his shareholders were currently in discussions with Jardine's representatives, and some shareholders were indeed tempted by Jardine's offer of $4 per share. At that moment, within Huamao Group, ring, ring, ring. The phone in Wang Dehui's office rang. Hello, this is Wang Dehui. Chairman Wang, I am Jack, the project manager from Jardine Group. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Jardine Group? Upon receiving a call from Jardine's project manager, Wang Dehui was taken aback. After all, Jardine had never held a favorable view of Huamao Group. And given that he operated a real estate company, it could be said that they were adversaries. Thus, receiving a call from them was indeed surprising. Yes, Chairman Wang. There is no need for astonishment. My call is to establish a friendly rapport. If you are willing to trade your shares in the milk ice factory with us, Jardine Group will become your ally, and we are offering $4 per share. Jack from Jardine spoke with a tone of confidence, believing that establishing a friendship with Jardine was a privilege for others. He seemed so self-assured that he presumed Wang Dehui would certainly agree to transact with him, as the offered price was high, and he believed the other party would not dare to oppose Jardine Group, thus feeling confident that he would have their compliance. Jardine Group desires the milk company? Wang Dehui's expression shifted dramatically. The reason he had become a shareholder in the milk company was that he had long coveted the land it occupied, and now Jardine's involvement made him feel quite uneasy. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Dehui abruptly hung up the phone, for in his view, he had no fear of either Jardine Group or Iha Group. Soon, he began making calls, and the news of Jardine's bid for the milk company quickly spread throughout Hong Kong. As time passed, within the span of an afternoon, the entire Hong Kong was abuzz with reports of Zhou Xinyan repurchasing company shares at $5, while Jardine was offering $4 for theirs. All eyes turned to the fierce competition between the two titans. Chapter 13, The Troublemaker, Yang Junjia. The following Tuesday morning. In the morning, Yang Junjia, while on his way back to the company, casually purchased a newspaper to peruse. As he anticipated, the land group had indeed issued a statement, accusing the executive chairman of the milk company, Zhou Xinyan, of incompetence in management, which had turned the company's high-quality industry into a troubled one, urging shareholders and retail investors to recognize the truth. Concurrently, the land group announced its willingness to acquire 10 million shares of the milk company at a premium price of $4, inviting interested clients to transact at the land group or HSBC, as well as at various exchange locations. On the other hand, Zhou Xinyan of the milk company, having dispatched personnel to monitor the land group's press conference, was incensed by the unfounded accusations leveled against him. He swiftly published a rebuttal in the newspaper, vehemently denouncing the land group, and even disclosed the milk company's financial statements from recent years to assert the company's soundness. The milk company proudly proclaimed, it has consistently generated profits and enjoys robust earnings, devoid of any financial issues, let alone a troubled industry. As for the land group and its parent company Jardine Group, their questionable origins are well known, and how dare they cast aspersions on others. The milk company vowed to protect its interests at all costs, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to usurp its holdings. It announced a share buyback plan for all Hong Kong shareholders, offering to repurchase 10 million shares at $5 each, until the quota was filled. Upon reading this information, Yang Junjia couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of elation. He pondered, since they were engaging in such a fierce battle, why not add fuel to the fire? With a cunning smile adorning his face, he contemplated whether to leverage Wang Dehui from Huamao Group or to fabricate a false identity to expose the stocks held by both parties. Throughout his journey, Yang Junjia was consumed by these thoughts, so much so that he failed to pay attention to his surroundings. Bang! Ah, that hurts. As he turned a corner, lost in contemplation, he collided with someone. Rubbing the sore spot, he quickly stood up. I am terribly sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. Are you all right? I'm fine. Really, no need to help me, came a sweet voice, compelling Yang Junjia to glance over. By Sujin, the beautiful woman turned at the sound and, upon seeing the equally tall and handsome Yang, her expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of shyness. You must be mistaken. I'm in a hurry to catch my flight at the airport. Goodbye. With that, she adjusted her flight attendant uniform and strode away, her hips swaying gracefully. Yang Junjie stood there, dumbfounded, watching her retreating figure, astonished by how pure Bai Sujin appeared in her youth. His heart, stirred by youthful exuberance, began to race. "Oh dear, it seems I have fallen in love," he jested. After a while, he shook his head with a wry smile and departed, reminding himself that nothing was more important than making money. In the realm of capital, wealth equates to everything. Once he amassed a fortune, he could summon any character he desired. There was no merit in idolizing or yearning for unattainable figures. Upon returning to the company, Yang Junjie was greeted with, "You're back. What brings you here again? Weren't you supposed to be in England to collect your diploma?" The sudden appearance of Gua Anren made his head spin. "Actually, I came to bid you farewell. My flight is at 1:30 p.m. Would you be able to see me off?" Initially cheerful at Yang Junjie's arrival, her mood dampened as she mentioned her departure. This afternoon, Yang Junjie pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, thinking it would be courteous to see her off as a friend. "That's wonderful, thank you. I need to get back to work. Or I want to have time to see you off later." Yang Junjie seized the opportunity to excuse himself, knowing well that she would cling to him otherwise. He genuinely feared her persistence. All right then, Gua Anren, indeed intending to have Yang Junjie accompany her for a stroll, nodded in acquiescence to his departure. After reporting in, Yang Junjie quietly left the bank and continued on to the Far East Exchange. Upon his return, Li Guofeng informed him that the Land Group had announced an acquisition of milk company shares at $6 each on the exchange. In response, the milk company promptly retaliated with a buyback announcement at $65, which further delighted Yang Junjie. With the executive chairman Zhou Xinyan now offering $65 for the company's shares, it implied that if Yang Junjie chose to sell his stocks, he could immediately realize over double his profits. In the span of a single day, his investment could potentially double, yielding a remarkable profit of 10 million. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many and would be sensationalized by the media, elevating Yang Junjie's name to some notoriety in Hong Kong. Of course, fully aware of the unfolding events, he would not foolishly sell his milk company shares unless he were to lose his senses. Upon entering the exchange, he was greeted by his broker, Li Guofeng, who eagerly asked, "Yang, you're here. Have you seen today's newspaper?" Li Guofeng was even more excited than Yang Junjie, for the latter was his client, and the stocks he had advised were yielding a remarkable return within a single day. Although this investment direction wasn't his suggestion, if the news were to circulate, others would credit him, enhancing his reputation and attracting future business. How could I not be excited, especially considering the profits from this transaction? Yang Junjie replied, "I've seen it. The fierce competition for control over the milk company is advantageous for us. The more they fight, the better it is for us." Li Guofeng nodded in agreement, yet his thoughts were focused on persuading Yang Junjie to sell. Hearing his employer's words, it seemed he had no intention of selling, leaving Li Guofeng unsure how to approach the matter. Yang Junjie, catching on to his broker's intentions, smiled and remarked, "Just keep an eye on it. Now is not the time to sell. Let me know immediately if anything changes." "Understood, boss." As the clock struck 9, a series of deliberate knocks echoed through the exchange as the president signaled the opening bell. The stock market commenced its operations as usual. Yang Junjie, unfamiliar with the significance of this ritual, had previously considered it mere superstition. However, it was evidently more profound than that, and he felt too shy to inquire further, choosing instead to harbor his curiosity. Once the market opened, the latest stock price for the milk company quickly emerged, $432, a rapid surge in value. This was to be expected, given the external offer of $65, which would inevitably provoke a rise in the milk company's stock price. At this moment, Yang Junjie motioned for Li Guofeng to approach. "Yang Sheng, do you have any instructions? Quietly go outside the exchange and spread the word that GD holds less than 30 of the milk company's shares, and that the chairman of the milk company, Zhou Xinyan, possesses less than 30 as well. Additionally, Wang Dehui from Huamao Group is secretly acquiring shares of the milk company, and he now holds over 20. Off you go." Upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, Li Guofeng was perplexed about how he knew such information, but as his employer, he felt compelled to obey without questioning the source. As time passed, Yang Junjie's message, conveyed by Li Guofeng, began to spread, quickly stirring a frenzy in both exchanges. Once the news broke, investors intending to trade with either company abruptly halted their plans. If both parties possessed less than 30 of the shares, there was no rush to engage in transactions, as absolute control was still far from their grasp. This news swiftly reached Catherine, Zhou Xinyan, and even Wang Dehui. The situation surrounding the milk company was already tumultuous, and the addition of Wang Dehui only heightened their concerns. Seeing that his actions had been discovered, Wang Dehui did not shy away but promptly held a press conference to announce his intentions, offering a substantial purchase price of $7 per share to acquire shares of the milk company. It turned out that Wang Dehui had allied with Lei Kuan of Julong Jianye to buy out the shares held by the milk company as shareholders at the elevated price of $7 each. This revelation sent shockwaves through the financial district, transforming the situation into a three-way standoff. As the orchestrator of this upheaval, Yang Junjia was at the airport, joyfully bidding farewell to Gua Anren as she departed for her studies abroad. He was well aware of her affections, yet at that moment, he had no romantic inclinations. Her studying abroad afforded him peace, allowing him to focus entirely on his entrepreneurial endeavors. Chapter 14. The Milk Company Struggle and Soaring Stock Prices. Wednesday, the 23rd. Jardine Group announced in the newspaper a significant acquisition of shares in the milk company at $8 each. This time without any cap on the number of shares, as the previous deceit had been exposed. On the same day, Wang Dehui from Huamao Group also made headlines, offering $85 for a large acquisition of shares in the milk company, promising immediate cash settlement and waiving all transaction fees to attract investors. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyan from the milk company, facing the dual pressure from the two major groups, realized his financial resources were no match for them. Although he also placed an announcement in the newspaper, it was not a price quote, but rather a declaration inviting retail investors to amalgamate their shares. As the executive chairman of the milk company, he sought to recruit retail investors to become shareholders, stipulating that they must consolidate their shares, with a minimum of 1 share required to enter as a shareholder. This strategy proved effective, as he attracted 2 batches of retail investors who combined to hold 23 of the shares, thus becoming shareholders of the milk company. Furthermore, Zhou Xinyan held a high-profile press conference to publicize that retail investors were willing to amalgamate their shares to join the milk company as shareholders. Seizing the opportunity to disseminate this news, Zhou Xinyan's maneuver struck a significant blow to both Jardine Group and Wang Dehui's Huamao Group, rendering their offers a mere laughingstock. Recognizing that their morning announcements had become futile, Jardine convened an emergency meeting to devise a strategy. None were willing to concede, even though they knew this path would be detrimental. However, backing out of the acquisition of the milk company was simply not an option for Jardine. That afternoon, Jardine Group could no longer contain itself. They disseminated news that Jardine Group was repurchasing shares at the elevated price of $10, waiving all fees and ensuring immediate settlement. Upon hearing this, a wave of investors began to show interest. The allure of $10 was undeniable. Considering the milk company's stock had previously been valued at less than $3, a threefold increase in just a few days was hard to resist. Within an hour of the announcement, Jardine Group successfully executed 3 trades, albeit all of them were small, totaling only 380,000 shares, an insignificant amount under normal circumstances. Yet, to the 3 groups involved, even the smallest sum was precious, as every share of the milk company stock was exceedingly valuable. Perhaps those 380,000 shares could secure victory. Thus, attracting investors to trade was paramount, prompting Jardine to hold a press conference to spread the word, hoping to draw in more investors. Just as many investors were on the verge of making decisions, Huamao Group struck again. At 3:30 p.m., representatives from Huamao Group released news that they would acquire milk company shares at a peak price of $12, allowing clients to register for large stock transactions, promising them potential control over the milk company. They even assured that they would double the shares sold to existing shareholders and offered opportunities to become shareholders in the company. Yet, this was not the end. Huamao Group unveiled a bold initiative, allowing original shares from Huamao Group to be exchanged for milk company shares, calculated at the latest market prices. This meant that any shareholders of the milk company could bring their shares to Huamao Group to sell or exchange for Huamao Group shares, all without fees. This announcement ignited the market, as the 3 companies employed various tactics to secure the milk company, prompting many to delve deeper into understanding what made this milk company so desirable, compelling 2 major groups to compete fervently. Meanwhile, in the executive office of Jardine Group, Catherine, the highest-ranking manager, seethed with anger upon receiving news of Wang Dehui's substantial offer. Does he intend to engage in a death struggle with Jardine Group? She fumed. Boss, what shall we do next? Inquired her secretary. What's the latest from Zhou Xinyan regarding the milk company? Catherine did not respond immediately, but continued to inquire. Our contacts at the milk company have just informed us that Zhou Xinyan has convened a meeting, likely to address the situation with Huamao Group. Catherine nodded upon hearing this. Let us observe Zhou Xinyan's proposed strategy before we act. We cannot keep escalating the price, as it will only result in unnecessary expenditures. Yes, boss. After her secretary departed, Catherine sat in her office chair, contemplating the situation seriously. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyan addressed his team. Everyone, I believe you are all aware of the crisis facing our company. The milk factory must not fall into the hands of these capitalists. Otherwise, our company's foundational purpose will be compromised, and all our resources will become mere tools for these avaricious capitalists to exploit. Therefore, I have called this meeting to seek your strategies for confronting the formidable Jardine Group and Huamao Group. Zhou Xinyan looked expectantly at the management team, fully aware that facing these two major groups left him with little recourse, necessitating this meeting to solicit their insights. Firstly, he finds himself unable to compete with the continuously rising stock prices of the company due to his limited capital. Secondly, he is acutely aware that if this situation persists, the milk company will inevitably change hands, an outcome he most fervently wishes to avoid. Chairman, at present, it appears there are no viable options available. We can only continue to repurchase shares at exorbitant prices. The shareholders are exceedingly pragmatic. Their sole interest lies in monetary gain, with only a select few aspiring to become stakeholders. Upon hearing this, the majority of the management team nodded in agreement. Continuing the buyback is essential. Yet our funds are dwindling, and we are hardly a match for their two conglomerates. Is there truly no alternative? Zhou Xinyan asked helplessly once again. Chairman, perhaps we should attempt to engage with Wang Dehui to discern his intentions, whether he aims to profit from this opportunity or genuinely values our company's assets. If we can resolve matters amicably with him, combining our shares may enable us to drive out the land company. This suggestion holds merit. I believe it is feasible, Chairman. Indeed, after all, the land company is a subsidiary of the Jardine group, which is financially formidable and our primary competitor. If we can neutralize Wang Dehui, perhaps we could inflict significant losses upon the land company. Zhou Xinyan's face illuminated with great interest upon hearing this. He contemplated for a moment before resolutely declaring, Anna, please arrange a meeting with Wang Dehui immediately. Yes, boss. Furthermore, on the financial side, consult various banks to ascertain how much funding we could secure if we were to seek a loan and prepare for the buyback. Yes, boss. Mr. Li, please reach out to investment firms and identify any retail investors holding substantial shares in the milk company and negotiate with them for potential repurchases. Be thoroughly prepared. Okay, I will attend to it shortly. Very well, that concludes today's meeting. After the meeting, Zhou Xinyan hurriedly departed the company, as his secretary had already scheduled a meeting with Wang Dehui, the chairman of Huamao Group. Zhou Xinyan understood that this encounter would be of utmost importance to him. Should he find common ground with Wang Dehui, he might retain ownership of the company. Conversely, if they failed to reach an agreement, his chances of preserving the company would be alarmingly slim. Thus, he placed great significance on this meeting. Chapter 15, Zhou Xinyan and Wang Dehui's collaboration. Around 4:20 p.m. at Monica Cafe in Central, Hong Kong Island. Hello, Chairman Wang. It is a pleasure to see you again. I did not expect you to show such considerable interest in the milk company. As Zhou Xinyan arrived at the cafe to meet Wang Dehui, there was no hint of tension between them. Instead, they appeared as old friends reuniting after many years, exuding a harmonious rapport. Sir Zhou, it has indeed been a long time. If I had no interest in the milk company, how could I have become a shareholder of the ice factory in the first place? Wang Dehui responded calmly, extending his hand toward Zhou Xinyan for a handshake. Zhou Xinyan lightly shook his hand and, once seated, promptly delved into the core of the matter. Chairman Wang, let me be candid. I wish to understand your intentions behind acquiring shares in my milk company. Wang Dehui chuckled at this question, deeming it superfluous. His substantial investment and status as a shareholder clearly indicated his desire to control the milk company. However, he lamented his unfortunate timing. Had it not been for his group's recent financial commitments to a project with Lei Kuan, he would have discreetly amassed enough shares to secure absolute control over the milk company. Thus, they would not find themselves in their current predicament. Regrettably, fortune had not favored him, as the land company had also set its sights on the milk company. The objective of Wang Dehui and Lei Kuan from Kowloon Construction was merely to acquire prime real estate in Causeway Bay and Pak Fu Lam. The milk company owns multiple dairy production facilities in these areas, all of which align perfectly with their real estate development goals. Consequently, they first became shareholders to assess the situation of the ice factory and, once their funds were replenished, to gradually accumulate shares. Alas, time was not on their side. Sir Zhou, let me speak plainly. We are interested solely in the land owned by the milk company in Causeway Bay. Since you have chosen to meet with me today, I trust you are open to collaboration. Why not transfer the Causeway Bay land to us, and in return, I shall provide you with shares in the milk company. Wang Dehui had already contemplated this proposition when Zhou Xinyan reached out to him. He understood that if things continued as they were, he might end up with nothing, especially given the formidable strength of the land group. Moreover, with less than 20 of the milk company's shares, he held the fewest among the three. Faced with the relentless pressure from the land group, both he and Lei Kuan lacked confidence in securing the milk company. Now that Zhou Xinyan had approached him, it was the perfect opportunity to make such a request. At the very least, he could acquire a portion of the milk company's land, which was far better than leaving empty-handed. Although the milk company also owned substantial land in Kowloon, Suanwan, and Kuntong, this was no longer a matter Wang Dehui could afford to deliberate. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyan was seriously contemplating Wang Dehui's proposal. Logically, this collaborative approach was indeed the most advantageous for them. However, he was still reluctant to part with the land in Causeway Bay. After a moment of reflection, he said, Chairman Wang, could we perhaps relinquish a portion of the Causeway Bay land, while additionally considering areas in Kuntong or Tsunwan? Sir Zhou, I have no use for land in other regions. If I require it, I can simply bid for it. Why complicate matters further? Wang Dehui interrupted Zhou Xinyan once again. This left Zhou Xinyan deep in thought, and upon noticing the shift in his demeanor, Wang Dehui seized the opportunity to intensify his persuasion. Sir Zhou, this is a way to safeguard the milk company. Otherwise, we both know that if the land group pursues an acquisition at any cost, we stand no chance against them. Rather than losing everything, it is wiser to relinquish a portion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyan abruptly raised his gaze to Wang Dehui. Very well, I shall collaborate with you. But the contract must stipulate that you are required to assist me in retaining the milk company before it becomes effective. And we must hold a press conference to publicly announce this arrangement. Ha ha ha, Sir Zhou, it is a pleasure to collaborate. Wang Dehui readily agreed without hesitation. At 6 p.m. that evening, at the headquarters of the milk ice factory, dozens of reporters gathered at the venue. And the press conference attracted a significant number of representatives from various companies, including the general manager of the land group, who attended in person. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to see all of you from the media at the press conference jointly organized by the Milk Ice Factory and Huamao Group. Today, we have two important announcements to make. Firstly, let me address the recent circumstances surrounding the milk company. The milk company has always been a high-quality enterprise, of course. My management approach prioritizes stability and does not involve reckless expansion. Furthermore, the milk company has consistently provided freshly produced milk for the enjoyment of all citizens in Hong Kong. If the milk company were to become a mere instrument of capitalistic exploitation, its production facilities would be transformed into towering skyscrapers, serving solely as profit-generating machines for others. This would fundamentally violate the company's original intent. Thus, I will absolutely not permit the milk company to become a tool for capitalists to harvest the market. I now announce the following. Firstly, the milk company has decided to collaborate with Huamao Group to exchange land for all shares held by Mr. Wang in the ice factory. Second, the dairy company has officially announced that it has surpassed a 40% stake in ice factories and is now initiating a comprehensive acquisition targeting all shareholders of ice factories across Hong Kong. The company will acquire shares at a price of $15, with the offer capped at a specified amount. Upon hearing this, the general manager of the Land and Property Group hurriedly exited the press conference, his heart racing with anxiety. The combined shares of Huamao Group and the dairy company have reached a point of full acquisition, and if they cannot surpass the opposing stake within the stipulated time, it would signify the failure of the Land and Property Group's acquisition attempt. How could he not be filled with dread? He promptly returned to the office to contact Catherine, the executive chairman of Jardine Group. Hello, this is Catherine. Boss, the dairy company has partnered with Huamao Group, merging their shares. What? Damn it. How could this happen? What percentage of shares do they currently hold? Catherine inquired, equally anxious. The vast expanse of land owned by the dairy company is precisely what the Land and Property Group desperately needs, prompting their relentless pursuit of acquisition at any cost. Just as success seemed imminent, news of the two companies' collaboration broke, indicating that their combined shareholdings likely exceeded his. His greatest fear was that the opposition had reached a 51% stake, thereby gaining absolute control of the company. In such a scenario, even an astronomical offer of $1 trillion would be futile if the other party refused to sell. They merely stated that they had surpassed a 40% stake without specifying the exact amount, yet they were still offering a high price of $15 per share for acquisition, suggesting that the opposing side had not reached a 51% stake. Upon hearing this, Catherine felt a wave of relief wash over her. Go, immediately contact the reporters. A press conference will be held at Jardine Group's headquarters at 7:30 p.m. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Catherine quickly dialed another number. Hello, this is Lena. Please notify all management to convene an immediate meeting. Yes, boss. As long as the dairy company has not reached a 51% stake, there remains a glimmer of hope. The purpose of this meeting called by Catherine is to devise the best solution on how to secure the dairy company. Chapter 16. The Land and Property Group unveils a share swap proposal. At 7:30 p.m., at the headquarters of the Land and Property Group, Yang Junjie arrived promptly upon receiving the news, eager to witness how the Land and Property Group would counterattack. The situation surrounding the dairy company's dealings with milk had already begun to sway Yang Junjie's perspective. He recalled that in his previous life, at this juncture, Wang Dehui had yet to partner with Zhou Xinyan. They would only join forces once the Land and Property Group reached a 35% stake, resulting in a completely altered trajectory. He was also concerned that developments might exceed his budget, potentially leading to a futile endeavor. Thank you to all the media present. Today, the Land and Property Group announces a single matter. Our acquisition of the dairy company is a necessary step in our normal development. After all, if the dairy company does not utilize its inherent value, it is merely squandering resources. Therefore, it should relinquish control to a capable group for development. The Land and Property Group is a top-tier real estate conglomerate throughout Southeast Asia, a fact well known to all. Should we successfully acquire the dairy company, it will undoubtedly bring transformative changes to the economy of Hong Kong, which is a positive development for the region. Thus, on behalf of the Land and Property Group and the Executive Chairman of Jardine Group, Mr. Catherine, I convene this press conference to announce our proposal. The Land and Property Group will offer a share swap, exchanging 2 shares of dairy company stock for 1 share of Land and Property Company stock, until the acquisition of dairy company shares is fully realized. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as the general manager of the Land and Property Group made this announcement, catching everyone present, including representatives from various companies, by surprise. It is important to note that the high-quality shares of the Land and Property Group are not easily obtainable, and to propose such a swap was nothing short of astonishing. Even in 1972, the total value of the Land and Property Group surpassed 7 billion Hong Kong dollars, bolstered by numerous premium projects, multiple skyscrapers, and strategically advantageous land holdings. Furthermore, the group was involved in the construction of several subway lines and underwater tunnels in Hong Kong, making it a highly regarded entity. The Land and Property Group's stock ranks 4th among blue-chip companies, surpassing both Jardine Matheson and Wheelock, making it a coveted option among investors. To now offer a 2-for-1 share swap to acquire the dairy company is indeed an enticing proposition. With 200 million original shares, the current market price stands at 34.78 Hong Kong dollars per share, yielding a total market capitalization of approximately 7 billion. Therefore, the exchange rate implies that 2 shares of dairy company stock would equate to $239 per share. While Wang Dehui and his associates have already proposed a price of $15 per share, giving them a competitive edge, seasoned investors would undoubtedly favor the share swap with the Land and Property Group. After all, who wouldn't prefer to hold on to stocks that promise long-term security? Akin to HSBC shares, which many Hong Kong residents consider as generational wealth to pass down. Money can be earned at any time, but acquiring high-quality stocks is a more challenging endeavor. It is believed that the conditions set forth by the Land and Property Group will undoubtedly incite a frenzy among dairy company shareholders to engage in the exchange. Yang Junjie, having heard this, left the scene with a smile, knowing that everything had already been set in motion. If history remains unchanged, once the Land and Property Group secures a 40 stake, the dairy company will inevitably be compelled to act. Wang Dehui will likely counter with a price of $20, prompting the Land and Property Group to respond with an additional offer of $5 per share as a subsidy, leading to a fierce battle of prices until they converge at around $30 before things settle down. Ultimately, the dairy company will fall into the hands of the financially robust Land and Property Group. Although Wang Dehui and Zhou Xinyan may face defeat, they will still manage to sell their shares to the Land and Property Group at a price of $20, netting a small profit. Subsequently, the dairy company will become part of the Land and Property Group's portfolio, undergoing restructuring before continuing its public listing, with stock prices consistently hovering around 25 Hong Kong dollars, positioning it as Jardine's 3rd most valuable asset, surpassing even Kowloon Warehouse. The following morning, the media was inundated with news regarding the Land and Property Group and the dairy company, spreading like wildfire throughout every corner of Hong Kong. Wow, those who own shares in the dairy company are truly thriving. The stock price has surged to $15, and they can even exchange them for shares in the Land and Property Group. Indeed, how unfortunate that I sold my dairy company shares in exchange for shares in Cheung Kong. Otherwise, I could have made a substantial profit. Regret is truly a bitter pill to swallow. You, Fatty Lai, are still fortunate. At least the price of Cheung Kong shares remains stable. Look at Hai Lai Bing. He sold 200,000 shares of the dairy company, intending to invest in Hong Kong Electric shares, but alas, they have yet to go public. He has truly missed out on millions. Let's not dwell on it. The more we talk, the sadder it becomes. Residents across Hong Kong engaged in lively discussions upon seeing the news reports, which spread rapidly. Meanwhile, at the Land and Property Group, throngs of people lined up to exchange their shares, as only the foolish would pass up such an opportunity. Of course, there were also those seeking quick cash. However, these individuals, alongside seasoned investors, remained vigilant, fully aware that the situation was far from resolved, including Yang Junjie, who felt the same. As time gradually passed, on one side, the Land Group is rejoicing, while on the other, Wang Dehui and Zhou Xinyan are experiencing distress. They now hold nearly 45 of the shares in the dairy company, just 6 percentage points shy of securing its control. Initially, they had planned to execute a full acquisition at a high price of 15 Hong Kong dollars, but unfortunately, the Land Group has thrown a significant wrench into their plans, disrupting their momentum. In Zhou Xinyan's office at the dairy company, he despondently inquired, "Chairman Wang, what should we do about this?" Wang Dehui found himself equally at a loss. They had just offered the high price of $15. It would be unreasonable to raise it again so soon, as this would only lead shareholders to believe they would engage in an endless bidding war, complicating matters further. Additionally, a higher price would be burdensome for both Zhou Xinyan and Wang Dehui, as procuring such a sum of money is no small feat. Let's observe for now and see how many shares the Land Group manages to acquire this time. If the number isn't significant, it would indicate that shareholders are primarily concerned with financial gain and are perhaps still hesitant. When necessary, we can announce our ownership stake to stimulate their psychology and encourage them to engage in transactions with us, Wang Dehui suggested, to which Zhou Xinyan nodded in agreement. Deeming the strategy feasible, for now, we shall await the report from my dispatched personnel before making further decisions. Subsequently, Wang Dehui departed from the dairy company, while Zhou Xinyan busied himself by inquiring about the status of the retail investors holding substantial shares in the dairy company. Chairman, we have indeed identified one individual who recently acquired 3 million shares of our dairy company, representing 15 of the equity, came the report. Who is it? Provide me with their location, Zhou Xinyan asked, visibly excited. Currently, we have not been able to ascertain the individual's true identity, as the personnel at the exchange are quite tight-lipped, even when offered monetary incentives, was the response. Zhou Xinyan pondered for a moment before asking, which exchange are we discussing? The Far East Association, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyan felt reassured. As long as it was not the Hong Kong Securities Center, it would be manageable. Very well, I will handle this matter. You continue your investigation, he instructed. Understood, Chairman, was the response. After hanging up, Zhou Xinyan made another call. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, in the office of the executive president of the Far East Association, the phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, this is Li Zhaofu. President Li. This is Zhou Xinyan. It has been quite some time. Their rapport seemed amicable, both being individuals of standing in Hong Kong. Ha ha ha, Sir Zhou. It has indeed been a while. However, you have recently gained quite a bit of notoriety. Your company's news appears in the papers daily, Li Zhaofu teased. President Li, please refrain from mocking me. I am nearly at my wits' end over this situation, Zhou Xinyan replied, his spirits low. Well, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause. If you still have time to seek me out, it must be for something important, Li Zhaofu stated candidly. Indeed. President Li, I require your assistance. I wish to obtain the detailed information on the individual who acquired 3 million shares of the dairy company at your exchange a few days ago. Sir Zhou, are you not putting me in a difficult position? You must understand that all client information in our industry is strictly confidential. Do you wish for me to face an investigation? President Li, I am fully aware of that. If it weren't for the gravity of this situation, I would never impose upon you. Please, I ask you to assist me this once, Zhou Xinyan earnestly implored. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhaofu responded, very well. I will personally deliver the information to you, but let this be a one-time exception. Thank you immensely, President Li. Zhou Xinyan felt a surge of excitement upon receiving Li Zhaofu's agreement. Although 15 of the shares was still insufficient for him to attain absolute control over the dairy company, it significantly narrowed the gap and greatly enhanced his prospects of retaining ownership. Chapter 17. Zhou Xinyan knocks at the door. Another day had passed. It was Friday, October 26th. As soon as the stock market opened, the price of the dairy company's shares surged to 1368 Hong Kong dollars, nearly aligning with their reported price and exhibiting a remarkably rapid increase. From $3, it had climbed to almost 14, multiplying fourfold, approaching 5. The dairy company's stock had become a rare gem in recent years. While stocks across Hong Kong had generally appreciated over the past few years, none had exhibited the same extraordinary growth as the dairy company. Moreover, everyone was aware that until the ownership of the Land Group and the dairy company was definitively established, the price remained uncertain and could continue to rise. The morning newspapers predominantly featured news about the dairy company and the Land Group. Last night, the Land Group announced that it had acquired over 40 of the dairy company's shares, a piece of information that Zhou Xinyan had also confirmed that evening, prompting him and Wang Dehui to convene an urgent meeting once again. Ultimately, the dairy company proposed to repurchase shares at a high price of 20 Hong Kong dollars, aiming to buy back 10 million shares, stopping once the full amount was reached. They also disclosed that they now held 44.65 of the dairy company's shares, providing proof of ownership to reporters for publication. This announcement further heightened tensions on the Land Group's side, as the dairy company was now just a mere 6 away from total control. How could they prevent the Land Group from becoming anxious? At 8:30 a.m., in the office of the executive chairman of the EHI Group, Catherine seethed, damn it, are those two truly prepared to battle me to the end over the dairy company? I must not allow them to acquire the remaining 6 of the shares. After reading the report on the dairy company, he felt a sense of worry. After all, that 6 was hardly negligible, and it was apparent that his opponents were fighting tooth and nail, raising their bid to $20, a $5 increase. Now that the price of the dairy company had risen to $20, even Catherine found it difficult to bear. Though he had ample cash, it was not meant to be spent so recklessly. The land group had only just attained 40 of the dairy company's shares and still required a substantial 11 to achieve absolute control, equivalent to 22 million shares. If he were to acquire them at the price of $20, it would necessitate him to exchange stocks valued at 4 billion Hong Kong dollars from the land group. This indeed pained him greatly. Are there many shareholders coming to exchange their stocks with the land group today? Catherine inquired of his assistant. I just contacted Mr. Jack, the general manager of the land group, and he mentioned that only 2 shareholders are coming to exchange, totaling a mere 110,000 shares. Damn it, Zhou Xinyan. Damn it, Wang Dehui. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Catherine cursed furiously. At that moment, his office phone rang, and Catherine quickly answered. Hello, this is Catherine. Boss, our people have seen numerous shareholders heading to the dairy company to sell their stocks. The situation doesn't look good, reported the caller, the general manager of the land group. Damn it. We absolutely cannot allow them to acquire 51 of the shares. You must immediately order our people at all their locations to shout out that the land group is offering to buy at $25, and that they can also exchange with land group stocks, with the difference made up in cash on the spot. Catherine commanded, driven to madness. He had never been cornered like this before. Yes, boss, Jack replied quickly, hanging up the phone in fear of incurring the chairman's wrath. It was no wonder Catherine was so enraged. Having lived a life of privilege, being pushed to such a point felt akin to an emperor being openly contradicted. How could he not be furious? In his mind, he believed he was the kingpin, and now being challenged by subordinates, facing humiliation, how could that not provoke his ire? At this moment, Catherine's singular thought was to reclaim his dignity with great force. During the 3060s, who in Hong Kong dared to oppose the Yihua group? Those companies or individuals who once did are now mere remnants of the past. Now, the acquisition of a seemingly insignificant dairy company has caused him numerous setbacks, provoking his ire. Just as Catherine issued her orders, Zhou Xinyan had already established contact with Yang Junjie. In fact, the call was directly routed to Yang Junjie's company, leaving him utterly astonished. However, he quickly realized that in the capital market of this era in Hong Kong, there is nothing that these powerful and wealthy individuals cannot achieve. This also served as a reminder to him to exercise greater caution in the future to avoid a recurrence of the current situation, which would leave him in a profoundly vulnerable position. Currently, it is Zhou Xinyan seeking him. What if it were an adversary? If they could easily obtain his information, would he not be left with no secrets at all? He vowed never to commit such a foolish error again. Sir Zhou, I did not expect you to seek me out regarding the stocks in my possession. I am quite curious as to how you obtained my information. Just moments ago, I received a call from Jardine, and now you are calling, Yang Junjie stated, taking the initiative to assert himself in the conversation, thereby bolstering his negotiation position. Jardine contacted you? Zhou Xinyan's demeanor shifted, revealing a palpable tension. His mindset could no longer differentiate between truth and falsehood as he panicked upon hearing that Jardine had reached out to Yang Junjie. Yang Sheng, you didn't agree to a deal with Jardine, did you? Zhou Xinyan's tone was laced with anxiety. I am still contemplating the pricing issue, Yang Junjie replied candidly, revealing his motivations were purely financial, stating that if Zhou Xinyan desired his stocks, he would need to offer a satisfactory price. What price did Jardine propose? Zhou Xinyan blurted out, eager to know. To be frank, Jardine has offered $25 in cash or a one-for-one exchange for Jardine stock. But I have yet to agree. However, had you not contacted me, I would have proactively reached out to negotiate with Jardine, since you found me. And as fellow Chinese, I will prioritize negotiations with you, but I am quite pragmatic regarding the price. Yang Junjie responded with calmness. Yang Sheng, what price do you desire? A flat rate of 30 Hong Kong dollars, payable in cash, Yang Junjie replied without hesitation. On the other end, Zhou Xinyan fell into silence, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. Yang Sheng, that is rather harsh. The highest offer out there is merely $20, and you dare to demand 30? Zhou Xinyan was struggling to contain his rising anger, feeling insulted by Yang Junjie's audacity to demand such a price. Sir Zhou, I have already stated that Jardine has proposed a stock exchange and has offered $25 in cash. Perhaps you have not received this news yet. But if you do not believe me, we can discuss this further later. However, if you do not contact me today, I will take the initiative to communicate with Jardine, Yang Junjie asserted. Zhou Xinyan fell silent once again, still skeptical of Yang Junjie's claims, believing that the latter was merely exploiting his urgent need to repurchase the dairy company's stock. Yang Sheng, I am offering $25. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Xinyan was interrupted mid-sentence by a knocking sound at his office door, and before he could respond, the door swung open. Chairman, people from Jardine have arrived at our location, shouting that Jardine is willing to exchange one share for one share of the dairy company, with a cash offer of $25, halting all transactions with our shareholders. Damn GD Group. Zhou Xinyan was now incensed to the extreme. Grateful he did not have a heart condition, fearing he might collapse from the stress. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie on the phone listened to the unfolding conversation, a smile spreading across his face. Sir Zhou, do you believe me now? Think carefully. I will only wait for you until today. However, if GD contacts me with an offer of $30, then I am afraid it will be too late for you. Yang Junjie pressed further. Yang Sheng, wait. You have won. I am willing to transact at the price of $30. Please come to the dairy company to sign the contract. Zhou Xinyan conceded weakly. Given the current situation, he dared not gamble any longer. He would rather be taken advantage of than risk the possibility of Yang Junjie closing a deal with GD, leaving him with no recourse for redress. Hearing this, Yang Junjie could no longer contain his smile. Excellent. I will come over immediately. Sir Zhou, please prepare the contract. After hanging up, Yang Junjie promptly contacted his broker, Li Guofeng, instructing him to bring the stock information of the dairy company to meet Zhou Xinyan. He then slowly exited Yongxing Bank. Chapter 18, A Bountiful Harvest. Profiting 90 million. Around 11 a.m. in the chairman's office of the dairy company headquarters. I never imagined that Yang Sheng could become a billionaire at such a young age. It truly is enviable, Zhou Xinyan remarked, feeling a mixture of emotions, part joy, part regret. While he was pleased to acquire 15 of the dairy company's shares, he lamented the fact that this cost him a staggering 90 million Hong Kong dollars. How could he not feel the pinch? Moreover, he bore the transaction fees himself, left speechless by the negotiation tactics of this young man. Sir Zhou, please do not laugh at me. I am merely fortunate, nothing more compared to your grand endeavors. Yang Junjie responded with calmness. Internally, however, he was bubbling with excitement, knowing that once he signed the documents, he would receive the check. Furthermore, Zhou Xinyan would cover the transaction costs, leaving him only to handle taxes and the service fees from Huagi Bank. According to Hong Kong's current stock market tax regulations, he would need to pay 10 tax on the total income generated from the stocks, amounting to 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars. Since the 90 million profit must subtract his 3 million principal, the actual income was only 87 million. Adding in the leverage fee, which is one of the total profit, would result in a rental fee of 783,000 after deducting the 870,000 tax. Additionally, the combined service fees from leverage and brokerage amounted to a mere 0.2, leading to a total of only 1566. In total, Yang Junjie's expenditures included 870,000 in taxes, 783,000 in leverage fees, and 1566 in service fees, culminating in 964,000. With a profit of 87 million plus his principal of 3 million, he had exactly 90 million, and after deducting the 964,000, Yang Junjie was left with 81.36 million. Thus, his actual profit from this transaction amounted to 78.36 million. All those miscellaneous expenses were accounted for on Zhou Xinyan's end, and Yang Junjie was unaware of the exact figures. With a principal of 3 million and utilizing 3x leverage, his investment had nearly multiplied by 26 times in just 1 week. If word of this were to spread, it would surely be astonishing, and he would become an overnight sensation. In the year 1972, many wealthy individuals resided in Hong Kong. But who among them could claim to have nearly 100 million in cash at such a young age? It is likely that not a single one could, as even those from the older generation with a fortune of 100 million were few and far between. In the same vein as Gui Yongxing's generation, after years of relentless toil, he has merely accumulated a fortune of several hundred million. Of course, this is merely an estimation of his market value. The true extent of his wealth remains a mystery to all. A few minutes later, Yang Sheng, the contract is ready for your review. Please examine it. And if everything is in order, proceed with your signature. All right. Yang Junjie also picked up the contract for inspection, while Li Guofeng brought along the legal personnel from Huagi Bank, as they were indeed the clients of the bank, and such a substantial transaction warranted VIP treatment. After a while, Yang Sheng, there are no issues with the contract. All amounts and terms are reasonable, stated the legal representative from Huagi Bank, who was, in fact, a lawyer addressing Yang Junjie. Very well, let's proceed. With a flourish, Yang Junjie fixed his signature, and Zhou Xinyan swiftly followed suit with his own name. Yang Sheng. After deducting the tax of 10, the amount is 8.7 million, resulting in a check for 81.3 million. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Zhou Xinyan reluctantly handed the check to Yang Junjie. Yang Junjie then passed the check to Li Guofeng, instructing him to verify its authenticity with the bank. This was a necessary procedure. Thank you, Sir Zhou. I wish you swift success in acquiring the full stock of the dairy company. Yang Junjie extended his hand for a handshake. Moments later, Li Guofeng returned with a nod towards Yang Junjie, indicating that the check was legitimate. Thus, this transaction was officially in effect. Sir Zhou, I shall not intrude further. Farewell, Yang Junjie said, his face beaming with a smile. All right, Yang Sheng, everyone take care. After departing from the dairy company, Yang Junjie arrived at Waki Bank, where his arrival was met with a different level of treatment, as he was ushered directly into the VIP room. At that moment, in the office of the general manager of Waki Bank, oh my goodness. Are you certain this client managed to earn 80 million in the stock market within just a week? The general manager, Manzani Scola, was taken aback by the news. As a general manager, he had encountered numerous high-profile clients. But this was the first time he had heard of someone making such a substantial sum in such a short span, particularly with only a capital of 3 million. Yes, boss, the client is currently in the VIP room, paying our service fees, reported the investment supervisor who had initially approved Yang Junjie's leverage. Although he had noted Yang Junjie's entry into the market with 3 million Hong Kong dollars, he had not given it much thought, considering there were clients with far larger investments at Waki Bank. However, the situation had now changed. The significant profit made by the client stood to benefit both him personally and the company, adding prestige to his team and crediting him as a supervisor. For the bank, this would enhance its reputation, and word of this success would undoubtedly attract more clients to the investment department, especially since it was rare for a bank to generate nearly 100 million in just a week. Let us go. Take me to meet this client. If he proves to be promising, we can consider him as a potential VIP client, the investment department supervisor said, revealing an expression of disbelief. Becoming a VIP client at Waki Bank was no small feat, as there were 5 tiers of VIP status. A standard VIP could borrow up to $1 million without collateral, enjoying all the privileges that come with being a VIP. Intermediate VIP clients could borrow up to $5 million without conditions, receiving all possible services from Waki Bank. The senior VIP status was even more remarkable, allowing for an unconditional loan of $10 million and access to 10x leverage for stock market investments, along with the establishment of dedicated teams to provide professional assistance. For instance, should Yang Junjie wish to expand his business, Waki Bank could dispatch a professional team to negotiate on his behalf, even prioritizing the acquisition of existing mortgage properties. In short, being a senior VIP at Waki Bank felt akin to having powerful backers. However, such a status was not easily granted. The requirements were stringent. The 2 highest tiers of VIP were even more exclusive, with few qualifying individuals, especially in Hong Kong, and even fewer at the headquarters in the United States, as only those who could contribute to Waki Bank's growth were considered, and wealth alone was insufficient. Before long, under the guidance of the investment department supervisor, General Manager Manzani Scola proceeded to the VIP room where Yang Junjie was located. Chapter 19. First meeting with the General Manager of Waki Bank. Just as Yang Junjie was preparing to leave after settling all payments, a few individuals entered the VIP room. Curious, Yang Junjie turned to look at them. Hello. General Manager and Supervisor Li Guofeng greeted them promptly upon noticing their presence. Hello, young sir. Allow me to introduce Mr. Manzani, our General Manager at Waki Bank, the supervisor said as he approached Yang Junjie. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie extended his hand towards Manzani. Good day, General Manager Manzani. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yang, the pleasure is mine. I was intrigued to learn of your remarkable earnings within such a short span, and I came to meet you out of curiosity. Please do not take offense, Manzani Scola replied courteously. Yang Junjie smiled in response. Mr. Manzani, I fear I may disappoint you. My success this time was purely a stroke of luck, as I merely happened to be involved in the competition between the land group and Sir Zhou over the dairy company. Oh, is that so? Manzani Scola glanced at the others, smiling without further comment, refraining from exposing Yang Junjie's modesty. He had already received a detailed account from the investment department supervisor and understood that Yang Junjie had initially set his sights on the dairy company's stock. Moreover, he was aware that the stock price had skyrocketed immediately after Yang Junjie completed his purchase. During this time, Li Guofeng also reported the directives given by Yang Junjie. And Manzani Scola was well aware that Yang Junjie was not merely relying on luck. In fact, he believed that Yang Junjie had significantly influenced the current situation of the dairy company, which prompted Manzani Scola's desire to meet him. However, since the other party was reluctant to acknowledge this, he chose not to press the matter. Yang, do you plan to continue investing in the stock market? Manzani Scola inquired with curiosity. Boss, Mr. Yang just asked me if he could use 5 times leverage. I hadn't had the chance to submit the request before you arrived. Li Guofeng interjected, updating the situation. Oh, Yang sir, are you indeed planning to continue investing in the stock market? Which stock catches your eye this time? Manzani Scola asked with great interest. Although he held the position of general manager at Waki Bank, he was also keen on making profitable investments. And knowing that Yang Junjie possessed some capability, he was eager to see which stocks he would choose next. Mr. Manzani, to be honest, I don't possess any extraordinary skills. I simply follow the market experts' recommendations on which stocks are favorable and invest accordingly, Yang Junjie replied modestly. I shall not hesitate to speak frankly. Is it not true that the Xiangjiang Antenna Company is currently experiencing a remarkable surge in popularity, boasting claims of an impending public listing by the end of the month? With such a multitude of followers, I certainly feel compelled to partake, for what techniques are truly necessary? Yang Junjie feigned the demeanor of a novice as he responded. There are instances when speaking the truth ironically leads others to disbelieve you. Take the current situation as an example. When he explicitly informed Mansaniskala of his intention to invest in Xiangjiang Antenna shares, the latter would undoubtedly doubt that he had long been monitoring this stock. Thus, Yang Junjie was unafraid to speak candidly, for the entirety of Hong Kong has high hopes for this stock. Indeed, once it was listed, it performed exceptionally well, soaring dramatically over the course of a month, escalating from just over $1 to more than 37. Quite extraordinary. Just as everyone anticipated that Xiangjiang Antenna would effortlessly surpass the $40 mark and challenge 50, disaster struck. The company was reported for its so-called high-tech products, which turned out to be merely a few antennas connected to a dish to receive a handful of television channels, utterly useless. Following the bankruptcy of the antenna company, countless investors were left devastated, having lost their fortunes. It is crucial to understand that when antenna stocks hit the market, no matter the price, they were snatched up eagerly. At one point, individuals were purchasing at prices exceeding $20 or $30. At such inflated costs, how much capital would one need to expend? Once the antenna company collapsed, these investors faced ruin. How could such a scenario not be fatal? Upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, Mansaniskala exhibited a complete lack of interest. He was aware that aside from the recently popular dairy company, this was the only other hot topic in Xiangjiang lately. The Xiangjiang Antenna Company had been speculated upon for several months, and it was fundamentally a shell company. As a general manager in finance and banking, he adhered to a fundamental principle: never invest in a shell company, regardless of its apparent potential, the number of followers, or the media as hype. Professional investors like him would refrain from pouring their resources into such ventures. This is a truth well understood by seasoned investors. Therefore, when Yang Junjie mentioned the Xiangjiang Antenna Company, Mansaniskala's expression revealed his disappointment, as though he sensed that Yang Junjie did not meet the standards expected of his VIP clients. Very well, thank you for your recommendation, Yang sir. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you any longer. Oh, by the way, since you require a 5-fold leverage, I have approved it, but the principal must be entirely deposited with Waki Bank. Is that acceptable? Mansaniskala inquired of Yang Junjie. Of course, that poses no problem. Thank you, Mr. Mansaniskala, for your approval, Yang Junjie replied, noting the shift in Mansaniskala's demeanor upon hearing his intention to invest in Xiangjiang Antenna shares, which now bore a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, this was precisely the reaction Yang Junjie had hoped to elicit. He was indifferent to Mansaniskala's opinions of him. As long as he could amass a fortune, whether they were high-ranking officials at HSBC or Waki Bank, their perceptions of him mattered little. He was not employed under them, so their views were of no concern. He preferred to remain unnoticed by others, relishing in his newfound freedom. Yang Sheng, since the general manager has granted you the use of 5-fold leverage, I will ensure everything is ready for you. When Xiangjiang Antenna Company begins its subscription, I will act immediately to acquire the original shares on your behalf. Should that not be possible, I will procure circulating shares from the market for you. Yang Junjie nodded in appreciation. I appreciate your efforts. Here is $10,000 as a token of my gratitude. After leaving a check, he turned and walked to the phone, dialing to inform his parents to come out. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who is this? A rather impatient voice came through the line. Boss Guangtou, have you consumed gunpowder or lost at the races again? Why the agitation? Yang Junjie replied with a smile. Jizzy? Huh, I didn't expect you to remember me, he teased. I heard you've struck it rich in the city. How is that going? Are you on the verge of starvation, calling back for money? The other party retorted without reservation. Scram, I truly have urgent matters. Can you help me call my parents to the phone? I'll treat you to 9 big ghosts later. Oh, 9 big ghosts, huh? Just sharing a bowl of noodles with me would be more than sufficient. I'm free right now. I'll go fetch them. Are you waiting on the line, or will you call back later? The other asked. Hold the line, please hurry. All right, I'll be right there. A minute later, Uncle. Auntie, Jezzy is on the line. Don't hang up. Come quickly. Jezzy is calling. I'm on my way, his mother exclaimed with delight, while his father hurried out as well. They now understood that their son had made something of himself, and their expectations for him were soaring since he became a bank employee. Soon, his parents answered the phone. Hello, is this Jezzy? Yes, Mommy. Please bring Dad and my younger siblings out. I'd like to treat everyone to a meal, as I have money now, Yang Junjie said, deliberately omitting the fact that he possessed several million, fearing it might shock them. All right, I'll be home shortly to bring them out. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll be waiting for you at the bank. Okay. After hanging up, Yang Junjie exchanged pleasantries with Li Guofeng and departed. His foremost desire was to venture out to purchase a car, a property, and indulge in a spending spree, transforming into a nouveau riche to ensure his family enjoyed a comfortable life. He could no longer bear the thought of his family continuing to reside in Kowloon City, enduring that lifestyle, even if they weren't bullied to death. Living in such an environment would inevitably lead to illness and demise. Thus, Yang Junjie was determined to bring them out of the city to live, to set up a small business for his parents to keep them occupied, while his younger siblings could attend school nearby. Chapter 20. Discrimination. While dining with family, seizing the opportunity before his parents arrived, Yang Junjie made his way to the car dealership to purchase a vehicle, as having a car would greatly facilitate his mobility. In 1972, Xinjiang boasted a plethora of automobile brands, with the most renowned and favored being the Mercedes-Benz. During this time, a standard Mercedes would cost around $20,000. Additionally, there were Ford, Skoda, Toyota, Honda, and many others, with prices just above $10,000. Such amounts posed no challenge for Yang Junjie at present. 2 hours later, Yang Junjie spent 250,000 Hong Kong dollars on the latest 5-seater Mercedes-Benz model and arrived at the designated meeting spot to await his parents. In this era, purchasing a car and registering it was efficient. With cash in hand, they would promptly facilitate the process. No lengthy waiting periods required. Upon reaching the bank, he waited for approximately half an hour. "Dad, Mom, little brother, little sister, I'm over here," he called out excitedly, waving at them as they approached. "Wow, big brother, where did you get this beautiful car?" His 16-year-old brother, Yang Ingjie, exclaimed, eagerly touching the vehicle with a blend of curiosity and envy. "What a stunning car. I want to ride in it." His 12-year-old sister chimed in with equal excitement. "Where did this car come from, Jesse?" their mother asked, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Get in, and we can talk while driving." "All right, let us go." His family, let alone having ever ridden in such a splendid vehicle, is so frugal that they wouldn't even indulge in taking a bus on a regular basis. Now, sitting in this luxurious car, it is indeed a grand experience for them. Yes, without a doubt, for them, the car driven by Yang Junjie is a luxury. This is the first time his parents, after living most of their lives, have found themselves in such a small car. Upon entering, they are filled with wonder at every sight. And even Yang Junjie's father cannot conceal the excitement radiating from his beaming smile. "Jie, is this car yours?" Yang Junjie's father inquires. "Yes, Dad. I invested a bit in the stock market yesterday and made $1 million. "What, $1 million? The entire family gasps in astonishment at the revelation of this figure. "Calm down. I brought you out not only to enjoy a meal, but also to share this news. Additionally, I plan to purchase 2 apartments here, so our family won't have to live in the walled city anymore. My younger brother needs tutoring to qualify for university, and my younger sister will also come here to study." Upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, his parents' eyes instantly brim with tears of joy and excitement, but more so from the pride of witnessing their son's success, especially for his father, who feels immense gratification. The Yang family has toiled as farmers for generations, and now not only does a descendant work in a bank, but it seems they may also soon have a university graduate in the family. How could he not be thrilled? For this generation, particularly those hailing from impoverished farming backgrounds, the emergence of a university student in the family is a matter of great honor. "This is wonderful. I can go to school in the city," Yang Junjie's sister exclaims, dancing with joy. "Big brother, can I catch up with everyone's grades with extra tutoring?" Yang Ingjie asks eagerly, having long envied those who attend prestigious schools in stylish uniforms. Thus, he has always applied himself diligently in his studies, but due to the family's limited means, they could only attend a government-subsidized school, which offered minimal educational quality and only extended to middle school. He started school at the age of 9, and now at 16. He sees graduation on the horizon, yet his family cannot afford to support his continued education. He had almost despaired, but now, hope has blossomed once again. Unfortunately, he is now troubled by the fear of falling behind in the city's academic standards. "Don't worry, little brother, if you are willing to work hard, you will absolutely succeed. I will ensure you complete your university education, and if you have the ability, I will even help you arrange to study abroad." Yang Junjie assures him resolutely. "Thank you, big brother. I will definitely put in the effort to study," Yang Ingjie responds, determination flickering in his eyes. "Big brother, I also want to study abroad." "Ha ha ha. All right, when my dear sister reaches the age for studying abroad, I will help arrange it for you," Yang Junjie replies indulgently. Witnessing such a harmonious scene among their children, his parents can no longer hold back their tears. Soon they arrive at a Western restaurant in Causeway Bay. Yang Junjie intentionally brought them here, as his sister had previously expressed a desire to try Western cuisine, and his parents had never experienced it. So he decided to treat them to a lavish meal. "Wow, big brother, this place looks so upscale. Will it be very expensive to eat here?" the young and spirited Yang Huizhu exclaims, astonished by the restaurant's elegance. "Let us go, No matter the price, I can afford it. Yang Junjia smiles, affectionately ruffling her hair. Let us head inside. I want to experience this as well, Yang Junjia's father adds cheerfully. Unfortunately, as they step through the door, they are stopped, causing Yang Junjia to feel quite displeased. Hello, sir, I'm sorry, but our restaurant requires proper attire. Formal wear is mandatory, the foreign waiter informs Yang Junjia. What nonsense. What era are we in? These foreign folks still dare to uphold such pretentiousness? Yang Junjia's displeasure is evident as his brow furrows. What did he say, Junjia? He said we must wear suits to enter. Let us go to a big mall instead. Hey, young sir. Before Yang Junjia could finish his sentence, a voice calling out to him from behind interrupted, prompting him to turn around swiftly. Mr. Manzini? Young sir, it's a pleasure to see you here. Are you also here for a meal? Mr. Manzini, the banker, greets him courteously. Yes, I brought my family to dine, but unfortunately, they won't let us in due to our attire. Yang Junjia replies with a wry smile. What? Yang, let me handle this, Mr. Manzini replies, casting an annoyed glance at the waiter at the entrance. You, go fetch your manager. On what grounds do you refuse a customer entry? Mr. Manzini rebukes the waiter with authority. As the general manager of a prominent bank, his status in Hong Kong is quite high. And while he may not match the stature of HSBC's executives, he is still a general manager of an international bank, deserving of respect. Sir, we have regulations here. Improper attire is absolutely. Go. I told you to bring the manager here, not to make me listen to your meaningless excuses. Mr. Manzini's angry shout immediately draws the attention of many patrons inside the restaurant, and the restaurant manager, noticing the commotion, rushes over. Mr. Manzini, I apologize if our service has not met your expectations and caused you any displeasure. The restaurant manager, recognizing Mr. Manzini, speaks to him with utmost respect. Observing this interaction, Yang Junjia reflects on the power of capital. As long as one possesses sufficient resources and status, one could waltz in wearing shabby flip-flops without facing any objections. Lucina, Yang sir is a VIP client of my bank, and your staff had the audacity to refuse him entry. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on my bank as clients? He could buy 100 of your shabby restaurants at any moment. Mr. Manzini reprimands the restaurant manager directly. Hearing this, the manager looks astonished at Yang Junjia, realizing that someone of Mr. Manzini's caliber would not make such statements lightly. I'm sorry, it was our mistake. Please, everyone, come in. Today's meal is on us as an apology. There's no need for that. I can pay for myself. Yang Junjia responds with a smile before turning back to Mr. Manzini. Thank you, Mr. Manzini, for your assistance. I will treat you to a meal another time. Ha ha. That sounds wonderful, Yang. I look forward to it, Mr. Manzini replies, nodding at Yang Junjia's family as a form of greeting. All right. I will head in now to dine with my family. Thank you once again, Yang Junjia says with a smile. Go ahead, we'll chat next time. After parting ways with Mr. Manzini, Yang Junjia and his family are escorted to a private dining room. Gazing around the opulent restaurant, his family is filled with exhilaration. From this moment onward, their lives will surely change, freeing them from the burden of financial concerns. Chapter 21. Resignation and Departure from Eternal Life Bank. That evening, after dining with his family, Yang Junjia treated them to a shopping spree, allowing them to indulge in a taste of wealth and the feeling of newfound prosperity. He even intentionally booked a room at a grand hotel, letting his family experience a lifestyle where money can buy joy. The next morning, on Saturday, Yang Junjia returned to work as usual. In this era of Hong Kong, one cannot expect weekends off. Even those in senior management adhere to the same routine. However, upon arriving at the bank, his first order of business was to quietly repay the excess amounts his clients had lent him previously, ensuring no one would discover the discrepancy. Additionally, he intended to resign. Now that he has amassed sufficient capital to venture into business on his own, it is inconceivable for him to continue his employment at the bank. In the office of the general manager of Yongxing Bank, the atmosphere was tense. You wish to resign? General Manager Su Yonggui queried Yang Junjia, disbelief etched on his face. Just the day before, he had discussed Yang Junjia with Chairman Gui Yongsheng, as the new loan proposal he presented had propelled the bank's performance to unprecedented heights, even shattering historical records. They had contemplated promoting him. But considering that Yang Junjia had only recently joined, they decided to postpone the decision for a while. Yet today, receiving Yang Junjia's resignation letter left him utterly astonished. How could he bear to let such a talent depart? Moreover, Yang Junjia was the top performer, undeniably a prodigy in his field. Had it been anyone else, they would have already offered him a promotion and a raise to retain him. But alas, Yang Junjia was determined to resign. Yes, Manager Su. I intend to embark on my own entrepreneurial journey, and I sincerely apologize for the care you and the chairman have shown me during these past few days. Regardless of his departure, Yang Junjia held no desire for conflict with them, as Yongxing Bank had been the platform from which he launched his career. Entrepreneurship, indeed, is a commendable pursuit. However, you were recommended by Anren and personally approved by the chairman. I lack the authority to accept your resignation. Please wait a moment while I inform the chairman, Su Yongui responded, swiftly picking up the phone. His reluctance to let Yang Junjie leave was palpable, and he intended to persuade Gui Yongsheng to convince Yang Junjie to stay. Hello, chairman, could you come to my office? Yang Junjie has expressed his desire to resign. What? Resign? Gui Yongsheng exclaimed, equally taken aback. How could this young man, whom both he and Su Yongui held in such high regard, suddenly decide to leave? Gui Yongsheng had even considered the possibility of nurturing him as a successor, envisioning a future where his granddaughter and Yang Junjie would be together. Now, the prospect of Yang Junjie resigning was a bitter pill to swallow. I'll be there shortly, he replied. Approximately 15 minutes later, Gui Yongsheng arrived at the bank, heading straight for the general manager's office. Upon entering, he confronted Yang Junjie directly. Speak to me. Why do you wish to resign? Gui Yongsheng inquired bluntly, not even taking a seat. Chairman, I plan to start my own business, which necessitates my resignation, Yang Junjie replied candidly. To bolster his credibility, he even proposed applying for a loan from Yongxing Bank. Entrepreneurship? Gui Yongsheng had anticipated various excuses from Yang Junjie, such as demands for promotions or concerns about being poached, but he had not expected him to express an interest in starting a business. This revelation momentarily dampened his resolve to convince him to stay, as hindering someone's pursuit of wealth was akin to depriving them of their livelihood. Such matters could only be gently advised against, not outright prevented. What industry do you plan to enter? Gui Yongsheng asked curiously, as he had come to regard Yang Junjie as a potential match for his granddaughter and held high expectations for him, wishing to guide him away from pitfalls. Chairman Gua. Manager Su, I will speak frankly. I intend to secure a loan from Yongxing Bank. With the current resurgence of various industries in Xinjiang, I see great potential in the manufacturing sector. I do not wish to lead a life of mediocrity while I am young, regardless of success or failure. I wish to strive and not regret having lived without ambition. Excellent. It is commendable for a young person to harbor such aspirations. Initially, I planned to persuade you to remain, but your words resonate with my own youthful fervor. One should not waste their youth in idleness. I support your endeavor. Not only will I allow you to take out a loan, but I will personally guarantee an additional 3 million for you, as a means of assisting your journey. Gui Yongsheng declared. Yang Junjie was left speechless, and Su Yongui was equally astounded, unable to fathom that Gui Yongsheng would utter such words. He had intended to dissuade Yang Junjie from leaving, but was now offering financial support instead. Chairman Yu, Su Yongui stammered. Yongui, if Jiezi wishes to hone his skills, then let him pursue it. A man should possess such fighting spirit. Individuals of his caliber are indeed commendable. Gui Yongsheng had initially intended to add that such a person was worthy of being his granddaughter's partner, but he refrained from mentioning it, considering their current lack of connection. Nevertheless, Yang Junjie's ambitions pleased Gui Yongsheng immensely, prompting him to extend his assistance. Little did Gui Yongsheng know that Yang Junjie was already on the brink of becoming a billionaire. However, his intentions were pure, and Yang Junjie appreciated the sentiment. Despite this, he ultimately declined the offer, recognizing that while accepting such funds might be easy, repaying the debt of gratitude would be far more challenging. Chairman Gua, although I am confident in my abilities, this being my first entrepreneurial venture, I will refrain from making significant investments. Therefore, I must decline your generous offer of a 3 million loan guarantee. Please approve my application for a loan in accordance with bank regulations, and I will build my business from the ground up through my own efforts. That is where true fulfillment lies. Gui Yongsheng nodded approvingly, increasingly satisfied with Yang Junjie. An hour later, Yang Junjie departed from Yongxing Bank, now holding a check for 1 million, a result of having just finalized the loan agreement. Gui Yongsheng promptly signed off on the funds. However, Yang Junjie had requested the removal of the stipulation that the loan could only be utilized for business within Yongxing Bank, as he aspired to engage in larger business ventures without being constrained by such conditions. Fortuitously, Gui Yongsheng, recognizing Yang Junjie as potential, readily acquiesced to this condition. Unwilling to owe anyone a favor, Yang Junjie found himself inadvertently indebted to Gui Yongsheng and Yongxing Bank, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. However, foregoing the loan was not an option, as embarking on his entrepreneurial journey without financial backing would inevitably raise suspicions, particularly from Gui Yongsheng and Su Yongui, who were well aware of his circumstances. Should they uncover any impropriety, it might not lead to dire consequences, but it would certainly tarnish his reputation. Thus, securing this loan served as a means of maintaining appearances. In the current climate of Xinjiang, reputation held immense significance. The region was fundamentally a society built on interpersonal relationships, where social connections were paramount. Numerous associations existed, such as the Chaoshan Chamber of Commerce, Jiangsu Chamber of Commerce, Guangdong Chamber of Commerce, and others, which provided mutual support and collaboration, strengthening their collective power and making it difficult for outsiders to take advantage of them. However, without a solid reputation, even the most successful enterprises could find themselves ostracized from their circles, left to fend for themselves. Yang Junjie was determined not to let his reputation falter before he even began to flourish. Chapter 22. Early subscription to the original shares of the antenna company. In the days that followed, Yang Junjie spent time with his family, indulging in shopping, sightseeing, and spending money extravagantly, reminiscent of a newly wealthy individual. Time swiftly progressed to Saturday, December 29th. He is not in a hurry to embark on entrepreneurship, especially with the impending stock market crash in Hong Kong. At that time, there will be a plethora of distressed assets for him to choose from. Why would he rush to spend exorbitant sums acquiring companies now, or engage in renting office spaces and purchasing land to build factories? Yang Junjie is not capable of such endeavors, nor does he wish to squander his resources on them. Nothing compares to the straightforwardness of acquisition. Once he secures a shell company, he merely needs to make minor modifications to facilitate its development. Why waste time starting from scratch? More importantly, he is not financially constrained. While some might suggest a gradual ascent due to insufficient capital, he currently possesses nearly 100 million. Moreover, in just a few days, the peculiar stock known as Hong Kong Antenna will debut, an even more outrageous stock than the Jianing Group that Chen Songqing has been involved with, and he is certain to invest heavily in it. There will be ample opportunity for him to reap significant profits. Furthermore, Yang Junjie will not require leverage to invest in Hong Kong Antenna shares, as he possesses sufficient capital. After all, the initial listing price will be remarkably low, just over $1. The total market capitalization is merely 300 million, with the circulating shares in the market amounting to a maximum of 25 to 30 million. Thus, his tens of millions in funds will be more than adequate. It is improbable that he will monopolize 100% of the shares in the antenna company. Therefore, even a minority stake of 20% will suffice for his operations. With 4 million shares, he stands to make a substantial profit. The only concern now is whether Huchi Bank can facilitate his subscription to the original shares of Hong Kong Antenna. If so, the returns could be even more significant, potentially elevating him to the status of a wealthy magnate in Hong Kong. Jiezi, stop buying. That's enough. Having money shouldn't lead to such extravagance. Let us head home, his family remarked as they exited the Taikoo Shing Mall in Wan Chai, burdened with numerous shopping bags, unable to carry any more. Very well, let's go home then. Initially, Yang Junjie intended to purchase a villa, but with the looming stock market crash in 2 months, property prices are bound to plummet, and perhaps he might find a villa in his desired area being offered. Thus, he refrained from purchasing an expensive home. Instead, he spent over 700,000 on a spacious 1,200 square foot flat in Wan Chai, featuring 4 rooms, perfectly accommodating each family member with their own space. In Hong Kong, a 1,300 square foot property is considered a luxury, as most are typically around 70 square meters with 3 rooms. Upon returning home, the phone rang. He hurriedly answered. Hello. This is Yang Junjie. Thank heavens, Mr. Yang, you finally answered. The caller was Li Guofeng, a broker from Huchi Bank, who seemed relieved upon hearing Yang Junjie's voice. What is the matter, Broker Li? Mr. Yang, Hong Kong Antenna has announced today in the newspaper that tomorrow at 9 a.m. a fundraising meeting will be held in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Far East Bank. The manager has instructed me to contact you. You need to come in immediately to open an account and prepare the necessary funds. Furthermore, the manager has arranged a meeting with the chairman of Hong Kong Antenna to discuss the possibility of reserving a subscription for shares. I see. I'll head over to Huchi Bank right away, Yang Junjie replied, astonished that he could meet the chairman of Hong Kong Antenna before the official subscription. The power of international banking is indeed formidable. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the bank. Okay, that is settled. Mom and Dad, I have something to take care of, so you can proceed with your chores. Don't wait for me for lunch. Be careful, his mother reminded him. There is a saying that happiness brings vitality, and it holds true. Previously, his mother appeared frail and unwell, but now, having moved to the city and into an apartment, she seems rejuvenated. She has grown fond of their new home, diligently cleaning it, fearing that even a speck of dust might tarnish its perfection. Within minutes, Yang Junjie arrived at the headquarters of Huchi Bank in Central, having swiftly navigated through Wan Chai, passing through Admiralty Road and onto Queen's Road. Given the scarcity of vehicles in this era, travel was expeditious. Upon reaching the 18th floor of the investment department, he found Li Guofeng waiting for him, along with the investment department manager and an unfamiliar individual. Mr. Yang, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Mr. Chen Weiming, the chairman of Hong Kong Antenna. Yang Junjie curiously scrutinized the man before him, a former vagrant who had once roamed the streets of America, relying on a makeshift antenna and a pot to receive signals, which sparked the audacious idea of returning to Hong Kong to start a business. Thus, the Hong Kong Antenna Company was born, now hailed as a high-tech enterprise. transforming a mere trinket into a well-known and reputable stock, earning Yang Junjia's admiration. "Hello, Mr. Chun. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Haha. I never expected Mr. Yang to become a major client of Huchi Bank at such a young age. Your potential is boundless. While Chun Weiming spoke courteously, he was already speculating about Yang Junjia's background, unable to fathom how someone so young could amass such wealth. "You flatter me, Chairman Chun. My achievements pale in comparison to yours," Yang Junjia modestly replied, understanding that Chun Weiming relished flattery and respect, perhaps due to his past experiences of being looked down upon. Indeed, Chun Weiming responded with a hearty laugh. "It's rare to find someone as humble as you among the youth. You're not an ordinary person. Now, let us get to the point. I was just discussing with Manager Manzini. May I ask how many shares you intend to subscribe to in our company? Are you considering a short-term investment or a long-term hold?" Chun Weiming inquired candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Junjia replied, "What is the difference between short-term and long-term? Given the current quality of Hong Kong antenna, I am certainly inclined towards a long-term hold, ideally becoming a shareholder." Chun Weiming nodded in agreement. "Your words are enough for me. Since you are a major client of Huchi Bank, I will be straightforward. The shares will be listed at $15. And I can allocate you 2 million shares at $13 each, giving you a 10% stake. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Yang Junjia stood up and extended his hand to Chun Weiming. "Chairman Chun, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." "Haha, Mr. Yang, may our partnership be prosperous." At that moment, Yang Junjia was elated. At 13 Hong Kong dollars per share, 2 million shares would amount to only 26 million. He would hold these shares without needing to compete in the market. Once prices surged, he could sell them for a handsome profit. Funds were secured with Huchi Bank, and both parties signed an agreement, with the official contract to be finalized upon the commencement of subscriptions the following day. However, the funds would only transfer to Chun Weiming's account on January 8th, coinciding with the acquisition of the shares. Hong Kong antenna stock was poised for a meteoric rise, with prices soaring from the initial $15 to an astonishing $335, achieving legendary status. Yet, when the public discovered that the so-called high-tech nature of the company was merely a single antenna and a pot, the myth crumbled. A multitude of citizens flocked to report the antenna company for fraud, prompting immediate intervention from government authorities, who swiftly confirmed the company's deceitful practices against its clientele. The revelation sent shockwaves through the market. The antenna company, essentially a mere shell lacking any substantial industrial backing, crumbled under such an onslaught. In the span of just 2 days, a once promising venture devolved into a farcical debacle, transforming the antenna into a symbol of folly. On the morning of February 10th, the company declared its intention to liquidate, announcing its bankruptcy that very day, while at that moment, Chun Weiming and his son had already been apprehended. The once mythical stock of the antenna company became a laughingstock, representing the profound anguish of countless residents in Hong Kong and inadvertently opening the floodgates to a stock market catastrophe. Chapter 23, The Antenna Company Subscription Conference. On Sunday, the 30th, the antenna company stock officially commenced its subscription conference in the Grand Hall of the Far East Exchange, a 7-day event culminating in its formal listing on Monday, January 8th. At 8:15 a.m., Yang Junjia and his broker, Li Guofeng, arrived early at the venue, which was already teeming with eager attendees. The vast conference room was filled to capacity, illustrating the remarkable success of the antenna company's stock promotion. Not only had it captivated individual investors, but even professionals from various investment firms and banking sectors in Hong Kong had fallen prey to its allure. This demonstrated Chun Weiming's cunning prowess. "Ah, how fortunate to see you here," Yang Junjia exclaimed upon spotting a familiar face among the crowd, though it was clear the individual did not recognize him. "Li, I am grateful for your presence. With your support, I am confident we will achieve full subscriptions today, perhaps even exceeding expectations for our listing." "Haha, I merely came to witness the spectacle. The prospect of full subscriptions or exceeding our listing goals is solely a testament to the quality of your company, Chun. Our attendance is inconsequential," Li replied. "Indeed, Chun, I envy you greatly. The sheer number of investors drawn to this first-day subscription conference is remarkable. Not to mention the presence of so many esteemed firms and renowned investors is truly admirable." Among them were notable figures such as Li Xiaofu, the president of the Far East Exchange, along with renowned investment manager Robert Wan from HSBC, and the legendary investor Chow Chaoran, often hailed as the stock god of this era. These individuals were illustrious personalities. Li Xiaofu was widely recognized, while Robert Wan was no ordinary character, having been a formidable rival to Shun Bai for the top position at HSBC. Prior to Shun's ascension, Wan was a figure of considerable caution. Regrettably, he lacked sufficient depth and, following Shun's rise, faced significant suppression, gradually losing power and retreating from the limelight. Chow Chaoran, originally named Chow Jiming, was equally prominent in the financial sector, revered by peers who affectionately referred to him as Brother Ren. In the 1960s, he worked at the Ming Pao database. But after the stock market crash in 73-74 and the oil crisis, he withdrew from trading and established the Hong Kong Economic Journal. From 1969 onward, leveraging his keen insight and acumen, he developed his own unique strategies for stock trading, embarking on a legendary journey. Notably, during the 1971 gold and dollar decoupling, he reaped nearly 10 million USD, converting it to over 60 million HKD. Throughout the years, he ventured into various futures markets, silver, soybeans, oil, each time reaping bountiful rewards, earning him the title of the new generation's stock god in Hong Kong. However, Yang Junjie was aware that soon, Chow would face his first significant investment blunder, as years of savings tied up in Hutchison Whampoa stocks would be obliterated, compelling him to focus solely on his newspaper business for a time. In the 1973 stock market crash, the so-called stock god managed to evade disaster. In February of that year, as the Hang Seng Index surged to 1,200 points, Chow Charan discerned the excessive bubble and liquidated all his holdings, simultaneously advising clients to reduce their positions to avert losses. At that time, few heeded his warnings, much to the fury of brokerage owners, who berated him as a fool for inciting panic. However, when March 9th arrived, the Hang Seng Index soared to 1,774 points before the market ultimately collapsed, leaving the entire Hong Kong stock market in disarray. A year later, in 1974, the index plummeted from 1,770 points to a mere 450 points, and Chow, having dodged the bear market, felt confident in his strategies. He then turned his attention to Hutchison Whampoa, the leading stock in Hong Kong, which, despite the 1973 crisis, still boasted a market value of nearly $5 billion. However, under the pressures of the stock crash and the oil crisis, Hutchison's stock price plummeted from a peak of 48 Hong Kong dollars to 8 Hong Kong dollars, an 80 decline. Chow perceived this as a prime investment opportunity and began accumulating shares, only to see the price continue to fall below 7 Hong Kong dollars, then 6, 5, and ultimately down to 4 Hong Kong dollars. At this juncture, Chow bet everything he had on the stock. Yet the market continued its downward trajectory, with the Hang Seng Index eventually sinking to 150 points and Hutchison's share price collapsing to 1 Hong Kong dollar. Rumors of impending bankruptcy circulated, and Chow lost all his previous gains, plunging into significant debt. Thus, the once ascendant stock god fell into obscurity, dedicating himself to his newspaper. Yet the essence of a dragon never fades. In 1978, he would rise again. Yang, you have finally arrived. Welcome. At that moment, Shun Weiming, having spotted Yang Junjie, promptly stood to greet him. Although he had yet to fully ascertain Yang's background, anyone capable of producing over 20 million in cash warranted a personal welcome. Chairman Shun, congratulations. Given the current atmosphere, it appears that the subscriptions for the antenna company will be completed in a single day. With so many prominent figures supporting this venture, I anticipate a meteoric rise once the stock is listed. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. I hope for such an outcome. Please, Yang, take a seat while I arrange for the contract signing when the time is right. Shun Weiming invited with a warm smile, gesturing for Yang to sit beside him. However, Yang Junjie shook his head in refusal, jesting that with so many attendees present, he could not occupy such a conspicuous position at this early stage. He preferred to remain low-key and develop quietly. Chairman Shun, please continue with your business. I shall explore the venue, Yang Junjie replied. In that case, feel free, Yang. Shun Weiming responded. Thank you, Chairman Shun. After Chen departed, Yang Junjie and Li Guofeng casually roamed the area, eventually finding a quiet corner to await the start of the subscription conference. Chairman Shun, who is that young man? Indeed, he appears quite unfamiliar, Li Zhaofu remarked. Shun Weiming shook his head. I have only encountered him a second time. His name is Yang Junjie. However, his financial prowess is formidable, casually producing several million in cash. And he is a major client of Huchi Bank, indicating substantial strength. Upon hearing this name, Li Zhaofu turned his attention toward Yang. As he had already recognized him, was he not the individual Zhou Xinyan had once instructed him to seek out? This revelation sparked immense interest in Yang Junjie for Li Zhaofu. So it was him, and presenting several million was quite normal for someone of his stature. President Li, do you know him? The others inquired, intrigued by Li Zhaofu's sudden interest in Yang Junjie. It was only then that he realized he had nearly let something slip. After all, there are rules of conduct within the industry. As the executive chairman of the exchange, he could not indiscriminately disclose client information. His assistance to Zhou Xinyan had stemmed from their long-standing friendship and a reluctance to see his company fall into the hands of another. How then could he possibly divulge information regarding Yang Junjie? To deflect the inquiries of others, he concocted a casual excuse. Indeed, Yang possessed considerable prowess, being the son of a notable family from another region, and as far as he knew, He had access to $1 billion in capital at any moment. Upon hearing Li Xiaofu's words, the crowd was taken aback, while many among them had assets worth $1 billion. The value of assets in comparison to liquid cash was a different matter entirely. Moreover, Yang was merely a second-generation heir, not a first. If second-generation heirs could casually access $1 billion, what might be said of the first generation? The astonishment was palpable, and glances directed at Yang Junjie were imbued with a desire for connection. Chen Weiming, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. To have such a formidable individual as a shareholder in his company bolstered his confidence immensely, leaving him with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie remained blissfully unaware that Li Xiaofu's casual remark had elevated him in the eyes of some prominent figures in Xiangjiang, transforming him into a mysterious scion of wealth. Chapter 24. The Antenna Company. As the clock struck 8:30 a.m., the subscription officially commenced. Shortly thereafter, a representative escorted Yang Junjie into a private room. "Greetings, Mr. Yang. I am the financial manager of Antenna Company, and I am here to facilitate your equity transaction on behalf of the company and oversee your business dealings. This is Mr. Zhu Weijie, the accountant from the Far East Exchange, responsible for handling the data verification and accounting for both parties involved in this transaction. And this is Mr. Luo Dazhuang from Luo Law Firm, who will oversee the contract notarization for this transaction as the notary public. If there are no objections, we shall commence with the data verification." Yang Junjie nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you all." He then reviewed the contract from Antenna Company, primarily to verify his personal information, the shares involved, and the pricing. The contract was largely standardized, with many clauses merely stipulating that both parties adhere to the agreed terms. As long as there were no onerous clauses or stipulations requiring him to hold onto the stocks for more than a month, he was content. There existed a stipulated period for the transfer of original issued shares, and in Xiangjiang, this period was set at 15 working days, translating to approximately 20 days, a time frame that posed no hindrance for him. The other terms were also agreeable, as his holding of Antenna stocks was merely a transitional step. He intended to liquidate them entirely within a month. Knowing the historical trajectory of Antenna Company, only a fool would consider holding onto the shares long-term. And he was certainly not foolish enough to believe he could revitalize the company into a robust entity, even if he possessed the necessary skills. He lacked the time to squander. With a plethora of lucrative projects occupying his mind, he had no intention of sharing his resources with others. After reviewing the contract, he passed it to Li Guofeng for a final check, wary of any details he might have overlooked. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Guofeng reported, "Mr. Yang, your personal information is accurate, the amounts are correct, the shares are in order, and there are no issues with the contract. We are ready for you to sign." "Very well, let us proceed with the signing." With swift strokes, Yang Junjie affixed his signature, handing the contract to the financial representative of Antenna Company, who merely needed to affix the company seal. Although it was a shell company, the application for a seal was still a prerequisite for listing. No matter how the Far East Exchange sought to attract companies for listing, they would not entertain those lacking even a seal. Such a move would be tantamount to courting disaster. A few minutes later, Luo Dazhuang, having verified the signatures and the seal, announced, "Congratulations to both parties. The contract is now officially effective." He distributed the signed contracts to Yang Junjie and the representatives of Antenna Company, retaining a copy for his records as the notary. "Thank you all, and goodbye. Take care." "Mr. Yang," he said as Yang Junjie departed. He acknowledged Luo Dazhuang with a nod, recognizing the latter's considerable reputation in contemporary Xiangjiang. In the 3050s, Xiangjiang was home to 4 prominent families, including the Hou family, the Li family, the Li family, and the Luo family. Luo Dazhuang was a descendant of the illustrious Luo family, whose standing in Xiangjiang was extraordinary. Although the Luo family had shifted their focus from commerce to politics and law, their influence remained formidable, surpassing that of many contemporary wealthy families. Thus, Yang Junjie saw value in establishing a rapport with him, as he would undoubtedly require legal assistance in his future entrepreneurial endeavors. The Luo firm was the most powerful legal team in Xiangjiang, making it prudent to cultivate a positive relationship with them. Upon exiting the room, Yang Junjie observed the chaotic scene of investors clamoring for subscriptions to Antenna Company as if they were vying for fresh produce. He shook his head in disbelief, internally reflecting that those who fought so fiercely today would likely be the ones lamenting their losses next month. However, Yang Junjie was no saint, and he had no intention of foolishly informing the crowd, "Hey, the stock of Antenna Company will surge for only a month before the company goes bankrupt." Even if he were a paragon of virtue, he wondered if he might be met with hostility from Antenna's representatives for his candor. He was certain that this group of investors would not heed his warnings. They might even label him a fool or an interloper. Such occurrences were not without precedent. Prior to the stock market crash of 1973, figures such as Shun Bai of HSBC, Li Chaoran of Chungkong Group, and Li Sishu of Sun Hung Kai had publicly advised investors against blindly following trends and overinvesting. Despite their esteemed status, their counsel had fallen on deaf ears, and they were even subjected to vitriol from investors who accused them of hindering their prosperity. This illustrated that when people become consumed by frenzy, even divine intervention may prove futile. Shall we, Brokerly? Let us go for a drink. Of course, Mr. Yang. Yang Junjie intended to discuss the Hang Seng Index with Li Guofeng. He was uncertain whether Li Guofeng could manage his two stock holdings. Furthermore, attempting to purchase antenna stocks single-handedly would be inefficient. He would need assistance to act swiftly. In this era, transactions were not conducted via computer. One had to initiate a call to confirm and lock in stock trades, followed by providing bank account details for recording or deduction of funds. Additionally, there was a regulation stating that a single stock could be continuously traded and amplified within the market. As long as one completed the settlement and the funds were credited to the bank, there was no need for immediate cash settlement in Xiangjiang's stock market. Payment could be deferred for 2 weeks. This meant that as long as one did not settle, they could continuously buy and sell stocks in the market and liquidate them within the stipulated settlement period, paying only for the portion they cashed out. However, this scheme is predicated upon your absolute confidence and capability to ensure profitability. Otherwise, one might find oneself at a loss, and when the time comes for cash settlement, you may be unable to produce the necessary funds, leading you to a stay in Stanley Prison. This was also how Yang Junjie, during his previous existence, stumbled upon the autobiography of Chao Chaoran, which revealed to him that the stock market in Hong Kong could indeed be navigated in such a manner during this era. Chao Chaoran has since amassed wealth through such cunning tactics, deftly maneuvering the stock market to his advantage. Fortunately, his discerning eye has served him well. Nevertheless, not everyone possesses the same fortune as he does. Yet, this regulation is soon to be amended, as it is riddled with loopholes, allowing unscrupulous individuals to exploit the system and, upon incurring losses, fail to fulfill their financial obligations, resulting in bad debts that ultimately burden the banks. Consequently, this regulation was abolished permanently following the stock market crash, depriving many aspiring investors of their means of income. Initially, Yang Junjie had contemplated employing this method, but upon discovering his first pot of gold, he deemed it unnecessary to traverse this perilous path. Currently, the Hang Seng Index stands at 686 points, a stark contrast to its closing at 1774 points just a day before the market crash in early March. Over the course of 2 months, the Hang Seng Index had surged by over 1,000 points, presenting an enticing opportunity. How could he refrain from capitalizing on this potential profit? Furthermore, he could even engage in short selling, thus maximizing returns through the cyclical movements of the index, coupled with gains from antenna stocks and the oil crisis of '74. Returning to Hong Kong during this most golden of eras presents a wealth of opportunities for Yang Junjie. If he cannot swiftly amass wealth, then his rebirth would be in vain. Chapter 25. Preparing to invest in the Hang Seng Index. Yang Sheng, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Just as Yang Junjie was about to exit with Li Guofeng, a voice from the side prompted him to turn. Oh, Chairman Li. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Yang Junjie responded courteously, recognizing the newcomer as Li Zhaofu, one of the founders of the Far East Association. However, Yang Junjie harbored no fondness for this individual, whom he deemed corrupt and lacking integrity. Such a person was not one he wished to cultivate a close relationship with. Although he was uncertain of Li Zhaofu's intentions, he felt obliged to pause for a greeting, considering the man's position as the chairman of the exchange. Regardless of his personal feelings, Yang Junjie had to suppress his disdain and foster goodwill, as he would inevitably have numerous interactions with the exchange in the future. And he had no desire to offend anyone at this juncture, unless he wished to jeopardize his standing. Yang Sheng, I have yet to congratulate you on your recent successes, Li Zhaofu said with a smile. This momentarily took Yang Junjie aback. What was he congratulating him for? However, he soon comprehended that, as the head of the exchange, Li Zhaofu was certainly aware of his gains from the milk ice factory. He even began to suspect whether this man had shared his contact details with Zhou Xinyan. If that were the case, he would need to remain vigilant around him in the future. Yang Junjie preferred to accumulate wealth discreetly and quietly. Thank you, Chairman Li. It was merely good fortune, he replied. Ha ha ha, the young man is quite humble, which is commendable. Are you leaving now, Yang Sheng? Indeed. I have some matters to attend to. Does Chairman Li require something from me? Yang Junjie countered, not wishing to indulge in idle chatter. Nothing pressing. I merely wish to introduce myself. Since you have matters to attend to, we can converse another time. Yang Junjie nodded in response. Very well. I shall invite Chairman Li to dinner for a more in-depth discussion when time allows. Excellent. Then take care, Yang Sheng. Goodbye, Chairman Li. After departing from the Far East Association, Yang Junjie and Li Guofeng made their way to a nearby cafe in Central. Li Jing. The primary reason I called you out today is that I intend to acquire Hang Seng Index futures on Monday. Concurrently, I plan to continue purchasing stocks from the antenna company, so I would like you to prepare for these two tasks, ensuring we are fully operational come Monday. Upon hearing Yang Junjia's words, Li Guofeng inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated that his benefactor would also be interested in other investments, particularly in acquiring stocks from the antenna company. Yang Sheng, are you truly considering becoming a long-term shareholder of the antenna company? Li Guofeng asked curiously. I am currently just an investor, focusing solely on short-term investments. I do not intend to hold long positions, whether in antenna stocks or the Hang Seng Index. My strategy revolves around short-term trading. Thus, I need you to find more traders for me today to prepare for acquiring Hang Seng Index futures tomorrow. The more, the better. Do you understand my intentions? Certainly, that is a straightforward task. However, Yang Sheng, I must inform you that you may need to pay additional commissions for this. That is not a problem. If I am asking you to find people, I fully understand that commissions will be necessary. Good. Now regarding the Hang Seng Index. Do you have a monetary limit in mind, or at what point would you cease your investments? Li Guofeng inquired seriously. At this moment, Yang Junjia paused for thought. Well aware that the Hang Seng Index had been on an upward trajectory during this period. Naturally, he wished to invest as much as possible. However, he needed to assess his available capital. Originally, he possessed over 80 million in funds. But after allocating 26 million to antenna stocks and reserving at least 20 million for further acquisitions come Monday, he realized that only about 30 million remained at his disposal. He then asked Li Guofeng, what is the current price for a single contract of the Hang Seng Index? The current pricing for this contract is set at 10 Hong Kong dollars per point, with each contract comprising 1,000 points. Meaning a single contract requires an investment of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, the margin is 10 or 1,000 Hong Kong dollars per contract. Thus, each contract necessitates 11,000 in funds. Yang Junjia nodded. An investment of 11,000 Hong Kong dollars per contract meant that if he allocated 30 million in funds, leveraging it could yield approximately 1.5 billion in market exposure. With such a promising opportunity at hand, he certainly wished to maximize his market entry. Securing a 10-fold leverage would be ideal. With this thought, Yang Junjia turned to Li Guofeng. May I inquire about the requirements for applying for leverage exceeding 5 times? Yang Junjia was determined to take a bold approach, given that the current market for the Hang Seng Index was saturated with billions in capital. Even utilizing 10-fold leverage would only require 300 million in funds. Moreover, as he would be taking long positions, he anticipated minimal interference from the Hong Kong government. Had he been short-selling, he would not have dared to act so recklessly, as that would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from the authorities and other tycoons and banks alike. Yang Sheng, are you considering utilizing high leverage? Yes, I wish to employ leverage exceeding 5 times to acquire Hang Seng Index futures. I am uncertain whether Waki Bank would approve such a request. Yang Junjia was apprehensive, for although he had previously collaborated with Waki Bank, he lacked substantial backing in terms of other enterprises or assets, leading him to wonder if the bank would grant him such high leverage. In the 1970s, the Hong Kong stock market was still in its nascent stages, and due to outdated operations, leverage rarely exceeded 10 times. Those who could secure 10-fold leverage were invariably members of Waki. Thus, for ordinary clients, obtaining 10-fold leverage was exceedingly difficult, leaving Yang Junjia without much confidence and relying on Li Guofeng to devise a solution for him. At this moment, Li Guofeng found himself in a quandary. Had Yang Junjia been a first-time client, he would have undoubtedly declined outright. However, given that Yang Junjia had now become one of his major clients, the situation demanded that he at least attempt to accommodate his request. The worst that could happen was a reprimand. Please hold on, Yang Sheng. I will promptly submit your application and hope for a favorable outcome. Thank you for your efforts. With that, Li Guofeng stepped outside to locate a nearby phone booth, dialing the Huachi Bank to make the necessary request. Just as Yang Junjia watched Guofeng exit, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion nearby. Get away from me. I don't know you. Come on, beautiful. Let me take you somewhere more exciting. What do you say? A man, clearly of nefarious character, was lewdly accosting a young woman. Is that her? Yang Junjia's face broke into a faint smile as he recognized the woman. Let go of me. Let go. The woman struggled against the grip of the delinquent. Her cries drew the attention of several patrons in the cafe. Yet neither the locals nor the expatriates showed any inclination to intervene. It was evident to all that these thugs were gang members, accompanied by several lackeys. Their status unmistakably formidable. Haha, your screams are futile. If you know what's good for you, you'll spend the day with me, or you'll regret it. Let go. Let go. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as the woman, desperate to free herself, struck the ruffian across the face, momentarily stunning him as he grimaced and touched the spot where he had been hit. You're asking for trouble. Stop. Just as the thug attempted to retaliate against the woman, Yang Junjia intervened. He could not bear to witness the woman he had admired in his previous life being harmed. The woman was none other than Baisuzhen, the goddess of eternal youth, Zhao Huazi, who had unintentionally collided with him before. Street punk, don't meddle. The thug glared at Yang Junjie with evident displeasure. Yang Junjie had no intention of playing the hero by engaging in a physical altercation. He was no martial artist. Instead, he pointed outside. Gentlemen, it seems you are unaware that the authorities have their eyes on you. You should take this opportunity to flee. Yang Junjie had noticed several officers occasionally glancing into the cafe. Though he initially hesitated to alert them, seeing his goddess in peril left him with no choice. The group, upon glancing outside, immediately panicked. Run quickly. Realizing they were in deep trouble, they fled at the sight of the approaching police. Stop. Don't run. Yang Junjie watched with a smile as the gangsters scurried away from the officers. He then stood and made his way towards Zhao Huazi. He had missed the chance to connect with her previously, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Zhao Huazi was unlike Gua Anren. She was an ordinary woman, and he was confident that being with her would not hinder his aspirations of living a life filled with diverse experiences. However, Gua Anren represented a wealthy lineage. Associating with her would mean sacrificing his freedom. This was the crux of his reluctance to accept her true intentions. Chapter 26, Reunion with Zhao Huazi. Is it you? Zhao Huazi recognized Yang Junjie. Her surprise mingled with a hint of gratitude. Hi. It's a pleasure to see you again. I apologize for bumping into you last time. My name is Yang Junjie, and I'm delighted to meet you. Zhao Huazi regarded him with a touch of curiosity before extending her hand to shake his. I'm Zhao Huazi. It's a pleasure to meet you. The moment Yang Junjie grasped her delicate hand, he felt an undeniable sense of comfort. Zhao Huazi, only 20, had been dressed as a flight attendant during their last encounter, indicating she had not participated in the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Now, she remained unmarried, without a boyfriend, and had not entered the entertainment industry, exactly the qualities Yang Junjie sought. Moreover, her beauty was striking, and her graceful demeanor exuded elegance, making it difficult for anyone not to be enamored by her. I know, Yang Junjie replied candidly. You know? Zhao Huazi's eyes widened in surprise, confusion and caution evident on her face. I've seen you on the plane many times, and I must confess that our previous encounter was deliberate on my part. Do you believe me? Though he spoke an untruth, Yang Junjie had lived a previous life and was no novice. If he intended to pursue someone, he would not feign innocence. A more forthright approach was far more appealing. After all, in this era, women were not as naive as they might appear. While the feudal system of polygamy had been abolished for several years, Yang Junjie understood that few in this age were as direct in their pursuits as he was. Such straightforwardness could easily lead to rejection if the other party held no interest. However, if there was mutual attraction, his approach could spark a connection. Pursuing someone required a thick skin. One had to be audacious to reap rewards. This wisdom was a lesson learned from many predecessors, as financial standing often overshadowed charm. Are you implying that you intentionally came here to find me today? Zhao Huazi's heart raced. She had never encountered someone so blunt, yet somehow endearing. Yang Junjie pondered for a moment before smiling. Not today. It truly was a coincidence. I had arranged to meet someone here for business. However, it does seem to indicate that we are quite fated. That. Zhao Huazi found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Yang Junjie's charisma. His handsome visage caused her to shyly lower her gaze. Yang Sheng. At that moment, Li Guofeng returned, prompting Yang Junjie to turn to Zhao Huazi. Would you mind waiting a moment? Once I finalize my business, I would love to treat you to a drink. Zhao Huazi inexplicably nodded. All right, I'll wait. Yang Junjie returned to his seat, eagerly inquiring of Li Guofeng. What is the update? This matter was critical to his future financial prospects. It was only natural for him to be invested. A 5-fold leverage compared to 10-fold made a significant difference, with a principal investment of 30 million. A 2-fold discrepancy could equate to a loss of 1.5 billion. In this era, a few billion was an immense sum. After the stock market crash of 73, during the oil crisis of 74, one of Hong Kong's 4 major conglomerates could barely secure a 30% stake for around 500 million. The magnitude of a few billion was indeed staggering. Yang Sheng, Mr. Manzini, the general manager, personally approved your request. Unfortunately, he only authorized a 5-fold leverage. Li Guofeng reported apologetically. Yang Junjie felt a twinge of disappointment, though he had anticipated this outcome. Quickly, he adjusted his mindset. Very well, 5-fold will suffice. Li, please return and prepare everything. As soon as the market opens tomorrow, acquire Hang Seng Index futures. Yang Junjie instructed with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhao Huazi had been observing him intently, finding his serious demeanor irresistibly charming, which made her cheeks flush. The young girl, newly awakened to the pangs of love, realized that once certain matters were articulated, feelings would surge forth with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, Yang Junjia's strikingly handsome and tall demeanor only intensified this sentiment. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, I shall be adequately prepared, Li Guofeng reassured himself, pleased to see that Yang Junjia was not angered. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy. Recognizing that this back and forth effectively constituted two lucrative transactions for Yang Junjia, he was acutely aware that both deals would exceed 100 million, and the prospect of such a substantial commission left him exhilarated. Prior to his encounter with Yang Junjia, Li Guofeng had merely been a fledgling in the investment world, a mere errand boy at the exchange. Now, each transaction yielded considerable profits, and he was determined to provide exceptional service to this major client, aspiring to secure a lasting relationship with him. All right, you may return to your tasks, Yang Junjia said. Goodbye, Mr. Yang. Farewell. After Li Guofeng departed, Yang Junjia approached Zhao Yuji with a beaming smile. Beautiful lady, might I have the honor of inviting you for a stroll? Zhao Yuji's large eyes darted around. Is that appropriate? We have only just met. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that they had crossed paths in a previous life. Yang Junjia gazed at her with genuine sincerity, causing her to shyly lower her head against his chest. However, Yang Junjia spoke no falsehood. Indeed, he had known her in a past life, though Zhao Yuji was unaware of his existence back then. You, why do you speak like such a rogue? Can't you be a bit more serious? Zhao Yuji was undeniably flustered. This was her first encounter with someone so unconventional, and despite her discomfort, she found it impossible to harbor any ill feelings towards him, leaving her emotions in turmoil. I am indeed being earnest and sincere in my words. Perhaps this is only our second meeting, but I have been attentive to you for quite some time, and now I finally have the opportunity to converse with you. Shall we take a walk? Rest assured, I am not a bad person. I want to devour you, Yang Junjia said with a playful smile. This fellow was quite mischievous, concocting such elaborate schemes merely to charm her. Very well, let us go. Zhao Yuji, feeling overwhelmed by his words, could hardly lift her head. Let us stroll through Wanchai. As they reached the roadside where Yang Junjia's car awaited, Zhao Yuji became increasingly curious about him. In this era, anyone who could afford a car was considered rather remarkable. Given her profession as a flight attendant, earning around 500 Hong Kong dollars monthly was already substantial among the labor class of 1972, where ordinary workers made only about 20 to 25 Hong Kong dollars daily, and typical white-collar workers earned roughly 1,000 HKD per month. After accounting for living expenses, saving $1,000 in a month was commendable, and purchasing a vehicle would require at least a year and a half of savings. She was aware that Yang Junjia's car was a Mercedes-Benz, starting at 20,000 HKD, and the fact that he could afford it led her to believe he might be a wealthy heir. Are you a scion of a wealthy family? Yang Junjia shook his head at her query. Would you believe me if I told you I lived in Kowloon walled city just a month ago? Zhao Yuji immediately shook her head. Who are you trying to fool? Her skepticism was palpable, for everyone knew that Kowloon walled city was a haven for the impoverished, albeit some affluent individuals thrived there. Yet, Yang Junjia did not resemble a gang leader in any way. I truly lived in Kowloon walled city. Recently, I engaged in some business and made a bit of money. I am not a wealthy heir, merely from an ordinary family. Zhao Yuji nodded in response to his words. Soon, the two of them arrived at the bustling streets of Wanchai, which had become quite prosperous in this era, with a population exceeding 4 million by 1972, and over 1.2 million households squeezed into this small area. It was no wonder the streets were teeming with people. 2 hours later, on the streets of Wanchai, Yang Junjia held several bags containing gifts for Zhao Yuji. Brother Jia, what do you do for a living? Zhao Yuji inquired with keen interest. After spending 2 hours together, she had grown quite familiar with him, and his unabashed flirtations had left her flustered, making her aware of his affections. Encountering someone as young and handsome as Yang Junjia was a novel experience for her, and her innocence left her responding with nothing but shyness, devoid of the caution and unfamiliarity she had felt earlier. What do you think I do? Yang Junjia countered her question with an inquiry of his own. Perhaps you're in the clothing business? Zhao Yuji observed his distinct attire and blurted out her guess. Not quite. I was actually just a loan officer at a bank. I haven't engaged in any significant business, just dabbling in stocks and earning a bit of money. Yang Junjia replied candidly. You trade stocks? Zhao Yuji regarded him skeptically, her expression revealing disbelief. Why the doubt? Do you not believe me? A little, she admitted. All right. Do you have a flight on Monday? If not, I'll take you to see for yourself and help you earn some money. Yang Junjia smiled at her. Sure. I'm free on Monday. I'll come along. Also, I've decided to resign from my job and won't be flying anymore. Oh. Yang Junjia realized the timing was just right. Zhao Yuji intended to participate in the Miss Hong Kong pageant soon. However, with his presence now, he would not allow her to pursue that path. Although her dream was to become an actress, and her family was relatively well off, her father being a businessman who would not require her to contribute to household expenses. Yang Junjie was determined to assist her in achieving her aspirations without the need for her to subject herself to public scrutiny in such a manner, which could have future repercussions on her relationship with him. He was confident in his future success if he were to become a tycoon in Hong Kong. Having her as his partner would necessitate a careful approach. Not that participating in beauty contests was inherently wrong, but such exposure could be detrimental to her reputation. Let us go watch a movie. Zhao Yuji nodded in agreement, and Yang Junjie, no novice to such matters, sensed the unique feelings Zhao Yuji harbored for him. He naturally reached out and took her hand. In that moment, her face flushed and her heart raced. In the stillness of the night, one could surely hear the thumping of her heart. Shyly averting her gaze, she offered no resistance as he led her toward the cinema. As evening fell, after enjoying dinner together, Yang Junjie accompanied Zhao Yuji back home, where she resided with her parents in the Mong Kok area of Kowloon. Upon arriving at her building, he contemplated expressing his feelings directly, but feared it might frighten her. After all, there would be ample time for that. Once he saw her ascend the stairs, he turned and departed. The next morning, "Brother Jia, you're up so early?" "Yes, let us get in the car. I'll take you to the exchange to see how it operates." "All right, let us go." They quickly arrived at the exchange, where it was still only 8:50 a.m. However, Li Guofeng and the others had already arrived, bringing along 5 brokers, all newcomers from Huai Bank. Yang Junjie did not mind. Fresh faces were preferable, lacking the cunning of seasoned veterans. "Good morning, Mr. Yang." "Good morning, Broker Li, everyone." "Good morning, Mr. Yang." The group greeted Yang Junjie in unison. "Greetings, everyone." "Li, since you have gathered everyone, let us proceed with signing the contract. Additionally, I trust that everyone will adhere to the confidentiality agreement, as I do not wish for this matter to be disclosed. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, our staff at Waki are diligent in upholding this regulation and will absolutely refrain from divulging any client information. The confidentiality agreement is mandatory." "Very well. Let us sign the contract first." A few minutes later, after signing the contract and the confidentiality agreement, Yang Junjie nodded with satisfaction. Following the incident involving Li Zhaofu, he recognized the necessity of taking this matter seriously. Otherwise, anyone could indiscriminately leak his information, which he certainly wished to avoid, as he did not desire to become the subject of public scrutiny. As time gradually approached 9 o'clock, Li Guofeng inquired once more, "Mr. Yang, are you certain about investing all the funds in the account?" "Yes, proceed," Yang Junjie affirmed. "All right, let us commence. Wei Jia, you are responsible for gathering the historical charts of the Hang Seng Index's fluctuations from the past week." "Understood." "Zhou Feng, you will handle the orders." "Very well." "Zhao Feng, Li Wu, and I will coordinate the trades. Speed is of the essence." "Kai Xia, keep an eye on the market and notify me immediately of any changes." "Got it." Although Li Guofeng was merely a newcomer in the brokerage industry, Yang Junjie felt satisfied witnessing his organized delegation of responsibilities among the team members. He understood the importance of monitoring real-time market changes and adjusting strategies accordingly. Such individuals would undoubtedly excel as brokers in the future. "Aji, in a few days, I will assist you in investing $1,000 in another stock. I assure you, you will profit from it." "Trust me," Yang Junjie said with a smile. "I'm merely curious. The profit is inconsequential." "Brother Jia, please do not take it to heart," Zhao Ruaji calmly replied. Although Yang Junjie could clearly see the intrigue reflected on her face. "Haha, it's better that you remain unaware of these matters. The depths of this realm are profound, and it is best to tread lightly." "Indeed, I am aware. My father incurred significant losses in the stock market previously. So you should also be cautious," Zhao Ruaji said, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness as she advised Yang Junjie. Yang Junjie felt a surge of joy at her concern. Gazing at the goddess he had once only admired from afar, he impulsively reached out to take her hand. This caused Zhao Ruaji to momentarily tremble. "Aji, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" Yang Junjie had initially planned to confess at a later time, but he found himself unable to wait. The suddenness of this moment left Zhao Ruaji momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she replied, "Brother Jia, this is rather sudden. Could you allow me some time to consider?" Although she felt elated, she remained composed and did not hastily agree. Yang Junjie, though initially rejected, discerned that Zhao Ruaji did not resist his feelings. He nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you the time to contemplate, and I will ensure you feel my sincere affection for you." Zhao Ruaji shyly nodded in response. "Mr. Yang, I apologize for interrupting. There has been a slight market fluctuation, and the Hang Seng Index appears to be stabilizing. I am concerned about potential changes, so I wanted to check with you if we should continue." Yang Junjie contemplated for a moment, unable to recall any significant downturn in the Hang Seng Index during this time frame from his memory. He surmised that it was likely just a phase of adjustment. "Do not worry, proceed with the investments. Focus on making swift purchases," Yang Junjie decisively instructed. He even entertained the notion of whether his significant investment of over $100 million could potentially propel the Hang Seng Index to greater heights. It is essential to recognize that the Hang Seng Index represents all listed blue-chip stocks in Hong Kong, and its every movement reflects the trajectory of the entire Hong Kong economy. By initiating action, he wondered if it might prompt other investors to follow suit, thereby driving the index even higher. The higher it rose, the greater his profits would be. After all, he could always reverse his position and short the market before a potential crash, thus ensuring substantial returns. Understood, Mr. Yang. I shall continue, Li Guofeng affirmed. Indeed, Yang Junjie accompanied him as they proceeded. Time passed gradually, and Yang Junjie observed a substantial volume of buy and sell orders flooding the exchange, a sight that astonished him. It was worth noting that it was still only 1973. However, he soon reconciled this reality, recognizing that the current Hong Kong market was experiencing a bull market, making such activity entirely normal. Thus, the trading volume at the exchange was exceptionally high daily. Regardless of whether it pertained to stocks of listed companies or Hang Seng Index futures, the transaction amounts were consistently setting new records. Throughout the previous year, all investors had profited from any stock they purchased, and naturally, those who had tasted success were eager for more, leading to a frenzy of capital inflow into the market. At the peak of this fervor, there were even reports of investors claiming to feast on fish bones daily, with many resigning from their jobs to trade stocks full-time, indulging in abalone porridge and utilizing premium fish to make fish balls, as well as other extravagant behaviors. This illustrated just how frenzied the Hong Kong investors had become, while simultaneously lacking a sense of crisis. Chapter 28. Recruiting RD personnel and strategizing industry layout. Before long, midday arrived. Zhao Ruozi departed due to other commitments, and Yang Junjie went out for lunch with a group of brokers. Mr. Yang, do you not intend to start your own business? Li Guofeng inquired curiously, aware that Yang Junjie possessed a considerable amount of cash. Out of goodwill towards Yang Junjie, and recognizing that the stock market was not an easy terrain to navigate, he subtly sought to remind him of the potential pitfalls of entrepreneurship. Li Guofeng was acutely aware that those who persisted on the path of the stock market often faced grim outcomes. While it may appear to be a game of larger fish eating smaller fish, it was, in reality, merely a system where individuals were cultivated as chives, destined to be harvested once they had grown sufficiently plump. Li Guofeng had always held this belief, and as Yang Junjie was his first client, he did not wish to see him continue down this precarious path. Yes, I am currently planning to start a business. However, I intend to wait until this phase of the Hang Seng Index concludes before proceeding. At that point, I may need to travel to our country to recruit talent. Yang Junjie replied. Oh, Mr. Yang plans to enter that industry and recruit from our country? Li Guofeng inquired with curiosity, having developed a friendly rapport with Yang Junjie over time. Otherwise, Li Guofeng would not prying into someone's personal matters. He understood the boundaries. Yang Junjie did not mind his inquiries, as he trusted Li Guofeng. I intend to invest in a factory, focusing on research and development in electronics and electrical appliances. Hong Kong currently lacks such talent, whereas our country has a surplus of it, necessitating my journey there to recruit. Yang Junjie recognized that while Hong Kong possessed such talent, they rarely remained in the region after completing their education. This left him with no choice but to seek individuals from our country, and he harbored uncertainties about whether they would be willing to relocate to Hong Kong for development. He had also considered that, at worst, he could offer substantial compensation to entice talent to come over. As for establishing an industry in our country, he was painfully aware that without any support or influence, pursuing development there would lead to a dead end. During this era, the financial oligarchs in our country were notoriously ruthless, akin to a pack of wolves that devoured everything without leaving a trace. For newcomers like Yang Junjie, even if he achieved results, he would likely find it impossible to retain his business. To expect him to share a portion of his profits with locals was utterly inconceivable. Therefore, his only option was to establish himself in Hong Kong first, and once he gained sufficient strength, he could then contemplate expanding to our country, not to develop, but to reap the rewards. Research and development talent in electronics and electrical appliances? Li Guofeng's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. Yang Junjie, taken aback by Li Guofeng's sudden enthusiasm, inquired curiously, Li, why are you so excited? Yang, do you have any specific requirements for the electronic and electrical research personnel you need? Li Guofeng did not respond immediately to Yang Junjie's inquiry, but instead posed a question in return. No particular requirements. It suffices to be well-versed in these two fields of technology. I will also ensure that research products and proposals are provided. All that is needed is the capability and technical expertise to complete the new projects I assign. That is splendid news. Yang, I will promptly introduce you to two individuals. They are my childhood friends, while I pursued a degree in economics and finance. They chose to delve into research and technology. Rest assured, although they have just graduated, they have consistently received scholarships and innovation awards throughout their studies. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie felt even more elated than Li Guofeng. Really? Then please call them over immediately. No, Yang, I will take you to them directly. As they have their research space in the warehouse nearby, it would be more efficient for you to assess their technical capabilities there. Yang Junjie nodded in agreement. All right. We will head over after finishing our meal. As for the exchange side, let them return and continue their purchases. Excellent. Then let us eat quickly. Li Guofeng exclaimed with great enthusiasm. His childhood friends were unwilling to seek opportunities in other regions. They understood that Hong Kong lacked its own innovative electrical and electronic products with a foothold in the global market, and they simply wished to serve Hong Kong. Given their talents, they could find work anywhere, but regrettably, despite their extensive efforts, they had been unable to persuade anyone in the electrical or electronics companies in Hong Kong to establish laboratories for independent research and development. Consequently, they planned to set up a small research institute themselves, aiming to develop new products before seeking investors to transform Hong Kong's landscape of locally developed products. Li Guofeng was well aware of these matters concerning his childhood friends, which explained his excitement upon learning of Yang Junjie's intention to enter these two industries. As the afternoon approached 2 p.m., Yang Junjie and Li Guofeng arrived at a dilapidated warehouse in Shamshuipa. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoqiang, open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Li Guofeng rapped forcefully on the iron door, and soon there was movement from within. A young man, clad in shorts and bare-chested, opened the door. His hair tousled and eyes bleary, clearly indicating he had just awoken. Guofeng, what brings you here so early? It's still early. It's already afternoon. You didn't pull an all-nighter again, did you? Li Guofeng inquired. Yes, we made some breakthroughs in our research last night. So we stayed up late and only started sleeping in the morning. Upon hearing this, Li Guofeng was momentarily speechless. Sleeping only at dawn hardly constituted a late night. And he felt an urge to reprimand them. Get Xiaoqiang up quickly. I've brought a prospective investor interested in establishing an electrical and electronics industry. Hurry, Li Guofeng, recalling the matter at hand, said with excitement. Instantly, the drowsy Yang Xian became alert, glancing eagerly at Yang Junjie. Guofeng, is this the investor? Please come in. Not long after, Li Guofeng's childhood friends, now refreshed and properly seated on the sofa, regarded Yang Junjie with keen interest. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie remained focused, examining the items they had developed. What is this? Yang Junjie inquired, picking up a component. Yang, this is a piece of hardware designed for analyzing the reception of vinyl tape players. Once perfected, it will allow for clearer playback of the content on vinyl tapes. Though it has not yet reached completion, Yang Junjie nodded upon hearing this. They were indeed working on vinyl tape technology, which piqued his interest significantly. Although if he were to delve into electronic products, he would undoubtedly prioritize the development of a mobile phone, aiming to outpace Motorola. Yet, he also recognized the necessity of various technologies related to vinyl tapes, such as the first-generation portable music player, which similarly relied on vinyl tape technology. How could he not be intrigued? The mobile phone would serve as his initial step towards prosperity, and once profitable, he would allocate resources to develop other products. After all, Yang Junjie's ultimate objective was to set his sights on Hysan development, intending to acquire and manage it, thereby establishing a corporate conglomerate that would allow him to pursue other ventures with peace of mind. After surveying the array of products, many of which were unfamiliar to him, his interest waned slightly. However, he had developed a significant interest in these two individuals. At the very least, he recognized their technical competence and the courage it took to engage in independent research and development. These were precisely the types of individuals he sought. If I were to establish an electrical and electronics company and set up a laboratory, how much funding would you need to prepare in order to meet your satisfaction? Remember, I am not lacking in funds. I require the best laboratory possible. Are you aware of the necessary amount? If not, I can wait for you to compile the figures and contact me later. I will provide you with sufficient funds to establish the laboratory. Upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, Yang Xian and Chen Xiaoqiang felt as though they had been graced by divine inspiration, their excitement rendering them momentarily speechless. Have you both lost your wits? Yang Junjie prompted. Noticing their stunned expressions, Li Guofeng felt a wave of discontent. No need, Yang. I can provide you with the amount right away. We have a clear understanding of all the research equipment required and have prepared a list for potential investors. Chen Xiaoqiang, regaining his composure, quickly asserted. Very well. Please hand me the list. Soon, Chen Xiaoqiang retrieved a detailed list for establishing the laboratory, which included specifications such as land size and necessary architectural designs. Upon reviewing the costs, Yang Junjie finally understood why the business owners in Hong Kong had rejected them. The expenses were nearly in the millions. In this era, how many individuals in Hong Kong would be willing to invest such a substantial amount into an endeavor with uncertain prospects? All right, I will provide the funding. And you should prepare to acquire the necessary equipment. As for the land and construction, I will handle that. That is wonderful. We will depart for country or tomorrow. As the equipment there is comparatively cheaper and of better quality, Chen Xiaoqiang replied. No problem. With that, they swiftly finalized the arrangements. Yang Junjie left behind a check for 100,000 yuan as a reserve for them. As for the possibility of them absconding with the money, he felt confident that would not happen, especially with Li Guofeng around. Moreover, even if they did run off with the money, it would be a lesson learned. Following this, he and Li Guofeng returned to the exchange, where his primary focus lay, ensuring there would be sufficient funds to acquire Hysan development, reliant on the profits from their stock market endeavors. Chapter 29, Stirring Up Various Sectors in Hong Kong. Upon returning to the exchange, several brokers were diligently engaged in purchasing. How are things progressing? Yang Junjie inquired. Very smoothly, Yang. Although there are still many retail investors buying into the Hang Seng Index, it does not impact us. In fact, with our significant investments, many citizens have taken notice, and the Hang Seng Index is steadily rising, maintaining a stable trend. That is reassuring. How much has the Hang Seng Index increased since the market opened this morning? This inquiry came from Li Guofeng. It opened at 791 points this morning and has now risen to 793 points. While the increase may not seem substantial, the trend chart remains exceptionally stable. That is good news. How many contracts have we accumulated in total? Li Guofeng continued to inquire. Since yesterday, we have acquired 659 contracts, with a total expenditure of 25 million Hong Kong dollars. Yang Junjie contemplated for a moment. The pace is still too slow. We need to accelerate our purchasing. We have 5 billion in funds for this endeavor, and we have utilized less than 30 million so far. This is far too slow. We must act swiftly and decisively. Understood, Yang. Li Guofeng promptly joined the team to participate in the acquisition. Currently, the trading volume of the Hang Seng Index is rather modest, predominantly consisting of retail investors. Consequently, the acquisition by Li Guofeng and his associates progresses slowly, as they are compelled to purchase small lots individually, which proves to be quite time-consuming. However, should a significant player enter the market, the scenario would change dramatically. Yang Junjie, with a principal of 30 million and leveraging it fivefold, has a total investment of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. At a rate of 110,000 HKD per lot, he could potentially acquire approximately 13,600 lots. Presently, he has secured less than 3,000 lots, leaving him with a remaining 10,000 lots. Each day's delay substantially diminishes his potential returns, a loss Yang Junjie naturally wishes to avoid. After all, this is a matter of financial gain. Moreover, he aims to swiftly purchase Hang Seng Index futures to stimulate a surge in the Hong Kong stock market, encouraging fellow investors to engage with the index and thereby propelling rapid increases in the index points. Yet, the current pace fails to create any significant ripples, which is far from Yang Junjie's aspirations. Nevertheless, it is not to say that investors are oblivious to the fluctuations in the Hang Seng Index. In just one day, transactions nearing 30 million Hong Kong dollars have occurred, undoubtedly attracting attention, yet many investors remain on the sidelines. They are not naive. They do not simply follow the lead of significant players entering the market, fearing that these larger entities might entice them into a trap and subsequently capitalize on their investments. Although such occurrences are rare in Hong Kong, they are commonplace in Europe and the United States, a phenomenon often referred to as harvesting chives. As Li Guofeng and his associates accelerate their acquisition of Hang Seng Index futures, indiscriminately absorbing orders regardless of size, this has indeed piqued the interest of many observers. At this juncture, in the Hong Kong Securities Center, the question arises, who is behind such audacious and frenzied acquisitions of the Hang Seng Index? It remains unclear. As this activity commenced yesterday, upon careful calculation, it appears that this group has likely acquired over 40 million Hong Kong dollars worth of securities, indicative of a major player sweeping the market. 40 million Hong Kong dollars? Impressive indeed. Should we not consider joining in, even if just to share in the spoils? I believe it is prudent to observe for now. While 40 million worth of trades is substantial, they could complete their transactions within a day. I have no desire to become someone else's chive. Who knows if they are merely luring us? Chen Xiang makes a valid point. Let us hold off for the moment. If the other party continues to acquire in large volumes, we shall follow suit. Aligning with a substantial player is rarely a misstep. Whether at the Hong Kong Securities Trading Center or the Far East Chinese Bank, the situation among investors is largely similar. Additionally, there are astute investors and those with enough courage who have already begun to follow suit. These individuals often find themselves on the path to prosperity. However, should fortune turn against them, their downfall may be swift. In the conference room of the Far East Bank, the question arises, do we know who is acquiring the Hang Seng Index and what their intentions are? Yang Junjie's substantial purchases have certainly garnered the attention of the management within these exchanges. After all, The Hang Seng Index represents the entirety of Hong Kong's stock market and significantly influences the economic trajectory of the region, making it a matter of concern. Who knows if this party is intentionally inflating the Hang Seng Index only to short it later? As exchange officials, they must prioritize maintaining the stability of the Hong Kong stock market, whether someone is buying or selling. Any significant funds entering the Hang Seng Index warrant their vigilance to avert unforeseen consequences. Returning to Chairman Lee, it appears that the other party does not hold accounts with our exchange, nor is their capital sourced from here. Furthermore, they have not engaged in any settlements, making it impossible for us to trace their identities. However, one thing is certain, they are undoubtedly well prepared. This is something that even Li Xiaofu can discern. This group is clearly well equipped, or they would not be so brazen in their approach. The ostentatiousness of their actions raises Li Xiaofu's concerns, as he cannot fathom whether they care if others know they are accumulating positions in the Hang Seng Index or if they are luring investors. Normally, Li Xiaofu would surmise that such a situation, with a probability exceeding 70, indicates that the other party is enticing retail investors to enter the market. Once the retail investors have followed suit to a certain extent, these larger players would then reverse and short the Hang Seng Index. This is Li Xiaofu's primary concern. However, the current actions of the other party are unmistakably aggressive, as they are consuming orders in the Hang Seng Index market without hesitation, regardless of size. Which leaves him perplexed. Logically, a manipulative major player would not operate in this manner. Hence, he feels compelled to uncover their identity. Let us proceed cautiously. The regulatory authorities must keep a close watch on this group. Should any unusual activity arise, contact me immediately. We cannot allow them to disrupt the market. Furthermore, the risk department should inform investors not to blindly follow suit and become someone else's chives. Jinhao, continue your investigation and expedite the tracing of this group's origins and funds. I will reach out to the president of the Securities Center and the Regulatory Commission to discuss this matter. Understood, Chairman. The chorus of agreement rings out. This situation has not only attracted the attention of these individuals, but also piqued the interest of executives from various blue-chip companies in Hong Kong, as it significantly impacts their interests. Should this party continue to take long positions in the Hang Seng Index, they would not interfere. In fact, it would assist in elevating their market valuation. However, they share the same apprehensions as Li Xiaofu, fearing that this individual may indeed be luring investors. Worried they might reverse and short the Hang Seng Index to reap the market. If that were the case, it would have a considerable impact on the Hang Seng Index, potentially directly affecting their company's valuations, making it impossible for them to remain indifferent. Within Jardine Matheson Group, the inquiry arises. Have we identified who is manipulating the Hang Seng Index? What are their objectives, the extent of their funding, and through which bank are they transacting? Niu Bijiang asked his assistant. Niu Bijiang is one of the most prominent figures within the Jardine Group, having spearheaded its rapid growth. Unfortunately, due to misjudgments and a lack of faith in management during the mid-1980s, he attempted to expand the Jardine Group beyond Hong Kong, leading to frequent investment failures and ultimately being surpassed by Chinese capital groups. The once dominant industrial giant in Hong Kong gradually diminished in influence. In contrast, Swire Group, also a trading company, has consistently focused on industrial development, emphasizing stable investments and substantial cash returns through fixed assets such as real estate, retail commercial centers, hotels, airports, and warehousing. Many of these enterprises remain unlisted, eliminating any concerns. While other trading companies consider divesting, they proactively seek opportunities to develop in those areas, demonstrating a strategic mindset that has allowed Swire Group to maintain its significant standing in Hong Kong. They never worry about Chinese capital encroaching upon them, as their stable positioning and substantial cash reserves render them impervious to such threats. Boss, we are currently unable to trace their identity, as they did not use a trading account but collaborated with Waki Bank, making it impossible to identify them at this time. Niu Bijiang felt a chill run down his spine, as he immediately suspected the involvement of Wall Street sharks. Go, contact the Far East Bank immediately. Just then, the phone in Niu Bijiang's office rang. He hurried over to answer it, discovering it was Li Xiaofu reaching out, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. The two arranged to meet and discuss the matter. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie remains oblivious to the fact that his substantial investments have captured the attention of the entire financial elite in Hong Kong, including several prominent figures from Chinese capital. Chapter 30. Seeking Zhao Huajie's father to establish a laboratory. Another day has passed. The following morning, Yang Junjie acquired nearly 2,000 lots, marking a noticeably quicker pace compared to the first day. At this moment, in a nearby restaurant to the exchange Yangsheng, the wind outside is blowing fiercely, and many people are inquiring about your whereabouts. It is not just the heads of two exchanges. Various listed companies are also seeking information about your identity. Yang Junjie chuckled at this. Let them investigate as they wish. As long as Waki Bank and you remain silent, what can they uncover? He responded with a calm demeanor. Yang Sheng felt reassured. Waki Bank's confidentiality measures are quite robust, but he feared that during our futures trading, your information might be disclosed to the Far East, thereby exposing your identity. Li Guofeng expressed his concerns. Once is enough. I will not pursue them this time. However, if the Far East dares to leak my identity again, I will certainly hold them accountable. Yang Junjia inquired curiously, by the way, if such a situation arises, will Waki Bank sue the Far East on my behalf? With Waki Bank's backing, he would feel more secure and would undoubtedly seek to make Li Xiaofu pay a price. Yang Sheng, ordinary clients do not have this service, but if you become a junior VIP client of Waki Bank, they can assist you. Yang Junjia nodded at this. Although he was uncertain how to enter the membership system of Waki Bank, he believed that once the matter concerning the Xiangjiang antenna stock was resolved, he would likely have the opportunity to become a member. However, Yang Sheng, given the current attention Waki Bank's Monsi is paying to you, I believe you could become a junior member at any time, truly. Yang Junjia smiled at him, saying, let's not rush, this matter is not urgent. I'm just being cautious. He stated calmly. At this juncture, it was best to avoid conflicts with others, especially considering there was an adversary in Xiangjiang with considerable influence who could impede his development. Furthermore, the Li Xiaofu family was not merely represented by the title of exchange president. Their connections extended throughout the Hong Kong government and the business community. If he were to confront Li Xiaofu, regardless of the outcome of any potential lawsuit, he would gain a formidable enemy. Should Li Xiaofu decide to target Yang Junjia, it would pose significant challenges for him. Given the Li family's status in Xiangjiang, Yang Junjia would find himself severely hindered, even in the simplest endeavors such as registering a company. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it was wisest for him, given his current status, to refrain from making enemies. By the way, Yang Sheng, since you are already preparing to establish a laboratory, do you not plan to set up a company and a factory? You could consult with Waki. They should have several advantageous mortgage properties. Li Guofeng continued to introduce ideas to Yang Junjia. Not for now. I will address such matters later. They will need time to organize the laboratory, but I could acquire a piece of land. I will also meet with the construction company's personnel this afternoon. This matter could not wait until after the stock market crashed to be prepared. After all, the procurement of laboratory materials could take at most 10 to 8 days to return. Thus, Yang Junjia needed to prepare as swiftly as possible. Thankfully, Chen Xiaoqiang and his team even had the laboratory design plans, saving him a considerable design expense. Do you need me to accompany you to Waki Bank to understand the mortgage properties? Yang Junjia nodded. Please check with Waki Bank to see what advantageous mortgage properties are available for the laboratory, as long as they are accessible and convenient for transport. I am fine with them being somewhat remote. Understood, Yang Sheng. Soon after lunch, Li Guofeng returned to Waki Bank, while the others went back to the exchange to continue trading the Hang Seng Index, and Yang Junjia proceeded to seek out the construction team. Initially, he intended to collaborate with some prominent figures, but considering the scale of his small project, it was unlikely he would even meet them. Since he could not see them, there was no need to pursue collaboration. Suddenly, Yang Junjia thought of another small contractor whose partnership could help foster relations and potentially benefit his business. Thus, his current objective was to discuss collaboration with him. The individual he sought was Zhao Shichong, the father of Zhao Huaji. He originally operated a building materials trading business, but later transitioned to running a construction company due to previous mismanagement. Leveraging his prior connections in the building materials industry, he had achieved a modest level of success, managing to support his family of 7, including 5 children, without any concerns about their basic needs. This indicated that his business was reasonably successful, yet aspirations for great wealth remained distant. Zhao Huaji's mother was a full-time homemaker, and Zhao had 2 older sisters and an older brother. She was the 4th child, with a younger sister as well. The family led a harmonious life. On Longxiang Road in the Wangtai Sin district, Yang Junjia walked for quite some time before locating Zhao's construction company, which was situated within a tenement building, with both the shop and the company operating from the same premises. In this era, many companies functioned similarly, as the costs associated with maintaining an office in a tenement building were relatively low. Otherwise, would they rent office space in Kowloon Center or Central? Given the scale of Zhao Huaji's father's construction company, they could not afford the expenses of renting an office or hiring many employees, operating instead as a family-run business with a small team of renovation workers. Furthermore, they did not aspire to take on large projects. The most they could manage were constructing small tenement buildings and undertaking some interior renovations for commercial properties. After observing the company's sign, Yang Junjia strode inside, whereupon the staff promptly welcomed him upon his arrival. Hello, welcome, sir. How may we assist you? Yang Junjia recognized the individual as Zhao Huaji's brother, Zhao Shiv, unmistakably, as their familial resemblance was evident. Without responding, Yang Junjia proceeded further inside, noting that the displayed project samples primarily featured small tenement buildings and minor renovations. There were no signs of involvement in larger construction projects, which made him somewhat hesitant. He pondered whether it was right or wrong to seek out Zhao Huaji's father for his project, aiming to please her. Although his laboratory project was relatively small, Yang Junjia's budget still exceeded 10 million, requiring several buildings and specific construction works, aligning closely with this price range. Sir, may I ask your name? How can we assist you? Zhao Shiv continued to inquire, though he appeared increasingly impatient. Just as Yang Junjia was about to respond, a middle-aged man emerged from within, and he immediately recognized him as Zhao Huaji's father. Wu Zai, let me attend to the guest. You go about your business, Zhao Huaji's father instructed. Understood, father. Once his son had departed, Zhao Shichong turned to Yang Junjia with a smile. I am Zhao Shichong. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Yang Junjia. He replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, Yang Sheng. You are looking to renovate a house, I presume? Is it for a wedding or a family residence? Upon hearing this, Yang Junjia chuckled and shook his head. Are you capable of undertaking projects beyond just tenement buildings? After some contemplation, Yang Junjia decided to inquire further about their capabilities. If they lacked the necessary skills, there would be no way forward. However, if they could find reliable personnel to take on the work, he would assign the contract to them as a means of fostering goodwill. Projects beyond tenement buildings? Zhao Shichong looked at Yang Junjia with a hint of confusion at his inquiry. Indeed, the plan is to construct several factories with a budget of approximately 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Is this feasible? A few factories with a budget of 10 million? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shichong was immediately filled with excitement, yet he couldn't help but notice Yang Junjia's youth, which cast a shadow of doubt over his words. Such a substantial sum of $1 million, especially considering that Yang Junjia appeared to be just in his early 20s, raised questions in his mind. Chapter 31. Securing prime land for construction. Shortly thereafter, Yang Junjia was escorted to Zhao Shichong's office, which, if one were to speak kindly, could be termed an office. However, unvarnished truth revealed it as merely a small room for his work. Mr. Yang, are you truly intent on erecting a factory with a budget around 10 million? Zhao Shichong reiterated upon entering the room. Boss Zhao, I have not come here merely to pass the time. I have brought along the design blueprints as well. Should you be able to accept this project, I can provide a deposit immediately. Upon hearing Yang Junjia's words, Zhao Shichong's heart surged with belief, his face alight with exhilaration. Absolutely, we can take it on. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, despite the modest scale of my construction firm, I, Zhao Shichong, am renowned for my reliability in this industry. I guarantee your satisfaction, and there will be no delays in the project, with quality assured. Hearing that he could proceed was a relief for Yang Junjia, who retrieved a folder from his briefcase containing the laboratory design plans, laying them before Zhao Shichong. Boss Zhao, please take a look at the design plans. This is not an ordinary factory. It is a laboratory with numerous restrictions. Therefore, I would like you to review the plans first. If everything is in order, we can discuss the next steps. Of course, let me take a look. Zhao Shichong replied eagerly, hastily opening the design blueprints. He began to sketch on a blank sheet of paper, scrutinizing the details for a full half-hour before nodding and setting the design plans aside. Mr. Yang, you can be assured of my confidence in completing this to specification. However, the 10 million budget may be slightly insufficient. This design appears to have been conceived quite some time ago, and materials such as steel, cement, sand, and stone have seen price increases. Therefore, the budget may exceed by 1 or 2 million. Zhao Shichong conveyed his assessment based on experience. Yang Junjia pondered this and found it reasonable, considering the designs were created by Chun Xiaoqiang and his team previously, and the budget was established based on past market prices. With the rise in material costs, an increase in budget was indeed understandable. Very well, if this project is entrusted to you, Boss Zhao, how long do you estimate until completion? I cannot afford to wait indefinitely. Yang Junjia stated with seriousness. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, provided the funds are delivered punctually, I am confident we can complete it within 6 months. 6 months is too long. If I provide you with ample funds, what is the earliest you could have it operational? Yang Junjia pressed for speed. Zhao Shichong contemplated for a moment, and after a brief pause, he expressed with certainty. If I can arrange for the necessary personnel, 3 months. In 3 months, it can be delivered. 3 months is acceptable. Additionally, I need you to prioritize the construction of the RD base building so that my team can commence their work as soon as possible. The remaining structures can follow, provided they do not hinder my team's research. Not an issue. I will construct according to your specifications, Mr. Yang, Zhao Shichong assured. He was determined not to miss such a significant undertaking. After all, a project worth tens of millions necessitated extensive renovations and the construction of numerous buildings to equal its magnitude. Any sensible individual like Zhao Shichong would seize such a grand opportunity, especially since undertaking such a project would greatly enhance his company's reputation, making future business negotiations considerably easier. This was the very reason Zhao Shichang felt emboldened to promise Yang Junjie the laboratory's completion within 3 months. With Zhao Shichang's affirmation, Yang Junjie swiftly extracted a checkbook from his briefcase, jotting down a check for 1 million Hong Kong dollars and placing it on the table. Boss Zhao, please prepare the contract. Certainly, Mr. Yang, please hold on a moment. Zhao Shichang replied hastily as he exited to call for his son, Zhao Shiv, Wu Zai. Come here and help me. We've secured a major project. A major project? What is it, father? Zhao Shiv inquired as he hurried over. That gentleman, Mr. Yang, has entrusted us with a project exceeding 10 million for the construction of factories. Really? That is fantastic. Before long, Zhao Shichang and his son returned to the room. The contract in hand. Mr. Yang, the contract is ready. Please review it and let us know if there are any additional conditions you wish to include. In his desire to secure this deal, Zhao Shichang was prepared to accommodate any terms the other party might request. Yang Junjie took his time to review the contract thoroughly. Despite being the father of Zhao Yuji, he understood the importance of maintaining clear boundaries in business dealings. After a careful examination lasting over 10 minutes, he gradually set the contract down, nodded, and affixed his signature with a flourish. Boss Zhao, everything appears satisfactory. Here is the 1 million deposit. Please prepare the construction personnel and materials. I will have someone contact you to guide you to the site. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, I will make the necessary preparations promptly and await your contact, Zhao Shichang affirmed. Excellent. Thank you both, Yang Junjie said as he rose and extended his hand toward them. You're too kind, Mr. Yang. Very well, I shall take my leave now. We will be in touch, Yang Junjie stated before exiting. Zhao Shichang and his son followed him out. There's no need to see us off. You may return, Yang Junjie replied. Take care, Mr. Yang, they called after him. Once Yang Junjie had departed, Zhao Shichang sighed in admiration. It is indeed wonderful to have wealth. It grants one the freedom to act as one wishes. Father, who is he? To so easily decide on a project worth over 10 million, and to choose our small construction company for it? I do not know, but I never imagined that a family bearing the surname Yang in Hong Kong would be involved, regardless of his lineage. Anyone capable of casually producing such a sum is undoubtedly not an ordinary person. The father and son duo gazed enviously at the retreating figure of Yang Junjie. Soon after, Yang Junjie arrived at the trading exchange, where Li Guofeng had already returned. Mr. Yang, you're back. Yes, how did things go on your end? Have you found suitable land? Yang Junjie eagerly inquired. With the construction team now confirmed, they could commence establishing the experimental base as soon as the land was secured. This laboratory was a pivotal step for his future development, and there could be no delays. Indeed, Mr. Yang, with the manager's approval, I found 3 promising plots in the Flower Bank mortgage database. Here is the information on the land. Please take a look. All right, let me see. Yang Junjie swiftly accepted the land details, which included Taikong Road, Shao Kei Wan, Eastern District, Hong Kong Island, Hei Road, Whampoa, Kowloon, and Avenue of Stars. Sim Sha Sui, observing that all the notes indicated coastal locations, he found them highly suitable for establishing his experimental base. However, as he pondered the locations, he realized his unfamiliarity with many areas in Hong Kong, leaving him uncertain of their exact whereabouts. Brokerly, could you please indicate where these locations are? Certainly, Mr. Yang. Taikong Road in Shao Kei Wan is located at. Hei Road in Whampoa is at. Avenue of Stars in Sim Sha Sui is at. Li Guofeng produced a rather informal map, pointing out all the addresses for Yang Junjie. With this guidance, Yang Junjie gained a clear understanding. Oh, isn't this area near the future Taiku Place and Taiku City Center? This location indeed holds great potential and is worth considering. Additionally, regarding the land at Huangpu Hei Road, Yang Junjie swiftly shook his head, asserting that neither now nor in the future could it compare to the superior locations outside of Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. This piece of land could be dismissed entirely. Ultimately, Yang Junjie turned his gaze toward the Tsim Sha Sui promenade, which quickly reminded him of its future purpose, the Intercontinental Hotel at Victoria Harbor. Offering a breathtaking panoramic view of the future Victoria Harbor, Yang Junjie was now nearly certain of his decision. Brokerly, could you take me to examine this piece of land now? Furthermore, what is the current situation regarding it? Yang Junjie inquired, pointing toward the Tsim Sha Sui area. Certainly, replied Li. The land is owned by a wealthy company in Hong Kong. Currently, that area comprises storage and corrugated iron factories. The owners are in need of financial liquidity and have mortgaged it with a bank, but the repayment date has lapsed, and they are unable to repay. Thus we have the right to sell the mortgage. That's good to hear. Let us proceed, Yang Junjie affirmed. All right, Mr. Yang. Please hold on a moment while I contact the loan department at the bank and the landowner, Li responded. Go ahead, Yang replied. A few minutes later, Li Guofeng made the necessary arrangements. and together with Yang Junjia, they left the exchange. Chapter 32. Acquiring the Tsim Sha Sui land for 25 million. They soon arrived at Tsim Sha Sui Promenade. In the future, this area would be a prime location, yet at present, it was merely a dilapidated warehouse, with the waterfront in disarray, cluttered with refuse. Nevertheless, Yang Junjia was resolutely determined to acquire this land. He anticipated that within a few years, it would flourish, especially with the opening of the Hungham Cross Harbor Tunnel, which would spur rapid development in the area. Regrettably, this land was not under a perpetuity lease. Had it been akin to the future Taikoo Shing, Times Square, Harbor City, and the Jardine Center, then Yang Junjia would have truly struck it rich. Speaking of Harbor City, Yang Junjia planned to seize shares in the Wharf Holdings as soon as he amassed sufficient capital from his recent stock market gains. He believed that during this period, the stock price of Wharf Holdings would not be particularly high. Back in 1976, when Li Chaoren quietly acquired shares, the price was merely around 10 Hong Kong dollars, with a total valuation of just over $1 billion. Therefore, while the Jardine Group was complacent, believing no one dared challenge their conglomerate, he would discreetly begin acquiring shares. Confident of success, especially since the Jardine Group had yet to engage in cross-shareholdings, many subsidiaries held minimal stakes in the Jardine Group, halting their acquisitions just as they reached major shareholder status. Similarly, the Jardine Group would not possess significant shares in the wharf. Yang Junjia indeed needed to find time for Li Guofeng to conduct a thorough investigation into these matters. If possible, he aimed to sever the Jardine Group's left and right hands, acquiring both Wharf Holdings and the Wharf. The loss of these two major companies would undoubtedly lead to a substantial decline in the Jardine Group's value, as Wharf Holdings currently owned a plethora of prime land, docks, warehouses, and other assets in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Wharf boasted the largest construction team in Asia, alongside three major sectors: Wharf Plaza, Jardine Center, and Kimin Construction. As for the dairy company, it had not yet been integrated into Wharf. Despite the absence of several future core industries, the land remained, which was sufficient. Acquiring Wharf would enable him to commence development. Mr. Yang, this entire area encompasses 320,000 square feet, approximately 30,000 square meters, with a mixed-use zoning for commercial, industrial, and residential purposes, priced at a fixed rate of 25 million. How do you find this? Yang Junjia nodded thoughtfully, not immediately responding to Li Guofeng, as he surveyed his surroundings, having already resolved to acquire this land. During these years, many plots in Hong Kong possessed mixed-use zoning. It wasn't until the late 1970s that Governor Mac Lehos gradually began to eliminate mixed-use zoning, separating industrial land from other uses. However, the previously mixed-use lands remained unchanged. Consequently, the value of land with mixed-use zoning would later become exceedingly high, fiercely contested by various property companies. After a brief moment, Yang Junjia turned to Li Guofeng, Broker Chun. Please come over. The two stepped aside. Please contact the general manager of the bank. If I were to mortgage my shares in Antenna Company and the current Hang Seng Index stocks at the bank, could I secure a loan of 30 million for this land acquisition? Yang Junjia needed to reserve his funds for purchasing Hang Seng Index stocks and for acquiring circulating shares when Antenna Company officially went public. Thus, he couldn't deplete his resources entirely. However, he was uncertain if the bank would accept his non-standard stock as collateral for such a substantial loan. If not, he would have to seek alternative solutions, as acquiring this land was imperative. Mr. Yang, it may prove somewhat challenging. Although your Antenna shares are valued over 26 million, the bank does not consider them high-quality assets since Antenna is essentially a shell company, rendering its collateral value low. Furthermore, while the Hang Seng Index can be mortgaged for a loan, your contract only has a month remaining, and you've utilized high leverage, which poses considerable risk. Based on my professional judgment, securing even 10 million may be difficult. Yang Junjia acknowledged this reality. However, he merely wished to test the waters. How about this? I will mortgage all my shares to the bank, and additionally, after acquiring this land, I will also use it as collateral. That should suffice, right? Li Guofeng nodded thoughtfully. Very well, Mr. Yang, please hold on. I will contact the general manager immediately. Thank you for your efforts. After exchanging a few words with others, Li Guofeng drove away from the site, needing to find a public phone to reach the headquarters. Mr. Yang, may I inquire what business you are in? Are you purchasing this land to build a factory? The landowner approached Yang Junjia, initiating a conversation. I operate a manufacturing business in Singapore. My visit to Hong Kong is solely to establish a factory. Yang Junjia offered a casual excuse. Oh, so you hail from Singapore. Hong Kong welcomes you. I truly hesitate to sell this land, but alas, my business has failed, and I must liquidate my assets as my company faces bankruptcy. Yang Junjia regarded him with curiosity. Mr. Chun, judging by the state of this land, it seems it was previously a warehouse. What industry were you involved in? Haha. Please excuse my folly, Mr. Yang. I once operated a garment and textile factory, but by the mid-1960s, the electrical sector was rapidly advancing, so I ventured into that field, manufacturing fans and other products. Initially, it went well, but my own greed led me astray. I believed I could recruit a few talented engineers from country or to develop electronic products, investing in an electronic company. This endeavor backfired. The electrical industry was struggling, and the electronic company was continuously burning through cash, with tens of millions invested and not a single product developed. Consequently, the electronic company became a burden, ultimately leading to my financial ruin. Unintentionally, the speaker had caught the listener's interest. Upon hearing his words, Yang Junjia felt a surge of excitement. He was keen to delve into these two industries, and this was akin to someone offering him a pillow while he was already drowsy. Yet, he concealed his emotions, wary of revealing his intentions, lest he be scrutinized. Indeed, times are tough for business these days, with fierce competition. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Hong Kong in search of new avenues for development. By the way, Mr. Chun, as far as I know, the electrical and electronics industries should be thriving. How did you end up in such dire straits? Surely, you haven't mortgaged all your assets to the bank? Yang Junjia inquired calmly. He is merely probing for information from the other party. If his assets are indeed fully mortgaged to Huchi Bank, then the situation would be considerably easier, as his chances of acquiring them would significantly increase. At the very least, by that time, this individual would still owe Huchi Bank a substantial debt, allowing Huchi to take charge and sell the assets to him at a reduced price, thereby saving him a considerable sum of money. Not only would he save money, but he would also acquire a factory that suits his needs perfectly. With an existing factory at his disposal, he could greatly shorten the time required for development, eliminating the need to invest considerable effort, time, and resources into establishing a new facility. If his finances were sufficient, he would be eager to engage in negotiations with the other party immediately, securing the company while also preparing the machinery. Once the research and development department rolled out new products, he could swiftly commence operations and set his entrepreneurial plan in motion. Yang Sheng's words indeed hold merit. Regardless of whether it pertains to appliances or electronic products, these are currently in high demand. Unfortunately, my company's capabilities are rather limited, and the products we develop are rather unremarkable, ultimately leading to our demise at the hands of the electronic companies, forcing us to arrive at this juncture. Indeed, all my companies are mortgaged to Huchi Bank, and even if I were to sell this land to you, Yang Sheng, it would merely be a drop in the bucket against my loans at Huchi Bank, with at least 70 million Hong Kong dollars still outstanding. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjia felt a surge of joy. As long as his properties were all with Huchi Bank, matters could be easily resolved. Soon, Li Guofeng returned. He approached Yang Junjia and whispered in his ear, Yang Sheng, the general manager of Huchi has approved. You can proceed with the purchase at ease. Just complete the paperwork upon your return. Hearing this, Yang Junjia broke into a smile. Very well, I have confirmed my interest in this piece of land. Chen Sheng, let us head to Huchi Bank to complete the necessary procedures. Absolutely, thank you, Yang Sheng. Subsequently, the group drove to Huchi Bank, and after signing the land contract, Yang Junjia promptly initiated the processes for equity and land mortgage. It was not until after 5 in the evening that they completed these formalities, by which time the stock exchange had already closed, so Yang Junjia opted not to go there. At the same time, he instructed Li Guofeng to handle 2 matters for him. First, to discreetly investigate the holding situation of Iha regarding Kowloon Warehouse and Cheung Kong. Second, to procure all property information that the aforementioned landlord had mortgaged at Huchi Bank. Once these tasks were managed, Yang Junjia left Huchi Bank, his heart brimming with delight. Chapter 33, Zhao Huaji Falls. As night approached, nearly 10 o'clock, in a Tang building in Kowloon, Mongkok, a woman of exquisite grace and beauty lay glumly against the window, lost in contemplation. Damn Jiego, that insufferable Yang Junjia, has not contacted me for over a day. Humph, I shall no longer pay him any mind. Lying there, Zhao Huaji's thoughts were consumed by Yang Junjia. His silence left her feeling quite dejected. Surely he hasn't become upset after my rejection, vowing never to speak to me again? It cannot be. He promised to wait for my response. He must simply be busy. There's no need to overthink it. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, it became evident that Zhao Huazi had utterly succumbed to her feelings for Yang Junjia. I'm back. Come here, everyone. I brought back some late-night snacks. Tonight, I'm treating you all to a feast. Her father's voice from outside jolted Zhao Huaji from her reverie. Once she comprehended his words, she hastened to exit her room. Wow, Dad, you've struck it rich. Why did you buy so many delicious things? Indeed, Dad. Aren't you always teaching us to be frugal and save? Enough chatter. It's rare for your father to treat us tonight. Hurry and call Aji out to join us. I'm coming. Wow, Dad, what has gotten into you? Zhao Huaji exclaimed, equally astonished as her siblings at the sight of the lavish spread. Ha ha, fourth sister, we just landed a major deal tonight. So your dad said we should celebrate. Her elder brother responded, beaming with a smile. Is that so? No wonder. Dad, how big is this deal? You all look so thrilled. It must be substantial. Indeed, Dad, let us see. Two of her siblings had already approached their elder brother to peruse the contract with their mother, curious to know the deal's magnitude. Let us eat. You can't comprehend what you're looking at anyway. And Shiji, Huaji, you both must help me at the store tomorrow. We'll be quite busy with our big client. Let fourth sister handle it. I just received a job offer from Kowloon Construction, so I must begin work tomorrow. You're going to work at Kowloon Construction? Yes, see. This is my job offer letter. Impressive, isn't it? Zhao Shiji declared proudly as he produced the paper for their inspection. Impressive indeed, second brother. You're amazing. Well, since you're going to work, Huaji, you are the only one without a job at home, so please help me watch the store tomorrow, Zhao Huaji's father stated. Initially, Zhao Huaji intended to refuse, but she could not find a suitable excuse and could only nod in agreement. Wow, mommy, look at all these zeros, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. This is a $10 million contract. Zhao Shiji exclaimed in astonishment. This is nothing. Our client is exceptionally young and quite handsome, a true second-generation rich kid. Moreover, the 10 million is merely a preliminary budget. Yang Junjia, what a strange name. Which family scion is he? Zhao Huaji's mother inquired of her eldest son, Zhao Shiv. However, as soon as she uttered this name, Zhao Huazi, who had been sullenly eating, felt as if she had been electrified. She dashed over to her mother, exclaiming, "Let me see." Zhao Huaji snatched the contract to examine it. Aji, be careful with the contract. But Zhao Huaji paid no heed to her father's admonition. Once she discerned the name on the contract, she was struck dumb. Is it Jiego? The entire family observed Zhao Huaji's peculiar behavior, bewildered by her sudden shift. Aji, what is the matter with you? Oh, it's nothing, I was just looking. Not wanting her parents or siblings to discern her true feelings. Zhao Huazi feigned nonchalance as she returned the contract to her mother and sat back down, lost in thought. Shichong, what is wrong with Aji? How should I know? Just eat. I need to shower and rest. Tomorrow we'll be busy. Shiv, you should also turn in early for the morning. I understand, Dad. Meanwhile, at Yang Junjia's home. Mom, Dad, I plan to open a department store for you to manage. Is that all right? Yang Junjia proposed, wishing to alleviate their boredom, regardless of the potential profitability. A department store? But we have no experience. We might not manage well. Yang Junjia's father expressed some concern about whether he and his wife could handle it. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. You'll learn gradually. Very well. Since we have the opportunity to run a business ourselves, let us give it a shot. Yang Junjia's father replied resolutely. All right. Then I'll look into where there are department stores for transfer tomorrow, or you both can scout around and let me know if you find anything. I'll handle the negotiations. Okay, your mother and I will go look tomorrow. Now, I'll go take a shower and get some sleep. Go ahead, go ahead. Before long, Yang Junjia finished showering and lay in bed, but he did not fall asleep. Instead, he pondered over future plans, contemplating how to ensure steady progress even with newfound wealth. In this dark age, society is indeed fraught with peril. Even commercial rivalries are not merely conducted in the covert manner of later generations, marked by clandestine stamp forging and casual online insults. In this era, engaging in conflict with others can swiftly lead to dire consequences, as one may easily find themselves compromised. In early 73, although MacLehose had assumed office and initiated significant reforms within the Triads, the deeply entrenched organizations were not so easily rectified. Furthermore, these groups were intricately linked to the affluent, a connection that Yang Junjia needed to carefully navigate. He resolved to hire a few bodyguards to ensure his personal safety, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. Lost in thought, he soon dozed off, only to awaken naturally early the next morning. Instead of heading straight to the stock exchange, he drove directly to Zhao Shichong's renovation company, intending to take them to the land site to discuss the architectural planning. Good morning, Yang Sheng. Please, have a seat inside. No need for formalities, Boss Zhao. I've brought the comprehensive land plan for you. Let us head over shortly to have a look and expedite the construction. All right. Yang Sheng, please enjoy a cup of tea first. No, thank you. Yang Junjia hadn't finished his sentence when Zhao Huazi dashed out, prompting him to stop and smile at her. Zhao Huazi, having rushed out upon hearing her father speak, was eager to confirm whether the person was indeed the Yang Junjia she recognized. Realizing that he had entrusted her father with business due to her, she exclaimed, Jiego, is that really you? Good morning, Aji. Yang Junjia smiled awkwardly at her, leaving both Zhao Shichong and his son momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of the situation. Yang Sheng. Aji, what is going on here? Apologies, young boss. I truly sought you out because of Aji, but I also believe in your company's capabilities, which is why I entrusted the project to you. Ah, so that is how it is. Zhao Shichong finally understood why Yang Junjia had so readily assigned such a significant contract to his relatively small firm. It all stemmed from his daughter. And rather than feeling anger, Zhao Shichong felt elated. Clearly, his daughter's relationship with the wealthy Yang Junjie was not trivial. Or else he wouldn't have secured the contract for his father's company. Haha, it's wonderful that you and my daughter know each other, making our collaboration all the more convenient. Aji, why don't you join us to check out the land? I can go too, Zhao Huaji asked, glancing towards Yang Junjie for confirmation. Let us go together and take a look. Before long, the four were in Yang Junjie's car. Zhao Huazi felt a whirlwind of emotions, yet was immensely pleased that Yang Junjie would entrust such a multi-million project to her father due to her. It deeply touched her. Chapter 34, Relationships Intensify. St. Mary's Academy. Yangsheng, is this land all yours? Zhao Shichong inquired in astonishment upon seeing the location. Indeed, it encompasses approximately 30,000 square meters, and I purchased it for 25 million. I would appreciate your diligence in the architectural planning for this site. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shichong and his son, along with Zhao Huazi, gasped in unison, once again astonished by Yang Junjie's financial prowess. The sum required to establish a laboratory, alongside the 25 million for the land. Not to mention the cost for setting up a company, constructing a factory, and acquiring equipment. How much would that even amount to? They could hardly fathom it. Jiegu, are you planning to build a factory here? Zhao Huazi asked curiously. No, this will be a laboratory. I haven't yet finalized plans for the factory, but I may need your assistance with renovations in about a month, Yang Junjie replied. Zhao Shichong's excitement surged once more. Rest assured, Yang Sheng, I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Haha, that puts my mind at ease. Well then, here is the land plan. You can manage the details yourselves. I expect the laboratory to be completed within a month. You can count on us to fulfill that commitment, Zhao Shichong assured him. Yang Junjie smiled, and then escorted them back to the construction company. Aji, let us go for a walk. Yes. Aji and Yang Sheng should take a walk together. I'll have your mother come by the store. Zhao Huaji shyly nodded and climbed back into Yang Junjie's car, disappearing from view with him. Dad, has the fourth sister struck it rich? Zhao Shiwu asked expectantly. I hope Aji encounters a good family. With the wealth Yang Sheng has displayed, he surely belongs to a prominent household. But entering the circles of the affluent is not so simple. It will depend on her own fortune. Indeed, I hope the fourth sister can grasp her happiness. The father and son remarked, watching Yang Junjie's vehicle depart. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie and Zhao Huaji were engaged in conversation. Jiegu, did you earn all this money from the stock market? With her father and the big shots absent, Zhao Huaji felt emboldened to inquire. Yang Junjie smiled at her. Of course. You're truly impressive. It's just luck, he humbly replied. Where are we headed next, Jiegu? First, we're going to St. Mary's private school in Kowloon. I need to discuss transferring my younger siblings there. St. Mary's? That is a wonderful school. How old are your siblings? Zhao Huaji asked with curiosity. My brother is 16, and my sister is 12. Oh, your sister is still quite young. By the way, Jiegu, how did you know my father runs a construction company? Zhao Huaji asked again, intrigued. Yang Junjie was taken aback, as he hadn't anticipated that question, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he responded, Aji, I've been quite attentive to your affairs, which is how I learned about your family's construction company. It just so happens that I needed such services, so I approached your father for collaboration. This also helps to establish a good rapport with him, which will ease matters once you agree to be my girlfriend, don't you think? Yang Junjie, ever the smooth talker, launched into his charming rhetoric. Yet, Zhao Huaji found his words delightful, her heart fluttering. She looked at him, both elated and bashful. Jiegu I. Zhao Huaji lowered her head, hesitant to voice her thoughts. What is it? What do you wish to say? Jiegu, I am willing to be your girlfriend. She whispered the words shyly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although her voice was soft, Yang Junjie heard her clearly and promptly pulled over to the side of the road. With a playful grin, he leaned closer to Zhao Huazi, pulling her towards him without hesitation, their lips meeting. A moment later, as Zhao Huaji grew more accustomed to the kiss, they lost themselves in the warmth of their burgeoning connection. After several minutes, Yang Junjie finally released her, and they both gasped for breath. Jiegu, you're so mischievous. How could I be bad for kissing my girlfriend? Yang Junjie replied with a smile. Zhao Huazi shyly turned her face away, not responding to his words, yet her expression radiated happiness as she gazed out the window at the scenery. Buckle up. I'm driving now. Before long, they arrived at St. Mary's private school. Hello, I'm Yang Junjie. I have an appointment with Principal John. He greeted the security personnel at the entrance. Please wait a moment, Mr. Yang. After a short while, the security confirmed his appointment, allowing Yang Junjie and Zhao Huazi to register before granting them access. Soon, they arrived at the office in the courtyard. Good day, Dean John. I am Yang Junjie, the general manager of Huasher Bank, and I have an appointment with you through Mr. Monsi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you are Mr. Yang. Welcome to St. Mary's College. Please, take a seat. Dean John cordially invited Yang Junjie and Zhao Huaji to sit down. This opportunity to meet the dean of St. Mary's College was entirely due to the assistance of Monsi, the general manager of Huasher Bank. Otherwise, with Yang Junjia's status, he would have had no chance to secure such an appointment, let alone the thought of transferring two underperforming students midterm into such a prestigious institution. Fortunately, Monsi was willing to help Yang Junjia, enabling him to swiftly find a suitable school for his younger siblings, a respectable private institution in Hong Kong, which brought Yang Junjia much joy. However, he understood that despite Monsi's support, there would be a price to pay for his siblings' admission. This fact did not trouble Yang Junjia. As long as it ensured his brother and sister could enroll, he was willing to bear the cost, which was merely a matter of money. In times of financial constraint, he had felt helpless, but now, with resources at his disposal, he was unperturbed. By the way, Mr. Yang, Monsi mentioned that you have relatives wishing to transfer to St. Mary's College. Is that correct? Yes, Dean John. I am here primarily to inquire about the procedures for transferring my younger siblings to your esteemed institution, Yang Junjia replied. Oh, Mr. Yang, rest assured. Since you are a friend of Monsi, you are also a friend of mine. Just bring your siblings' basic information, and we can proceed with their enrollment. I will take care of the rest, Dean John said confidently. Hearing his affirmative response, Yang Junjia felt reassured. Indeed, having connections made things easier. Yet, with such a prompt agreement, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Thank you very much, Dean. Here is a token of my appreciation for your assistance. Or perhaps a contribution to the college's development. Dean John graciously accepted the check from Yang Junjia, and upon seeing the amount, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. On behalf of all the faculty and students, I thank you, Mr. Yang, for your support of St. Mary's College. You are too kind, Dean John. I will bring them to the college tomorrow, and I hope to count on your continued support, Yang Junjia replied. Rest assured, Mr. Yang. They will be in good hands here. You can focus on your work with peace of mind. Very well, we shall not disturb your work any longer, Dean. We look forward to dining together in the future. Please, do not see us out. All right, take care. Goodbye. After leaving St. Mary's College, Yang Junjia returned to the exchange to check on the situation. Knowing they could complete the 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars funding allocation within the day, he felt at ease. After briefing Li Guofeng, he departed the exchange, sweetly strolling away with Zhao Huaji. Chapter 35, The Peninsula Hotel, A Fruitful Conclusion. Around 10 p.m. In a room at the Peninsula Hotel atop the peak. Aji, do you truly have no regrets? Brother Jia. I hope you will never abandon me in the future, Zhao Huaji said, her voice lacking confidence. Rest assured, I shall cherish you for a lifetime, Yang Junjia reassured her, leaning in closer to her face. The night was dark and windy, a time when all things are born anew. The next morning, Zhao Huaji had shed her youthful innocence, now exuding a mature aura that enhanced her already stunning beauty, making her even more enchanting. Brother Jia, are you awake so early? Zhao Huaji noticed Yang Junjia reading the newspaper on the sofa. Yes, I am accustomed to rising at this hour. It's still early, you should sleep a bit longer. Zhao Huaji sat up, stretching her limbs, revealing her perfect figure, captivatingly alluring. No, I am also used to waking early. It's just that last night, Zhao Huaji shyly trailed off. Well then, let us freshen up and go downstairs for breakfast, Yang Junjia said, setting the newspaper aside and helping her up. All right. However, just as Zhao Huaji attempted to walk, a sharp pain shot through her. Ah, Brother Jia, don't move. It hurts, she cried, clutching her lower abdomen. At that moment, Yang Junjia noticed the vivid flower imprint on the sheets, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. I was careless. Let me carry you, he said. Zhao Huaji responded, her cheeks flushed. Yang Junjia gently lifted her and carried her into the bathroom. Initially, all was calm, but minutes later, it seemed trouble was brewing again. An hour later, Brother Jia, this is all your fault. I have no strength left. I can't move. What should we do now? It's all my fault. I'll call for room service. I have some matters to attend to. But I'll return to keep you company today and ensure you rest well, Yang Junjia said with a smile. Zhao Huaji shyly replied. After breakfast, Yang Junjia returned home, then promptly took his younger siblings to St. Mary's College. After arranging their transfer, he left, knowing that their future college success depended on them. All he could do was provide them with the best learning environment. The rest was up to their own efforts. Subsequently, Yang Junjia returned to the hotel, skipping the exchange for the day and spending quality time with Zhao Huaji. Soon, Saturday arrived. On this day, the construction of his research institute officially commenced, smoothly initiated under the arrangement of Zhao Huachong, Zhao Huaji's father. With sufficient funding, a large workforce was hired to expedite the process. Yang Junjia spent considerable time on site, as there could be no room for error in the construction of this institute. Given his concerns, he felt it necessary to personally oversee the work. After a full day of observation, he found the engineering team Zhao Huachong had engaged to be quite reliable, which eased his mind considerably, allowing him to entrust the project to them. On Sunday morning, around 10:30 a.m., Yang Junjia once again visited Huasher Bank, seeking to discuss with Mansi regarding the acquisition of the electronics company owned by Mr. Chun, which was mortgaged with the bank. At present, he lacked the funds for the purchase, and even if he had the money, he would not proceed with the acquisition at this moment. After all, it was already January, and in a matter of weeks, the stock market crash would arrive, causing factory prices to drop significantly. He certainly would not make a commitment now. He simply wanted to secure a month as time to see if the situation would change. If it did, he would feel much more at ease and would not have to worry about acquiring those factories later. Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Yang. General Manager Mansi will be here shortly, Li Guofeng informed him, leading Yang Junjia to a VIP reception room to wait. It's all right. I'm not in a hurry today. Mr. Yang, you mentioned over the phone that you were considering acquiring Mr. Chun's mortgaged electronics factory at Huasher Bank. Is that correct? Li Guofeng inquired eagerly. Yang Junjia was his exclusive client, and any transaction he conducted at Huasher Bank, whether stock market operations, mortgage dealings, or loans, counted towards Li Guofeng's performance. Previously, he had earned considerable commissions from Yang Junjia's dealings, including stock operations with a dairy company, leveraging, loans, mortgages, land purchases, and now the antenna company stock acquisition, along with Hang Seng futures trading. These all contributed to his individual achievements. These matters have yielded returns for him that far exceed those of a gold medal broker. Currently, Yang Junjia aspires to secure mortgage properties from Huasher Bank. It is noteworthy that the combined value of just 2 electronic factories exceeds 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Furthermore, these 2 factories possess a 12-story building on Jardine Road in Kowloon, valued at approximately 40 million. This implies that if this transaction succeeds, he stands to gain a substantial income effortlessly. How could this not elate him? A high-profile client like Yang Junjia is certainly someone whom both Huasher Bank and Li Guofeng would endeavor to retain, ensuring he does not slip away to competitors. In less than 2 minutes, the general manager of Huasher Bank, Mansaniskala, entered with his assistant. Hello, Mr. Yang. It is a pleasure to meet you, he greeted warmly. Good day, Mr. Manzini, Yang Junjia replied politely. Mr. Yang, Brokerly mentioned that you intend to acquire Feion Company along with its 2 factories? Mansaniskala inquired, his tone tinged with anticipation. Feion Company was the one involved in the transaction for the Tsim Sha Sui land, and currently, the entity owes Huasher Bank a considerable sum that remains unpaid. Consequently, this matter has been classified as a bad debt by Mansaniskala. The collateral that Feion Company offered was indeed of significant value at the time, given its involvement in research and development, which justified the high loan amount from Huasher Bank. Alas, it has now become one of the bank's most challenging bad debts to liquidate. As for both Feion Company and the factories, their current worth is rather meager. Mansaniskala has dispatched numerous individuals in search of potential buyers for these companies, yet none have been found, which only adds to his frustration. In the vibrant market of Xianjiang, there are only a handful of companies engaged in the manufacturing of electronic products, such as Xinha Electronics, Hisun Electronics, and Xinqing Electronics, all of which are relatively small in scale. Therefore, in the absence of technical expertise and professionals, how could these companies dare to acquire such substantial electronic and electrical factories? Especially when Feion Company requires nearly $1 billion in funding. Who would be willing to take on such a burden? Thus, Mansaniskala contemplated that if he could not find a businessman to take over, he would proceed to auction off Feion Company along with the factories and the building locally, recovering whatever funds he could, which would be preferable to recovering nothing at all. Yes, Mr. Manzini, but not for immediate acquisition. I currently lack the capital. My intention today is to negotiate a preliminary agreement with Huasher, and after about a month, I will proceed with the acquisition at the market price at that time. How does that sound? Yang Junjia responded. A month, you say? Mansaniskala pondered seriously, recognizing that such a request was unprecedented, thus requiring careful consideration. After a moment, he replied, Mr. Yang, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I will need to convene a management meeting and reach a conclusion before I contact you again. Mansaniskala lacked the resolve to make a definitive decision on his own. Okay, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Manzini, Yang Junjia responded courteously. Although he could not finalize the matter with Huasher Bank today, he did not feel disheartened. At least Mansaniskala would discuss it with the management, leaving room for opportunity. Even if the worst-case scenario unfolded, and the management of Huasher Bank rejected his proposal for a deferred transaction, he would not feel regret, even if the 2 factories were sold to others. At worst, he could always purchase land and construct his own factory, merely incurring some time loss without significant repercussions. Chapter 36, Antenna Stock Listing, Trading Floor Overwhelmed. The following morning, January 9th, a Monday in Xianjiang, Yang Junjia arrived early at the trading exchange. At 8:30, just as the doors opened, he joined Li Guofeng and 5 other traders in the VIP room. Ladies and gentlemen, we have completed our purchase of the Hang Seng Index. Although our investment has not significantly impacted the index's rise, the current trend appears promising. Thank you for your hard work. Today, your primary task is to focus on the acquisition of stocks from Antenna Company. I reiterate, do not concern yourselves with the price. Purchase vigorously until our holdings are maximized. Yang Junjie asserted with utmost seriousness. The initial listing price for Antenna Company stocks was merely 15 Hong Kong dollars. And the more he could acquire, the more profit he could potentially reap. Thus, Yang Junjie was determined not to miss this opportunity. And he harbored no fears about acquiring excess stocks that he might struggle to sell later. He was well aware of how frenzied the trading of Antenna stocks had been in his previous life, where prices escalated to $28 in a month, often with no stocks available. Once a few stocks hit the market, they were snapped up in a frenzy. Moreover, numerous investment firms were poised to acquire Antenna Company stocks, meaning that if Yang Junjie chose to sell, he could easily transact with these firms without worry. Yang, is there no price cap? Li Guofeng inquired. There is. Do not exceed $20. I expect you to procure to the fullest extent possible. I do not wish to repeat myself. Is that understood? Yang Junjie replied impatiently. Understood. The others chorused in unison. Hearing that they should purchase all stocks under 20 Hong Kong dollars was akin to having no limit at all. They understood that Antenna Company's stock was launched at only $15, with 200 million shares issued, totaling a market value of nearly 300 million Hong Kong dollars. While the circulating shares amounted to 25, equating to 50,000 shares valued at 75 million. Given that Yang Junjie had 30 million Hong Kong dollars in his account, achieving a full inventory would be quite challenging, and none of them felt confident about acquiring around 12% of the shares. So the notion of maximizing their holdings seemed far-fetched. All right, prepare yourselves, Yang Junjie concluded. Understood, Yang. Meanwhile, at the Far East Trading Exchange, not only was Yang Junjie preparing to acquire Antenna Company's stocks, but a multitude of investment firms were also gearing up for their clients. In the trading hall, although the market had yet to officially open, it was already brimming with stockholders, with at least 80% present primarily for the Antenna Company stocks. In this period of speculation surrounding the exchange and Antenna Company, this stock had garnered the consensus of Shanghai investors as a once-in-a-century bull stock. Some investment firms were even promoting this stock to their clients, which only fueled the fire of excitement before its official listing. In the luxurious VIP room on the 5th floor of the Far East Trading Exchange, Chen Weiming was present with his son, along with Li Xiaofu from the exchange and Chao Chaoran. Congratulations in advance, Chairman Chen. Given the current situation, I predict that once Antenna stock is listed, it will surely explode. Based on my preliminary estimates, it will undoubtedly rise above $5 by the close of trading this afternoon, Chao Chaoran remarked cheerfully. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, he had also subscribed to the original shares of Antenna Company, though his investment was modest at only 4 million shares, accounting for 2% of the equity. Nevertheless, he had invested over 7 million Hong Kong dollars. And how many individuals in 1972 could readily allocate several million to invest in the stock market? Aside from Yang Junjie, who possessed the foresight of future events, who else would dare to invest so recklessly? Let us hope so. Chen Weiming responded with a beaming smile. He had returned to Hong Kong for merely 6 months, during which he transformed his Antenna Company from a mere shell into a thriving enterprise, now valued at over several hundred million upon its public listing. This remarkable achievement brought him immense satisfaction, simultaneously inflating his vanity. Throughout this period, due to the presence of his Antenna Company, many prominent individuals in Hong Kong greeted him with the respectful title of Mr. Chen. Such accolades truly captivated him, especially considering he had been a drifter in the United States just half a year prior, struggling to secure daily meals. Now, he had seamlessly transitioned into a member of Hong Kong's elite society. How could he not revel in this transformation? Chairman Chen, it's almost 9 o'clock. We should head down and prepare to ring the bell for the listing, remarked Li Xiaofu, grinning beside him. He was also a shareholder in the Antenna Company, possessing a larger stake than the adjacent Chao Chaoran. Yet, without uttering a single word, he had secured 6 million shares, constituting a 3 equity stake. This was made possible because Chairman Chen Weiming had expended considerable resources, gifting Li Xiaofu 6 million original shares as an incentive to assist in promoting the company. Otherwise, the Antenna Company's stocks would not have garnered such fervor. It was all a product of marketing. Additionally, Chen Weiming cleverly leveraged this high-tech product to promote it, convincing investors unfamiliar with such innovations to believe in its authenticity, leading to a frenzy of speculation. Not only the investors, but even Li Xiaofu himself was taken in, believing Chen Weiming's products were indeed cutting-edge technology, for otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to act as he did. All right, President Li, Mr. Chao, please. Chen Weiming gestured graciously. After you, Chairman, they responded in unison, laughter echoing as they exited the VIP room. Soon, they arrived at the stock exchange for the bell-ringing ceremony. The venue was bustling with reporters from various news agencies, including international media. Click, click, click. A swarm of journalists eagerly captured photos of Chun Weiming and his companions. As if film were free. Mr. Chun, may I ask a few questions? After the listing today, what price do you anticipate for the antenna stock? Mr. Chun, when can the actual products under the antenna company be unveiled to the public? And just how impressive is this high-tech product? Mr. Chun, given the overwhelming pre-listing subscriptions, do you believe you can elevate the antenna company to the forefront of blue-chip stocks? Mr. Chun, why is it that only a few of you are present for the bell ringing? What issues have prevented other shareholders and management from attending? A chorus of inquiries bombarded Chun Weiming, who appeared unfazed by the attention, accustomed to the thrill of being in the limelight. I appreciate the support from all the journalists. We are about to ring the bell, so if you have any questions, I would be happy to address them after we conclude, Chun Weiming replied with a warm smile. Accompanied by the exchange staff, Chun Weiming and a few others, including Chao Chaoran, proceeded to the designated area for the bell-ringing ceremony. Meanwhile, in a corner of the venue. Boss, do you truly believe there are no issues with this antenna company? Inquired a foreigner, observing the self-assured Chun Weiming and his entourage. I cannot say. Regardless of the circumstances, our HSBC Bank will not engage with any company lacking tangible industrial support. No matter how promising the situation may appear, the senior foreigner responded. His assistant nodded in agreement. This individual was none other than Shun Bai, the newly appointed general manager of HSBC, colloquially referred to as the HSBC Big Boss. At this point, Shun had only just assumed his role and had yet to earn the title of Big Boss Wong, or the illustrious moniker of God of Wealth in Hong Kong. Furthermore, he had not yet established connections with influential figures like Ship King Pao Yugong or Li Chaoran. His status was still just beginning to emerge. Nevertheless, regardless of his low profile, he was indeed the general manager of Hong Kong's foremost conglomerate, a position that commanded respect from all in the business community. Chapter 37. The popularity of antenna stocks as time approached 9 o'clock, Chun Weiming recalled. By the way, President Li, isn't that Young Yang not joining us for the bell ringing? He had remembered Yang Junjia, who, due to a recommendation from Waki Bank, was granted 20 million shares, representing a 10% stake in the antenna company, making him the largest external shareholder. Chun Weiming had hoped Yang would be present to ring the bell alongside him, allowing him to promote Yang Junjia in the media as a client recommended by Waki Bank, thereby instilling greater confidence in the antenna company among investors. This was the primary reason he wanted Yang Junjia to attend the ceremony, merely to create a buzz. Dad, did you forget? Forget what? Chun Weiming asked, puzzled by his son's inquiry. Didn't T. Young Yang send someone to notify us a few days ago? He is currently in the United States on business and 1T returned to Hong Kong until noon at the earliest, so he cannot join us for the bell ringing. His son explained. Oh, I see. I've been so busy that I completely forgot about that. Haha. Well, since that's the case, let us not wait any longer. Chairman Chun, shareholders, please come to the stage to prepare for the bell. All right, shareholders, please. Chun Weiming gestured for everyone to ascend the stage. Click, click, click. The reporters below were fervently capturing images, as the buzz surrounding antenna stocks had reached a fever pitch, prompting the journalists to seize every moment. Soon thud, thud, thud. Led by Chun Weiming, a group of original shareholders of the antenna company proceeded to ring the bell. Congratulations, Chairman Chun. I hereby announce that the antenna company is officially listed. With Li Xiaofu's announcement, the information board in the exchange hall displayed the stock code for the antenna stock, 000359. Hello, trading desk. This is XXX, account XXX. I would like to purchase all available shares of stock number XXX. The trading desk acknowledges. Final confirmation, 180. 000 shares of antenna company stock at 16 Hong Kong dollars each, totaling 88 million Hong Kong dollars. Do you confirm the transaction? Okay. We are processing the account transaction. Please hold on. Payment successful. Transaction complete. Thank you. Hello, trading desk. This is XXX. The trading desk acknowledges. Transaction successful. Quickly. Continue placing orders and secure all large orders as soon as possible. Once locked in, confirm them at the designated time. Okay. Order number B00752. Please provide the documentation. Order number B00763 is listed, totaling 480,000 shares at 19 Hong Kong dollars each. Lock it in now. Received. Hello, Far East Trading Desk. Hello, I am XXX. Following the official listing of the antenna company, Yang Junjia's VIP area was bustling, with 6 traders working busily, as chaotic as a battlefield. However, Yang Junjia observed their operations attentively from the sidelines, and thus far, he remained quite satisfied with Li Guofeng's leadership abilities. It is indeed no small feat for a novice to achieve this level of command, as the directives issued have facilitated excellent cooperation from the team. Right at the market's opening, They managed to secure several shares of the circulating stock released by the antenna company, though not substantial. It is noteworthy given that only a few minutes had passed since the market commenced. Meanwhile, in the promotional hall of the exchange, Chow Charan jovially remarked, "Congratulations, Chairman Chun. Within just 6 minutes of opening, the antenna company's stock price has surged by $2 per share. At this rate, it will undoubtedly surpass $5 by the end of the day." This investment, in his view, promised to yield substantial profits, which was a source of great delight for him. Thank you for your well wishes, Brother Chow. Let us hope for the best, but truly, I must express my gratitude to Brother Li. Without you, our antenna company would not be where it is today. Chen Zhaofu interjected with slight displeasure, "Brother Chun, let us keep this between us and refrain from excessive verbalization to avoid any undesirable rumors." Chen Weiming and Chow Charan nodded in agreement, momentarily caught up in their excitement and forgetting the sensitivity of the matter regarding Li Zhaofu's assistance. Discussing it publicly could lead to significant complications. "Chairman Chun, may we have a few words with you? Chairman Chun, could you spare us a moment? Chairman Chun." A throng of reporters began to urge Chen Weiming and his associates for a statement. "Chairman Chun, with the antenna company's stock price performing so well, now is the time to address the press. Speak boldly. After today, you will rise as another illustrious tycoon of Hong Kong." Brother Chow, you flatter me. Chen Weiming replied, "I speak sincerely. I believe that within the week, the antenna company's stock will soar to around $10, giving it a market value of $2 billion. Is that not the hallmark of a great magnate?" Chow Charan showered Chen Weiming with praise, which the latter and his son thoroughly relished. Soon, they stood before the assembled reporters. "Thank you all for your patience. On behalf of all shareholders of the antenna company, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support," Chen Weiming said politely, bowing to the journalists. "Chairman Chun, the latest news indicates that the antenna company's stock price has surged to $23, with a vigorous upward momentum. What are your expectations for the final stock price?" a reporter inquired. "Our goal as shareholders is for the antenna company's stock to reach $5 before the market closes today," Chen Weiming responded without hesitation. "Many citizens are eagerly anticipating the launch of your physical products. When can we expect them to be unveiled, and at what price will they be sold? Our technical team is accelerating the development of the physical products. I assure you they will be ready in about a month. As for pricing, it is yet to be determined and will be announced upon the product's launch," he assured. "Thank you for your response, Chairman Chen. By the way, could you provide us with more details about the physical products?" No, that would not be convenient, as this technology involves advanced proprietary techniques, and we cannot disclose any details at this time. I hope you understand, but I can assure you that our products will revolutionize the landscape of Hong Kong." Applause erupted in the hall. Although the reporters did not receive specific details about the products, they were reassured by Chen Weiming's guarantee of a groundbreaking offering. "Mr. Chun, I am a reporter from the Tokyo Daily. Mr. Chun, I represent the British Daily. Mr. Chun, I am from the BBC." Almost every reporter stationed in Hong Kong participated in this press conference, seeking insights into the antenna company. Chen Weiming addressed each inquiry with diligence. In addition to the reporters, numerous executives from major Hong Kong conglomerates were present, including HSBC Shun Bai, the spokesperson and general manager of Jardine Matheson, Newbig and Kythak, as well as representatives from Swire Group and Hutchison Whampoa. Their attendance was primarily to assess the nature of the antenna company as a high-tech entity. However, they left without confirming any details, as they had not gleaned sufficient information during the conference. Meanwhile, many representatives from Huazi Group were present, their envy towards Chen Weiming palpable. The mere fact that his stock had skyrocketed was enough to evoke their admiration. The press conference continued until just past 11 a.m., with the antenna company's stock price reaching an astonishing $46 by the morning's close. Such remarkable performance made it abundantly clear that the rise of the antenna company was unstoppable. Chapter 38. The frenzy of antenna stocks time swiftly moved to 1:30 p.m. The exchange opened as scheduled. As soon as the market commenced, a tremendous uproar erupted in the trading hall as antenna company's stock soared past the $5 mark, igniting excitement among all shareholders. However, the thrill was exclusive to those fortunate enough to hold antenna company shares, while those who missed the opportunity were left shaking their heads in regret. "I missed out big time. Why didn't I secure antenna stocks this morning? Even a modest investment of 80,000 shares would have netted me substantial profits," lamented one trader. Zhuro, regretting it now, are we? I told you to come earlier this morning. Look at it now. The antenna company's stock has more than tripled in a single morning. You're kicking yourself," teased a companion. "Jigong, do come clean. How many shares did you manage to snag this morning?" one curious friend asked, drawing the attention of the others. This group had all come from a local meat market, abandoning their businesses to immerse themselves in the trading floor due to the antenna stock's debut. Now, with such a robust surge in performance, none of them were inclined to return to their trade, leaving their affairs to family members. At this moment, Ji Gong grinned with pride and replied, "Not much, just 500,000 shares. I invested my entire fortune this time. It seems I finally made the right gamble. 500,000 shares. Impressive, Ji Gong. You had the audacity to invest that much. Aren't you worried your wife will find out?" His companions remarked, both envious and teasing. "Worried? I can sell all my stocks now and make millions in an instant. Why should I be concerned?" Ji Gong replied, brimming with confidence. In the exchange, numerous investors engaged in lively discussions, most of whom had successfully acquired antenna company shares, although those who secured tens of thousands of shares were indeed rare. The majority owned fewer than 10,000. Yet, even securing a mere 10,000 shares at the current price of $5 each, equating to 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, was a considerable profit in this era, stirring excitement among the retail investors. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Yang Junjie remarked, "Mr. Yang, currently, no one is selling antenna company stocks in the market. We must remain vigilant. Rest assured, should any shares be put up for sale, we will act promptly." Li Guofeng reported to him. Yang Junjie could only nod in agreement, as there was little else he could do. In the morning, the stock of the antenna company was unexpectedly snatched up, with a staggering 50 million shares in circulation, accounting for 25 of the company. Within just 2 hours, it was entirely sold out, allowing Chen Weiming to instantly amass over $1 billion in funds. Yang Junjie, having prepared for this moment for so long, intended to seize the opportunity to acquire more than 5 of the antenna company's equity, ideally purchasing a full position. Unfortunately, the reality fell short of his expectations. He managed to secure barely 5 million shares, roughly 25. This left him in a state of bemusement, reflecting the fierce competition evident that morning among investors clamoring for antenna company stock. "Keep your eyes peeled. Acquire everything priced below 20, he instructed without needing to be asked. "Understood, Yang Sheng. Rest assured," came the reassuring reply. Yang Junjie nodded and was about to rise to observe the situation in the trading hall when the phone in the VIP room rang. "Monitor the stock market." "I'll take this call," he said, moving towards the phone. "Hello, who is this?" he inquired. "Are you Yang, sir?" A familiar voice responded, and upon hearing it, Yang Junjie instantly recognized the caller. "Manager Manzini, is that you? Are you looking for Li Guofeng?" he asked. No, Yang sir, I'm here to find you. Is it convenient for you to come to my office now?" Manzini Scora replied. After a moment's thought, Yang Junjie surmised that Manzini Scora was likely reaching out regarding matters related to the electrical and electronic factories, though the tone suggested that things might not be proceeding smoothly. "Very well, Manager Manzini, I shall come over shortly," Yang Junjie calmly responded. Even if he were to lose these 2 factories, it would not pose any significant loss to him. Thus, he remained unperturbed by Manzini Scora's apparent unease. Worst case, he could invest some time seeking other electrical factories for transfer, or even establish new ones, or acquire others to convert them into electronic factories, all without adverse impact. After ending the call, Yang Junjie approached Li Guofeng. "Broker Li, I leave this in your capable hands. I'm off to the Huasher Bank headquarters. Don't worry, Yang Sheng, I'll keep a close watch," Li Guofeng assured him. Yang Junjie nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave the trading hall. "Yang Sheng, you're back?" Upon hearing the voice, he turned and, upon recognizing the person, smiled. "Congratulations, Chairman Chen. I knew I was right about the antenna company under your leadership. The results have exceeded my expectations." "Haha, thank you. With the antenna company's stock price soaring, it's all thanks to your support that we have reached this point. Let us celebrate our mutual success," Chen Weiming replied, beaming with joy. "I chose to invest in antenna company stock precisely because I had great faith in you, Chairman Chen. It appears my gamble has paid off," Yang Junjie laughed. "I am truly grateful for your trust, Yang Sheng. By the way, we are hosting a celebration banquet tonight at the Peninsula Hotel. As one of the shareholders of Antenna Company, your presence is essential," Chen Weiming said earnestly. This left Yang Junjie somewhat conflicted. He currently preferred to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Attending the banquet as a shareholder would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. It wasn't fear that held him back. Rather, he simply wished to evade the media and the upper echelons of Hong Kong society during this favorable period. "Are you really considering declining?" Chen Weiming inquired, sensing Yang Junjie as hesitation. Observing Chen Weiming's serious demeanor, Yang Junjie forced a smile. "Rest assured, Chairman Chen, I will be there tonight," he conceded to avoid further back and forth. "That's great. In that case, Yang Sheng, come early. I've invited a few beautiful ladies to join us for the celebration," Chen Weiming added. Yang Junjie merely smiled. He had little interest in such frivolities, prioritizing profit above all. Chen Weiming seemed to sense Yang Junjie's preoccupation and promptly continued, "If you have matters to attend to, I won't hold you up any longer." Yang Junjie nodded in agreement. "Let us enjoy a drink tonight, Chairman Chen. I do have some matters to attend to now." We shall meet later. Go ahead, Yang Sheng. I'll see you tonight, Chen Weiming replied. After leaving the trading hall, Yang Junjie made his way directly to Huasher Bank, which was conveniently located just a short 2-minute walk away. Upon arriving at Mancini's office, he found the manager already waiting for him, along with Mr. Chun, the owner of the electrical and electronic factories, which piqued Yang Junjie's curiosity. Yang sir, you've arrived at just the right time. Due to the urgency of the situation, I needed to discuss something with you, Manzini Skora stated immediately upon Yang Junjie's entrance. What is going on, Manzini? Yang sir. The situation is as follows. Mr. Chun is at risk of bankruptcy if he doesn't divest all his properties immediately, which would lead to overwhelming debt. He wishes to know if you are interested in his company and factories, hence the request for a meeting with you. Yang Junjie turned to Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, what do you wish to discuss? Yang Sheng, since you've expressed interest in my company, I would like to finalize our discussion today, if it's appropriate. Could we proceed with the transaction immediately? Delaying further incurs astronomical bank interest, which I cannot afford given my current situation. Yang Junjie shook his head. Mr. Chun, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Setting aside the valuation of your company and factory, I simply do not have the capital available at this moment. So I will need to wait. I understand your position, which is why I asked you to come and discuss this. I've spoken with Manager Manzini. If you are indeed interested in my assets, we could arrange for all my debts to Huasher Bank to be transferred to you, while I would relinquish all my enterprises in Hong Kong to you. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Debt transfer? Yang Junjie looked towards Manzini Skora for confirmation. He contemplated the proposition's merits. It indeed seemed a viable resolution, but it ultimately depended on Huasher Bank's approval. Furthermore, he needed to ascertain the total debts owed to Huasher Bank and whether the properties he would acquire in Hong Kong matched the indebtedness. Yang Junjie had to confirm all these details. Moreover, he still had to consider whether to wait for the impending stock market crash to make his move, as the fallout would likely lead to a significant depreciation of many assets. Thus, he needed to carefully weigh whether it was worthwhile to make a purchase now or to acquire these properties for future development. This was indeed a significant dilemma. Chapter 39. Negotiations for Asset Acquisition. In Manzini Skora's office, upon noticing Yang Junjie looking his way, he understood the unspoken question and nodded before slowly responding. Yang sir, I have communicated with our headquarters regarding this matter. Given your circumstances, such an operation is feasible, but we will still require you to provide corresponding stocks as collateral. With Manzini Skora's assurance, Yang Junjie nodded in acknowledgement, though he had not forgotten the most critical questions. Manager Manzini, I would like to know the exact amount Mr. Chen owes to Huasher Bank, as well as what properties he holds in Hong Kong, Yang Junjie inquired. At this moment, before Manzini and Skola could respond, Mr. Chen proactively presented his asset list, handing it over to Yang Junjie. Mr. Yang, this is a comprehensive inventory of my properties in Hong Kong. One company is located on Jardine Road in Kowloon, covering an area of 16,000 square feet, comprising 12 stories, with a market value exceeding 50 million Hong Kong dollars at the very least. Additionally, I own 2 factories in Sham Shui Pa. Although the land there is not particularly valuable, these factories are worth no less than 30 million each, equipped with numerous production lines and brand new machinery, ready for immediate operation upon takeover. Furthermore, I have a garment factory on Prince Edward Road East, currently leased to another party. While its value may be slightly lower, it is still worth several million. In the bustling district of Wan Chai, I possess 6 retail spaces, as well as 9 more in Tsim Sha Tsui, Yau Ma Ti, and Mong Kok, collectively valued at over 8 million. Moreover, I own a villa in Repulse Bay, with a market price of approximately 4.5 million, and 2 spacious flats in Causeway Bay, each valued at over 1.5 million. Over the past 70 years, I acquired a Rolls-Royce, the 11th luxury car in Hong Kong, with the license plate number 11, valued over 500,000, alongside a Ferrari driven by my son, valued around 300,000, and several business vehicles, including a Mercedes. While these values may not be astronomical, they certainly amount to a significant sum. Thus, my total assets in Hong Kong should exceed 1 billion, whereas my outstanding loan with Citibank is merely 72 million. Should we reach an agreement, I am willing to sell everything to you, Mr. Yang, for just an additional 30 million Hong Kong dollars from Citibank, and all of my properties will be yours. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie shook his head vigorously, jesting that he had come to assist with his difficulties, not to evaluate properties at market prices. If he were to consider market value, he would not have sought Mr. Chen's assistance, nor would he be interested in acquiring everything in a single package. After all, he was no fool. Moreover, if the factories and buildings were genuinely worth such amounts, Mr. Chun would have already sold them long ago, instead of allowing the situation to reach this point. This indicated that the market value was inflated and everything was not as favorable as presented. Hence, Yang Junjie could hardly justify purchasing all of Mr. Chen's assets at such a price. He merely needed to wait until April, when these properties would be nearly worthless. Following the 1973 stock market crash, it was only then that the old water police land in Central was auctioned off, ultimately selling for 35 million US dollars, approximately 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Therefore, Yang Junjie felt no urgency to acquire these properties, nor would he agree to a transaction at such a price, clearly leading to a potential loss of several million. Mr. Chun, I apologize if there has been a misunderstanding. I do indeed have an interest in your properties, but merely an interest. However, I cannot possibly invest such a substantial amount to acquire them, Yang Junjie replied candidly. The properties sounded appealing, with several plots of land, a villa, residential units, retail spaces, a company, and a building, seemingly resolving all of Yang Junjie's concerns in one fell swoop. Yet, he was acutely aware that in just a couple of months, the impending stock market crash would result in properties being available at rock-bottom prices. It was during this period that notable figures such as Li Zhaoji, Sha Dantong, Li Chaoran, and Bao Yugong managed to amass significant land and property holdings, allowing them to flourish in later years. How could he possibly agree to such a price? Upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, both Mr. Chun and Manzini were momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Mr. Yang, since you have expressed interest in my assets, what difference does it make whether we discuss this now or later? Mr. Chun inquired, perplexed. Yang Junjie pondered for a moment and replied directly, Mr. Chun, let me be forthright. Although I am interested in your properties, my assessment indicates that they are not worth the price you propose. If I were to offer a price, it would be to cover your 72 million debt to Citibank, leaving all your assets intact. I believe that is all they are worth. Yang Junjie stated. In truth, he considered this offer to be generous, as he was merely seeking an excuse to defer negotiations with Mr. Chun. He knew that Mr. Chun would likely not acquiesce to his proposal, nor would he be willing to leave empty-handed to settle his debt with Citibank. Thus, he made this statement solely to avoid engaging in the transaction, believing that the price Mr. Chun had suggested would never align with his ideal valuation. It was better not to pursue the discussion at all. Only assisting in repaying the Citibank loan is absolutely out of the question, Mr. Chin quickly protested, refusing the notion of leaving empty-handed. Observing Mr. Chin's reaction, Yang Junjie felt reassured. After all, if Mr. Chin refused, there would be no need for further negotiations. Otherwise, if a satisfactory price were reached and Mr. Chin declined, he would find himself in a difficult position with Citibank. Manzini, Mr. Chun, if that is the case, I shall not waste your time further, as I have other matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Mr. Yang, please wait, Manzini interjected, rising to block Yang Junjie's path, his expression serious as he turned to Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, this matter may not be yours to decide. Your loan agreement with Citibank has been overdue for 3 months, meaning they possess the right to auction off some of your properties. If you do not engage in a transaction with Mr. Yang, I will have no choice but to initiate the auction process in the coming days. Once the auction begins, you should understand how drastically the value will decrease, at least half of its current worth. Thus, if it proceeds to auction, you will find yourself insolvent, still indebted to Citibank. And the ultimate outcome is clear, Mr. Chun. As Mancini's words hung in the air, both Mr. Chun and Yang Junjie were momentarily stunned. Yang Junjie was left uncertain, contemplating what to do. If Mr. Chun found himself with no other options and was willing to sell the properties to him at the price of 72 million, what should he do? Should he accept? With Manzini present and having already mentioned this price, if an agreement were reached and then declined, would he not jeopardize the credit he painstakingly built with Citibank? A sense of dilemma enveloped him. However, Yang Junjie quickly resolved his thoughts. He realized that acquiring Mr. Chin's properties at the price of 72 million would yield no loss for him whatsoever. 3 factory plots, a well-established company, and a 12-story building, along with 15 retail spaces. A villa, 2 flats, a Rolls-Royce, a sports car, and several other vehicles. All of these combined amounted to a significant sum, ensuring he would not be at a loss. Previously, he had been focused on the impending stock market crash in 1973, which would lead to properties being available at bargain prices, causing him to view Mr. Chin's assets as overpriced. However, upon closer reflection, he recognized that Mr. Chin's properties were indeed quite valuable, and if the deal were finalized at 72 million, it would be a profitable venture for him. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Junjie set aside his initial reluctance. Yet, even if he agreed to proceed with the transaction, he would first need to conduct a thorough verification and assessment of all Mr. Chin's assets before signing any contracts. Moments later, the atmosphere surrounding Mr. Chin shifted. After a protracted struggle filled with deep contemplation, he ultimately let out a sigh. Alas, it appears I have lost all authority in this matter. Yang, to be reduced to such a state means that leaving with nothing would be tantamount to a dead end for my family. I implore you to show mercy. And in return, I would ask for a single flat apartment and a Mercedes-Benz, along with a cash payment of 5 million. In exchange, all that I possess will be yours. Indeed, Boss Chen found himself utterly incapable of further resistance. Should the Huachi Bank proceed to auction off his assets, he would find himself in an even more desperate situation. Thus, he had no choice but to concede. Manzini turned his gaze towards Yang Junjia, who remained lost in thought, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Having never truly considered the gravity of the situation until now, he recognized the necessity of a thorough and meticulous evaluation. After several minutes, Yang Junjia finally addressed Boss Chen. I can shoulder a debt of 72 million, and I can allow you to keep one apartment and give you a car. But I can only offer you 3 million in cash. I am afraid I cannot provide any more than that. Furthermore, under these conditions, I must conduct a complete audit of your assets before I am willing to sign any agreement. This was Yang Junjia's final offer. Should Boss Chen wish to negotiate further, he would not entertain it, as this was his utmost limit. Chapter 40. The Unyielding Terms of Huachi and a Failed Negotiation. That afternoon, with the assistance of Manzini at Huachi Bank, Yang Junjia verified the authenticity of all of Boss Chen's assets. He personally visited all the factories and office buildings, as well as other properties. After his investigations, Yang Junjia was satisfied with Boss Chen's real estate, deeming it to be of considerable value. At the very least, he believed that when the time came to sell these properties, he would be able to secure a favorable price. Of course, Yang Junjia did not intend to acquire these properties merely for resale. Even if he did choose to sell, it would be prudent to wait until a more opportune moment, as he currently required these properties for his own use. Around 4:30 p.m., Yang Junjia, Boss Chen, and Manzini returned to the bank. Sir Yang, if there are no issues, I shall proceed, began Manzini. However, before he could finish his sentence, a series of knocks interrupted him. Initially annoyed by the disturbance to his staff, his demeanor transformed into a beaming smile upon recognizing the visitor. Oh my Lucy, when did you arrive? Why didn't you allow me to greet you at the airport? Manzini exclaimed, rushing to welcome her. Yang Junjia turned his gaze as well, and upon seeing the angelic visage of the newcomer, he was momentarily taken aback, marveling at her extraordinary beauty. Despite having lived 2 lives, perhaps due to his limited exposure, he had never encountered such a stunning foreign woman before. For a moment, he could not help but gaze a little longer. Coupled with her perfectly proportioned figure, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, this woman was truly beyond description. Moreover, Yang Junjia sensed the respect with which Manzini treated her, leading him to suspect that she held a significant status. Before he could continue his musings, their conversation resumed. Manzini, I have come to report that the Hong Kong branch will be my first workplace, and I am here for my internship. What? Lucy, you must be joking, Manzini replied, visibly astonished. No, Manzini, I am not jesting. I am certain that Chairman David will be in touch with you shortly, and you will soon learn the truth of the matter. Just then, the ringing of the office phone interrupted her. Manzini hurried to answer. Hello, this is Manzini. Manzini, this is Bros. The chairman has instructed me to inform you that Miss Lucy will be interning at your Hong Kong branch, and you will be responsible for her during this period. Yes, boss, rest assured, I will take good care of Miss Lucy, Manzini assured him, showering praise over the phone. All right, I shall not disturb your work further. Best wishes for a pleasant day. Goodbye, boss. After hanging up, Manzini approached Lucy and said, Lucy, please hold on for a moment. Let me finish my business, and then we can discuss. Okay, may I stay here to learn about the business? Lucy inquired. Certainly. The Hong Kong branch warmly welcomes your presence, Manzini replied with a smile. Manzini, as I am merely an intern at this point, please feel free to call me Lucy, she said, prompting an even broader smile from Manzini, who shook his head in resignation before returning to Yang Junjia and Boss Chen. My apologies for the delay, gentlemen. Sir Yang, do you require any further information regarding Mr. Chen's assets? No, I currently have no questions. Very well, in that case, let us proceed to sign the contract. Mr. Chen's debts will be transferred to you, and all of Mr. Chen's properties will belong to you, Sir Yang. Yang Junjia nodded in agreement. Let's sign the contract. I have made my decision. Manzini acknowledged him with a nod before turning to Boss Chen. Sir Chen, if you have no objections, we shall proceed with the contract. Mr. Manzini, what objections could I possibly have? Let us sign. I can no longer bear the sleepless nights this situation has caused me, Boss Chen lamented, his tone heavy with resignation. During this period, Boss Chen had indeed aged by decades under the weight of his company's troubles, with his mind consumed nightly by thoughts of how to resolve the situation. Even in his dreams, he was haunted by these concerns. Each morning, the first thought that crossed his mind was whom to visit that day in hopes of securing a loan, or which investment firm to approach to find a willing investor to revitalize his company. He had endured this existence for over 6 months, exhausted and weary. At 50, he felt as though he had aged into his 70s. Meanwhile, Manzini, seeing that both parties had reached an agreement, nodded and stood up, moving towards the phone. All right, Please hold on for a moment. I will summon the legal department to draft the contract. In less than 10 minutes, the legal department of Huachi Bank had prepared the contract and presented it to Yang Junjie. Sir Yang, this contract has been specifically tailored for you. Please take your time to review it thoroughly. The document contains detailed terms of the loan agreement initially signed by Mr. Chun. If there are no issues, you may sign directly. As Yang Junjie listened and nodded, he diligently scrutinized the contract, knowing that this was a debt transfer agreement that required his utmost attention. Who could say what conditions Boss Chun had initially agreed to with Huachi Bank? He needed to be fully aware of the amounts, repayment terms, interest rates, and any additional stipulations to avoid unwittingly compromising himself while assisting another. Upon careful examination, Yang Junjie indeed uncovered several concealed clauses that prompted him to take a deep breath. Had he unwittingly signed the contract, he would have been under the control of Huachi Bank until the contract was nullified. This realization left him quite contemplative. General Manager Monsi, if you refer to Clause 6, Paragraph 3, during the validity of the contract, all asset operations under the borrower's name must be conducted solely through Huachi Bank, including deposits, loans, and stock transactions. This particular stipulation might have been agreeable to Chun Sheng when he secured the loan, but it was unacceptable to him. He firmly insisted on a revision. After all, with such a rigid condition in place, as long as he had not repaid Huachi Bank, it would imply he could not engage with any other bank. He was aware that he would likely negotiate with HSBC next year, and he could not rule out the possibility of collaboration. He needed to ascertain whether he could reach an agreement with Hutchison Whampoa first. If not, historically speaking, Hutchison Whampoa's 30 equity would be mortgaged to HSBC. At that point, Yang Junjie would be compelled to cooperate with HSBC, and with Huachi Bank's stipulation in effect, his hands would be entirely tied. Such foolishness was certainly not something he would entertain. Of course, if he managed to clear the debt of tens of millions by then, everything would be fine. But who among those who borrow from banks pays off their debts immediately? The use of someone else's money is not a necessity. Hence, Yang Junjie had no intention of settling this debt in the near future, unless he found himself with an abundance of cash, which was unlikely during this developmental phase. He would certainly not acquiesce to this clause. At present, he had no pressing need to take over Chen's enterprise. Even if Huachi Bank decided to withdraw from this deal due to this issue, he would suffer no loss. No, young sir. This condition is a standard hard requirement from Huachi Bank for loans deemed excessively risky, particularly for such significant liability transfers. Therefore, we must insist on this clause to ensure the absolute security of our funds. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie nodded in understanding. I comprehend and appreciate the difficulties you face, General Manager Monsi. However, I must apologize, as I personally cannot agree to such terms. He stood up, politely acknowledging both individuals, and prepared to leave. Unwilling to squander more time on negotiations of this nature, he would prefer to return to the exchange to observe stock transactions, where he might offer insights, rather than waste time here. Oh no. Seeing Yang Junjie attempting to depart, Monsi rose, blocking his path. In Monsi's view, transferring this loan to Yang Junjie was preferable to having it remain with Chun, as Yang possessed substantial stock assets, while Chun was already unable to repay. He was certainly eager to secure a loan conversion. Otherwise, this debt would become a liability, tarnishing his own record in branch management. Young sir, please hold on a moment. Huachi Bank does not intend to restrict your personal investment or collaboration. We are merely safeguarding the bank's interests. Yang Junjie chuckled at his words. General Manager Monsi. First, once these properties are transferred to my name, they will also be mortgaged to Huachi Bank, thus providing substantial security for the bank's interests. Second, I will additionally pledge corresponding stocks. Is that not sufficient to guarantee the bank's absolute security? Third, in my view, this clause resembles a form of coercion. Of course, those in urgent need of funds may overlook such stipulations, but I cannot. Very well, General Manager Monsi. This clause necessitates a meeting and discussion before we can negotiate further. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Yang Junjie departed hastily from Huachi Bank, returning to the exchange. Chapter 41. The Young Lady of Huachi Group. After Yang Junjie left, Monsi Nicola wore a wry smile, while Chun appeared despondent, and the strikingly beautiful Lucy exhibited clear dissatisfaction. Monsi, who was that guest just now? Was he displeased with our bank's regulations, or our services? She seemed to harbor a certain disdain for Yang Junjie's departure. Oh no, Miss Lucy, you misunderstand. Yang Sir is quite supportive of Huachi Bank. However, the hard regulations of our bank have led to some discrepancies in this negotiation, nothing more. Monsi Nicola hastily explained. Though he rarely interacted with this young lady, he had heard numerous rumors about her at the headquarters in the United States, aware that she was no ordinary individual, indeed, a formidable presence. Should she choose to intervene against Yang Junjie, it would spell trouble for him. After all, Yang Junjie was a promising client for the Hong Kong branch, and Monsi had plans to elevate him to a junior VIP status soon. He had no desire for this young lady to disrupt matters. Monsi, Waki Bank has its own pride. If these are the stipulated conditions, there is no need to alter the rules merely to attract clients. Lucy seemed to forget that she was merely an intern at this point. Although Monsi Nicola believed her words to be misguided, he could see that he dared not contradict her. He simply smiled, feigning ignorance. Chen sir, I will ensure this matter is resolved. Once I have addressed the issue, I will arrange for you and Yang sir to meet again. Monsi sought to change the subject as he spoke to Chen. Okay, thank you, General Manager Monsi. After Chen departed, Monsi Nicola turned to Lucy. Miss Lucy, which department do you wish to enter? Upon hearing this, Lucy revealed a smile that suggested her enthusiasm. I want to join the investment department. I aspire to become a stock investment broker. The investment department? No. Miss Lucy, that department is not suitable for you, and the chairman would never permit it. Furthermore, becoming a broker requires applying for and passing the broker examination. Monsi Nicola explained with a hint of exasperation. It would be a nightmare for him if this young lady were to enter the investment department. In his mind, the administrative, human resources, business development, and even finance departments would be far more appropriate for her. However, the lending and investment departments were two of the bank's most lucrative and critical sectors, and he could not risk allowing her to wreak havoc there. Any issues arising would ultimately fall upon him. Rest assured, I am a product of a prestigious American institution, with a specialization in financial investment and business management. I will not act recklessly. I have already obtained my father's approval for this. Feel free to verify with him. Lucy, sensing Monsi's apprehension, responded cheerfully to alleviate his concerns. Monsi Nicola remained half skeptical, scrutinizing Lucy to discern whether she was being disingenuous. As for contacting the chairman about this matter, he would not dare to inquire. He was deeply reluctant for this young lady to toy with such a crucial department, should any problems arise. Only he would bear the consequences. However unwilling he may be, he is merely a branch manager, unable to dictate the choices of the chairman's daughter. To speak rather bluntly, if she desires his position as general manager, he is powerless to resist. Miss Lucy, since you intend to enter the investment department, I shall have someone guide you to apply for a brokerage license shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Manzini Scora ultimately acquiesced. There was no room for dissent. He could only hope that this young lady would conduct herself properly during her internship, and once the term was completed, return to America to resume her life as a socialite, without causing him undue distress. All right, thank you, General Manager Manzini. You are too kind, Miss Lucy. Come, let me escort you to the Human Resources Department to process the paperwork. Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie had just exited the main entrance of Huapi Bank when a voice called out to him. Boss, would you like a ride? Initially, Yang Junjie intended to walk back, but upon seeing the rickshaw, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, compelling him to nod in agreement. To Warren Building, please. All right, boss. Please make yourself comfortable. As he settled into the rickshaw, Yang Junjie found himself enjoying the ride, yet soon his thoughts returned to the earlier matter, leaving him no inclination to admire the scenery outside. He pondered whether acquiring Boss Chen's assets was truly worthwhile, fearing it might result in a loss. Furthermore, he currently lacked suitable talent. Even if he successfully acquired Boss Chen's company, he would still require an exceptionally capable individual to manage its development. He certainly would not entrust the original management team, concerned they might form factions to undermine him. Without recruiting the right talent, if he were to manage everything himself, he would undoubtedly exhaust himself, if not to the point of collapse. The total of 75 million Hong Kong dollars was indeed a reasonable price, and it seemed imperative to secure a competent manager beforehand. He could not simply step onto the stage himself. Yang Junjie mused to himself, confident that Manzini would address the issues he had raised. After all, the stipulation regarding collateral was applicable only to those without assets. But he was now in possession of ample collateral. There was no way he would agree to such terms. Thus, Yang Junjie trusted that Manzini Scora was not a fool and would likely eliminate that requirement before reaching out to him again, so he needed to be prepared. Should he acquire Boss Chen's holdings, he would also need to plan ahead, carefully considering which industries to venture into beyond the primary focus on electronics and electrical appliances. He certainly would not dabble in finance or real estate at this juncture. However, sectors such as clothing, footwear, textiles, and toys presented viable opportunities for development. Additionally, food and beverages aligned perfectly with contemporary demands, and if he could gain control of the Asian grain market, he would be set, at least within the Asia-Pacific region. Much like the four major grain merchants of later times, Yang Junjie was uncertain of their exact power. Yet he knew there were occasions when local leaders would personally deliver stacks of cash to secure supplies of various foodstuffs. This clearly illustrated the formidable influence of these global grain magnates. While Yang Junjie did not aspire to attain such power, he aimed to ensure his own substantial influence in Asia, a crucial factor for his future. Boss, we've arrived. The voice of Laugh pulled Yang Junjie from his reverie. Oh, very well, how much? 5 dimes. Yang Junjie nodded and reached into his pocket, but to his dismay, he found neither his wallet nor loose change. Oh no, my wallet is at the exchange. Yang Junjie offered an awkward smile. Could you accompany me to retrieve it? I seem to have forgotten it. Laugh scrutinized Yang Junjie, noting his elegant attire and polished shoes, which hardly suggested he was a swindler or a fare dodger. Never mind, just pay me next time you see me. I often work this area. Coming. Goodbye, boss. Laugh calmly bid farewell as he departed. Yang Junjie watched him leave, nodding with a satisfied smile. He must have just arrived in Hong Kong. He mused to himself. In this land rife with deception, it was surprising to encounter someone so readily trusting, piquing his curiosity. From the glimmer in that man's eyes, Yang Junjie discerned a certain purity, a trait typically found in those who had just migrated from the mainland, where many villagers remained remarkably sincere. I hope you don't get lost in this dazzling world, Yang Junjie whispered before turning to enter the Far East Club. Chapter 42. Headhunting Companies in a Fortuitous Encounter with Exceptional Talent. I'm back. How are things? Yang, you're back. The situation is quite good. The stock price of the antenna company is soaring, but so far, there hasn't been a single share available on the market. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie fell silent, realizing that perhaps he had overestimated the situation. He had hoped to capitalize on the antenna company incident for a significant profit, but it now seemed impossible. However, it made sense. With such strong momentum, only a fool or an impatient shareholder would part with such a promising stock. He recognized that he had been overly idealistic. While reality had delivered a harsh lesson, he had initially hoped to control a larger portion of the antenna company's stock. But he now felt fortunate to have acquired the original shares. Otherwise, he might not have earned anything from this antenna company affair with the stocks he had managed to acquire. All right, no matter. Just keep an eye out for any shares that become available. Understood, Yang. Li, come here for a moment. Yang Junjie called Li Guofeng over, hoping to inquire about headhunting firms in Hong Kong. He genuinely had no knowledge of this, and recruiting talent had become rather cumbersome. It typically involved posting ads or placing notices in newspapers. However, such methods rarely yielded the candidates he desired. What he truly sought was a pile of resumes to sift through and select the most suitable individuals. Yang, what's wrong? Li Guofeng noticed Yang Junjie's furrowed brow and assumed something significant had occurred. It's nothing. I just met with Manzini. I'm planning to take over all of Boss Chen's assets in Hong Kong for management, but I don't want to use his original management team. Do you know where I can recruit talent in Hong Kong? Upon hearing this, Li Guofeng smiled. He had thought something serious had transpired. Yang, there are several headhunting firms upstairs, including Integra and Feli. Finding talent should be quite simple. All right. Yang Junjie offered an awkward smile. Li, would you be interested in joining me to consult with them? Yang Junjie asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. But Yang, what type of management personnel are you looking for? Li Guofeng inquired curiously. Currently, I need to find someone who can oversee the entire operation. As for other managerial positions, I can promote from within later. Yang Junjie did not conceal anything from him. He held a strong trust in Li Guofeng's character. He even contemplated that once Li Guofeng flourished, he would recruit this individual to serve his own interests. At least for now, he perceived Li Guofeng's integrity to be commendable. Moreover, his 2 childhood friends had also become part of his team, which would undoubtedly enhance their collaboration. Oh, I see. Since you, Mr. Yang, are in pursuit of senior management, let us consult with the headhunters at Ingta, Li Guofeng suggested. Yang Junjie nodded in agreement, and together with Li Guofeng, they exited the exchange and approached the elevator. Please, wait a moment. The individuals inside the elevator hastily pressed the door open button for Yang Junjie and his companions. Thank you, Li Guofeng politely expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Yang Junjie nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Yang, to my knowledge, the management team at Boss Chen's company is quite competent. Why do you not intend to continue utilizing them? Li Guofeng inquired curiously. Yang Junjie smiled at him. Have you not heard the saying, a new emperor brings forth new ministers? As I plan to acquire all of Boss Chen's enterprises, I must cultivate my own management team. Who knows the current dynamics between Boss Chen's management and other departments? If they are all in cahoots, would I not be at a disadvantage? Upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, Li Guofeng nodded in agreement. That does make sense. However, as far as I know, it is quite challenging to find outstanding management through headhunters. Are you not considering poaching talent from other groups? Li Guofeng suggested once more. Poaching talent? Yang Junjie replied. Indeed, many corporations resort to such methods, as academic credentials do not signify everything. Major corporations seeking to dominate the management landscape often recruit talent in this manner. There is a saying that goes, if someone possesses capability, it will become evident when they are set free. Consequently, individuals with both education and ability, once they demonstrate their skills in other firms, will attract the attention of larger corporations in need of capable management. This approach is certainly preferable to seeking individuals through headhunters who may only possess impressive degrees without any proven track record. Yang Junjie found Li Guofeng's insights to be quite reasonable, acknowledging that this was indeed a weakness of his. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such matters. Now that Li Guofeng articulated these thoughts, even without experience, Yang Junjie recognized their validity. Education is secondary, while ability is paramount. Undoubtedly, individuals who possess both education and capability are the most desirable assets for any company. Thus, recruiting from other companies is far more appropriate than seeking talent from headhunters. At least he would have prior knowledge of those he intends to approach, rather than relying solely on cold data from headhunters, which remains unverified. Good day, gentlemen. May I interrupt for a moment? Just as Yang Junjie was contemplating, the man who had assisted them with the elevator spoke up. Yang Junjie turned to him and said, "Hello, is there something you need?" The man maintained a professional smile. "I happen to overhear that you are seeking management talent. May I inquire about the nature of your company? I would like to recommend myself." Yang Junjie glanced at Li Guofeng in surprise, who merely smiled back without speaking, his eyes seemingly suggesting that Yang Junjie should handle the matter as he saw fit. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and they stepped out into the corridor. Yang Junjie asked, "Are you here to seek a position with a headhunting firm?" "Yes, here is my resume. I worked at Hutchison Whampoa for 2 years, and before leaving, I held the position of department manager. The reason for my departure is detailed in my resume." The man confidently handed his resume to Yang Junjie. Yang Junjie felt intrigued by this individual. Regardless of his qualifications, the confidence and boldness he exhibited left a strong first impression on Yang Junjie, suggesting a perspective of someone who sees the larger picture. He was indeed curious and somewhat impressed by how this man could so confidently market himself. Yang Junjie found a place to sit, observing the man as they stood at the entrance of the headhunting firm. It was rather audacious to submit a resume so openly, and if discovered, they would surely be blacklisted in the headhunting industry. Gan Qinglin, Bachelor's degree from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, graduated in '68. Employed by the Industrial Union, became deputy chairman of the union in '69, and after a year as chairman, he subsequently became deputy manager of the marketing department at Hutchison Whampoa. Achieving a managerial position within 3 months, Yang Junjie noted that the man's academic credentials were not particularly impressive, at least not when compared to those who hailed from prestigious institutions such as Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, or MIT. However, Yang Junjie was unconcerned with such matters. As Li Guofeng had stated earlier, education is secondary, while capability is paramount. As long as a person possessed competence and ability, Yang Junjie would be willing to entrust them with significant responsibilities, provided he also found the individual's character to be commendable. Presently, Yang Junjie scrutinized the resume, not for the details of the man's career, but rather for the name itself, as he pondered why Gan Qinglin's name seemed so familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Was he not the future right-hand man of Li Chaoren at Chengkong? Upon confirming his suspicions by reviewing the resume, Yang Junjie was certain that this individual would indeed become Li Chaoren's trusted aide in the future. Many are aware that Chengkong Group is primarily associated with Ho Kuan-ning, yet both Yuan Tianfan and Gan Qinglin are exceptionally capable individuals, albeit overshadowed by Ho Kuan-ning's prominence. With this revelation, Yang Junjie lost interest in pursuing talent through headhunters. Although Gan Qinglin was still quite young, approximately 27 or 28 years old, those with capability ultimately excel, and he had already amassed several years of managerial experience, no longer a novice. Chapter 43, Li Chaoren's brother-in-law. Gan Qinglin, in a Cha-Chan tongue in Central. Gan, to be frank, your resume does not meet my expectations for the managerial position I am seeking, but I am quite taken with your confidence, and I am willing to offer you an opportunity, Yang Junjie stated candidly. Simultaneously, he recalled that Gan Qinglin was related to Li Chaoren, but he was uncertain whether Gan Qinglin had married Li Chaoren's sister's youngest daughter, Zhuang Yueqing. He truly could not remember this detail. He harbored reservations. If he were to recruit Gan Qinglin now, would this individual, like history has shown, eventually be lured away by Li Chaoren to assist his son in securing the throne? This was a consideration he could not overlook, for it would leave him in a precarious position if he nurtured Gan Qinglin only to see him turn around and aid his brother-in-law in management. However, after careful contemplation, he reminded himself that it was only 1973, even if Gan Qinglin followed the historical trajectory and assisted Li Chaoren. That would be 2 decades from now, a span of time ample enough to transform a person. Moreover, by then, Yang Junjie might possess even more exceptional managers. So he decided not to dwell on the matter any further. In his previous timeline, Yang Junjie had encountered a report concerning Gan Qinglin and Li Chaoren. Although it was a tabloid piece, he found the content to be quite insightful, which is why it had lingered in his memory. The report stated that Gan Qinglin was highly capable, but it was only when Li Chaoren recognized Gan Qinglin's managerial prowess that he invited him to join the company. Consequently, Gan Qinglin took a few years before finally agreeing to join Cheng Kong in the 1990s. It is evident that their relationship lacks warmth, even among biological brothers. Competition and comparison exist, how much more so between brothers-in-law, as neither wishes to return to their family home and bring shame upon their wives. Gan Qinglin is indeed a capable individual, and typically, someone with even a modicum of ambition would refuse to settle for mediocrity, not wanting others to perceive his success as merely a result of connections. However, in the face of a successful brother-in-law, he must surely harbor a desire to catch up. Yet he is reluctant to approach him for assistance out of fear that others might misconstrue his achievements as being solely owed to Li Chao's influence. This might encapsulate Gan Qinglin's internal monologue. Of course, these are merely conjectures on Yang Junjia's part. While he is unaware of when Gan Qinglin became related to Li Chao, it likely occurred not long ago, considering he married in the mid-1970s. However, during those years leading into the 1980s, Gan Qinglin did not work under Li Chao, which may reveal an underlying issue. Upon reflecting on this, Yang Junjia felt no reservations. Rather, he was inclined to recruit Gan Qinglin, hoping to see him achieve greater heights in the future. Although he may still fall short of Li Chao's stature, at least he would not be accused of ascending through familial ties. When Yang Junjia spoke, Gan Qinglin did not display overwhelming excitement. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Mr. Yang, do you not intend to introduce your company to me first?" Yang Junjia, upon hearing this, smiled awkwardly and replied, "I apologize, that was my oversight. However, I must clarify, Mr. Gan, that I do not currently own a company. My intention is to negotiate for its acquisition." Gan Qinglin paused for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face, which Yang Junjia noticed. "Mr. Gan, do you believe I am being somewhat frivolous, seeking to recruit personnel without having a company in place?" Yang Junjia directly questioned. He sought individuals who could help him grow from small beginnings into something substantial, rather than those who could only share in the successes but shy away from challenges. If his company were already established, he would not need to resort to headhunting. He could simply advertise for seasoned management to interview. To be frank, given Gan Qinglin's current demeanor, Yang Junjia felt a degree of disappointment. He was not compelled to hire him. After all, regardless of Gan Qinglin's future prowess, he would still require a stable and mature platform to showcase his abilities. It is important to note that by the 1990s, the Changshe Group had already established a robust framework, meaning that achieving growth was not solely dependent on the management team. Their presence was merely a supplementary enhancement. Much of the success stemmed from the fact that the Changshe Group was already on a defined trajectory, with a clear direction for management to follow. Of course, this does not imply that management is without value. The absence of competent managers could indeed hinder the group's development, a fact Yang Junjia was well aware of. However, in his current perspective, he desired a management team capable of evolving alongside him to strengthen the company, rather than waiting until the company was flourishing before stepping in to manage. Such a scenario held little significance and did not foster the level of trust he sought. Mr. Yang, to be honest, I did have some concerns earlier, but upon reflection, I believe this may indeed be for the better, perhaps even showcasing my capabilities more prominently. However, I wonder what position you might assign me. Gan Qinglin asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. His departure from his previous company stemmed from a desire to escape mediocrity, seeking a more promising platform and a company with greater potential for advancement. Upon hearing that Yang Junjia's company was not yet ready, he briefly considered withdrawing. Yet, recalling their conversation in the elevator about the acquisition requiring nearly 80 million Hong Kong dollars and the search for a top management position, he found renewed motivation. A company capable of investing 80 million Hong Kong dollars was no small enterprise. If offered the role of general manager, Gan Qinglin would certainly be inclined to accept. He held confidence in his abilities to manage a company effectively, and if it could thrive under his leadership and eventually go public, it would align perfectly with his aspirations, thus prompting his current change of heart. Yang Junjia, upon hearing this, erupted into joyous laughter. "Ha ha, I came seeking a head for the position of general manager. Mr. Gan, would you be interested in giving it a try?" With Yang Junjia's affirmation, Gan Qinglin promptly stood and extended his hand towards him. "Chairman, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration in the future." "Excellent. Welcome aboard, Mr. Gan. As for salary matters, we shall discuss them later. For now, I await a call from Huasher Bank, and we can go together for our next meeting. I look forward to it as well." Yang Junjia nodded in satisfaction. Securing the management team provided him with considerable peace of mind. Now, he awaited confirmation from Manzani Scola, ensuring that the contract met his requirements before proceeding with Boss Chen's enterprise. After all, these assets were not insignificant. "Come, let us dine first." "Certainly, Mr. Yang." As they were enjoying their meal, a broker approached Yang Junjia. "Mr. Yang, You are here. Just now. General Manager Manzani called and asked for you to be in his office at 2:30 p.m. to continue discussions from this morning. Yang Junjia's face lit up with a smile as he turned to Gan Qinglin. Mr. Gan, it seems you will soon need to enter work mode. Haha. I am already prepared and ready to switch to work mode at any time, Gan Qinglin joyfully responded. Yang Junjia nodded and addressed the broker. Thank you. I understand. Shortly after their lunch, around 2 p.m., Li Guofeng returned to the stock exchange, while Gan Qinglin accompanied Yang Junjia directly to Huasher Bank. Chairman, are you investing in the stock market? Indeed, I have purchased some shares in Antenna Company. I never anticipated that such a shell company would rise so dramatically, Yang Junjia remarked with a hint of astonishment. He had previously studied the meteoric rise of Antenna Company and concluded that it was largely due to Chen Minglin's exceptional marketing, which packaged the company as a high-tech entity, convincing the uninformed public of its worth. Coupled with the strong promotion by the exchange's president, Li Zhaofu, and the endorsement of the stock market mogul, Cao Cao, the hype surrounding Antenna Company surged dramatically. Chairman Yang, may I speak candidly? Gan Qinglin said, furrowing his brow. Mr. Gan, please do not hesitate. I believe the current situation of Antenna Company's stock is merely a temporary boon. It cannot be held long-term, as it is a shell company without real industry support, making it a perilous investment. You must exercise caution, Chairman. Yang Junjia nodded appreciatively at Gan Qinglin, assuring him. Rest assured, Mr. Gan, I plan to liquidate my holdings soon. My aim is merely to make some quick profits. Hearing this, Gan Qinglin felt reassured. He did not wish for the company to falter before it even had a chance to develop, leaving him with no meaningful contribution. Stability and security were what he sought. Chapter 44. Acquisition of the industry for 75 million successful. Soon, Yang Junjia and Gan Qinglin arrived at Manzani Skola's office at Huasher Bank, where Boss Chun was already present. Yang Shang, after my communication with the board of directors at headquarters, we at Waki Bank can eliminate the disputed clause you mentioned. Here is the revised contract for your review. Yang Junjia nodded as he received the contract and handed another copy to Gan Qinglin beside him. General Manager Mansi. Allow me to introduce Mr. Gan Qinglin, the future general manager of my company, Yang Junjia said, gesturing towards Gan Qinglin. Oh, Mr. Gan. It is a pleasure to meet you, General Manager Mansi responded. It is an honor to meet you as well, Gan Qinglin replied calmly. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. He added. Gan Qinglin maintained a composed demeanor while introducing himself to Mansi and Skola, exuding an air of confidence that pleased Yang Junjia immensely. General Manager Gan. Shall we review the contract? Yang Junjia suggested. Certainly. A few minutes later, Yang Junjia nodded and set the contract down, looking towards Gan Qinglin. General Manager Gan. Is there any issue with the contract? Well, the contract appears sound, but Chairman, I would like to know if you have inspected the company's site, factory, and other properties? Gan Qinglin inquired, studying the list of assets belonging to Mr. Chun. Upon reviewing the figures, he found that the total debt transfer of 72 million, plus 3 million in cash, raised questions. He was puzzled as to why these assets, which he believed had a value exceeding 100 million, were offered to Yang Junjia at such a low price. This led him to wonder if there were underlying issues with the properties, prompting his inquiry. Yang Junjia nodded in response. I conducted an inspection yesterday, and everything is in order. Subsequently, Gan Qinglin leaned closer to Yang Junjia and quietly voiced his concerns. Yang Junjia, in turn, explained, and after several minutes of their hushed conversation, Gan Qinglin, now fully informed, turned to Mansi and Skola. Additionally, I am aware that Waki Bank has recently introduced lower loan rates than those stated in the contract. General Manager Mansi, considering that this contract was originally signed by Mr. Chun, and as I am now a new customer, should it not be executed at the current rate? Gan Qinglin straightforwardly posed this question to Mansi and Skola. Is that so? Yang Junjia glanced at the interest rate in the contract, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Oh my, Mr. Yang, this aspect cannot be altered. As you are assuming Mr. Chen's debt, the contractual interest rate must remain unchanged. Otherwise, we would have discrepancies in our database, Mansi quickly clarified. Mr. Yang, where did you find such an attentive manager? This is a detail even I overlooked. Although the current rates are lower, I regret to inform you that this cannot be modified, Mansi expressed, a hint of resignation in his tone. He was indeed speaking the truth. The contract had already entered the database and could not be amended. If the contract were executed at the new rates, it would lead to significant complications for him. Yang Junjia observed that the difference between the contract's interest rate and the current rate was minimal. Truth be told, he was not overly concerned about the interest. In comparison to his future earnings, the interest was negligible. He was willing to accept a higher interest rate if it meant securing more substantial funding. Is there anything else? General Manager Gan? Yang Junjia inquired, pleased with Gan Qinglin's keen observation of these matters, as it indicated his meticulous approach to work. Chairman, I understand that Waki Bank operates on a membership tier system. May I ask if you currently hold VIP status with Waki? Gan Qinglin inquired naturally. Monsi visibly tensed at this remark. Mr. Yang, this was indeed my oversight. I intended to designate you as a junior member after signing this contract. You are indeed eligible for VIP status at Waki Bank. Haha, I am truly grateful for your recognition, General Manager Monsi. If all is in order, I shall proceed to sign, Yang Junjia said, complimenting Monsi while glancing toward Gan Qinglin to see if he had any further questions. Gan Qinglin subtly nodded at Yang Junjia, believing that provided the assets were sound, the price was quite reasonable, and he fully endorsed the transaction. After a brief moment, Yang Junjia swiftly signed his name and affixed his fingerprint. Mr. Chun, General Manager Monsi, I look forward to our collaboration. Once everyone had signed, Yang Junjia courteously extended his hand towards them. Yang Sheng, Mr. Yang, I look forward to our collaboration, they echoed. From that moment on, Mr. Chen's assets formally belonged to Yang Junjia, who now also bore a debt of 72 million Hong Kong dollars. Yang Junjia was now a property owner. And while this transaction disrupted his previously laid plans, it was of little consequence. This deal was undoubtedly profitable for him. These properties might experience significant depreciation during a market downturn, but he had no intention of selling, so the impact would be minimal. Once this period passed, and with the economic recovery in Hong Kong in 1975, everything would change, and these properties would appreciate significantly in value, particularly the land where he was constructing a laboratory, which would undoubtedly be worth a fortune in the future. Thus, overall, this transaction proved to be quite advantageous. Mr. Monsi, I need to transition the responsibilities to Mr. Chun. We shall take our leave for now. All right, Mr. Yang, please proceed with your business. I will ensure someone delivers your VIP card to you, Monsi replied. Thank you. I look forward to our next meal together. Okay, I await your news. Mr. Chun, let us depart, Yang Junjia said as he turned to Mr. Chun. After you. Yang Sheng. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at 26 Jardine Road. Observing the 12-story building, Yang Junjia felt a surge of emotion. While the building was not particularly tall, in this era, it stood out favorably against its surroundings, embodying a sense of prestige. It is worth noting that in 1972, the most prosperous commercial area in Kowloon was Nathan Road, where buildings typically ranged from 10 to 20 stories, unlike the skyscrapers of the later years. The tallest building in Kowloon at that time was the Wharf Commercial Building, which stood at just 22 stories. Most of the impressive structures were hotels and residences, with few commercial high-rises. In Central, the tallest skyscraper emerging was the upcoming Jardine House, also known as the Connaught Center, which upon completion would soar to 52 stories, 1,785 feet, indisputably becoming Hong Kong's tallest building and the first skyscraper in Southeast Asia during the 1970s. Additionally, most buildings exceeding 30 stories today are located on Hong Kong Island, while Kowloon had yet to undergo significant development. It would not be until after 1975 that Sim Sha Sui and Nathan Road would begin to see the rise of skyscrapers. Thus, standing before this building now belonging to him filled Yang Junjia with profound sentiment. General Manager gone, let us proceed upstairs. From now on, the company will be under your management, including personnel arrangements, internal management, and the company's development direction, Yang Junjia stated directly. Since he had brought Gan Qinglin into his fold, he harbored no doubts. As the saying goes, trust those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt. As long as he did not relinquish complete authority to Gan Qinglin, and with Gan residing in Hong Kong, Yang Junjia felt assured that Gan would not engage in any subterfuge. The future development direction of the company, along with its strategic layout, is, of course, a matter that Yang Junjia must decide for himself. He would undoubtedly not entrust this responsibility to others. Even if someone like Shun Bai from HSBC were to come and act as his manager, he would still possess a far superior vision than that of any mere mortal. Rest assured, Chairman, I will not disappoint you, Gan Qinglin confidently replied. Under the guidance of Boss Chun, Yang Junjia and Gan Qinglin began to familiarize themselves with the personnel of the original company, ensuring that the accounts were in order. Other matters were left to Gan Qinglin to handle. Simultaneously, Boss Chun entrusted Yang Junjia with the villa, residential property, luxury cars, and various other items, mentioning that he would vacate the villa in 3 days. Once all these arrangements were made, it was already past 6 o'clock. On that day, Yang Junjia and Gan Qinglin did not convene an internal meeting, but instead instructed the staff to schedule a collective meeting for all management to take place the following morning. Shortly thereafter, Yang Junjia and Gan Qinglin departed from the company, and Yang Junjia extended an invitation to Gan Qinglin to accompany him to the celebration banquet of the antenna company that evening. Attending such a gathering would be beneficial for networking, and it would also serve as a formal introduction of Gan Qinglin as his future spokesperson. Chapter 45. Attending the celebration banquet at the Peninsula Hotel around 7 o'clock in the evening, The Peninsula Hotel, owned by the Kadori family, was the venue. Located at 22 Salisbury Road, Sim Sha Tsui, Kowloon. The Peninsula Hotel is the oldest existing hotel in Hong Kong and was once considered one of the most luxurious and renowned hotels in the world. Overlooking the panoramic views of Victoria Harbour, its scenery is absolutely breathtaking, and the hotel's decor, which incorporates the latest global design trends, has consistently ranked it among the world's premier hotels. The Peninsula Hotel opened its doors on December 11, 1928, earning the title of the Eastern Empress, with its opulence leaving many foreign businessmen in awe. Although the building comprised only 7 stories, it was considered a skyscraper in that era, uniquely designed in an H shape. However, during the 1950s and 60s, the hotel was not without its controversies, prominently displaying signs prohibiting entry to local figures. This highlighted the low status of indigenous Hong Kongers, who found themselves restricted even within their own territory. It wasn't until the gradual rise of established Chinese families, such as the Ho family, that these norms began to change, allowing for greater recognition of Chinese capitalists. In an effort to combat this situation, various business associations were formed among Chinese entrepreneurs to collectively resist British capital suppression. Under the leadership of several prominent families, including the Li, Luo, and Li families, the influx of Chinese capital from other regions during the 1950s gradually transformed the landscape of Hong Kong. Today, while Chinese capital may not yet be considered dominant, it is no longer a mere target for exploitation by British conglomerates. Currently, the Peninsula Hotel relies heavily on Chinese clientele for its business. Without their patronage, it would face closure. The hotel's rooftop garden had been entirely reserved by the chairman of the antenna company, Chen Weiming, for a celebration banquet to honor the company's stock surge. Yang Junjia had already received the closing figures from his broker, Li Guofeng. The stock opened at an initial price of 15 Hong Kong dollars and closed at 872 Hong Kong dollars, representing a staggering increase of 580%, an incredible feat for instance. Yang Junjia possessed 25 million shares of Antenna Company, purchased at the cost of $15 per share, with the stock price soaring to $872. He realized a profit of 722 Hong Kong dollars per share. Multiplying this by his 25 million shares resulted in over 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. A remarkable profit in just a week, even without considering taxes and fees. However, these shares were original issue stocks, not available for trading in the market for 15 working days following the signing of the contract, a stipulation he was acutely aware of. He anticipated the stock would likely crash around early February, allowing him to trade by late January. Upon entering the banquet, Yang Junjia surveyed the bustling rooftop garden filled with attendees, many of whom he recognized as future magnates. "Chairman, this banquet is quite grand. Look over there. Aren't those the prominent figures of the blue-chip stocks? It's surprising to see them here," Gan Qinglin remarked, pointing to a group of middle-aged men nearby. Yang Junjia nodded with a smile, acknowledging the presence of the formidable trio from New World Development, along with other shipping magnates and influential figures from various sectors. Yang Junjia was impressed by Chen Weiming's ability to attract such powerful individuals, recognizing the significance of their presence. Although the antenna company was merely a shell, the explosive potential of its stock had compelled these eminent figures to show some respect. Moreover, given that these individuals were not yet the dominant forces they would become in the future, their attendance was understandable, as they sought to solidify their networks for future growth. Curiously, Yang Junjia turned to Gan Qinglin. "General Manager Gan, I am intrigued by something. How did you come to be involved with the young lady from the Zhuang family?" he inquired. Gan Qinglin, taken aback and slightly embarrassed, responded, "Chairman Yang, how did you find out about my relationship with the Zhuang family's daughter?" "Oh, in a city as small as Hong Kong, information travels fast," Yang Junjia chuckled. "That is wonderful. You'll soon be connected to Li Chaoren. But you must strive to keep up. After all, the Zhuang family is a highly regarded entity, and you wouldn't want to fall short in comparison." Gan Qinglin's expression darkened at this, prompting Yang Junjia to reassure him with a pat on the shoulder. "Have faith. I believe you will become the head of a multinational corporation, and your accomplishments will be substantial enough to marry into the Zhuang family. Your aspirations are lofty, Chairman," Gan Qinglin said, a smile breaking through his earlier dismay. "Certainly, you trust my words. I am quite confident that within 1 to 2 years, my accomplishments will rival those of the esteemed individuals over there. Let us work diligently." Yang Junjia once again patted Gan Qinglin on the shoulder, simultaneously making his way inside, intending to find a seat for himself, for he had no interest in seeking connections. Behind him, Gan Qinglin observed Yang Junjia's departing figure, his mind echoing with the words he had just uttered. "In 1 to 2 years, I will catch up to them." "Chairman, are you merely youthful and impetuous? Or are you a fearless warrior?" Gan Qinglin shook his head and also stepped inside. "Ha ha, Young Yang, you have finally arrived. Just as Yang Junjie settled down, a voice echoed from a distance, prompting him to turn around. Chairman Shun, congratulations. I did not expect your influence to be so vast. The scale of today's banquet has truly opened my eyes, Yang Junjie remarked with a beaming smile as he surveyed the guests present. Ha. It is merely the courtesy of everyone. Yang, do not sit here. As the second largest shareholder of our company, you cannot remain here. Come, let us find a seat inside. No, I prefer to stay here. Before Yang Junjie could finish his sentence, he was pulled by Chun Wei-ming into the interior, leaving Gan Qinglin to smile faintly before he mingled with the crowd, showcasing his social skills. Chapter 46, The Realistic Li Zhaofu. Moments later, Yang Junjie followed Chun Wei-ming to where the group from Huazi was seated. Upon their entrance, the crowd turned their curious gazes towards them. Everyone, allow me to introduce Mr. Yang Junjie, our company's second largest shareholder. Chun Wei-ming directly presented him. Esteemed seniors, I am Yang Junjie, and I hope for your guidance in the future. Yang Junjie courteously greeted everyone present. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Ha, Yang. It is a pleasure to see you again, a voice from his right chimed in. Yang Junjie turned to see Li Zhaofu. Hello, Chairman Li. I am equally delighted to see you again, Yang Junjie responded calmly, smiling. Come, Yang, have a seat over here, Li Zhaofu warmly invited. Pulling Yang Junjie to sit beside him. Uncle Li Si, who is this young man? It seems both Chairman Chen and Chairman Li are personally flattering him. Which family's child is he? Zheng Xiong inquired. Brother Zheng, you are unaware, so I am even more in the dark. He seems unfamiliar, but it is certain that he must have a remarkable background. Not only is he the second largest shareholder of our company, but he also commands such respect from Chairman Li. He cannot be an ordinary person. Their conversation drew nods of agreement from the others seated nearby. The sudden appearance of Yang Junjie, coupled with the attention from Chun Wei-ming and Li Zhaofu, sparked curiosity and speculation among all present about his identity. Yang, our last hurried parting left us with little time to converse. Now that we have a moment, I would love to discuss matters with you. Li Zhaofu said with a smile. Chairman Li, you are too kind. It was my oversight. I should have invited you to dine and discuss in detail. Yang Junjie replied politely, flattering him. At this point, his influence was insufficient, and he could only offer kind words to those of higher status. In the capital region, reality is stark. The big fish eat the small fish, and those without strength must cling to the powerful, not seeking resources but merely hoping to avoid being targeted. Particularly in this era of Hong Kong, lacking connections renders progress exceedingly difficult, as he was just beginning his developmental phase. Failing to align himself with influential circles would not only hinder his growth, but also make acquiring necessary resources exceedingly costly, if not impossible. This exemplifies the advantage of networking. One cannot afford to eschew alliances, especially given the dominance of British interests in this era, which can easily overshadow a fledgling Chinese enterprise. Yang, you truly have a knack for humor. By the way, I am quite curious about something. Did you foresee the rise of the milk company's stock? Or did you receive some insider information? Li Zhaofu inquired earnestly. He had contemplated various possibilities regarding the milk company, and upon reviewing the timeline of Yang Junjie's stock purchases, he suspected that Yang Junjie might have been strategically targeting the milk company, thus his keen interest in him. Hearing Li Zhaofu's question, Yang Junjie could only respond with a wry smile, pondering how best to answer. He could not divulge that he had ignited the fuse regarding the milk company and the real estate matters, for that would surely lead to trouble with the likes of Jardine and Wang Dehui. Chairman Li, you are overthinking it. Whether it was the milk company's stock previously or my recent acquisition of shares in the antenna company, it was all recommended by my broker. I fear you may find it amusing, but this is only my second foray into stock trading, Yang Junjie replied earnestly. Li Zhaofu regarded him with skepticism. Yet upon witnessing his sincerity, he began to believe him, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. Yang, are you being truthful? Of course. I had just started working when I began trading stocks. You are surely aware of where I was employed. I only left after making profits in the stock market. And this indeed marks my second attempt at investing, Yang Junjie clarified. Li Zhaofu nodded, convinced by the information he had gathered, which confirmed Yang Junjie's previous employment at Yongxing Bank. Initially, he had thought Yang Junjie was merely using this as a cover for his identity, but it now appeared to be genuine. Yang, are you truly a person who has emerged from Kowloon walled city and not a descendant of some other prestigious family? Li Zhaofu reiterated his inquiry. Yang Junjie smiled and shook his head. I am no scion of a family. I am genuinely a poor individual hailing from Kowloon walled city. He had never felt the need to conceal his humble origins. Previously, while working at Yongxing Bank, he had fabricated a different identity merely to secure his first pot of gold. Now, he had no need for a false identity. As the saying goes, a hero's origins do not define him. Moreover, what does it matter if one emerges from Kowloon walled city? As long as his wealth keeps pace, he would earn respect regardless. Thus, There was nothing to hide. However, Li Xiaofu held a different perspective, as he had always believed in the adage that people of similar backgrounds tend to congregate. Upon learning that Yang Junjia's fortunes were merely a stroke of luck rather than stemming from insider knowledge or powerful connections, he felt somewhat disheartened. The revelation of Yang Junjia's origins from Kowloon walled city shifted his demeanor and tone. Oh, so that is the case. Young Yang, you are fortunate indeed. I truly envy you. Now, please, take a seat for a moment while I catch up with an old friend. Without awaiting Yang Junjia's response, Li Xiaofu departed. Yang Junjia merely smiled, unaffected by Li Xiaofu's actions. He had anticipated this old fellow's behavior. However, he too would not enjoy his position for long, as the impending stock disaster would draw scrutiny towards him due to the proliferation of shell companies and fraudulent stocks. Nevertheless, as an established family in the old society of Hong Kong, the influence and connections of the Li family were formidable, and Li Xiaofu would likely face only a fine, allowing the matter to swiftly fade away. However, from that moment onward, his reputation in the circle became synonymous with that of a notorious leech, a figure known to all. Bound by the influence of the Li family and his position as the president of the exchange, other families dared not cross him. It was not until the Black Monday financial storm of '87 that this leech finally faced justice and was once again investigated. Subsequently, he lost his position as president of the exchange and spent several years in Stanley Prison, becoming the subject of ridicule among the citizens, thus bringing disgrace to the Li family. After Li Xiaofu departed, Yang Junjia also rose, holding a glass of wine as he exited, choosing not to engage with those future magnates. After all, his current foundation was insufficient. Even if he managed to associate with them, it would merely result in a nodding acquaintance, devoid of significance. Moreover, he had no pressing need to curry favor with these individuals. He could simply join the business association later and enjoy the resources once his company was well established. Just as he stood up and took a few steps, he spotted Chun Weiming entering with two companions, the general manager of Huai Bank, Manzini Scora, and the stunningly beautiful Lucy. Manzini, look, Young Yang is right here. Please, have a seat inside, Chun said. Thank you, Chairman Chun, Manzini replied. You're too kind. Please, take a seat. I will attend to the guests and come over shortly to toast you. All right, Chairman Chun, you carry on. Manzini Scora and Lucy then approached Yang Junjia. Hey, Young Yang, are you planning to leave? Manzini cheerfully inquired, noticing Yang Junjia was about to depart. Manzini, may I introduce Miss Lucy? Hey, do you have any manners? Just call me Miss Lucy. I am not a mere miss. Before Yang Junjia could finish his polite greeting, he was abruptly interrupted by the pointed remarks of the young lady, leaving him feeling quite awkward, while Manzini also appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. Yang Junjia could not fathom why this stunning beauty harbored such animosity towards him, leaving him perplexed. Just as he was trying to make sense of the situation, he caught Manzini casting an apologetic glance in his direction, silently hoping he would not take offense. Although confused, Yang Junjia nodded slightly and refrained from speaking further. Manzini Scora was well aware of this young lady's temperament. She was warm and amiable only towards those she knew well, while remaining frigid to strangers, and was particularly harsh towards those she disdained. Manzini understood precisely why Lucy held animosity towards Yang Junjia. It stemmed from the business transaction with Chairman Shen, during which Yang Junjia had raised numerous issues, leading Lucy to believe he was intentionally creating difficulties for Huai Bank. Thus, this awkward scenario unfolded. Chapter 47, The Fierce Beauty. Lucy, a warm face meets a cold backside. Seeing the unfathomable hostility from this enigmatic beauty, and noting Manzini's evident caution around her, Yang Junjia deemed it prudent to excuse himself, lest the atmosphere grow increasingly strained. Manzini, please, take a seat for a moment. I will step out to greet a friend, Yang Junjia said with a smile, seemingly unaffected by Lucy's frosty demeanor. All right, Yang sir, let's do lunch sometime. Manzini awkwardly expressed his apology to Yang Junjia. Yet, he dared not criticize the young lady's behavior nor state the matter outright, opting instead to convey his regrets to Yang Junjia in this manner. Thank you, Manzini. Farewell to both of you, Yang Junjia said with a smile as he took his leave. After Yang Junjia had walked away, Lucy turned to Manzini. Manzini, why are you being so courteous to that man? You are the general manager of Huai Bank's Hong Kong branch. Shouldn't he be the one seeking your assistance with his business? Lucy asked, perplexed. From her understanding at the headquarters in the United States, many clients typically approach the bank with humility, pleading for loans. Thus, her confusion was entirely justified. Manzini chuckled at her inquiry. Miss Lucy, let's sit down here and talk. Okay. Soon, the two settled into a nearby vacant spot. Ms. Lucy, this is Hong Kong. Are you aware that Huai Bank has not yet fully established its operations here? Moreover, this place is not the United States. Our bank desperately needs client transactions. Additionally, do you know which bank currently holds the title of the largest in Hong Kong? Are you aware of how many banks have suppressed Hawaii Bank's efforts to grow since we began to develop our business here? Manzini asked seriously. At this moment, Manzini was genuinely intent on educating this young lady, so she wouldn't mistakenly assume that Hawaii's operations in Hong Kong could mirror its capabilities in the U.S. She remained oblivious to the sacrifices made since 1969 when the headquarters mandated the comprehensive development of Hawaii Bank's business in Hong Kong. Before 1969, Hawaii Bank had only applied for savings bank operations in Hong Kong, lacking any financial services, loans, or other offerings. Now, as a formally licensed bank in Hong Kong, it faced restrictions from HSBC, competition from Standard Chartered, and pressure from local banks, all of which had taken their toll on him, causing him much worry and graying hair. Although Hawaii Bank established a branch in Hong Kong in 1902, various reasons had prevented it from genuinely expanding its business, leaving merely a foothold for operations. The true push for Hawaii Bank's business expansion began in 1969, only a few years ago, and it had to contend with the suppression from other banks. While Citibank was indeed powerful in the U.S. and held a high international status, in the Hong Kong region, Hawaii Bank was just starting its journey. The directive given to Manzini was to ensure that within 5 years, Hawaii Bank would achieve sufficient business volume in Hong Kong to meet the criteria for applying for currency issuance rights. Due to the region's complexities, there was no unified issuing authority. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority had allocated the issuance rights to the two largest British banks at the time, HSBC and Standard Chartered. According to current regulations in Hong Kong, banks must reach a certain volume and scale of operations to apply for issuance rights. Faced with such a lucrative opportunity, the headquarters was determined not to miss out on the chance to develop its Hong Kong branch. However, the powerful HSBC and Standard Chartered, holding the issuance rights, were unwilling to allow Hawaii Bank to thrive and share in their successes. Thus, they consistently suppressed Hawaii Bank's growth. Lucy's earlier comments suggested she believed Hawaii was as robust in Hong Kong as it was in the United States, prompting Manzini to feel compelled to enlighten her, lest her misconceptions jeopardize the hard work he had invested in Hong Kong over the years. Particularly, clients like Yang Junjia were precisely the kind Hawaii Bank needed, clients who would engage in financial operations, utilizing Hawaii's leverage to invest substantial funds in acquiring assets within Citibank. Such a client was far more valuable than the average retail clients. Thus, Manzini was keen to lower his guard to foster a good relationship with Yang Junjia, hoping to prevent this young lady from targeting him and risking the loss of such a significant client, which would inevitably slow down his business progress. Such a blunder was one Manzini could not afford. Manzini, even so, that guy shouldn't be so critical of our bank's regulations. Isn't he targeting us? Lucy still felt dissatisfied with the situation. Upon hearing this, Manzini could only shake his head in resignation. He glanced around before leaning closer to Lucy and whispering, "Miss Lucy, this matter is entirely a result of our bank's improper operations. This regulation merely serves to ensnare the inexperienced. Those with understanding would surely reject it. Therefore, strictly speaking, our bank has acted unethically in this situation. If Mr. Yang were to confront us directly, it would be well-deserved. If he were to be particularly ruthless and inform the press, it would create even greater complications for us. Other banks would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to undermine Citibank, and that would lead to genuine trouble. Thus, targeting Mr. Yang is not advisable. Overall, he has not taken any measures against us, which has been a significant relief." Upon hearing Manzini's words, Lucy found herself at a loss for words. Her expression shifted constantly, a blend of guilt, disappointment, and, above all, profound embarrassment. She instinctively turned her head, as if searching for someone. "Hey, Mr. Manzini, it's a pleasure to see you here. Come over for a drink." "Oh, hello, Bryce. It's been a while. Where have you been developing lately?" As Manzini spotted a familiar face, he promptly stood to greet him. "Let's go chat over there." "Okay, just a moment." Manzini glanced back at Lucy, saying, "Miss Lucy, please excuse me." "It's all right. I'll just take a stroll," Lucy replied calmly. After nodding, Manzini departed with his acquaintance, leaving Lucy to sip her drink in solitude, though her eyes continued to scan the room. Soon, she fixed her gaze on a target, a smile spreading across her face as she lifted her glass to approach. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a young man with a breezy smile blocked her path. "Hello, beautiful miss. Would you do me the honor of sharing a drink?" With what he believed to be a gentlemanly gesture, he greeted her. Yet, Lucy was no demure lady. Those who knew her understood she was quite the enchantress. Without even glancing at him, she swayed her alluring hips and walked away, treating him as if he were mere air. The man, taken aback by her dismissal, felt his irritation grow and stepped forward again to obstruct her. "Miss, I was speaking to you. Don't you think it's quite rude to ignore me?" he said with a forced smile. "Go away," Lucy shouted back, shooting him a disdainful glare before continuing on her way. Her outburst drew the attention of many nearby, including Yang Junjia, who looked over in response to the commotion. The young man, now the center of attention, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He forced a smile at the onlookers, trying to mask his discomfort. Fortunately, the crowd quickly lost interest, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Though his gaze towards Lucy turned hostile, he hurriedly caught up with her again. Do you know who I am? I am Chun Jejun, the host of tonight's gathering. My father owns the Tianxian Company. Believe me, I can have you thrown out, you filthy prostitute. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Lucy struck Chun Jejun, leaving him stunned and in disbelief. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to the spectacle, and gasps of astonishment filled the air as they recognized Chun Jejun, the son of the event's host. The fact that he had been struck in his own domain was sure to attract significant attention. Recovering from his shock, Chun Jejun glared furiously at Lucy, the facade of his earlier charm shattered, revealing a terrifying demeanor. He looked at her as if he wished to devour her. Consumed by rage, in the midst of the throng, Chun Jejun's pride had been utterly humiliated. No longer interested in charming women, he sought revenge against the woman before him. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand to strike her, disregarding the decorum of the occasion. Many women in the vicinity screamed in fright at the sight of Chun Jejun's aggression, causing chaos to erupt, drawing the attention of prominent figures seated further away, including Manzini from Citibank. What is happening over there? Manzini inquired with curiosity. I don't know, replied a friend beside him, equally intrigued. Forget about it. Let's continue drinking. Manzini raised his glass in a toast, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama involving Lucy. Meanwhile, Lucy stood frozen in shock, her eyes shut tight, bracing for the impending blow as she prepared for impact. Just as she thought she was about to be struck, a powerful hand seized Chun Jejun's wrist, halting his advance. Young Master Chun, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? As the host, if word of you striking a guest spreads, the media will have a field day. And I have no desire for Tianxian Company's stock to suffer. The voice belonged to Yang Junjie, who had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but was startled to see Chun Jejun raise his hand against Lucy, to prevent any potential fallout for Tianxian Company. Yang Junjie quickly intervened, recognizing the importance of avoiding any issues that could jeopardize his future plans. Unaware of the impending danger, Lucy opened her eyes upon hearing a familiar voice and saw Yang Junjie firmly grasping Chun Jejun's hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. From her perspective, she was momentarily mesmerized, perceiving him as exceptionally handsome, almost radiant. Yang, are you going to intervene? Chun Jejun, realizing it was Yang Junjie stopping him, felt a twinge of irritation but refrained from escalating the situation, knowing Yang was the second-largest shareholder of Tianxian Company. Young Master Chun, you misunderstand. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs, but if you strike her, you will bring considerable trouble to Tianxian Company, and thus, I must intervene. Yang Junjie replied calmly. What do you mean? Chun Jejun was perplexed by Yang's words. Just as Yang was about to explain, Chun Jejun's father, Chun Weiming, arrived. Upon witnessing the altercation between his son and Yang Junjie, his brow furrowed in discontent. One was his son, the other the second-largest shareholder of Tianxian Company. This situation could lead to disastrous consequences if it reached the media, resulting in damaging rumors that could hinder the company's growth. Young Junjie, Jejun, what on earth are you two doing? Chun Weiming asked sternly. Seeing the arrival of his father, Yang Junjie loosened his grip on Chun Jejun while maintaining a smile. Chairman Chun, the situation is as follows. Yang Junjie recounted the entire sequence of events, allowing Chun Weiming to comprehend when everything had transpired. He glared fiercely at his son, embodying a visage of profound disappointment. Chairman Chun, please do not chastise me for meddling. My intervention was motivated by two significant reasons. First, should young Master Chun strike a guest at his own banquet, the repercussions on the stock of the antenna company would be substantial if the news were to spread. Second, this Miss Lucy is an associate of Mr. Manzini, the general manager of Citibank. As the second-largest shareholder of the antenna company, I certainly do not wish to be targeted by Citibank. Upon hearing Yang Junjie mention that Lucy was brought by Mr. Manzini, Chun Weiming's heart raced, and he lost his composure. Smack! A resounding sound echoed as Chun Weiming forcefully struck his son across the face, leaving the young man momentarily dazed. Even Yang Junjie was taken aback by Chun Weiming's sudden aggression. You troublemaker, always finding ways to get into trouble. I shall deal with you later, Chun Weiming seethed, glaring at his son before approaching Lucy with a disarming smile. Hello, I am Chun Weiming, the chairman of the antenna company. Please forgive my son for his earlier discourteous behavior towards such a beautiful lady. Chun Weiming lowered himself significantly, extending a courteous apology to Lucy. He perceived her presence alongside Manzini as merely a product of his connections, yet he understood that those capable of whispering in powerful ears could be far more formidable. To avoid antagonizing Citibank, he felt compelled to humbly apologize to her. No, it seems you are mistaken. You have done nothing wrong. The one who should apologize is him, Lucy asserted, pointing at Chun Jejun. Chun Weiming immediately turned his gaze to his son, demanding loudly, "You wretched boy, why aren't you apologizing?" Faced with his father's wrath, Chun Jiejun, despite his embarrassment, had no choice but to comply, reluctantly suppressing his irritation as he faced Lucy. "I apologize, Mississippi Humph." Lucy scoffed coldly. Yet a smile graced her lips as she turned to Yang Junjie. "May I invite you for a drink?" Yang Junjie, taken aback, nodded in response. Lucy's smile transformed into an enchanting one. "Then let us proceed over there." After Yang Junjie and Lucy departed, Chun Weiming exhaled a sigh of relief, only to find his son still seething with anger. "You get inside," he bellowed, glaring at his son in exasperation. Chun Jiejun, unwilling to argue, shuffled inside, though anyone observing his eyes would discern the malice lurking within them. At this juncture, what Chun Weiming desperately needed was a connection within the banking system. After all, his company was merely a shell, and to shed that title in the future, he would undoubtedly require the support of the banks. Thus, witnessing his son offend a woman associated with the general manager of Citibank only intensified his fury. All his efforts, including relinquishing 10 of the antenna company's shares to Yang Junjie, were aimed at fostering good relations with Citibank. He could not tolerate his son jeopardizing his plans. No one was allowed to disrupt them. Simultaneously, he concurred with Yang Junjie's earlier assessment that if either of the 2 points were to materialize, it would have dire consequences for the antenna company, an outcome he wished to avoid at all costs. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie was introduced. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lucy Etherlin-Weil, hailing from the United States." Lucy now wore a sweet smile, a stark contrast to her previous icy demeanor. Her captivating smile was undeniably enchanting, prompting Yang Junjie to steal a glance. Soon, however, he became intrigued by her surname, having worked in finance in his past life. He was well aware of the significance of names like Weil, Morgan, and Goldman, which belonged to illustrious financial families. Learning that Lucy was a descendant of the founder of Citibank astonished Yang Junjie, leading him to ponder. Indeed, she comes from a prestigious lineage. No wonder Mr. Manzini treats her with such deference. "Miss Lucy, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yang Junjie, a resident of Xiangjiang, from an ordinary family." Lucy, however, did not respond to his introduction but instead appraised him, leaving Yang Junjie perplexed about her intentions. After scrutinizing him for a while, Lucy remarked, "Yang, do you have any idea how poor your first impression was on me?" Her tone was playful. Yang Junjie chuckled at her words, recalling the hostility she had displayed upon their first encounter, filled with veiled animosity. Curiosity piqued, he queried, "I trust one have not offended you, Miss Lucy? I am intrigued as to why you harbored such animosity towards me." "Hee. It is because my first encounter with you was during a business discussion in Mr. Mancini's office, where you were quite critical of Citibank. I assumed you were intentionally being difficult," Lucy explained with a grin. "However, Mr. Manzini has since clarified the situation, and I appreciate your assistance earlier. Here, allow me to raise a toast to express my gratitude." Lucy maintained her enchanting smile. Realization dawned on Yang Junjie. "Ah, I see. Then perhaps I should thank you for no longer viewing me with hostility." He chuckled, bemused by the reason behind her previous animosity. With their misunderstandings addressed, Lucy became much more relaxed around Yang Junjie, and the two engaged in lively conversation, laughter resonating between them. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Chun Jiejun, having been berated by his father, glared enviously at the jovial exchange between Yang Junjie and Lucy. The more they appeared to enjoy each other's company, the more his resentment festered, his eyes filled with hostility as if he wished to devour Yang Junjie whole. Chapter 49. Concern from Gui Yongsheng. As night fell and the clock approached 10, Yang Junjie found himself in a tipsy state, having thoroughly enjoyed his time with Lucy. During the evening, Mr. Manzini had also joined their group with friends, and the 5 of them relished each other's company. Additionally, several clients of Citibank had come over to toast Mr. Manzini, prompting Yang Junjie and the others to partake in the drinks. As the host of the soiree, Chun Weiming had also brought a group over, resulting in Yang Junjie consuming a substantial amount of alcohol. Now, he swayed unsteadily, fearing that if he continued to drink, he might collapse, lacking even the strength to return home. All right, Mr. Manzini, Miss Lucy, Mr. Bryce, please enjoy your drinks. My tolerance is poor, I concede," Yang Junjie admitted, genuinely unable to consume any more alcohol, as he did not wish to embarrass himself in such a setting. "Yang, come on. It's perfectly fine to get drunk. I will arrange for someone to take you home," Mr. Manzini cheerfully insisted, seemingly just getting into the spirit of the evening. "Yes, young sir, let us celebrate our newfound acquaintance. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated," Mr. Bryce chimed in jovially. Mr. Bryce was no ordinary individual. He managed KG Investments in Xiangjiang. While not the largest firm, it was certainly reputable, being a longtime partner of Citibank, which afforded him a close relationship with Mr. Manzini. "Yang, are you really going to let a mere woman outdrink you?" Lucy teased, Her cheeks flushed and her hair playfully tousled, exuding an allure that captivated everyone present. With all three of them urging him on, retreating now was out of the question for Yang Junjie. Ah, so it is truly you. Yang Junjie had not finished his words when a voice emerged from the side, prompting him to turn his head. Chairman Guo? The person approaching was none other than Gui Yongsheng, the chairman of Everlife Bank. His presence caused Yang Junjie to feel a surge of anxiety, for he felt a twinge of guilt within himself, akin to a thief caught in the act. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not flustered. Indeed, it is you, young man. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, Gui Yongsheng said calmly, nodding in greeting to Mansi and others present. Do you have time to talk? Yang Junjie glanced at Mansi and the others, apologizing. Excuse me, I must take my leave for a moment. Of course, Yang, go ahead. Mansi replied. Yang Junjie followed Gui Yongsheng to an empty seat nearby, his mind in turmoil as he pondered whether Gui Yongsheng was already aware of his previous misdeeds. Although he had meticulously covered his tracks, it would not be difficult for someone to uncover the truth if they were inclined to investigate. While he doubted there would be severe repercussions, the potential for damage to his reputation loomed large. Please, sit down. Let us discuss how you suddenly became the second largest shareholder of Antenna Company, Gui Yongsheng said, diving straight into the matter as soon as he took his seat. In truth, he had seen Yang Junjie earlier that evening, but was unable to speak with him as he had been engaged in conversation with friends. It was only upon overhearing discussions that he learned of Yang Junjie's newfound status as the second largest shareholder of Antenna Company, a revelation that left him incredulous. He was acutely aware of the kind of person Yang Junjie had been just a month prior, and the abruptness of this transformation was astonishing. Moreover, since Yang Junjie had demonstrated commendable abilities after joining Everlife Bank, coupled with his granddaughter's affection for him, Gui Yongsheng had long regarded Yang Junjie as a potential future son-in-law. Learning that he had become a shareholder in a shell company inevitably raised concerns for Gui Yongsheng, prompting him to seek Yang Junjie out for a conversation to comprehend what had transpired during this period. Chairman Guo, it's a complicated matter, Yang Junjie hesitated. Not out of fear, but rather from uncertainty about where to begin. Why the hesitation, young man? Speak plainly. Do you intend to conceal anything from me? Gui Yongsheng said with evident displeasure. After contemplating, Yang Junjie resolved to disclose the entire truth. Chairman Guo, the situation is as follows. When I departed from Everlife Bank, I indeed intended to invest in a business venture. However, I stumbled upon the milk company incident and discreetly acquired over 1 million shares, ultimately profiting several tens of millions. Later, I discovered that shares in Antenna Company were also promising, so I purchased some original shares, which is how I became the second largest shareholder, Yang Junjie explained candidly. His demeanor surprisingly relaxed, though Gui Yongsheng was left astounded. You mean to say you earned several tens of millions from the property and milk company incidents? Gui Yongsheng asked in disbelief. Yang Junjie nodded in affirmation. Good heavens. Gui Yongsheng was genuinely astonished. It had only been half a month since Yang Junjie left Everlife Bank, and he had effortlessly amassed such wealth. How could this not astonish him? However, he quickly shifted his focus back to the pressing matter at hand. Regarding Yang Junjie with a serious expression, young man, do you understand that one of the greatest taboos in investing is to put money into shell companies? Why would you choose Antenna Company? While the current situation of Antenna Company appeared favorable, it remained a shell company without substantial business backing. Any slight misstep could lead to its collapse, and Gui Yongsheng earnestly cautioned Yang Junjie against this potential pitfall. He genuinely cared for Yang Junjie's well-being, not wanting him to be deceived into investing in Antenna Company stocks due to a lack of understanding, only to find himself with nothing should the company encounter difficulties. Yang Junjie felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Gui Yongsheng. His actions upon Yang Junjie's departure from Everlife Bank had already instilled a sense of appreciation, and now, Gui Yongsheng's genuine concern further touched him. In this era of Hong Kong, apart from his parents, there was someone unrelated to him, a person of considerable standing, who sincerely wished for his well-being, and this realization filled Yang Junjie with immense gratitude. Often, one does not seek assistance when things are going smoothly, but rather hopes for a truly supportive figure during times of trouble. Gui Yongsheng embodied that supportive presence for Yang Junjie. At this moment, Yang Junjie glanced around to ensure privacy before leaning closer to Gui Yongsheng and whispering, Chairman Guo, rest assured, I have no intention of holding on to these shares long-term. I plan to sell them once the lockup period expires. At this revelation, Gui Yongsheng finally understood Yang Junjie's intent. A smile crept onto his face as he nodded subtly. Well done, young man. I feared you had been deceived. It is good to see you possess such awareness. By the way, now that you have capital, what industry do you intend to venture into? I have been developing in Hong Kong for many years and have an extensive network. I can assist you in making connections. Gui Yongsheng inquired once more. In response, Yang Junjie maintained his customary smile, not immediately answering Gui Yongsheng's question. Instead, He raised his glass and gently clinked it against Gui Yongxing's before downing the contents in one go. After feeling the warmth of the liquor course down his throat, he slowly replied, "From now on, I shall address you as Uncle Gua. I am genuinely grateful for your support. Thank you." Yang Junjie once again raised his glass in a toast to him, but Gui Yongxing chose to disregard it. "I appreciate your calling me uncle, but do not digress. Answer my question. Do you not wish to start your own enterprise and remain solely in the stock market?" Gui Yongxing responded with a serious tone. Were it not for his granddaughter, Gui Yongxing would not have spoken so earnestly to Yang Junjie. He now regarded him as one of his own. "Uncle Gua, please do not be angry. In fact, I have already acquired a business for development. Are you aware of Zhongyi Electric Company on Jardine Road in Kowloon? I have purchased it, and a new model will soon emerge in Hong Kong that will not disappoint you." "Zhongyi Electric? You mean you acquired the company of Chen Shigua?" Gui Yongxing asked in surprise. "Chen Shigua?" Yang Junjie pondered for a moment before recalling the name and nodding in affirmation. "Haha, while I could not assist my old friend, it seems that, in the end, it was someone related to me who resolved his problem. That's excellent. At least this has alleviated a significant issue for him. Very well. Since you are prepared to embark on your entrepreneurial journey, I shall not intrude further. Do visit me at the bank whenever you have time, you old rascal." Gui Yongxing added. "Also, Enron called me a few days ago looking for you. She is aware of your departure from the bank and is likely to return next week. You should consider how you feel about Enron before facing her. I do not wish for my granddaughter to suffer any harm." With that, Gui Yongxing slowly departed, leaving Yang Junjie to contemplate his parting words. He indeed owed Gua Enron an answer. Chapter 50, An Attack, Rav's Timely Rescue. Around 11 p.m., Yang Junjie, along with Gan Qinglin, Lucy, and Monsi, exited the Peninsula Hotel. As they departed, they remained oblivious to the sinister gaze of a man following closely behind them. "Yang, you've had a drink. You should ride back with me," Monsi suggested to Yang Junjie. He quickly shook his head. "No need, Monsi. You all head back first." Upon his exit, he noticed an abundance of rickshaws stationed at the hotel entrance. Consequently, he intended to take a rickshaw home, wishing to avoid imposing on others. However, it dawned on him that not having a driver was indeed quite troublesome. He had already resolved that once he assumed control of the company the following day, he would seek out several bodyguards who could also serve as drivers, so as to prevent a recurrence of his current predicament, where he found himself unable to locate anyone to assist him in driving. "Yang, it's inappropriate for you to drive after consuming so much alcohol. Come, let us escort you home," urged Lucy, who was standing nearby. Yang Junjie continued to shake his head persistently. No, you need not worry. I can take a rickshaw back with him. You both should head home." Upon witnessing Yang Junjie's steadfast refusal, Monsi and Lucy exchanged glances before taking their leave, waving goodbye to Yang Junjie and his companion. It was only after they departed that Yang Junjie approached Gan Qinglin to support him. Unbeknownst to them, a few vehicles were lurking in the shadows near the hotel, and upon seeing Lucy's car leave, they promptly followed suit. The moment their engine roared to life piqued Yang Junjie's curiosity, prompting him to glance over and, through the window, observe the menacing countenances of the occupants. It was immediately apparent that they were not of good character. Yang Junjie furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Oh no, Monsi and the others are in danger," he thought. "Mr. Gan, please remain seated while I make a quick call." His first instinct was to alert the authorities, believing that as the general manager of Hawaii Bank, he might be targeted for an attack, and that the Hong Kong police would respond swiftly. He could only pray that they would remain unharmed until help arrived. Meanwhile, Gan Qinglin, swaying unsteadily, nodded in agreement, clearly more inebriated than Yang Junjie. Initially, Yang Junjie had contemplated securing a room at the Peninsula Hotel for the night. But thinking ahead to the company takeover tomorrow, and without clothing for a change, he dismissed the idea. Now, he regretted that decision. Just as Yang Junjie settled Gan Qinglin on the ground, a rickshaw driver approached him, exclaiming, "Boss, do you need a ride?" Yang Junjie was about to decline when he recognized one of the drivers as the very same man he had impulsively hired on a previous occasion, only to leave without payment. "It's you. Do you remember me?" Yang Junjie inquired. "Yes, I remember. Boss, do you need a ride?" The driver persisted. Yang Junjie pondered for a moment, but before he could respond, a group of 7 or 8 individuals came rushing across the street, brandishing steel pipes and heading straight for him. Realizing they were coming for him, he quickly hoisted Gan Qinglin and fled. "Chase him. Don't let him get away. Kill him," shouted the leader of the group. Yang Junjie, supporting Gan Qinglin, was unable to run fast, and in an instant, they were overtaken. One of the assailants struck Yang Junjie on the back with a pipe, sending a jolt of pain throughout his body. "Ah!" Yang Junjie cried out in agony, collapsing alongside Gan Qinglin. At that moment, the alcohol-induced haze lifted from Gan Qinglin, startled by the unfolding chaos. "Are you sure you've got the right person? Can we not settle this amicably?" Yang Junjie pleaded, prioritizing his survival. "You're Yang Junjie, right?" The leader of the assailants inquired with a sinister grin. Yang Junjie had now confirmed that they were indeed targeting him, but he could not fathom who he had offended enough to provoke such an assault. His thoughts drifted back to Monsi and the others, who seemed to be under threat as well. Suddenly, a realization struck him, yet before he could dwell on it further, the leader seized a steel pipe from one of his companions, advancing toward Yang Junjie with a terrifying smile. Panic surged within him, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "How much are they paying you? I'll double it." In a desperate bid for his life, he felt compelled to offer anything. 20 times, 1 million, name your price. Yang Junjie continued, unwilling to give up. Alas, the assailant remained unmoved. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They drew ever closer, and both Yang Junjie and Gan Xinglin were paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, not far off, 2 of the rickshaw drivers were discreetly conversing. "Boss, make a decision, will you help or not?" One of them, who had previously driven Yang Junjie, hesitated, unable to make a choice. Just as Yang Junjie braced himself for the impending blows, the rickshaw driver sprang into action. "Go." With those 2 simple words, both drivers dashed forward. The group of thugs sensed the commotion behind them and turned to see what was happening. However, the 2 drivers had already reached them, launching a surprise attack that sent 2 of the thugs flying. "Get him, brothers," the leader shouted, realizing the audacity of the rickshaw drivers to confront them. Yet, they had gravely underestimated these 2 men. Although they had 8 members in total, having just lost 2 to the driver's swift retaliation, they still believed they held the advantage with their numbers and weapons. Little did they know, the very next moment, the 2 drivers advanced, delivering powerful punches to the closest thugs, incapacitating them instantly. But the assault did not end there. The 2 drivers executed a flawless maneuver, skillfully dodging the incoming steel pipes and retaliating with devastating blows. This time, even the leader was struck with fear, trembling at the prospect of facing such formidable opponents. "Which gang are you from? My boss is a notorious figure with thousands of loyal followers. You dare meddle in our affairs, and you'll regret it." He attempted to intimidate them. Yet, the drivers remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to his gang's reputation. They approached him with a decisive punch, causing his veins to bulge in pain. Yang Junjie and Gan Xinglin were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them as the 2 drivers effortlessly subdued all 8 thugs. "You all should hurry back, otherwise more of them will come, and it will become troublesome," one of the drivers advised Yang Junjie. It was only then that Yang Junjie snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling Monsi and Lucy. His brow furrowed in concern as he asked, "Could you assist me in rescuing them? I assure you, I will compensate you handsomely afterward." Seeing how capable the drivers were, Yang Junjie felt a surge of hope. The drivers exchanged glances, one of them displaying a hint of excitement. "Really? Will you give 10,000? "Monkey, don't speak carelessly," another cautioned. "Boss, Xiaofang's treatment is important." This remark left one of the drivers speechless, and he nodded slightly in agreement. Elated, Yang Junjie realized that money was indeed the best motivator. He feared their reluctance to accept any payment. "So, do you know how to drive?" he inquired. "Yes," they replied. "Then let us go." Quickly, they all piled into the vehicle. "Drive faster. They may already be in danger," Yang Junjie urged anxiously. Pursuing the individuals from Manzini, he noticed that there were over a dozen of them. If they were intercepted, it would undoubtedly be perilous. He had likely identified who had taken action against them, as he could think of no one else who would simultaneously target both him and Lucy. Aside from the confrontation with Chun Jejun at the soiree that evening, at this moment, in Mancini's vicinity, he urged, "Miss Lucy, hold on tight. Quickly, dash forward. And do not halt." Indeed, they had already been cornered by 2 vans, yet Manzini and the others remained in the vehicle and had not been apprehended. He shouted from within the car, acutely aware that if they stopped, their demise was inevitable. Rushing forward offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Watch out ahead." The vehicle pursuing them overtook and abruptly blocked their path, causing Lucy to scream in terror. Fortunately, the driver remained composed, and with commendable driving skills, he swerved to avoid the oncoming vehicle, resulting in a loud crash. Another vehicle trailing them collided violently with their car, further alarming Lucy, who once again screamed. The driver, still calm, sought an opportunity to swiftly turn around and escape. "Chase after them, hurry. Drive against traffic, return the way we came." Chapter 51, The Fierce He. Dezhu and the Monkey. The 3 vehicles continued their relentless pursuit and collision. Many pedestrians witnessed the unfolding chaos, yet in this era, such occurrences were commonplace. Onlookers were unfazed. In the 1970s Hong Kong, incidents of violence were daily fare. Ironically, on a day when gang members engaged in civil discourse and polite conversation, citizens would find that peculiarly disconcerting. With the current situation, they merely viewed it as another spectacle, devoid of any alarm. Although it was now 1973, And under Governor MacLeod's administration, various orders targeting crime had been issued. Such circumstances were deeply entrenched in Hong Kong. It was implausible to eradicate them overnight. The extortion by gangs and the rampant behavior of triads persisted. Drive faster, head towards Tsim Sha Tsui police station. Manzini instructed the driver. Understood, boss. A few minutes later, their vehicle was once again intercepted and forced into a corner. Get out and take them away, commanded the leader of the gang. A dozen men wielding steel pipes rushed toward Mancini's vehicle, relentlessly smashing it. Lucy, overwhelmed by fear, could only scream. Boss, let me distract them while you take the lady to safety, suggested the driver, who also served as Mancini's bodyguard and had some knowledge of combat. He understood that remaining in the car was tantamount to certain death. Disembarking and fleeing offered a slim chance of survival. Miss Lucy, prepare yourself. We will run together, Manzini said. However, the shock-stricken Lucy, trembling in the corner of her seat, could hardly comprehend. They are over there. Hurry and crash into them. Yang Junjia, witnessing Mancini's plight, barked at the driver, Monkey. After a moment of hesitation, Monkey nodded. All right, I understand. Without delay, Monkey drove forward with a calm demeanor, charging directly at the group of triads, scattering them and momentarily ensuring the safety of Manzini and her companions. A resounding crash echoed as Yang Junjia's car collided with the triad's van, flipping it over. Damn it, take them out, the triad leader bellowed, prompting half of the gang to rush toward Yang Junjia's vehicle with steel pipes in hand. Hold on tight. Monkey, we're getting out, Yang Junjia instructed. Understood, Captain. Both Monkey and Hidaju exited the car with composure, facing the approaching gang without a trace of panic. As the triads closed in, they simultaneously struck, sending one man flying with a kick and swiftly incapacitating four others with a flurry of punches, their movements blindingly quick. Yang Junjia and Gan Qinglin had no time to admire their fighting prowess as they sprinted toward Manzini's vehicle. Quickly get out. Upon seeing Yang Junjia and his companions, Manzini and Lucy felt a surge of relief, believing they were doomed until Yang Junjia's arrival felt akin to grasping a lifeline while sinking. Yang, thank you for rescuing us, Manzini exclaimed, still shaken. Don't speak, just run. Block their escape and prevent them from fleeing. The triad leader, noticing Yang Junjia's intervention, shouted for reinforcements, prompting several gang members to rush toward them. Mancini's bodyguard immediately positioned himself in front of them. Boss, you all go first. Gan Qinglin assisted Manzini in exiting the vehicle, while the terrified Lucy remained trembling uncontrollably. Yang Junjia stepped forward to pull her down. Lucy, hurry. Lucy, paralyzed by fear, felt her legs weaken. She had always lived a sheltered life, and such a harrowing experience was utterly foreign to her. Yang, I can't move. In a moment of urgency, Yang Junjia scooped her up, grateful for his stature. Otherwise, carrying the voluptuous Lucy would have posed a challenge. We'll leave this to them. Let's find safety, he instructed Manzini and Gan Qinglin. At that moment, Mancini's bodyguard was overwhelmed and fell to the ground, while two triads charged toward Yang Junjia and the others. Recognizing they could not outrun them, Yang Junjia called out to Manzini, get in the car. We need to move now. Gan Qinglin helped Manzini into the vehicle, while Yang Junjia, still carrying Lucy, lagged behind. Yang, watch out. Yang Junjia caught sight of a triad swinging a steel pipe at him and swiftly turned to shield Lucy with his back. A dull thud rang out as the pipe struck him. Ugh. Yang Junjia bit back the pain. Get inside, lock the door, and drive away. Another blow landed, and Yang Junjia was struck twice, the pain causing his veins to bulge and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Yang, hurry up. Lucy, witnessing his suffering through the car window, felt tears welling up. No. Yang, get in. Just as the triads prepared to strike Yang Junjia again, Monkey and Hidaju arrived, each delivering a decisive blow to their assailants. Yang Junjia turned slowly, observing the scene. Over a dozen triads lay groaning on the ground in agony. In light of this, he gazed at Hidaju and Monkey as if they were treasures. He had not expected such ferocity from them. Thank you both. No need for thanks. We merely seek our reward. Are you truly going to pay us? Monkey asked bluntly. Monkey, don't speak out of turn, Hidaju shot him a glare. My apologies. Boss, we're not really in it for the money. It's just that my sister is hospitalized and requires significant medical expenses. So I hope you can lend me some funds for her treatment. As Yang Junjia was about to respond, the distant sound of police sirens echoed through the air. Manzini and his companions, having heard the approach of the police car, boldly exited their vehicle. Upon stepping out, Lucy hurried to Yang Junjia's side and lifted his shirt, causing him considerable embarrassment. Yang, let me see your injury. It's nothing, Lucy, just a minor wound. A few days of rest will suffice, Yang Junjia replied. Although he had taken a couple of blows, it was merely a matter of superficial pain. In a few days, the swelling would subside, and all would be well. No. Yang, let me take you to the hospital. Come on, let Manzini handle this, Lucy said, her eyes glistening with concern. No need. Let us resolve this matter first. Yang Junjia firmly declined. Before long, the police arrived at the scene. Upon learning of Manzini's identity, the lead officer immediately became serious in his handling of the situation. After all, Mancini's position as the manager of a prestigious bank meant that if anything were to happen to him in Hong Kong, even the governor would be hard-pressed to shoulder the responsibility. How could the police not feel the weight of such a predicament? Manzini, sir, may I trouble you and your companions to accompany me to the station for a statement? Rest assured, we will deal with this group severely. All right, I will go with you, but my friend is injured and needs to go to the hospital first. Manzini pointed to Yang Junjia. The officers nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you, Manzini, sir. After addressing the police, Manzini approached Yang Junjia. Yang, I will remember your kindness from tonight. Please, go to the hospital. I will take care of everything else. Once you recover, I will invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. No need to be so polite, Manzini. Please, go ahead. I am fine, Yang Junjia responded courteously. His assistance to Manzini was not motivated by a desire for repayment or to cultivate connections. Rather, it stemmed from his understanding that the incident arose from his relationship with Lucy, prompting him to lend a hand. Ultimately, it was Manzini who bore the brunt of the consequences related to his association with Lucy. It would be more appropriate for Yang Junjia to apologize to Manzini. Thank you all. Manzini expressed his gratitude to Gan Qinglin and the two other individuals. He then turned to Lucy. Miss Lucy, shall we depart? No. I want to take Yang to the hospital. Just as Manzini was about to nod in agreement, Yang Junjia waved his hand in refusal. No, I can go by myself. You all should return. Yang, please let me. Lucy, just go back. We can discuss everything later, Yang Junjia insisted resolutely. Seeing his determination, Lucy's expression fell. But she ultimately acquiesced. Once they had departed, Yang Junjia turned to the two individuals. Thank you both for your help tonight. My name is Yang Junjia. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Yang, I am Hidaju. Greetings, Yang, I am Sun Ho. Yang Junjia shook their hands, marking their formal introduction. After observing their impressive demeanor, Yang Junjia began to entertain the notion of hiring them as bodyguards, as they would be most suitable for the role, though he remained uncertain about their character. I currently have no cash on hand, but if you come to this company tomorrow, I will ensure you receive sufficient funds for your sister's treatment, Yang Junjia said, retrieving a piece of paper from the car and jotting down the address of the company he had just acquired. Hidaju took the address and nodded. All right, we'll take our leave now. Very well, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Remember to come together, Yang Junjia replied with a smile. Hidaju and Sun Ho nodded before departing, and Yang Junjia, accompanied by Gan Qinglin, got into the car and headed home. Despite his pain, Yang Junjia chose not to visit the hospital, deeming the injury too trivial to warrant such action. Chapter 52, officially taking over the company. The following morning, you little rascal, have you grown wings and learned to fight? Yang Junjia's mother noticed something amiss as he rose in the morning. After some probing, Yang Junjia recounted the events of the previous night, which elicited a mixture of concern and nagging from his mother. She even fetched a family remedy to help him with his injuries. Boss, does this count as a hero saving a damsel in distress? The girl you saved must be quite beautiful, his younger brother teased him over breakfast. Just eat your breakfast, you little brat. What nonsense are you thinking? Yang Junjia shot him a glare, causing his brother to immediately quiet down. Suddenly, Yang Junjia recalled something. Mom, hold on, I have good news to share. He got up, walked over to his briefcase, and retrieved a set of keys. Jizzy, what are these keys for? Dad, could you step out for a moment? Yang Junjia called to his father, who was busy in the kitchen. Coming, what's the matter? Dad, you should know how to drive by now. So here's a key for you. I'm giving you a car. A car for me. Yang Junjia's father was instantly filled with excitement. Driving was a dream for any man, and given his own capabilities, he knew that without Yang Junjia's generosity, he might never have the chance to drive in his lifetime. How could he not be thrilled? Jizzy, don't waste your money. How old is your father? Why would he need a car? Yang Junjia's mother scolded. Please, let me finish. Yang Junjia then explained the details of the company acquisition, though he understated the amount to avoid alarming his parents. Even with the reduced figures, the revelation that their son had spent millions to acquire a company, along with a villa and luxury cars, was enough to leave them in shock. Jizzy, are you saying our family will be living in a grand villa? Yes, indeed. Which villa are we talking about? Is this really true? Yes, we are going to live in a villa. Yang Junjia's family displayed a range of astonished expressions, yet all were taken aback by the news. Of course it's true. Now, I need to head to the company in a couple of days. Once the previous occupants have moved out, I'll take you to see the villa, Yang Junjia said as he dressed. He quickly left, leaving his family in a state of disbelief, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. By 8:30 a.m., Yang Junjia arrived at Jardine Road. Although his car had sustained damage from the previous night's incident, it was still operational, and he had no time to take it for repairs. For now, he would have to make do with it, as Mr. Chun had not provided him with any other vehicles. Chairman, I apologize for being late. Gan Qinglin arrived just as Yang Junjie was waiting, making him feel quite embarrassed for keeping the boss waiting. A significant faux pas in the workplace. It's all right. I just arrived myself. Let us go and sort out the company matters, and we can discuss everything else later, Yang Junjie said. Understood, Chairman, Gan Qinglin replied. And together they entered the company building. Here they come. The chairman has arrived. Everyone, line up to give them a warm welcome. The employees were already aware of the change in ownership and were excited to greet their youthful and handsome new boss, knowing that today would mark the official takeover of the company. In 1973, Hong Kong's residential population had surged past 4 million, leading to intense competition for employment, particularly among ordinary workers. Given that over 70% of the population consisted of refugees from other regions, many of whom had little to no education, the competition for labor positions had become exceedingly fierce. The competition for office positions is equally fierce, particularly between foreign firms and large corporations. Without the provision of gifts or a network of connections, aspiring candidates might as well abandon any hope of securing employment at these establishments. Unless, of course, one possesses an extraordinary aura akin to that of the protagonist. Consequently, with the arrival of a new owner, employees at all levels, from senior management to the most junior staff, gather in the company lobby awaiting the new leader, driven solely by the desire to retain their jobs. Once these positions are relinquished, the prospect of finding suitable employment elsewhere becomes not merely challenging, but exceedingly difficult, unless one possesses exceptional talents that allow them to stand out amidst the crowd. Good morning, Chairman, and welcome to guide our work. A chorus of applause erupts. As Yang Junjie and Gan Qinglin step into the hall, they are met with a warm welcome from the gathered management and employees, numbering in the hundreds. The two exchange knowing smiles, and, seizing the moment, Yang advances to introduce himself. Greetings, everyone. I am profoundly grateful for this grand reception. It brings me immense joy to witness such unity within the company, which is the atmosphere I seek, Yang Junjie states with a beaming smile. He places great importance on the solidarity of the organization, now that he has assumed the role of owner. He is determined to eliminate any factional disputes and will not tolerate deceit, corruption, or self-serving individuals. This, he asserts, is his minimum requirement. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Junjie, your new chairman. In the time ahead, I hope to march forward alongside all of you, fostering the growth of our company. He continues. There will be a series of new arrangements, alongside the implementation of a management style distinct from previous practices. Following a management meeting shortly, further instructions will be communicated to each of you. He then gestures towards Gan Qinglin. Additionally, I would like to introduce our new general manager, who will now share a few words. The room fills with applause as Gan Qinglin confidently steps forward. He takes a moment to scan the audience with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement of those present. It is wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. I have noticed that our company boasts a youthful and vibrant workforce, which I truly appreciate. Greetings, everyone. I am Gan Qinglin, a native of Xiangjiang, and I serve as the general manager. I have no stringent demands. My sole aim is to cultivate the company into a thriving group. He continues, do not underestimate our young chairman. His acquisition of the company is not merely a pastime. Both he and I share a common goal, to expedite the growth of our company. Thus, I urge you to prepare for a busy period ahead, as the intensity of work may increase several-fold. Do you have the confidence to face such a challenge? Yes, we are not afraid of hard work. The employees respond in unison, affirming their resolve. Indeed, we welcome the challenge, they reiterate. Gan Qinglin nods in satisfaction, aware that mere words hold little weight. True adaptability to the future demands of the company will require time and experience. Both he and Yang Junjie are committed to a philosophy of meritocracy, where capability dictates advancement and mediocrity recedes. Excellent. It reassures me to see your enthusiasm. Now, I ask all department heads to prepare for a meeting in 10 minutes. Additionally, the finance department, please have the reports ready. The marketing department is to compile all marketing strategies and data from the past year. The same goes for the market department, which must present the current development plan and progress report. And to the human resources, administration, and production departments, Gan Qinglin assigns tasks, ensuring that everyone is prepared with the necessary documentation. He aims to address all issues in today's meeting, anticipating it will extend throughout the entire day. Chapter 53, Company Meeting and Development Planning in the Conference Room. Every manager at the supervisory level and above is present. None are absent. Yang Junjie has entrusted Gan Qinglin with leading the meeting, while he listens attentively. Acknowledging Gan's superior acumen in management, Yang has chosen to focus on the future direction of the company instead. Currently, he has devised a plan for the company's operations. He intends to maintain the status quo for now, although he will reclaim the leased garment factory to oversee its development and establish a brand. He also plans to retain the existing research and development team, believing that even if their skills are lacking, they can assist in recruiting technicians. For the time being, Yang does not intend to expand the company's scale, but will first stabilize internal operations, construct a solid framework. And only after a market downturn will he gradually introduce new industries. Now, he awaits the return of Chun Xiaoqiang and Yang Xian from Country R. With the laboratory already established, he will then direct their efforts towards developing new products, opening new commercial avenues for the company to become a renowned entity. Once the new products establish a strong brand presence, the company's reputation will flourish and profits will naturally follow. Let us begin with introductions. Please share your department status. Starting from the left, Gan Qinglin prompts, indicating the first individual. Hello, Chairman and General Manager. My name is Ning Caixia, a graduate of Xiangjiang University, and I oversee the finance department as director. The company has experienced over a year of financial instability, with the highest loss in a single month reaching 4.09 million HKD, and we remain in a deficit. Understood. I have discussed with the chairman about providing financial support, and I will speak with you separately, Gan Qinglin replies. Next, please. Hello, Chairman and General Manager. I am Lu Shihao, a Xiangjiang native and the marketing manager. Currently, our market department focuses solely on promoting traditional electrical products, continually seeking new partnerships to enhance our marketing efforts. While we have prepared strategies for promoting electronic products, we have yet to release any due to the company's inability to develop them. Does the company have any external market channels? Gan Qinglin inquires. Yes, but due to product issues, external channels are not interested in our electrical products, Lu responds. Both Gan Qinglin and Yang Junjie share a wry smile, understanding the predicament that led to the previous owner's downfall. Now, in light of your insights, do you have any recommendations for the company's development or your department? What changes do you believe would inspire greater confidence in leading the marketing department to success? Chairman, General Manager, I have prepared a development plan for the company, which I previously proposed but was not adopted by the former chairman. Please present it to us, Yang Junjie gestures. He is genuinely interested in understanding the management's proposals, as his perspective, although informed by future knowledge, must align with the realities of this era. Thus, he is eager to listen, observe, and comprehend the suggestions of others. Quickly, Yang Junjie and Gan Qinglin review the plan, which contains the following recommendations. 1. Focus the company's efforts on developing a flagship product, striving to establish it as a well-known brand to enhance the company's visibility. 2. Seek financing to bolster the company's capital, investing in the recruitment of innovative technical personnel. And similarly, to prioritize the research and development of market-relevant products before expanding further. 3. Acquiring technology patents to alleviate the company's research and development costs. Our market research indicates a growing demand for household small appliances, such as rice cookers and fans, which have consistently maintained increasing sales. It is advisable to procure patents for fan and rice cooker technologies to establish our own brand. 5th, this plan primarily suggests that the company abandon other products and focus solely on developing its own brand, presenting a total of 6 recommendations. However, this plan aligns well with the approach taken during Mr. Chen's tenure, emphasizing singular product development, which Yang Junjie wholeheartedly supports. The suggestions to acquire technology patents and establish a brand are indeed commendable. Overall, Yang Junjie is satisfied. Nevertheless, these recommendations are suitable only under circumstances where the company lacks professional researchers and capital. However, Yang Junjie is not inclined to pursue this route. As he now possesses ample funding, he certainly will not seek financing. His mind is brimming with numerous lucrative future projects. How could he consider seeking funds, even if it means going public? While he may not be well-versed in research and development technology, he can provide creative ideas and concepts, outlining the functions and purposes of future projects to the technical team. This will significantly shorten the research and development time for the technicians, furnishing them with a clear direction to pursue in their endeavors, eliminating the need for blind experimentation. This is Yang Junjie's advantage as a visionary leader. For instance, upon taking over the company, he understands that the first step must be to develop the mobile phone. He will provide comprehensive details regarding the appearance, internal component structure, functionalities, and the necessity for network connectivity to ensure optimal performance. If, after supplying all this information, the researchers are still unable to develop the product, then it will reflect their technical shortcomings. At that point, Yang Junjie will certainly seek out more qualified professionals. His advantages will enable the technical team and the company to avoid numerous pitfalls. Perhaps other companies would require a considerable amount of time to develop a mobile phone. But with the direction he provides, Yang Junjie is confident that as long as the researchers possess the capability to develop circuit boards, hardware systems, chips, and wireless receivers, success is within reach. If the specialized technicians lack the skills to create these components, then retaining them would be unnecessary. It would be better to recruit talent from countries like R or the U.S. Very well, your suggestions are commendable, and I will give them serious consideration. Rice cookers and fans are indeed essential products for every household. Yang Junjia nodded in acknowledgement to the head of the marketing department, affirming his proposal. His response elicited an excited smile from Liu Shihao, the marketing director, who seemed to see new hope in the company's future under the new chairman's leadership. However, Yang Junjia is not genuinely interested in developing these products. He has already identified the primary product that needs to be developed first. It would be folly to neglect television manufacturing in the 1970s. How could he possibly overlook such an opportunity? Next, please. Chairman, Mr. Gan, greetings. My name is Chen Wan, a native of Xiangjiang, a graduate of XX University in the UK, and I am responsible for managing the marketing department as the manager. Recently, the sales figures across various stores have continued to decline. I previously drafted a promotional plan, but it was vetoed by the former chairman due to budget constraints. Now, Chairman, Mr. Gan, I implore you to review it. Without any marketing efforts, I can assure you that we will only perpetuate our losses. Gan Qinglin took the marketing manager's proposal, placing it on the table for Yang Junjia to peruse. A few minutes later, Gan Qinglin and Yang Junjia exchanged knowing smiles. Manager Chen, your ideas are quite impressive, but I would like to know how much inventory we currently have in stock. Yang Junjia glanced at Gan Qinglin. He had checked the inventory yesterday and needed to ascertain the quantity to formulate the next steps. Furthermore, he intended to clear out unprofitable appliances, as the marketing manager suggested. Developing a proprietary brand is the only way to achieve substantial profits. Yang Junjia believes that making money is quite straightforward, and he is not in a hurry. His foremost priority is to enhance the company's reputation. Chairman, we currently have a substantial inventory of various appliances. Here is the list for your review. Upon reviewing the extensive inventory, Yang Junjia was inspired with a plan. All right, we will proceed with the promotional sales plan proposed by Manager Chun. However, I may implement promotional activities later on. I will provide you with a definitive plan once I have finalized some details. For now, consider this a suggestion. Promotional activities? Yang Junjia's statement caused Gan Qinglin to look at him quizzically, unsure why. If they were initiating a marketing strategy, there was also a need for promotional activities. Very well, next, please. Gan Qinglin noted that Yang Junjia did not provide further explanation, so he refrained from inquiring further. Subsequently, other departments presented their respective updates, and both Yang Junjia and Gan Qinglin gained a clear understanding of the company's current situation. However, they could only proceed methodically, with changes limited to the sales strategy, as the company's products were not best sellers in the market, leaving little room for alternative sales approaches. Excellent. I have a general understanding of the company's situation. I will now outline several directives. Mr. Gan, please take note of these as you will need to follow up on them. First, the company building has adequate office space. I will arrange for renovations to ensure each department has its own floor. Second, starting tomorrow, all departments will begin recruitment to expand the workforce. Remember, the primary criteria for hiring are capability and character, with educational qualifications being secondary. Third, the research and development department will temporarily halt all R&D efforts. In a few days, 2 researchers will join us, and we will confirm new product development, then to establish our own brand. Fourth, we must swiftly clear out the inventory of various products, and Mr. Gan, please arrange for personnel to procure a television production line from R. The first step in our appliance development is to create televisions. Chairman, I have noted everything. Very well, let us proceed with other matters. The meeting continued until after 4 p.m., with lunch being arranged to be delivered to the office. Once all aspects of the company's operations were addressed and new protocols were implemented, including salary and promotion policies, Yang Junjia ensured everything was in order before concluding the meeting. Chapter 54, Testing Character. Recruitment of Security Personnel. After the meeting concluded, Yang Junjia intended to speak with Zhao Huaji's father, Zhao Shichong, regarding the company renovations. He also planned to spend the evening with Zhao Huaji. Just as he exited the conference room, Chairman, hello, I am the secretary of the former chairman. My name is Zhou Xiaoding. Hello, you may continue in your current role as my secretary, Yang Junjia replied casually, assuming she was merely introducing herself. Just as he was about to leave, Chairman, please hold on. 3 guests arrived at 2 p.m., saying they had an appointment with you. Since you were in a meeting, I asked them to wait. Would you like to meet them now? Guests? Yang Junjia suddenly recalled that he had given the address to Hidaju and Monkey last night. Where are they? Please take me to them. He nearly forgot about the matter. They had been waiting for over 2 hours since 2 p.m., which made Yang Junjia feel somewhat embarrassed. It is not the secretary's fault. It is he who failed to provide clear instructions. Moreover, it would indeed be inappropriate to interrupt during the meeting. Now, he only hopes they do not harbor any resentment, for if they do, his attempts to recruit them might prove futile. Meanwhile, in the seating area of the first-floor lobby, the class leader remarked, "Do you think Mr. Yang might be avoiding us deliberately?" "Indeed, class leader. Just what kind of person did you save last night that would lead him to offer such a substantial sum?" inquired another companion who had accompanied them. "Enough, both of you. Did you not hear the receptionist mention that he is in a meeting? He is a significant figure. Unlike us idle folks. If he were unwilling to lend us money, he could easily provide us with a false address," Hidaju said calmly, revealing no signs of agitation after such a lengthy wait. For him, this place represented his sole hope of saving his sister. He would be willing to wait not merely 2 hours, but even 2 days. He did not expect Yang Junjie to genuinely reward them with $10,000. He simply wished that, considering their life-risking assistance, he might lend him that sum. Shortly thereafter, Yang Junjie hurried into the first-floor lobby. Upon seeing Hidaju and the others, a smile graced his face. Following last night's events, he had grown more vigilant regarding personal safety, and recruiting bodyguards had become imperative. At present, Hidaju and the monkey seemed to meet his requirements. However, he was not familiar with these two. They were not from a security company, and he needed to ascertain their character and reliability before trusting them. He had no desire to entrust his life to those of unknown backgrounds. Even if he recruited Hidaju and the monkey, he would still seek additional bodyguards from a security firm to minimize the risk of betrayal. Yet, Yang Junjie understood that even with such arrangements, if his bodyguards harbored ulterior motives, it would be impossible to defend against them. It was crucial to thoroughly understand their character and background. Ideally, acquiring detailed information about their families would enhance his security. Having leverage would ensure greater safety. "I apologize for the wait, gentlemen. Today, during our company's development phase, we held meetings throughout the day," Yang Junjie said with a beaming smile as he approached them. Seeing Yang Junjie come out to greet them personally, Hidaju and the others quickly rose. "You are too courteous, Boss Yang. We have not been waiting here long." Hidaju replied politely, as he felt he was there to solicit help. "Come, let us go upstairs and discuss further." Subsequently, Hidaju and the others followed Yang Junjie into the building and into his office. During this time, Yang Junjie pondered how to gauge these individuals' integrity. "Please, have a seat. Gentlemen, make yourselves comfortable. Would you care for something to drink?" he inquired. "There is no need for formalities, Boss Yang. We do not require drinks. You are a busy man, and we do not wish to take up too much of your time," Hidaju responded. "It is quite all right. I have nearly completed my work for today. The reason I asked you here is to discuss a few matters," Yang Junjie stated directly. "Please, go ahead, Boss Yang." Hidaju and the others replied. Though they were puzzled, they felt compelled to acquiesce to his lead. "I shall be straightforward. I wish to offer you employment. You need not worry about salary. I assure you it will exceed your expectations. Would you be willing?" Yang Junjie asked earnestly. Upon hearing Yang Junjie's proposal, Hidaju and the others felt a surge of joy. After all, they had chosen to become drivers primarily due to the lack of stable employment. They were well aware that after a full day of driving, they earned a meager sum of $10 or so, and on fortunate occasions, a generous customer might bestow 20 more. Yet, such luck was not a daily occurrence. Sometimes, they even faced the threat of gangs demanding protection fees, which could easily strip them of their earnings for the day. Though they were capable fighters, they knew that a few fists could not contend against a multitude. Gangs often numbered in the hundreds, leaving them outmatched. Even if they triumphed in one confrontation, they would find it impossible to work in that area again. Consequently, at the end of the month, after careful budgeting, they barely managed to scrape by, with no hope of saving. Thus, hearing that Yang Junjie sought to employ them ignited their excitement. However, Hidaju contemplated that the situation was not so simple. He could not discern Yang Junjie's true intentions. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Aside from his physical strength, he possessed no particular skills. What could Yang Junjie possibly see in them? He gravely inquired, "Boss Yang, we are not particularly skilled. What exactly do you intend to employ us for?" "As bodyguards." Yang Junjie responded without hesitation. "Bodyguards, you say? I must inform you, Boss Yang, that after years in the military, I have never lost a fight." The monkey interjected excitedly upon hearing Yang Junjie's intentions. "Monkey, do not speak," Hidaju cautioned, recognizing that Yang Junjie's proposition was unlikely to be as straightforward as it seemed. If Yang Junjie merely sought their protection, Hidaju would gladly accept the offer. But he had his own principles. He would prefer to endure poverty rather than compromise his morals. Otherwise, they could have easily joined a gang as enforcers. Hidaju was intent on avoiding such a path. He feared that Yang Junjie's request to act as bodyguards might conceal ulterior motives. "Boss Yang, are you truly asking us to be bodyguards?" Hidaju probed tentatively. Yang Junjie smiled at this, realizing it was time to test their character. "First, I would like to know if you all have families in Hong Kong?" Yang Junjie asked earnestly. After exchanging glances, Hidaju and the others nodded in unison. "I see." Yang Junjie feigned a look of concern before continuing. "Yes, as bodyguards, but there will be occasions when you will need to engage in certain business dealings. I trust one need not elaborate further. Additionally, if I encounter individuals I find objectionable, you will be required to eliminate them entirely. In the realm of business, you may also need to apprehend enemies on my behalf. Furthermore, if you choose to become my bodyguards, you must do so without any reservations. I do not wish for you to be hindered by family ties in the future. Therefore, it will be necessary for you to sever all connections with your families. Of course, I will provide you with a sum sufficient to ensure their well-being. If you choose to follow me, I guarantee that within a year, you will earn more than you could in a lifetime. What do you say? As soon as Yang Junjie finished speaking, the expressions on Hidaju and the others' faces shifted dramatically. Particularly for Hidaju, the conditions Yang Junjie proposed were utterly unacceptable to them. They collectively suppressed their anger, their gazes transforming from hopeful to furious as they looked at Yang Junjie. The notion of engaging in illegal activities was already intolerable, but the demand to abandon their families and cease all contact was absolutely out of the question. I apologize, Boss Yang, for the intrusion today, Hidaju declared as he stood up, prepared to leave without even inquiring about remuneration or a loan. He is aware that such individuals are difficult to persuade when it comes to compensation. If loans are to be considered, it is imperative that they incur some cost before they would even contemplate lending. However, it is certain that they would not assist him in any tasks. Thus, there is no need to inquire further. Would everyone not reconsider this? I must inform you that even an annual salary of $1 million is not appealing. Hidaju and his companions continued onward, remaining utterly indifferent upon Yang Junjie's mention of $1 million salary. At this moment, Yang Junjie nodded in satisfaction. This probing has at least revealed their integrity. They are not individuals who can be swayed by monetary temptation. Please, do stay for a moment. Very well. You have passed my test. Let us continue our discussion, Yang Junjie remarked with a cheerful demeanor as he regarded them. Upon hearing his words, Hidaju and the others turned back to him, their faces awash with confusion, uncertain of his meaning. Chapter 55. The company enters a development phase. 1 week later, January 20th, Monday. Throughout this week, Yang Junjie's company has been thriving, with all products under its banner currently undergoing promotional activities aimed at clearing inventory. The company has also welcomed a number of new recruits, resulting in a substantial increase of over 100 personnel across various departments. The implementation of new regulations has infused the entire workforce with a renewed zeal for their tasks. Both Yang Junjie and Gan Qinglin were quite pleased to witness this spirited atmosphere among employees. Presently, renovations have commenced on several floors of the building, with the project entrusted to Zhao Huaji's father, much to Zhao Shichang's delight, as he beams with joy, eagerly anticipating the day he can marry off his daughter. Since Yang Junjie and Zhao Huaji have acknowledged their relationship, the two have been quite fervent in their affections, their bond continuously deepening. Simultaneously, during this period, there have been other women frequently appearing by Yang Junjie's side, not solely Zhao Huaji. Following the night, he gallantly rescued Miss Lucy from Huasher Bank. She has been visiting him almost daily, whether for trivial matters or otherwise, gracing his company with her presence. Even upon discovering Zhao Huaji's involvement, she has remained undeterred, persistently seeking opportunities to dine with Yang Junjie. Yet, he has mostly declined her invitations. From the initial hostility Lucy exhibited towards him, her demeanor has transformed to one of tenderness, making it evident to even the most oblivious observer that she harbors feelings for Yang Junjie. He has chosen not to address this shift, as he currently lacks the time to ponder such matters, being preoccupied with the company's growth. 5 days prior, the two research personnel Yang Junjie had recruited earlier, Chen Xiaoqiang and Yang Xian, returned from Country R, bringing back a substantial shipment of equipment. This was acquired during their time in Country R and cost Yang Junjie several million Hong Kong dollars. Indeed, engaging in research and development is a costly endeavor, and this does not even account for the expenses incurred during the testing phases. It is no wonder that few in Xianjiang are willing to venture into such industries. As the challenges extend beyond mere talent shortages, it is largely a matter of financial strain and time consumption. During a growth phase, who would dare to engage in industries fraught with uncertainty and devoid of guaranteed outcomes? Since the new research base's laboratory remains unfinished, Yang Junjie instructed them to install all equipment in the previous small laboratory of the company, allowing them to commence their research. Simultaneously, he provided them with comprehensive materials regarding the concept, functions, and developmental direction of the mobile phone. Additionally, he prepared a set of documents outlining the research direction for color televisions. Yang Xian was primarily responsible for the mobile phone development, while Chen Xiaoqiang focused on the television. As for the technical aspects, Yang Junjie could offer no assistance. They would need to rely on their own efforts. 3 days ago, under their coordination, more than 10 additional research personnel arrived at Yang Junjie's laboratory, all being classmates of Chen Xiaoqiang and Yang Xian from various regions. Coupled with the existing research staff from Chun's company, the laboratory quickly took on a semblance of professionalism and has already embarked on its research endeavors. Though this group of researchers is quite youthful, Yang Junjie harbors confidence in their capabilities. While young researchers may lack the experience of their seasoned counterparts, they possess boundless potential, a willingness to challenge norms, and an eagerness to innovate. This is precisely the type of researcher he desires, one who infuses the laboratory with vitality and infinite possibilities, rather than adhering to a monotonous routine. As morning approached 9 o'clock at the Far East Exchange, Yang Sheng greeted, "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all, Yang Sheng. We find no toil in our efforts." Witnessing the continuous surge of antenna stocks is incredibly exhilarating. "It has been ages since we've seen such a remarkable stock emerge," replied broker Li Guofeng, his tone brimming with excitement. Yang Junjie smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. As he knew that the antenna stock price had only reached its midpoint, the frenzy was far from over. Throughout this week, the antenna company stocks Yang Junjie acquired have become highly sought after in the market, with prices skyrocketing. In just a few days, the price surged to over $17, instantly elevating the antenna company into a conglomerate worth over $3 billion. This astonishing growth has elicited envy and awe from numerous chairpersons of major corporations, reflecting on the extraordinary tenfold increase in stock value within such a brief time frame. Who could fail to be envious? Based on Yang Junjie's current holdings of over 25 million shares, his equity is valued at over 400 million. A stark contrast to the initial investment of merely 26 million. This has indeed proven to be a tremendous profit for him. Furthermore, the emergence of the antenna stock has led the investors of Xiangjiang to believe that a bull market is once again in full swing. The Hang Seng Index has already surpassed the 1,000-point mark, setting a new historical high for the Xiangjiang stock market, currently standing at 1,108 points. In tandem with the surge in the Hang Seng Index, numerous blue-chip companies have seen their stock prices soar. During this period, any investor who purchased stocks from any company has likely reaped substantial profits, albeit varying in magnitude. Consequently, this bullish market in Xiangjiang has drawn an influx of citizens eager to invest in the stock market. The situation has escalated to a frenzy, prompting concerns from the Hong Kong government, as banks swiftly prepared to address the rampant influx of investment into the stock market. The market has opened. Yang Junjie mused as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the activity on this Monday. The two-day market closure often incites new fluctuations. He is apprehensive about potential shifts. Once the antenna stock price surpasses $20, he must monitor developments closely. Should anything appear amiss, he would instruct Li Guofeng and others to sell. He dares not gamble all, as it is prudent to secure gains when they are available. Who knows how history might unfold? With roughly 10 days remaining before his antenna stocks can be freely traded, this is indeed a time of heightened tension for him. $1,892, yes. Li Guofeng and his colleagues erupted into jubilant celebrations upon witnessing the latest antenna stock price. Congratulations, Yang Sheng. The antenna stock continues to rise. Yang Junjie nodded with a smile, having seen the exchange staff announce the antenna company's price. Simultaneously, a wave of elation surged through the trading hall below, primarily comprising investors who owned antenna stocks, naturally thrilled by the soaring prices. Excellent. Keep your focus. Contact me if anything arises. Understood, Yang Sheng. Let us depart, dear monkey. Certainly, boss. Presently, He Dazhu and his companions have become bodyguards for Yang Junjie. Additionally, he has employed nearly 10 bodyguards from a British security firm, organizing them into 2 shifts for his protection. After assessing their character, Yang Junjie expressed considerable satisfaction and instructed them to commence work immediately, also providing them with 20,000 Hong Kong dollars to assist in the treatment of He Dazhu's sister. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Chinese Merchants Association, Yang Junjie stepped into the Rolls-Royce with the license plate number HK0011. This vehicle had been procured at a significant cost by Boss Chun, who sought to impress others. The custom license plate also came at a premium. It is worth noting that in the early days of Hong Kong, an unwritten rule discouraged those outside the elite from flaunting luxury cars in public, a norm that began to wane by the late 1960s. Thus, this car can be considered one of the earliest luxury vehicles of Hong Kong's era of openness. Boss, where are we headed? Let us visit the laboratory. Understood, boss. Since the equipment had recently returned, Yang Junjie had only visited the laboratory once. He had not returned in the subsequent days. It would be prudent to ascertain the progress made on product development. However, given the short time that had elapsed, Yang Junjie held little hope that they had successfully advanced to the first stage of research and development. They soon arrived at the laboratory. Good day, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. You all continue with your work. There's no need to mind me. Yang Junjie quickly interjected, preventing the technicians from greeting him. Chairman, you have arrived. Chen Xiaoqiang and Yang Xian set aside their tasks to approach Yang Junjie. So how is it progressing? Do you have any insights regarding these products? Yang Junjie inquired eagerly. We have a direction, but both products require new circuit boards for development. Thus, it will take some time, and we cannot provide an accurate timeline for completion. Especially for the Big Brother phone, the components needed are quite complex, and we will need a certain amount of time. However, rest assured, Chairman, with the conceptual designs you provided, we are confident in our ability to develop these products. Particularly, your design for the full-color television set is considerably simpler and should not take long. Yang Junjie nodded. He understood that such matters could not be rushed. If it were so easy to achieve, technology companies worldwide would have already risen to prominence. Do not burden yourselves with pressure. Focus on the research. I shall not impede your work any further. Understood. Chairman, you can rest assured. Following this, Yang Junjie departed from the research institute. Since there had been no breakthroughs, it was best not to linger and hinder their progress. He then returned to his office. Chapter 56. The Calm Before the Storm. Strategizing for Future Industries. The following morning, Yang Junjie returned to the company and opened the subscribed newspaper. He had grown accustomed to reviewing the daily news to stay informed about the latest developments in Hong Kong. During these times, newspapers served as a primary channel for acquiring information from the outside world. The government has finally taken action, Yang Junjie remarked. His expression grave as he perused the article. The report detailed that the government had held a press conference the previous day, outlining several key points. Moreover, they issued strict directives prohibiting government employees from utilizing office phones or independently engaging in stock trading, with severe penalties for offenders. Furthermore, they mandated that trading on the stock exchange would cease every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons, intending to cool the overheated market. The governor, Maclehose, publicly remarked that the Hong Kong stock market had become overheated, urging investors to avoid blind speculation to prevent irretrievable losses. He also declared that the government would suppress stock trading activities, while the Monetary Authority and the Securities and Futures Commission warned banks to impose strict limits on stock loans to curb the expanding market bubble. After reading the report, Yang Junjie realized that the countdown to a stock market crash in Hong Kong had commenced. As government pressure mounted, banks would begin to adjust loan interest rates, causing the overall situation to become increasingly tense. However, despite the government's vigorous efforts to restrain investors from further engaging in the stock market, Yang Junjie understood that such measures would likely prove ineffective. Even at this moment, investors remained steadfast in their belief that the stock market would not collapse, viewing trading as a shortcut to wealth. After all, during a bull market, when fortunes were being made, who would heed the government or the governor? As the saying goes, to obstruct someone's prosperity is akin to murdering their parents. In the face of the bull market, countless investors were relishing their profitable moments, making it difficult for them to halt their activities. Most crucially, the current cohort of investors had not yet experienced the ruthless reaping of the stock market. Since the East had opened, the Hong Kong market had consistently shown favorable trends. Over several years, they had amassed considerable wealth, and under such circumstances, who would apply the brakes? Alas, what is destined to come will arrive. It seems I too must prepare for the end, Yang Junjie sighed, turning the page to read other articles. Upon encountering another report, he leapt to his feet in excitement. The government plans to issue a new commercial television broadcasting license? This news filled Yang Junjie with exhilaration, as obtaining a television station license at this juncture and transitioning to free wireless broadcasting was an exceptional opportunity. He felt confident in competing with TVB and ATV, recognizing that during this era, Hong Kong's entertainment industry was just beginning to flourish, making it relatively easy to generate revenue. The potential for advertising income alone was boundless, not to mention television revenue. Moreover, he had a wealth of content ready, which was the most critical aspect. Simultaneously, he pondered who would ultimately win the bid for this television station license. KE Television? He recalled that history indicated a third commercial television license was indeed issued in 1973. But he remembered that KE Television was mandated by the government to air educational children's programs at specific times daily. Unfortunately, these programs failed to resonate with the public, leading to KE's demise over the years. They received their license in 1973, premiered in 1975, and declared bankruptcy in 1978, effectively operating for less than 3 years. However, KE Television did leave behind several classic moments in television history. It seems this matter requires considerable contemplation. How can I secure the television station while avoiding the stipulation of children's programming, ensuring the government grants me the same conditions as other television stations? Yang Junjie diligently noted this matter. He must participate in the bidding for the television station license, as acquiring a commercial television license during this period would be highly advantageous for him. He then continued to peruse the subsequent articles, noting that the government had also announced plans to construct an underground railway this year. Upon reading this, Yang Junjie chuckled, while the government advised investors against blind trading. They simultaneously revealed various favorable developments for the Hong Kong region. It was no wonder that investors dismissed the government's warnings as mere background noise. After finishing the articles, Yang Junjie set the newspaper aside. The emergence of these events signified that a storm was imminent, and he needed to prepare adequately. For instance, following the stock market crash, which quality industries would face bankruptcy and be suitable for him to acquire? Additionally, what aspects of his company required expansion beyond electrical and electronic products? These considerations needed to be addressed proactively. When the stock market crash occurred, he must be ready to negotiate acquisitions and seize opportunities without hesitation. Resolving to act promptly, Yang Junjie picked up a pen and paper and began to strategize. 1. Engaging in television station auctions. 2. Establishing a film company and acquiring properties or land to create a new cinema chain. 3. Amassing a significant number of prime retail spaces. Preparing for future sales of electrical appliances, electronic products, and various retail brands. 4. Acquiring a substantial amount of premium land. The real estate company need not pursue large acquisitions, for its sights are already set on future dealings with Jardine Matheson. 5. The food retail and department store industry. 6. Factories for the production of food and beverages. Upon reflection, numerous industries beckon for attention. Indeed, the contemplation of these prospects becomes overwhelming, as the potential for substantial profits in each sector makes decision-making increasingly difficult. Furthermore, a sudden influx of investment could amplify his burdens. While these ventures are projected to be lucrative in the future, growth necessitates a gradual process. Should he encounter financial constraints during this period, it could precipitate a crisis, rendering him unable to aspire to greatness, relegating him instead to mediocrity. The landscape is replete with profitable industries. Selecting a few stable sectors with rapid cash flow, such as hospitality, food service, pharmaceuticals, machinery, finance, construction materials, building, docks, shipping, and automotive, is prudent, but these are not currently within his purview. Naturally, Hong Kong possesses a myriad of public service industries, including electricity, water resources, railways, hospitals, education, and urban greening, which are also beyond his immediate reach. In this era, manufacturing stands out as the most viable option, with finance being acceptable as well. However, given his background and network, he feels ill-equipped to navigate the financial sector. Moreover, for the coming decades, the supremacy of real industry remains paramount. Although finance offers quick returns, it is fraught with risks that he would rather avoid. He reviews his list, pondering which suitable industries he may have overlooked. He almost forgot. With a smile, Yang Junjie notes the telecommunications industry. Currently, he is manufacturing mobile phones, and he must swiftly gain control of this network company to facilitate the development of his mobile enterprise. Compared to other sectors, he must prioritize electronics, appliances, and telecommunications. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chairman, are you still busy? Yes. Gone. Is there something of significance? Yang Junjie observes Gan Qinglin entering with a beaming smile, indicating promising news. Chairman, I have both good and bad news. I just received a call from the person dispatched to our country to acquire the production line. The first batch has been secured and will ship tomorrow. However, the manufacturer informed us that due to recent disruptions in Tokyo's shipping industry, access to the adjacent maritime area has been restricted. Utilizing Tokyo's cargo ships would necessitate a detour through the bay and the Philippine Strait to reach Hong Kong, which poses significant dangers as piracy is rampant. Are Tokyo's vessels unable to approach? Yang Junjie's brow furrows in concern. It is not a matter of inability. Rather, the cost would triple, and safety of the cargo cannot be guaranteed. Absolutely not. Yang Junjie promptly declines, stating that while he could accommodate increased expenses, the safety of the goods is paramount. Why would we engage under such conditions? I felt it important to inform you. After a moment of contemplation, he suggests, let's pay a visit to a few shipping magnates together, Gan, and see if they have vessels available. Gan Qinglin nods in agreement, and they leave the company together. Chapter 57, Ship King Zhao. Ship King Dong. Nathan Road, Kowloon. Yang Junjie and Gan Qinglin arrive at the Oriental Overseas Container Line, a shipping company known for its tumultuous history yet remarkable resilience, even producing Hong Kong's first generation of shipping tycoons. Established by Dong Xiaorong, Haoyun, in 1947, it became Hong Kong's largest shipping empire during the 1960s, basking in glory. However, after venturing into container shipping in 1969, it rebranded as Oriental Overseas Container Line and began its descent. Unfortunately, amidst financial turmoil from seized vessels and the global shipping industry's downturn, the company faced bankruptcy in the 1970s. The catastrophic fire during the repainting of the Queen Elizabeth further exacerbated its financial woes, leaving the company in a precarious position. Yet, Dong Xiaorong, Haoyun, persevered through relentless spirit and competitive drive, navigating the company forward. However, perhaps the fates of chosen families are subject to trials. Following ship King Dong's passing in 1982 and the global shipping crisis, the Dong family once again faced financial hardships. With the assistance of family friend Ho De Lao and other elders, they weathered the storm, gradually reclaiming their former prominence under the stewardship of Dong's eldest son, Chairman. The likelihood of the Dong family having vessels in Tokyo is quite low due to significant issues in their relations there. I suspect this trip may be in vain. Gan Qinglin remarks as they walk. That's all right. If the Dong family doesn't have vessels, we shall move on to the next option. We have no choice but to expedite the process of securing a cargo ship. Gan Qinglin nods in agreement as they enter the overseas shipping company. Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you? A receptionist inquires. Hello, we need to speak with Mr. Dong. Before Gan Qinglin can finish, Yang Junjie strides away. Mr. Dong, may I take a moment of your time? Upon unexpectedly encountering Ship King Dong in the company, Yang Junjie quickly approaches him. Having met Ship King Dong at the previous event hosted by Chen Weiming, he recognizes him immediately. Who are you? Ship King Dong seems unable to recall Yang Junjie, despite Chen Weiming's previous introduction. After all, as a newcomer, he is unlikely to linger in the memories of those wholly devoted to their careers. Before Yang Junjie can introduce himself, Dong's assistant leans in to whisper to him. Oh, you are Mr. Yang Junjie, the second shareholder of the antenna company. I remember you now. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Mr. Dong, you are too kind. My visit is rather presumptuous. I apologize for the intrusion. Yang Junjie responds graciously. Please, Mr. Yang, let us speak inside. Ship King Dong invites him courteously upon recognizing his status. However, Yang Junjie has little time for leisurely conversation. Under normal circumstances, he would relish the opportunity to learn from these seasoned veterans. Mr. Dong, due to the urgency of the matter, I cannot stay for a lengthy discussion. I promise to visit again for a more thorough conversation. This time, I came to inquire if you have any cargo ships in Tokyo port. My company has placed an order there, but given the current situation, which I believe you are aware of, our vessels cannot approach. Ship King Dong nods in understanding. I see. Indeed. Recent events have led to a ban due to provocations from our country. Many old acquaintances have contacted me regarding this situation, but due to my strained relations there, I have not activated the shipping route. Ship King Dong shakes his head in regret. I apologize, Mr. Yang, but I cannot assist you. Upon hearing Dong Chuanwang mention the absence of vessels in Tokyo, he felt a twinge of disappointment. However, when faced with the apologies from the other party, Yang Junjie managed to muster a forced smile and replied, Dongsheng, you are too kind. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your precious time. Let us dine together next time. Ha ha. Very well, Yangsheng, do attend to your business. Dong Chuanwang responded with a cheerful demeanor. Then, farewell, Dongsheng. Goodbye, Yangsheng. After watching Yang Junjie's silhouette recede into the distance, Dong Chuanwang finally inquired. Isn't he a shareholder of the antenna company? How could he have cargo to transport back from Tokyo? Dong Chuanwang asked curiously. Perhaps it is indeed the cargo of the antenna company, came the reply. Isn't the antenna company merely a shell corporation that went public to raise funds? Could it be that they actually possess tangible goods? This thought intensified Dong Chuanwang's curiosity. It would be disingenuous to say he did not envy the antenna company. Currently, no one in Xianjiang is devoid of envy towards it, regardless of whether it is a shell or a real enterprise. They have managed to elevate a mere shell company to a market value of billions in a short span of time. Now that is a skill. Once the lockup period for the original shares expires, given the present state of antenna stocks, it is evident that if they desire to cash out, they could easily extract substantial amounts of cash in no time. How could one not be envious? Chairman, the meeting time is approaching. Dong Chuanwang's assistant reminded him from the side. Let us proceed. Over with Yang Junjie. Chairman, where shall we go next? Gan Qinglin asked. Let us try Huaguang. Zhao Chuanwang also has large cargo ships. We might just find our luck there, Yang Junjie responded before getting into the car. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Huaguang Shipping Company, also headquartered on Nathan Road in Kowloon. Zhao Chuanwang, much like Dong Chuanwang, hailed from a wealthy background and had a much quicker start to his development in Xianjiang than others. However, Zhao Chuanwang's company was also listed only after the establishment of the Far East Association. In the early 1970s, he adeptly navigated the paths to success and skillfully utilized the stock market for fundraising. During the stock market frenzy of 1971 to 1973, he created a number of billionaires. His Huaguang Shipping Limited and Huaguang Realty Limited amassed great wealth during this boom. He utilized the funds acquired from the stock market to repay debts incurred from purchasing new ships, alleviating interest burdens while vigorously developing real estate. At the time of the stock's initial listing, he possessed only 8 vessels with a total carrying capacity of 190,000 tons. In just 2 years, his assets multiplied several times over, as did his tonnage. Even after the stock market crash of '73 and the ensuing global oil crisis, The economic climate in Xinjiang and the shipping industry was less than favorable. However, it did not hinder the development of his company in the slightest. Hello. I am Gan Qinglin, here to see Chairman Zhao. May I inquire if he is in the office? Do you have an appointment? No. But we have business to discuss with Chairman Zhao. I would appreciate your assistance in contacting him. Very well. Please hold on. Moments later, Yang Junjie and his companion received an invitation from Zhao Chuanwang and followed his secretary into his office. Greetings, Zhao Sheng. Please take a seat, gentlemen. May I ask how you are addressed? Zhao Chuanwang inquired, his gaze fixed on Yang Junjie upon their arrival. Zhao Sheng, I am Yang Junjie. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Yang Junjie replied courteously, extending his hand. You are too kind, Yang Sheng. Have we met before? I feel you look quite familiar, Zhao Chuanwang remarked, still scrutinizing Yang Junjie. Yang Junjie smiled and said, Indeed, Zhao Sheng, at Chairman Chen's soiree for the antenna company. Oh, I recall now. You are the second shareholder of the antenna company introduced by Chairman Chen, are you not? Zhao Chuanwang expressed his surprise. Yes, Zhao Sheng. I am surprised that you remember. Haha, impressive indeed. Yang Sheng, at such a young age, you are already a shareholder of a company valued in the billions. I am in awe. Hearing Zhao Chuanwang's words made him smile wryly. He could discern that Zhao Chuanwang's compliment was merely a formality. He was well aware that those engaged in real enterprises often looked down upon companies like the antenna company, which were perceived as shells. Much like what the illustrious Shunbai of HSBC once remarked, we in finance do not regard the speed of profit generation in industry with high esteem. Zhao Sheng, I apologize for my audacity in approaching you today. I would like to inquire if your company has any vessels at Tokyo Port. I have a shipment that urgently needs to be transported back, Yang Junjie stated directly, wishing to avoid wasting time. He was also apprehensive that if the Zhao family did not have any ships available, the chances of retrieving his goods would significantly diminish. Tokyo Port? Zhao Chuanwang pondered for a moment. Please hold on, Yang Sheng. I will make an inquiry. Thank you, Zhao Sheng. After a brief interval, when Zhao Chuanwang set down the phone, he shook his head at Yang Junjie and said, Yang Sheng, I apologize, but Huawang does not have any vessels at Tokyo Port. Upon receiving Zhao Chuanwang's response, Yang Junjie felt a tinge of disappointment once more. After exchanging pleasantries, he exited Huawang Company, leaving only 2 maritime companies remaining. If they too lacked ships, he would have no choice but to seek out the British-owned firms. Regardless, he needed to devise a method to ensure the safe retrieval of his goods. Chairman, where shall we head next? Let us go to the global shipping company owned by Bao Chuanwang. Understood, Chairman. The two then entered the car and proceeded on their way. Chapter 58. The first encounter with Bao Chuanwang. In Causeway Bay, Hennessy Road. This area, both now and in the future, is among the most bustling districts of Xinjiang. Despite being a place where land is as precious as gold, historical records indicate that in early 73, the starting price for a luxurious flat exceeding 1,000 square feet in Causeway Bay was 500,000 HKD. In comparison to property prices in other districts, Causeway Bay's prices are exorbitantly high. In 73, areas like Kuntong, Suanwan, Shatin, and Shamshui still had relatively low property prices. Even the most upscale flats in those locations hovered around 200,000 to 300,000 HKD, with some less desirable areas available for as little as 80,000 to 100,000 HKD. It is evident that by this time, Causeway Bay had already been branded as a wealthy enclave. Bao Chuanwang's global shipping group is situated in this locale. And at that time, the headquarters was merely a 16-story building. It was far from the numerous skyscrapers that would later dominate Central. The legendary life of Bao Chuanwang is well known to many. He held numerous remarkable titles, each substantial and significant, not merely superficial accolades. In later years, he became friends with heads of states from various nations, and even our legendary patriarch publicly declared him a friend. This attests to Bao Chuanwang's extraordinary charisma. By the late 1970s, he was recognized as the world's foremost shipping magnate, with his shipping business extending routes globally, earning him the title of a beacon for the people of Xinjiang. Born in 1918, he left school at the age of 19 to join the trust office, quickly rising through the ranks due to his youthful capabilities. By the age of 28, he had already become the manager of overseas operations at a bank. His prowess was evident. In 1949, yearning for more than the ordinary, he ventured to Xinjiang alone. Initially, he did not immediately dive into shipping, but rather partnered with others to open a grocery store, engaging in import trade. During this time, he also facilitated the import of scarce goods such as steel, cotton, and pharmaceuticals to the mainland, earning substantial profits. It was not until 1955 that he founded Global Limited, commencing operations in coal transportation between India and our country, yielding remarkable returns. The following year, after Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal, freight rates surged, and he once again reaped significant profits, subsequently acquiring new vessels to expand his operations. He formed partnerships with the shipbuilding and financial industries of our country, as well as HSBC in Xinjiang, thus establishing his prominence in the shipping sector. In the midst of the 1967 Middle Eastern War and the ensuing oil crisis, the fleet was expanded and the business began to outpace other maritime moguls in terms of shipping tonnage. By 1970, it was restructured as Global Shipping Group Company, Limited. And by 1972, Global International Finance Company, Limited was established, marking the commencement of its integration into the stock market, with him assuming the role of chairman of the board. Though he may not yet reign as the world's foremost shipping magnate, his strength and assets have undoubtedly elevated him to a level of prominence among industry titans. As he approached the entrance of the Global Shipping Building, Yang Junjie took a deep breath. "Good day, gentlemen. Welcome to Global Shipping Group. How may I assist you?" inquired the receptionist. "Hello, I would like to speak with Mr. Bao regarding shipping matters. Is he available? Do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked. Gan Qinglin shook his head. "In that case, if you are here for business, our shipping department manager is present. I shall escort you to meet him." "No, I must speak with Mr. Bao directly. Please inform him that Yang Junjie, a shareholder of Antenna Company, is here." Yang Junjie stepped forward, unwilling to squander time in unnecessary delays. "Shareholder of Antenna Company?" The receptionist pondered for a moment before picking up the phone. "Hello, Assistant Gao, this is the front desk. Two guests claim to be Mr. Yang Junjie, a shareholder of Antenna Company, wishing to see the chairman, but they have no appointment." "Mr. Yang Junjie of Antenna Company? Very well, please hold." In Hong Kong, the name of Antenna Company had become widely recognized, and with a shareholder arriving, even Mr. Bao's assistant dared not impede their entry, promptly going to notify him. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Good day, Chairman. The front desk has two guests who wish to see you. They claim to be Mr. Yang Junjie, a shareholder of Antenna Company, seeking to discuss business." "Is it him?" Upon hearing the name, Mr. Bao recalled who it was. As a financial banker, he had meticulously studied the tactics of publicly traded companies like Antenna, thus familiarizing himself with its shareholders. Additionally, he had encountered Yang Junjie at a social event hosted by Antenna Company, so he recognized him. "Let them in." "Understood, Chairman." "Chairman, isn't Antenna Company merely a shell corporation? What business could they possibly discuss?" inquired Wu Guangjing, Mr. Bao's most favored son-in-law, standing nearby. Mr. Bao shook his head. "I am uncertain. We shall know once they enter." Soon, Yang Junjie was ushered into Mr. Bao's office, and upon entering, he immediately recognized the fortunate heir destined to manage the Bao family's enterprises. There is a saying in Hong Kong that many have heard: "It matters not where one comes from, but rather the fortune one possesses." Just look at Zheng Yutong and Wu Guangjing. This implies that both Zheng Yutong and Wu Guangjing married into affluent families and inherited vast fortunes. In contrast, heirs from other prestigious families often must navigate tumultuous battles to claim their inheritance, while these two gentlemen effortlessly acquired immense wealth, leading many to believe that fortune indeed plays a significant role. "Mr. Bao, Mr. Wu, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Please forgive me." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Yang. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Mr. Bao." "Mr. Yang, congratulations. Antenna Company's stock is currently surging. You must have made a substantial profit this time. Truly enviable." Mr. Bao remarked with genuine admiration. It was not a jest directed at Yang Junjie. After all, having toiled for decades in Hong Kong, it was disheartening for him to witness such rapid success in a matter of mere months. Although the market capitalization of Global Group is considerable and it stands as a leader among Hong Kong-listed companies, a comparison with Antenna Company left him feeling somewhat diminished. More significantly, Antenna Company was merely a shell corporation, yet its valuation seemed to surpass that of established enterprises. This left him feeling awkward, both envious and contemplative. "Please excuse my earlier jest, Mr. Bao. Antenna Company is not mine. I am merely an investor," Yang Junjie calmly replied. "Mr. Yang, you have a keen eye? By the way, what brings you here?" Mr. Bao inquired, puzzled. "Mr. Bao, I have ordered a batch of machinery in Tokyo that needs to be shipped back to Hong Kong. However, due to recent restrictions prohibiting our country vessels from entering, I find myself in need of assistance." Mr. Bao nodded in understanding. "I see, but has Antenna Company ventured into industrial pursuits?" This piqued Mr. Bao's curiosity further. Given the impressive standing of a shell company, he could hardly fathom the implications if it were to develop any high-tech enterprises. However, upon seeing Yang Junjie shake his head, Mr. Bao's confusion deepened. "Mr. Bao, you misunderstand. I do not partake in the management of Antenna Company. I operate my own manufacturing enterprise." Mr. Bao found himself increasingly intrigued by Yang Junjie. At such a young age, being the second largest shareholder of Antenna Company was already fascinating. But now he learned that Yang also owned a manufacturing business, prompting him to wonder about Yang Junjie's true background. "Mr. Yang, you truly are a young talent. Are you from Hong Kong?" Mr. Bao cautiously inquired. Upon hearing the question, Yang Junjie sensed Mr. Bao's probing into his background. Indeed. My father came here with my grandfather during the 1950s and has lived in Hong Kong ever since. You wouldn't happen to be a descendant of the Yang family from Baicheng Group, would you? Mr. Bao immediately thought of that family, as their circumstances closely mirrored Yang Junjie's. Though many might be unfamiliar with Yang Cheng of Baicheng Group, they would certainly recognize his son, the future tycoon of media and jewelry, Yang Shouqing. Yang Junjie smiled again at the mention. Mr. Bao, you are mistaken. My family has always been quite ordinary, or rather, struggling. I hope you won't find it amusing. But just 2 months ago, my family was still residing in Kowloon walled city. What? Yang Junjie's words left both Mr. Bao and Wu Guangjing in a state of disbelief. Yet, seeing Yang Junjie's serious demeanor compelled them to trust his words. Realizing he had lost his composure, Mr. Bao awkwardly chuckled. Ah, a hero's origins matter not. Mr. Yang, achieving such success in just 2 months through your own efforts is truly commendable. Please don't jest about me any further, Mr. Bao. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Due to the urgency, I would like to inquire whether you currently have any vessels in Tokyo port. Yang Junjie eagerly asked. Mr. Bao and Wu Guangjing exchanged knowing smiles. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, a week ago, I dispatched 7 cargo ships to Tokyo. Upon learning of the embargo, I instructed the vessels to dock in Tokyo port. 5 have already departed in the past few days, and 2 remain. May I ask how much weight your cargo entails? Yang Junjie, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. The formal discussions regarding business commenced, and amidst engaging conversations, time flew by until it was past 1 p.m. when they finally departed. Chapter 59, Pressure from the General Manager of Waki Bank. Having resolved the shipping issue, Yang Junjie and Gan Qinglin felt a wave of relief wash over them as they returned to the company that afternoon. Chairman, Mr. Manzini from Waki Bank called earlier this morning, requesting that you return his call at your earliest convenience. His secretary, Zhou Shouting, informed him upon their arrival. Mr. Manzini is looking for me. At that moment, Yang Junjie understood that Mr. Manzini was likely seeking to address the retaliation concerning the recent attack on him. Manzini has already discovered that this matter was orchestrated by Chun Jiejun, the son of Chun Weiming, the chairman of the antenna company. But it has been suppressed by Yang Junjie. After all, the stock of antenna company has reached a critical juncture, and Yang Junjie is reluctant to stir up trouble. It is certain that he will seek retribution against Chun Jiejun. Such a grudge cannot be left unavenged, as Yang Junjie is unwilling to let it go. However, he understands the necessity of waiting until he has divested all of his shares in the antenna company before taking action. He has carefully considered that any premature move might disrupt the stock price, and he understands that if he chooses to act, he must ensure that he disappears without a trace. Therefore, in the interest of safeguarding his investments, he has decided to bide his time for a few more days. Should he decide to confront Chun Jiejun now, the repercussions would inevitably affect the antenna stock significantly. Merely to vent his frustration could lead to substantial financial losses, a scenario he wishes to avoid at all costs. Thus, he opts to allow Chun Jiejun to linger a bit longer. All right, I understand, he replies. Chairman, I shall return to my work now. I will check on the progress at the Tsim Sha Sui laboratory engineering site shortly. Thank you for your hard work, Gan. With a smile, Gan Qinglin turns to leave, while Yang Junjie returns to his office to contact Manzini. Hello, Mr. Manzini. This is Yang Junjie. Oh, Yang. You finally returned my call. I've been waiting for you all morning. My apologies, Mr. Manzini. I was out discussing business matters for the company this morning. Okay, Yang. I need to know precisely when you plan to take action. You must provide me with a definitive time frame today. If he dares to harm Miss Lucy, even if you wish to let him off the hook, the Weir family will not be so forgiving. Do you understand? No, Manzini, you misunderstand. I do not intend to let him off. This delay is not a ploy to spare him, I assure you. Then why are you stalling? Manzini's tone reflects his growing dissatisfaction. Were it not for Yang Junjie being their savior, he would have already retaliated against the Chun family for such an affront. Recently, he had refrained from taking immediate action against the Chun family out of respect for Yang Junjie. Otherwise, given Chun Jiejun's audacity to strike at Lucy in a week's time, Manzini could have ensured his demise multiple times over. Today, he continues to press Yang Junjie because the Weir family has exerted additional pressure on him. At this moment, Yang Junjie grapples with his thoughts. Okay, Manzini, let me be honest with you. The reason I must wait a few more days is that I need to hold off until the lockup period for my shares in the antenna company expires. Once that happens, I will sell off everything and then proceed. This revelation leaves Manzini silent for a moment, and after what seems like an eternity, he finally responds. Okay, Yang, I will grant you this favor. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Manzini. Yang, I should be the one thanking you, but you must act swiftly. If the Weir family loses patience, I may not be able to assist you. Rest assured, Mr. Manzini, I will act as quickly as possible. Okay, Yang. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Manzini. After hanging up the phone, Yang Junjie falls into deep contemplation, pondering how to resolve this situation. It is now January 21st, and the collapse of the antenna stock is anticipated on the morning of February 10th. With 19 days remaining until the company's downfall, he recognizes the need to prepare, at the very least to minimize his losses. It is certainly better than being left with worthless shares. Gazing at the time, which reads 14:32, Yang Junjie gathers his belongings and heads out. Monkey, accompany me to the exchange. Yes, boss. As he approaches the elevator, he encounters Lucy, who has been unwaveringly punctual every day despite the weather. Yang, are you going out? Yes, Miss Lucy, I need to step out for a bit. Upon seeing her, Yang Junjie feels a wave of frustration. He is well aware of Lucy's feelings, but during this critical phase of his career, he has no interest in engaging in romantic entanglements with such a prominent figure. Most importantly, she is the daughter of the Weir family, and he is uncertain of the standards and expectations her family has for her suitors. He does not wish to invite formidable adversaries upon himself. Thus, even though he understands her intentions, he refuses to express his feelings without clarity on what her family requires in a partner. It is not that he does not desire to be with a lady of such status and beauty. However, the disparity in their social standings makes him wary of the potential consequences. Yang, I want to go with you. Miss Lucy, please do not refuse me. You have turned me down 12 times this week. Lucy gazes at Yang Junjie with a look of feigned innocence. Miss Lucy, I am going to work, not to socialize. Can we arrange to meet another time? Yang Junjie responds resolutely. This makes it the 13th time you have rejected me. I've heard your promise to meet when you have time far too often. Yang, can you truly not see that I like you? Or do you find me utterly detestable? Lucy asks earnestly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a situation Yang Junjie had not anticipated. Being of Western descent, Lucy possesses a more open character and is unreserved in expressing her affections. From the moment Yang Junjie saved her, she has not concealed her feelings. Boss, I will wait for you in the car. Although Monkey cannot comprehend the conversation, he senses the tension and quickly steps away. After a moment of silence, Yang Junjie realizes that it is essential to clarify the situation with Lucy. Otherwise, it will only lead to complications for both of them. Lucy, you are wonderful, both in appearance and status. I believe no man in the world could refuse you. But you have rejected me 13 times. Not that. Lucy, please listen to me. Yang, I do not understand why you will not accept me, but I will not give up. With that, Lucy turns and walks away, leaving Yang Junjie without a chance to explain. As he watches her retreating figure, he feels a twinge of regret. Forget it, making money comes first. Yang Junjie decides not to dwell on the matter any further. He soon arrives at the exchange. Yangsheng, you've arrived. Yes, what is the situation? The situation is excellent. Although the Hong Kong government suspended trading yesterday afternoon, it did not prevent the antenna stock from rising. The government has implemented a ban on trading on Friday afternoons. This morning, the antenna stock opened at 21.35 Hong Kong dollars per share and has now risen to 22.21 Hong Kong dollars per share. I believe it will surpass $23 by this afternoon's close. Hearing this price, Yang Junjie feels a sense of relief. If that is the case, he will be able to gradually release his shares at around $25. With ample time to sell off small portions, he should be fine. Very good. By the way, could you check if the lockup period for my antenna shares has expired? Certainly. Yang Sheng, please hold on a moment. Yang Junjie nods at him. He had officially transacted with the antenna company on the 1st of the month, but he is unsure whether the lockup period is counted from the date of signing the contract or from the day the company went public. If it is based on the public listing date, he will still need another week before he can trade, which would leave him at a disadvantage, especially as he worries that Manzini may not be able to restrain himself and might act against Chen Jijun. At that time, a significant event concerning the Chen family was bound to impact the stock of the antenna company. He merely harbored concerns about this. Otherwise, the fate of Chen Jijun would be of no consequence to him. Within a few minutes, Li Guofeng returned. Yang Sheng, the restrictions have been lifted, he announced. This meant that the stocks of the antenna company currently held could now be freely traded without limitations. Phew. Yang Junjie sighed in relief upon hearing this. All right, prepare yourselves. Once the price reaches $25, begin to gradually offload the stocks, but do not sell too quickly. We must ensure that the fluctuations in the antenna company's stock are not affected until we have finished our sell-off. Yang Sheng, are we really preparing to sell? Li Guofeng asked regretfully upon hearing Yang Junjie's words, as his experience indicated that the antenna company's stock was likely to continue rising. Yes, as soon as the price hits $25, place the orders to sell immediately, but remember to avoid causing any market impact, Yang Junjie instructed sternly. Li Guofeng nodded in acknowledgement. After Yang Junjie issued a few more directives, he departed from the exchange. Chapter 60. The Frenzied Investors the following morning. A report from HSBC shattered the tranquility of Hong Kong's dawn. As expected by Yang Junjie, while everyone anticipated that HSBC would, as usual, impose certain restrictions per the government's directives to prevent investors from becoming too engrossed in the stock market. Unexpectedly, HSBC chose to join the frenzy in Hong Kong through dividend distributions, stock bonuses, and stock splits. Previously, HSBC had indeed adhered strictly to the government's lending requirements to prevent the public from pouring funds into the stock market, which also limited the opening of new accounts. Even HSBC's top executive, Shin Bai, had explicitly stated at a press conference that they would support the government's actions. Nonetheless, this did not prevent the market's madness. With the frenzy continuing, as it seemed that other companies or banks were profiting immensely, HSBC appeared to be playing the role of the virtuous by cooperating with the government. This finally led the profit-driven institution to drop its facade. On February 22nd, HSBC announced through the Singtao Daily a substantial distribution, a dividend of $5 per share and a bonus of 1 share for every 5 held, alongside a split of 1 share into 10. The release of this news significantly heightened investors' enthusiasm. It was clear to all that HSBC's actions aimed solely to inflate its stock price, and the purpose of splitting large shares into smaller ones was to enable more investors to purchase HSBC stocks. With more participants in the market, the stock price would naturally soar. But this was not the end. Following HSBC's announcement of the stock split, other major listed companies did not lag behind. As the 5th largest blue-chip stock, Hutchison Whampoa promptly held a press conference, announcing increased dividends to attract investors. Subsequently, companies under the Chung Kong and Jardine Matheson groups, including Chung Kong Holdings and Sun Hung Kai Properties, among other corporate giants and emerging stars, swiftly introduced new regulations within a single day. After the news broke on Thursday, February 23rd, Hong Kong's investors flooded the exchanges like a tidal wave, causing the trading hall to become so congested that movement was nearly impossible. With people jostling against one another, investors believed that acquiring more stocks at this moment equated to greater profits. How could one prevent such fervor among the investors? At the Hong Kong Island Trading Center, "Oh my God, immediately summon all security personnel to maintain order. We must prevent any incidents. Please escort the elderly and pregnant women out first. Also, promptly notify the government and the police to send assistance," came the urgent directives. "Yes, boss." The executive in charge of the Hong Kong Island Trading Center was taken aback by the scene before him. He was aware of the recent frenzy among investors, yet he had not anticipated it would escalate to this extent. From his elevated vantage point, he could clearly see the elderly and pregnant women among the crowd, with a considerable number of women attempting to push their way to the trading desks. His greatest fear was that something might happen. He could not bear the responsibility for any resulting chaos. Meanwhile, at the Far East Exchange, the situation was even more chaotic. Not only was the trading hall packed, but a large crowd of investors was also gathered at the entrance, severely disrupting the exchange's operations. Has security arrived? We must disperse the crowd at the entrance immediately. We cannot afford any incidents. They are on their way. I will check on the situation. Li Xiaofu continued to observe anxiously. We need to notify the police and the government right away to send personnel here. Understood, Chairman. Like the person in charge of the Hong Kong Island Trading Center, Li Xiaofu could handle minor issues, but if a major incident occurred under his management, resulting in casualties, he would bear an unbearable burden of responsibility. For the sake of his future and the safety of the exchange, he had to take appropriate measures. Meanwhile, in the governor's office, Governor MacLehose perused the newspaper in his hands, which contained the report issued by HSBC, along with several other papers on the table, all detailing the announcements of increased dividends from various listed companies. He had been striving to suppress the influx of funds from investors into the stock market, yet now they were continually presenting favorable conditions to attract investment, clearly putting him in a difficult position. Although the Hong Kong government had always maintained a stance of allowing the stock market to develop freely without intervention, the current frenzied situation was seriously affecting the overall economic development of Hong Kong. He could no longer afford to remain indifferent. At this moment, Governor MacLehose wore a particularly grim expression. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of a knock, he gently set down the newspaper and adjusted his demeanor. Come in, sir. We have just received a call from the Hong Kong Island Securities Trading Center and the Far East Exchange. A massive influx of investors has filled the exchanges to the point of immobility, severely impacting market operations. Both exchanges are concerned about potential major issues and have requested our assistance to maintain order. What? MacLehose exclaimed, rising in agitation. While he could remain unconcerned about the stock market's developments, he absolutely could not tolerate any major incidents occurring under his governance in Hong Kong. Immediately notify managers from all districts to go to the scene and maintain order. We must prevent any loss of life at all costs. Also, inform the fire department and hospitals to have personnel on standby. Yes, boss. After issuing his orders, MacLehose picked up the phone and dialed. This is MacLehose. Notify the Securities and Futures Commission, the Monetary Authority, the Financial Secretary, the heads of the 4 major exchanges, and the leaders of licensed banks to convene for a meeting. Yes, sir. At the entrance of the Far East Exchange. Boss, it seems we can only enter through the VIP passage, Monkey remarked. Today, Yang Junjie arrived at the exchange. Witnessing the throngs of people clamoring to enter, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the trading hall was inside. He had not come to the exchange to trade, but merely to observe the situation. Now that he had seen it, he realized just how frenzied the investors in Hong Kong had become in this era. Watching the grand saga unfold on television previously, he had thought it was all a dramatization. Now, it seemed that everything was indeed reality. Meanwhile, he recalled a significant event. Historical records indicated that the Hong Kong government had dispatched firemen into the stock exchange under the pretense of extinguishing a fire, ostensibly to disperse the investors. However, this ruse failed to dissuade the stockholders from their positions, and the firefighters resorted to using high-pressure hoses to force them away, resulting in a cessation of trading for the day. Yang Junjie remained uncertain about the veracity of these claims. His curiosity piqued as he observed the unfolding situation. Akin to a bystander engrossed in a spectacle, lacking only a bag of sunflower seeds, a soda, and a small stool to sit upon, he decided not to enter today, preferring instead to witness the commotion from the sidelines. With a smile, Yang Junjie remarked, "Let us see how this unfolds." Moments later, a cacophony of sirens erupted outside. He turned to see police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks arriving in droves. "Goodness, it's truly happening," he muttered in astonishment. "Clear the area, everyone disperse," shouted the police as they hurriedly instructed the crowd of stockholders, numbering in the thousands, to vacate the square. The police and firefighters, vastly outnumbered, could hardly manage the throng. Just as one group of investors was pushed away, another surged forward, creating a relentless cycle of chaos. "Sir, this approach is ineffective. We need to block the entrance with vehicles," suggested one officer. "Yes, act swiftly." Before long, all police vehicles were maneuvered into the square, proving somewhat effective as officers gained control over the entrance. Yet, thousands remained trapped inside the trading hall, presenting a far more complex challenge. "Help! Someone has fainted inside," echoed desperate cries from within the exchange, reaching Yang Junjie's ears and causing him to shake his head in resignation. "Greed leads men to ruin," he mused. "Step aside. Make way." Officers strained to clear a path for paramedics to enter and assist the incapacitated individuals. However, the crowd inside was densely packed, making it nearly impossible for the police to penetrate. "Help! There's another person down here," cried another voice. "Here too. I have one here." In the suffocating atmosphere, the hall was crammed with stockholders, including the elderly, pregnant women, and those with health issues, all susceptible to fainting from lack of oxygen. As the cries for help continued, Yang Junjie finally witnessed what he had anticipated. The fire department indeed deployed high-pressure hoses, spraying water into the exchange. Their intention was twofold: to disperse the crowd and to alleviate the oppressive environment with water, helping individuals maintain their composure and prevent further fainting incidents, which could lead to disastrous trampling. Chapter 61. The beginning of the antenna stock sell-off. Friday, January 24th. Just as Yang Junjie had predicted, the Hong Kong Island Trading Center and the Far East Exchange were compelled to suspend operations for a day, with extensive media coverage criticizing the government's excessive use of force. This led to a chaotic scene at both exchanges, with many investors sustaining varying degrees of injury. However, such reports had become mundane to the public. By the 1970s, conditions had improved significantly, as compared to previous decades when police brutality could escalate to gunfire without provocation. Those who lived through the dark days of the 3060s in Hong Kong could attest to the brutality of the British authorities, who would assault individuals in public without hesitation. The older generations had witnessed this grim chapter, rendering such reports insufficient to incite public outrage. Unless someone took the lead to galvanize the crowd against the British colonial government, the incident would likely dissipate into obscurity, forgotten as if it had never occurred. Under the constraints imposed by the British government the previous day, while the trading hall was still crowded with stockholders, access had been restricted. Entry was permitted only by queuing, waiting for individuals to exit before allowing others to enter. Yet this did not deter the throngs of investors from lining up outside. At 8:50 a.m., Yang Junjie accessed the VIP room via the exchange's exclusive entrance. "Yang, you've arrived," greeted a colleague. "Indeed, given yesterday's events, I felt compelled to observe how the Hong Kong stock market might be impacted. I have some concerns." He replied, "Yes, I share your apprehension about potential repercussions. I hope the broader environment remains unaffected," his colleague responded. "Let us hope." Yang Junjie echoed softly as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the trading hall below. Despite the restrictions, the exchange was still teeming with investors, a situation likely to persist until the stock market crash was resolved. He recalled that on the day of the crash, stockholders would undoubtedly clash with the authorities, as panic would ensue over the plummeting Hang Seng index, with investors fearing their holdings would become worthless. Who would care about the police or colonial officers then? Driven by desperation, they would rush into the exchange, terrified of losing everything. The market is open, Yang. At $512. The price has reached your budget. Would you like to begin selling or continue to observe? Broker Li Guofeng inquired naturally. Let us commence with the gradual sell-off. But remember, do not incite any fluctuations, understood? Yang Junjie instructed without hesitation. Understood. Prepare everyone. On my mark, we will commence selling. Number 3, you are responsible for monitoring market data. Report any anomalies immediately. Received. Then let us begin. Yes. One moment, Broker Li. I require you to execute one more task. Yang Junjie suddenly recalled an important strategy to facilitate the successful sale of his stocks. Since our current sell-off volume isn't substantial, please send someone to the Hong Kong Island Trading Center and the Far East Exchange to circulate the news that the antenna company will unveil high-tech products in early February. Exaggerate the details a bit. Upon hearing this, Li Guofeng smiled. Yang, you truly have a knack for this. As long as you grasp my intention, Yang Junjie replied. Li Guofeng understood perfectly. This approach was indeed clever. The stockholders in Hong Kong were notoriously susceptible to trends, and once this news circulated, it would undoubtedly spark interest in the antenna company's stocks, ensuring that when they sold, there would be eager buyers waiting, thus maintaining the upward momentum of the stock, while also allowing their own shares to be offloaded at a higher price. All right. I will devise a strategy for disseminating the news. You proceed with the gradual sell-off. Understood, Manager Li. In less than 10 minutes, Li Guofeng prepared the announcement for Yang Junjie's review. Once approved, he dispatched personnel to release the news. Yang, the shares we sold this morning were all immediately transacted, with no delay whatsoever. Should we increase the volume? Li Guofeng turned to Yang Junjie for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Junjie shook his head. There's no rush. Let us aim to complete the sell-off within 10 days to avoid disturbing the market. Understood. Following Yang Junjie's directives, Li Guofeng and his team continued to execute the sell orders, varying the volume as necessary. Noticing a slowdown in the rise of antenna stock, they paused briefly, resuming their strategy once normal trading patterns re-established. As time passed, noon arrived, and the stock market paused for its regular break, coinciding with the recent government-imposed trading halt. Consequently, they were not required to remain in the exchange. Yang, here are the trading orders for the antenna shares sold this morning. Please take a look. Yang Junjie nodded as he accepted the documents. He had successfully sold 25 million shares at an average price of 564 Hong Kong dollars, netting over 32 million Hong Kong dollars, a result that left him exceedingly satisfied. He has invested less than 30 million, and now by divesting a small portion of his stocks, he is poised to break even. This implies that, from this moment onward, regardless of what transpires with the antenna stocks, he has secured his position and will incur no losses. All right, let's go. I will treat everyone to lunch. Yang Junjie said cheerfully. Wonderful, thank you, Yang, came the response. Come on, follow my car. A few minutes later, they arrived at a renowned establishment in Wan Chai, the Long Fong Tea House. This esteemed restaurant has branches throughout Hong Kong and is widely acclaimed, especially during the morning tea hours when securing a table is nearly impossible without a reservation. Yang Shang, I have a feeling the antenna stock price will. Li Guofeng began, but Yang Junjie interrupted, raising his hand. There's too much chatter here. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. All right, Yang Shang, my apologies, Li Guofeng replied, somewhat embarrassed. No worries, let us eat. You all need to brace yourselves for the next few days. You can slightly increase your sales over the weekend, unless the Hong Kong government lifts the ban on trading that is in effect on the afternoon of the 135th, Yang Junjie said quietly. Understood, Yang Shang. After lunch, Yang Junjie hurried back to the office, as he had another meeting scheduled for 2 p.m. that afternoon. He not only needed to arrange for personnel to gather information on certain industry conditions, but also to understand the recent progress of various departments within the company. Particularly, he needed to have individuals observe potential locations for retail spaces and cinema setups, so that once the stock market crash occurred, he could promptly send representatives to negotiate. This strategy would prevent wasting time on these matters post-crash. The clock struck 2 p.m. Yang Junjie and Gan Qinglin entered the conference room, where the management team had grown considerably. There were over a dozen department managers present, along with deputy managers and department heads, making for a gathering of dozens. This did not even account for the unassigned deputy general manager and director positions, where there would have been even more attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's meeting is to prepare for some projects I have in mind, Yang Junjie began. Marketing department, take this document back with you. Once you fully comprehend it, convene and devise a plan. Then, send someone to scout suitable locations, and I expect a detailed report with data, including the contact information of the shop owners and their willingness to sell. However, there is no need to discuss pricing just yet. I will handle that later. Do you understand my intent? Understood. Rest assured, Chairman. Additionally, regarding the RD department, I was informed by General Manager Gon that there have been breakthroughs in your new product development. This was the information Yang Junjie was most eager to learn during the meeting. Yes, Chairman, we have made initial progress on both products, and I believe results will materialize soon. I have compiled the detailed data for your review, Yang Xian replied, handing a document to Yang Junjie. The development of new products necessitates a high level of confidentiality, hence Yang Xian would not present the data in such a crowded meeting. Yang Junjie understood this and nodded, placing the document before himself. Excellent. Currently, your research team is crucial. Aside from the revenue from liquidating stock, the company is otherwise incurring expenses, so you need to expedite your research. Understood, Chairman. He then turned to Gan Qinglin and inquired, Gan, you visited the new research facility yesterday. How is the construction progressing? According to Boss Zhao, if all goes well, it will take about a week. Otherwise, around 10 days before the research facility becomes operational. Other constructions will require more time. All right, while the RD department is engaged in development, you must also accelerate the recruitment of a specialized research team. Yang Xian, Chen Xiaoqiang. I will leave this to you. Yes, Chairman, you can rest assured that I have already dispatched personnel to technical institutes in Tokyo, the United States, and Germany to scout for talent. Very well. Yang Junjie then addressed the sales department. What is the status of your department? He looked toward the marketing manager. Everything is running smoothly. Nearly half of the appliances in the warehouse have been sold. In about 10 days, I am confident we can clear them out. Additionally, the clothing factory has been integrated into the company, and under General Gon's guidance, we have commenced the clearance of excess inventory. Yang Junjie nodded in satisfaction. Each department began to report their status, and now the framework of his company was firmly in place. Although the profits were modest, the launch of the new products would propel the company onto a solid growth trajectory. Chapter 62, Planning Ahead, Strategizing for Future Industries. After the meeting, Yang Junjie summoned Gan Qinglin, Chen Xiaoqiang, and Yang Xian into his office. Yang Xian, have you indeed overcome the challenges associated with the circuit boards? Yang Junjie inquired, his excitement evident as he reviewed the data presented to him. Yes, boss, but we have only just completed the first step. To produce a finished product, we will require additional time. However, you may begin seeking partners to finalize collaborations. This is a prototype, and you can customize it according to this standard size. Has the specification been confirmed? Yang Junjie asked as he accepted the circuit board from Yang Xian. Once confirmed, he would either send someone or personally travel to Tokyo. After all, securing partners for semiconductor boards is no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, the boards he needs are not finished products, for safety reasons. He had previously discussed with Chen Xiaoqiang and Yang Xian that only the boards need to be fabricated, while they would handle the remaining circuitry and connections themselves. He planned to establish a dedicated factory to serve the research facility, processing semiconductor materials purchased from outside. While this would entail considerable hassle, it would ensure that the technology remained proprietary, especially in this era where mature high-tech innovations attract intense scrutiny from various quarters. Thus, Yang Junjie was reluctant to entrust the fabrication of finished circuit boards to external manufacturers. Every aspect, including the production of future components, would be carried out in-house. Yes, boss. We have created molds based on your design specifications, and this size is finalized. Once the circuit boards are mature, we will proceed to chip development, which presents another significant challenge. Upon mentioning chips, both Yang Xian and Chen Xiaoqiang exhibited a degree of uncertainty. Not only were they apprehensive, but Yang Junjie himself recognized that developing chips is far more complex than creating circuit boards. I understand it is challenging, but I believe in your capabilities. Yang Junjie encouraged them. Rest assured, boss, we will not let you down. However, there is one more matter I need to discuss with you, and I hope for your approval. What is it? The chip technology is indeed daunting, and as of now, we have not made any progress. I contacted my professor the other day. Although he provided some guidance, the methodologies differ, and we did not have your permission to disclose this matter. My professor has retired, and we would like to invite him to serve as the chief researcher at our facility. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie initially felt delighted, but upon reflection, he considered it somewhat inappropriate, given that he was unfamiliar with the professor's credentials. Yang Xian, does your professor have experience with chip technology, and can he be trusted? Boss, I understand your concerns, but you can rest assured on this matter. Our professor is not someone who can be swayed by money, and he has dedicated his life to semiconductor research. His expertise in chip technology is undoubtedly profound. Many companies have sought to recruit him. Yang Junjie had not finished his words when Yang Xian interrupted him. Indeed, boss, if the teacher could truly be bought with money, he would not need to remain in the school to teach. As far as we know, Many large companies have invited him to take up positions, yet he has declined. Chen Xiaoqiang chimed in eagerly. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie pondered once more, since he previously refused to work for a company. How could we possibly extend an invitation to him, especially considering the distance? He is already of retirement age, which surely adds to his hesitance. Even if he were willing to come, would his family permit it? Chen Xiaoqiang and Yang Xian exchanged amused glances at Yang Junjie's concerns. Our teacher has devoted his entire life to research. Thus, he has no family. Though he is not young, I firmly believe he harbors a keen interest in this technology. I know that he has been persistently researching semiconductors, which is why I sought his guidance. Furthermore, when I contacted him the other day, I could sense his boredom from not being able to go to the research institute every day. When the topic of chips arose, he expressed that not developing a chip before retirement would be his greatest regret. Based on this, I am quite confident in inviting our teacher to Hong Kong. In any case, if you, boss, are willing, I will handle the other matters. Once the teacher arrives, I assure you we will swiftly break through the chip technology. Yang Junjie nodded in response. Since you both possess such confidence, and considering his impressive capabilities, I see no reason to hinder your efforts. If your teacher can come, rest assured, all conditions will be at his discretion. Our company will cover all his needs, food, shelter, and transportation. Yang Junjie had some understanding of researchers and scientists. For many technicians, aside from their research, other matters hold little significance. Therefore, he reasoned that if their teacher were of this ilk, and he were willing to come, it would indeed be a fortunate find. For such a technological expert to be willing to join us, any conditions he requires are acceptable. That's splendid. I will contact the teacher shortly, and if he agrees, I will have him come at once. Yang Xian exclaimed with excitement, and Chen Xiaoqiang echoed his enthusiasm. Seeing their elation, Yang Junjie couldn't help but smile, recognizing the depth of their bond with the teacher. Such genuine excitement could not be feigned. Very well. Since that is the case, you both may return to your tasks. I await your good news. Understood, boss. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Gan. Yes, farewell to both of you. Gan Qinglin inquired curiously. Chairman, do you think their teacher will come? I am uncertain. After all, it is quite a distance, and he would have to leave his home. My expectations are not high. Gan Qinglin nodded in agreement, as his own thoughts mirrored those of Yang Junjie. All right, let us discuss other matters. Here is a list of industries. I plan to venture into these sectors. Take a look and see what you think. Yang Junjie handed a proposal to Gan Qinglin. These industries had been carefully considered by him. Following the stock market crash, he intended to acquire these sectors for development, having already entrusted the selection of locations for shops and cinemas to the marketing department. Additionally, he aimed to acquire a telecommunications company, compete for television station licenses, and acquire retail and department store industries, as well as establish factories for snacks and beverages, among other ventures. Chairman, are you considering starting a television station? Gan Qinglin was taken aback upon reading the proposal. Indeed, the Hong Kong government recently announced information regarding this. I certainly do not wish to miss such a favorable opportunity. Yang Junjie replied. However, Gan Qinglin shook his head. Chairman, you may be overestimating the situation. The Hong Kong government does not casually grant television station licenses to ordinary individuals. If I am not mistaken, the allocation is likely predetermined. Yang Junjie did not counter Gan Qinglin's assertion. He was well aware of such insider information. Yet he retained confidence in securing a television station license. Moreover, he believed he would have the standing to negotiate with the Hong Kong government regarding the limitation of children's educational channels. Even if it were a necessity, he would devise a means to minimize the impact of the children's educational channel. If changes could not be made, obtaining the license would be futile. Otherwise, the situation might end up akin to that of Jai Television, which faced bankruptcy. After all, Jai had several large groups backing it. So how could it end up in bankruptcy? The root cause lay within the children's educational channel, which occupied prime viewing slots. Rest assured, I will have my methods. Even if I cannot secure it, at the very least, there will be opportunities for competition, Yang Junjie said with a mysterious smile, withholding his strategies from Gan Qinglin. As long as you, Chairman, have confidence, that is sufficient. Gan Qinglin continued reviewing the other industries. Upon observing Yang Junjie's future ventures into these sectors, Gan Qinglin had no objections, except for the television station, which stirred some concern within him. The other industries did not elicit any strong reactions. However, when he reached the final industry, he was puzzled. Chairman, what do you intend to do with the telecommunications company? Although it is a civilian project, it is a thankless endeavor. As I understand it, establishing a base station has a limited coverage area, yet constructing a base station requires nearly 10 million in funding. Even the smallest telecommunications company in Hong Kong possesses nearly 10 base stations. Acquiring one would require at least 100 million Hong Kong dollars. While it offers long-term benefits, the recovery of telephone charges is exceedingly slow, and the investment return period is too lengthy. I do not recommend acquiring a telecommunications company. Gan Qinglin earnestly explained the pros and cons of telecommunications companies to Yang Junjie, providing a dissuasive suggestion. Yet, Yang Junjie's first reaction to his words was a smile. He knew that not only Gan Qinglin, but also most of Hong Kong, and indeed the world, encompassed only a small fraction of individuals who understood that the utility of telephone lines extends far beyond mere communication. Many fail to perceive the future value and potential of telecommunications companies, especially in this era when there were no internet connections to computers. It was common knowledge among non-experts that investing in telecommunications companies solely yields telephone charge profits. However, Yang Junjie, hailing from the future, was acutely aware of the potential of telecommunications companies. Moreover, he was involved in the development of mobile phones, making telecommunications companies essential to him. He could relinquish any industry, but he must retain control over telecommunications. I will discuss the telecommunications company matter with you later. Suffice it to say, it holds significant value. Additionally, please look into companies that supply circuit board materials. I need to visit you to finalize our material collaboration. Furthermore, I require you to scout several processing factories. We will need to handle these matters in-house and will also need to train workers, so please prepare in advance. Upon hearing Yang Junjie's request, Gan Qinglin found himself in a difficult position. Chairman, you may not be aware of the company's financial situation. What? Has the funding run out? Gan Qinglin replied with a wry smile and a nod. Alas, very well, I will resolve the financial matters. You focus on your preparations. Yang Junjie sighed, revealing a helpless smile. Indeed, during the expansion phase, everything requires substantial funding. He had already invested over 10 million Hong Kong dollars into this company, and it had depleted so quickly. How could he not feel exasperated? Presently, the stock market transactions would not settle quickly, and it appeared he needed to find a way to generate funds. Chapter 63, Eyeing the 999-year land lease. On the following morning, Saturday. Brother Jia, are you really not working today? Will you spend the whole day with me? Yes, I have not much to attend to these past few days. But in a few days, I may need to be away for a few days, so I want to cherish this time together. Yes, that's wonderful. Early in the morning, Yang Junjie drove over to meet Zhao Huaji. He had been preoccupied with work lately, leaving little time to accompany her. In a few days, once Gan Qinglin finds the circuit board company, he would indeed need to be away for a few days, which would further limit his time with her. As Zhao Huaji's boyfriend, while his career is undoubtedly significant, he cannot neglect his girlfriend. Otherwise, he should have never embarked on this relationship in the first place. To avoid wasting her time. With his work now arranged, and it being a Saturday when the stock exchange is closed, Yang Junjie intentionally set aside these 2 days to accompany her. Come, let me take you for a stroll around Bo Bay and Pokfulam to enjoy the scenery. And then we can visit the beach at Repulse Bay, he suggested. Are you serious, Diego? It's winter. Going to the beach will surely be freezing. Zhao Huaji replied, somewhat reluctant. Yang Junjie smiled at her. Let us go, walk with me. I have some matters to attend to over there. He opened the car door for her, gently ushering her inside. Daju, let us head to Bo Bay first. Understood, boss. Today, Yang Junjie also brought along his companions, Hidaju, Monkey, and their other comrade, Li Jianya. Typically, the 3 of them take turns in shifts, each responsible for escorting different bodyguards from other companies for their protection. However, today, he had a specific purpose for going out, thus requiring ample security. He would not take any chances with his safety, for a moment of carelessness could lead to regret. It was not solely for Zhao Huaji's amusement that he planned this outing. The excursion served as a convenient excuse for him to survey the area. He recalled that after the stock market crash in '73, the Hong Kong government would initiate the development of a new district on Hong Kong Island, with Pokfulam Road in the Eastern District and the Southern District becoming focal points of this development. The coastal corridor of Hong Kong Island began construction during this period, transforming these areas into picturesque locales, especially Bo Bay, which would later become a popular spot for couples enjoying the evening views. To the north of Pokfulam lies Mo Shering Ling Road, bordering the central and western districts, extending southward along Pokfulam Road and the western coastline of Hong Kong Island, covering areas such as Shan, Tai Ko Wan, and Gangxian Wan. Yang Junjie's sole objective for visiting Pokfulam Village was to acquire the land at 550 Victoria Road, the site of Bo Bay Village. This parcel of land was to be auctioned by the Hong Kong government in mid-'73 for redevelopment, encompassing a total area of 230,000 square feet, or a little over 20,000 square meters. He remembered that this land was acquired by the New World Group's Shark Tan Tong for just over 20 million Hong Kong dollars, which included taxes, various fees, and redevelopment rights, but not the land price itself. At that time, New World spent nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars to secure the villagers' land rights. The village renovation project was extensive, requiring numerous procedures, including permissions from the government and agreements from all villagers. Land rights were something every local in Hong Kong possessed, and compensation was necessary for land acquisition. In 73, to spend over 100 million Hong Kong dollars on undeveloped land was a bold move few could match, earning him the moniker Shark. Although New World obtained development rights from the government, some villagers remained unwilling to relocate, leading to significant disputes later on. Yang Junjia's visit was primarily to familiarize himself with the locals, facilitating a smoother acquisition of the land in the future. With sufficient land rights transfer documents from the villagers, he would only need to negotiate directly with the government, bypassing the auction process altogether, which was one of the key points. Moreover, Yang Junjia was particularly invested in this land because it was the only 999-year leasehold land being auctioned in recent years, marking another significant point of interest. It is worth noting that there are only 15 such 999-year leasehold lands in all of Hong Kong, 12 of which are already owned, leaving only 3 unclaimed: Bo Bay Village, West Kowloon, Tai Kok Sui's Tai Tong New Village, and the central village of Hong Kong. Aware of these facts, Yang Junjia was determined not to miss this exceptional opportunity. While many may currently underestimate the value of 999-year leasehold lands, fearing that the expiration of British lease terms would lead to drastic changes in Hong Kong, this fear has prevented real estate developers from aggressively competing for these properties, an advantage that Yang Junjia was poised to seize. Having already devised a plan for the land acquisition, once he obtained all the necessary rights transfer documents from the villagers, he would subsequently secure development rights from the government, simplifying the process significantly. Before long, Yang Junjia and his companions arrived near Bo Bay, and as they stepped out of the car, they were greeted by a gusty wind. Approaching February, the coldest time of winter had arrived, and the brisk wind made even Yang Junjia shiver. Wow, I didn't expect the winter sea view to be even more stunning, Zhao Huaji exclaimed as she stepped out, instantly captivated by the ocean's beauty, disregarding the biting cold wind. It truly is beautiful, Yang Junjia mused, gazing at the seascape, his mind conjuring the dream of one day building a grand private estate by the shore, especially since there were no regulations in Hong Kong restricting the size of private estates at present. He could simply allocate some funds to smooth things over with the relevant authorities when the time comes. Come, Aji, let us take a walk in the village. Yang Junjia began his reconnaissance mission. He sought to understand the villagers' character and their willingness to communicate. If it was easy, things would proceed smoothly, but if not, he would need to consider alternative strategies. Jiego, what brings you here? Zhao Huaji inquired curiously. Just taking a stroll, he replied. As their luxury vehicle arrived at the village entrance, all the villagers' eyes were immediately drawn to them. Wow, what a magnificent car. This must be a big shot. Should we prepare ourselves, just in case? Exclaimed one of the onlookers. Hey, why did you hit me? Another protested. If you want to get yourself in trouble, keep talking nonsense. Just look at the car he's driving and the bodyguards surrounding him. We'd be courting death if we tried anything, a third added. Look at that license plate, 0011. Do you know what that signifies? The leader among them declared, excitement evident in his voice. Stop guessing. Clearly, this person is a wealthy magnate. Let us see if we can get close to him. Associating with someone like that would solve all our troubles, he concluded, striding toward Yang Junjia with a wide grin. Meanwhile, as Yang Junjia and his companions stepped out of the vehicle, He Daju and the others immediately approached, cautioning, Boss, be careful. Pay attention to those individuals ahead. Yang Junjia, upon hearing this, glanced in the direction indicated and quickly discerned they were gang members. He was unbothered and even smiled, not taking them seriously. There were far too many petty thugs in Hong Kong who dared not confront the wealthy, preferring instead to curry favor. Sure enough, the gang leader approached Yang Junjia and his entourage, wearing a beaming smile of submission. Several of Yang Junjia's bodyguards moved to intercept him. We mean no harm. I merely wanted to inquire if this esteemed gentleman needs assistance while visiting Bo Bay Village, the newcomer asked, feigning politeness. Daju, let him through, Yang Junjia instructed. As you wish, boss. With a smile, Yang Junjia stepped forward and said, I brought my girlfriend here to enjoy the scenery, and suddenly found myself parched, merely seeking to purchase a bottle of water in the village. Ah, I see. There are numerous convenience stores along the street ahead. Feel free to explore, my friend. The local specialties of Biao Bay are quite remarkable, truly exquisite. What local specialties do you have? We offer a variety of dried seafood, as well as fresh, delectable seafood. To sum it up, we have an abundance of homegrown local products that are sure to satisfy. Oh, is that so? Are these items displayed on the street ahead? Yang Junjia inquired curiously. Indeed, indeed. Today happens to be market day, and you've arrived just in time. There's everything you could wish for on the street. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjia glanced inside and confirmed that many people were indeed wandering about. Are you the village chief? He asked, turning to the man. No. Our village chief has grown rather senile. Just consider me your guide here. My words hold more weight than the village chief's, so you can shop with ease. The burly man replied nonchalantly, though he was merely a thug collecting protection money on the street. Oh, is that so? Then I shall certainly take a look at what treasures await inside, Yang Junjie remarked with a smile, pulling Zhao Yinji along with him. He refrained from probing further into the man's identity, pretending to be oblivious, as he felt secure amidst the bustling crowd, sensing no malevolence from the thugs. Rather, they seemed eager to please him. After Yang Junjie and his companion entered, the group of thugs watched them enviously. Money sure is nice. Look at them. With their stylish car and good looks, I envy such a life. Stop dreaming. Let us see if we can get in good with this boss and venture out into the world, one of the thugs suggested, following closely behind. Chapter 64. The Acquisition Plan, Biaobei Village. As Yang Junjie strolled through the street, he indeed spotted many delightful items, albeit mostly edible. He was not shy about spending, and Zhao Yinji eagerly purchased anything she fancied. His lavish spending prompted numerous vendors to present their wares before him. All right, don't frighten the customers. Take everything back to your stalls, the thug accompanying Yang Junjie shouted at the vendors. You seem to hold quite a status here. You wouldn't happen to be the one in charge, would you? Yang Junjie teased. Oh, you flatter me. I'm just a local, and everyone gives me face. He smiled and nodded, surveying the surroundings. The scenery in your village is quite lovely. Why don't you construct some village houses here, instead of leaving it in disarray? Yang Junjie inquired, steering the conversation toward his purpose for visiting today. What nonsense. Those with wealth have all moved to Wanchai and Kowloon to live. Who would remain in such a desolate place? Yang Junjie chuckled and replied, Yet you still remain here, don't you? We have no choice, lacking education. We can only endure our days here. You must be affiliated with a gang. Who do you associate with? Yang Junjie stated plainly. You figure me out quickly? The man laughed awkwardly. I'm no fool. Tell me your true intentions behind flattering me along the way. Yang Junjie cut to the chase. Seeing Yang Junjie's straightforwardness, the thug leader dropped the facade. Boss, my name is Wu Go, but they call me Sorrowful Dog. I have over 100 followers. And I can tell you are a wealthy man. I wish to align myself with you. Align with me? Yang Junjie chuckled again. I'm no gang leader. What would you gain by aligning with me? Consider this. As a businessman, you will inevitably encounter conflicts with certain individuals. In those moments, it would be inconvenient for you to intervene. You can entrust those matters to me, and I can handle them for you. Ha ha ha, that sounds appealing. But do you not know that we merchants uphold peace as a virtue? Yang Junjie casually responded. Boss, you jest. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. How can peace be prioritized? That saying is merely an excuse for the weak. I firmly believe that on the battlefield, it's either you perish or I do. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie ceased smiling, gazing intently at the man, surprised by his clarity of thought. He did not seem like a mere thug, but rather possessed a mindset akin to that of a businessman. Have you truly never received an education? Why would you ask that? You don't seem uneducated. Your mind is quite agile. Are you genuinely a local of this village? Yang Junjie sought clarification on his identity. I truly never attended school. Perhaps my years spent out in the world have broadened my horizons. Yes, I am indeed a local. Yang Junjie nodded again. Oh, by the way, how many households are there in your village? Approximately 500 households, with a permanent population of over 1,800, mostly elderly and children. As the young have all left. That is quite a significant number. By the way, has the British Hong Kong government planned any redevelopment for your village? I've noticed other villages undergoing land acquisition and demolition. If that happens to you, it would be a boon. Let us not talk about that. There were indeed real estate developers who approached us, but those old-timers obstructed the opportunity, wasting such a good chance. If any developers come to acquire land again, I will ensure they comply. Sorrowful Dog spoke with an air of confidence. This made Yang Junjie feel that perhaps this man could be of assistance. A subtle smile crept across his lips. Isn't land acquisition a collective matter? How can you claim to represent everyone? I'm not afraid to speak plainly. For this matter, I have already contacted all the young people in the village. If a real estate developer does come to develop, I am confident I can persuade the entire village. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie paused in selecting items and turned to regard Sorrowful Dog seriously, contemplating whether he could be of use. If someone from the village were to assist him in managing matters internally, it would indeed facilitate his endeavors. The question remained whether this man could be trusted. After a moment of thought, he deemed it worth a try. You've shared so much with me. Do you truly wish to work with me? Sorrowful Dog became instantly animated upon hearing Yang Junjie's inquiry, as did his entourage, who were all filled with excitement. Yes, as long as you give me the opportunity, I am willing to do anything. Sorrowful Dog immediately affirmed. Yang Junjie nodded, producing a business card and handing it to him. Tonight at 7, bring a few trusted brothers to the mountaintop for dinner. I do have a task that needs attending to, and I believe you are quite suitable for it. If you can execute this task well, I can assure you a handsome reward, and in the future, I wouldn't mind allowing you to earn substantial profits. However, I must clarify that I am a businessman. And you are a clever individual. Regardless of our future relationship, our positions differ, and therefore, certain matters must be approached with caution. Do you understand? Sorrowful dog, now brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously, having grasped Yang Junjia's intent. He then took a few steps back, maintaining a respectful distance while eagerly gazing at the card in his hand. He had often found himself in such situations. Whenever a wealthy individual visited, he would eagerly seek to ingratiate himself, hoping for a chance to escape his circumstances. Though accustomed to rejection, he had never given up, and even with Yang Junjia, he had prepared himself for the worst. Yet this time, he had succeeded, and how could he not be exhilarated? All right, does Aji need anything else? Yang Junjia dismissed the conversation with Sorrowful Dog and his companions. No, Brother Jia. Well, let's take a stroll elsewhere. The environment here is indeed quite pleasant. All right, let's go. It wasn't until Yang Junjia and his companions had walked some distance away that the lackeys finally realized. Boss, the big boss has left. Shouldn't we send him off? No need. The boss holds a position of prestige. Even if we work for him in the future, we must maintain a respectful distance to avoid tarnishing his reputation, understand? The lackey, Sango, had retreated to the side upon hearing Yang Junjia's words. He understood the actions of these wealthy individuals well. They balanced both work and reputation, but he bore no ill will, as long as it helped him earn money. His subordinates, however, did not quite grasp the meaning behind Sango's words, yet they dared not inquire further. Sango, disinterested in elaborating, kept his gaze fixed on the card Yang Junjia had given him, cherishing it like a treasure, with a smile that never left his face. In the car, Zhao Ruji asked, Brother Jia, they don't seem like good people. Why did you invite them to dinner? Some matters require individuals like them to achieve a better outcome. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing, Yang Junjia reassured her. So where are we headed next? Let's go shopping in Causeway Bay. It's been ages since I bought you something. How does that sound? Great, let's go. For women, shopping is an irresistible allure. And Yang Junjia's willingness to accompany her was something Zhao Ruji relished. Meanwhile, on Sango's side, his lackeys asked, Boss, does this mean we can follow the big boss out in the future? Yes, indeed. The big boss mentioned going to the peak for dinner tonight. Bring me along. Stop dreaming, Shuangyo. With your unfortunate appearance, you might scare him away. Enough of that. I know how to choose who to bring. Have Gao and the others arrived? Sango inquired seriously. Gao has gone to notify them. They will be here shortly. Boss, we're here. We heard from Gao that you found a big deal for us. Right? Have a seat. Everyone else, please step outside. Yes, boss. A group of lackeys waited outside, while only a few remained inside. You six have grown up with me, Sango, and we share a bond of life and death. Thus, I intend to share my fortune with you all. This time, the big boss has recognized me, and I will seize this opportunity. Therefore, tonight, you will accompany me to meet the big boss, and together we shall prosper. That's wonderful. Thank you, boss. We will succeed together. Boss, what is the big boss's status? Yes, boss. Could his identity be fake? Upon hearing this, Sango shot them a glare. Show me a Rolls Royce, and if you can drive it, I might as well call you boss too. The other party drives a Rolls Royce. Impressive. Boss, since we're dining at the peak tonight, should we buy a suit? It would make us look much sharper. Suits? Yes. We definitely need to buy suits. Let's go? Before long, the group departed, chatting and laughing. In the evening, around 6:50 p.m., Yang Junjia accompanied Gan Qinglin to the Peninsula Hotel. As they were discussing business, he did not bring Zhao Ruji along, as it was deemed inappropriate. Chairman, are you truly certain about acquiring the land at Bo Bay Village to build a development? We don't even have a real estate company yet. On the way, Yang Junjia had already explained everything to Gan Qinglin, who was puzzled why his boss was considering land acquisition without having a real estate firm established. He realized that his thinking could hardly keep pace with that of his boss, leaving him at a loss for words. Don't worry, it will be sorted out soon. Yang Junjia smiled mysteriously. He had not revealed to Gan Qinglin the future plans for the acquisition of Hanjin Company. Otherwise, Gan would undoubtedly think he was dreaming. After all, Hanjin Company was valued at tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars, while his company barely reached a valuation of 1 billion. To voice such ambitions would surely invite skepticism. It was better left unsaid. All right, since you, Chairman, have confirmed, I won't press further. But what about the funding? Are you not going to discuss that with me? Yang Junjia responded once more, you will find out soon enough. Don't worry, it's not alone. Gan Qinglin ceased his inquiries, realizing he still had much to learn about his chairman. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Yang, you've arrived. Your invited guests are waiting in the private room. The hotel manager greeted him as Yang Junjia entered. Previously, having appeared at a banquet as the second shareholder of a telecommunications company, the manager recognized him, and this status afforded him many conveniences. For instance now, with just a phone call, the manager personally arranged everything for him. Had this been in the past, when he lacked notoriety, such assistance would have been unimaginable. He recalled a time when he was denied entry for being inadequately dressed while trying to take his family out for a Western meal. This illustrates the changes brought about by status and wealth, an undeniable reality of society. Indeed, money is a powerful asset. Thank you, Manager Tang. We shall talk later. I must attend to my guests first. Yang Junjie expressed his gratitude politely. You are too kind, Yang, the manager replied. After nodding to the manager, Yang Junjie entered the private room to find Sang-go and his companions dressed sharply, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. He now understood the wisdom behind the ancient saying, dressing in fine robes does not make one a prince, as it aptly applied to them. If one were to describe their current attire using terms from the future, phrases like dressed beasts or refined rascals would be most fitting. Big boss, you're here. Please, take a seat. What are you all staring at? Call the others. Oh, big boss, I'm called Xiaobiao. Greetings, big boss, I'm Gao Lao. Hello, big boss, I'm Heigui. Hello, big boss, I'm Shibi. The group introduced themselves, and Yang Junjie nodded slightly. Hello, I'm Yang. You can call me Yang Sheng. Yang Junjie then turned to the hotel manager. Manager Tang, could you please bring out the dishes? Also, a few good bottles of wine and some fine cigarettes, if you would. Certainly, Yang Sheng, please hold on. After the manager departed, Yang Junjie surveyed the room before turning to Sang-go. Are they all trustworthy brothers of yours? Yes, Yang Sheng. They are my brothers, absolutely trustworthy. Yang Junjie nodded once more. Very well, let us speak candidly. If you wish to associate with me, that is entirely acceptable. But I do not require you to engage in any illegal activities. After all, I am a businessman and must abide by the law. The reason I've called you here is that I need your assistance regarding your village, Bo Bay Village. Yang Junjie stated directly. Our village? The group was taken aback, uncertain what he intended for them to do concerning their own village. Even Sang-go felt a hint of anxiety. Yang Sheng, what do you need us to do? Sang-go asked nervously. Despite his rough exterior, he was still a man of conscience. The thought of turning against his fellow villagers was something he could not bear. Thus, his emotions were complex and tumultuous. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Yang Junjie chuckled softly. There is no need for anxiety. I do not intend to cause any harm to your homeland. I plan to acquire the land in your village and merely wish for you to persuade the villagers to retrieve all the land rights documents smoothly. Are you truly considering the purchase of our village's land? Sang-go exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was a dream he had long harbored, thwarted previously by the older generation's interference, which had led to failed negotiations with other developers. The prospect of Yang Junjie acquiring the village's land and the opportunity to assist him ignited a fervent hope within Sang-go for the future. Indeed, I have expressed my fondness for the location of your village. The scenery is exceptionally beautiful, and I intend to develop several residential projects there, Yang Junjie elaborated. With this confirmation, Sang-go rose decisively. Rest assured, Yang Sheng, I will take full responsibility for this matter and ensure it is handled properly. Excellent, your assurance is appreciated. Now, let me outline my acquisition terms. I have researched and found that your village has 865 able-bodied men, each entitled to 125 shares, correct? Yang Junjie inquired. Yes, that is entirely accurate, came the reply. Good. I am not a heartless businessman. I engage seriously in industry and development. Since I am acquiring your village's land, I will provide ample compensation. I am aware that Jardine Real Estate previously negotiated with you for a purchase price of 750 Hong Kong dollars per share. Am I right? Indeed, that is correct. Very well. I shall present you with a baseline price of 900 Hong Kong dollars for the acquisition, while offering the villagers a rate of 850 Hong Kong dollars per share. A differential of 50 Hong Kong dollars will be set aside for you to negotiate. If you manage to secure all shares at 850 Hong Kong dollars, the $50 difference will be your profit. Do you grasp my intention? The group, taken aback by Yang Junjie's proposition, was momentarily speechless, particularly by the notion that the $50 differential could become their own gain. They began calculating in their minds. With 865 men in the village, each entitled to 125 shares, that equated to approximately 11,000 shares in total. Multiplying this by the $50 profit potential would yield a staggering 5 million Hong Kong dollars. The sheer magnitude of this figure stirred a wave of excitement within them, rendering them momentarily incapable of responding to Yang Junjie's words. The thought of such a sum was beyond anything they had ever dared to imagine. A sheer impossibility even in their dreams. Yang Junjie, unfazed by their astonishment, allowed them time to digest this information, savoring his tea leisurely. After a considerable pause, Sang-go finally spoke. Yang Sheng, is everything you said truly genuine? He asked in disbelief. Of course. Do you think I would waste my time jesting with you? Yang Junjie replied earnestly. Upon receiving Yang Junjie's confirmation, Sang-go's face illuminated with uncontainable excitement. Yang Sheng, you can trust me. I will handle this matter and ensure its success. Yang Junjie nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I believe in your capabilities. However, I have not finished speaking. So please listen attentively. First, I will not sign contracts or make payments individually. I require all men holding land rights to sign collectively before I disperse any funds. Second, the same applies to your profit from the differential. I will only pay once all signatures are obtained. If this condition is not met, there will be no payment. And this will be stipulated in our contract. Third, I expect no harm or fatalities during the acquisition process. I do not care how you convince the villagers to transfer their rights, but there must be no loss of life. Fourth, this matter must remain confidential. If any other developers approach you, you must dismiss them. Fifth, I will grant you a maximum of 3 months to complete the acquisition of the land rights. Should you require any assistance from my company, you may contact our general manager, Mr. Gan, Yang Junjie indicated, pointing to Gan Qinglen. In articulating these 5 stipulations, Yang Junjie made it clear that while he desired the land, he would not tolerate any unscrupulous methods in the acquisition process. After all, should any incidents occur, it could tarnish his company's reputation. While he may not be well known now, that could change in the future, and he would not want to be haunted by past misdeeds. Thus, he set these conditions as safeguards. His budget for acquiring this land was around 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and he believed that with Sang Go and his associates negotiating with the villagers, it would be far more efficient than sending his own representatives. Truth be told, if he could secure this land, even at auction, he would be willing to pay upwards of 200 million, given that it represented a 999-year leasehold. Such land in Hong Kong is a rare gem, and even into the future, its value would be immeasurable. Chapter 67. The arrival of Miss Gua Anren the following morning, January 26th, a Sunday. The skies over Hong Kong were shrouded in gloom, with a light drizzle casting a wintry chill over the bustling metropolis, evoking a sense that spring was indeed on the horizon. At Kai Tak Airport, a flight from the UK was landing smoothly. Around 7 a.m., a stylishly dressed, sweet-faced young woman with an exquisite demeanor emerged from the airport, standing at 168 centimeters tall, with a slender, proportionate figure that drew the attention of many onlookers. "Miss Anren, you have finally returned," exclaimed Fu Bo, who had come to greet her. "Thank you for picking me up, Fu Bo, but I did mention that it was unnecessary." She replied, "Miss Anren, this was the master's directive. Please, get in the car. It's cold outside," he insisted. "Fu Bo, you may return. Just leave a car and a driver for me. I have some matters to attend to before coming back. But miss, the master is preparing breakfast for you at home and is eagerly waiting for your return. Please go back and bring me the information I requested. Inform grandfather that I will return once I've finished my errands." The elderly man could only shake his head in resignation as he climbed into the vehicle and handed her a folder of documents. "Thank you, Fu Bo. I'm off now," she said, and with that, the young woman, Gua Anren, granddaughter of the chairman of Yongxing Bank, set out on her journey. Having returned specifically for matters concerning Yang Junjie, she had wished to return immediately upon hearing of Yang Junjie's departure from Yongxing Bank. But her grandfather persuaded her to wait until closer to the new year. However, upon learning that Yang Junjie had begun a relationship, Gua Yongxing's words fell on deaf ears as she insisted on returning to Hong Kong without delay. It was no wonder that Gua Anren bore a troubled expression, a far cry from the innocent sunshine she had exuded when she first met Yang Junjie. It seemed that in just over 2 months, she had matured significantly, becoming more composed and understanding. In the car, Gua Anren gradually pulled out the materials she had asked Fu Bo to investigate. Upon seeing the photograph of Yang Junjie and Zhao Huaji sweetly walking hand in hand while shopping, a look of bittersweet anguish spread across her face. In that moment, Gua Anren felt her heart shatter. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Did I not ask you to wait for me? Just 4 years. Yet you failed to comprehend my feelings. I had envisioned that upon my return, I would live with you as Mrs. Yang. But you," Gua Anren, while caressing the image of Yang Junjie, wept sorrowfully. It was evident that she was profoundly heartbroken, her eyes reddened, and her sorrowful countenance evoked a deep sense of empathy. As for Yang Junjie, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending arrival of the young lady, lost in a reverie of tenderness. Today, he also chose not to return to the office, instead staying at the villa to accompany Zhao Huaji. Notably, Zhao Huaji had not returned home the previous night. Yang Junjie often brought her back to stay, and his parents were already aware of their relationship. The Junjie family had relocated to a villa in the shallow Water Bay area, where they now enjoyed a life of affluence. His parents had established their own ventures, and Yang Junjie had invested nearly $1 million to purchase a department store in a bustling area for them to manage. This endeavor not only alleviated their boredom but also fostered their independence, ensuring they would not become overly reliant on others for their livelihood. What pleased Yang Junjie was that despite their newfound wealth, his parents remained true to their original nature. Regardless of whom they encountered, they treated everyone warmly as long as they could engage in conversation, showing no signs of arrogance or disdain towards those less fortunate. As the clock inched closer to 8 a.m., Yang Junjia's mother called out from the kitchen, "Jiezi, Aji, come down for breakfast." Hearing her voice, his father hastily set down his newspaper and rushed over. "Why are you making such a racket? It's rare for Jiezi to have a proper rest on a Sunday. Can't you let them sleep a little longer?" He chided. "But they must eat breakfast too," she retorted. "Prepare it and wait for them to wake up. If you're hungry, eat first. They're grown-ups now." Ding dong. Yang Junjia's father was interrupted mid-sentence by the ringing of the doorbell. Who could it be so early? He wondered as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a strikingly beautiful stranger, which immediately piqued his curiosity. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Are you Jieji's father?" she asked. "Yes, I am Jieji's father. May I ask if you are here to see Jiezi?" "Hello, uncle. My name is Gua Anren. My grandfather is the chairman of Yongxing Bank. We should have met long ago, but I was studying in the UK. "Oh, so you are the granddaughter of Jiezi's former chairman. Welcome, welcome. Please, come in." "Thank you, uncle. Who is this girl?" Yang Junjia's mother asked in surprise upon seeing Gua Anren. "Hello, auntie. I am Gua Anren," she introduced herself. "I am looking for Jiego. She is the granddaughter of Jieji's former bank owner. Please, wake him up." "All right, I'll go now." "Wait, auntie, could you tell me which room Jiego is in?" "I can go wake him myself," Gua Anren inquired eagerly. This happiness was rightfully hers, and she wished to reclaim it herself. She did not mind that Yang Junjia had a girlfriend. Her purpose for returning was solely to clarify her feelings to him. She also sought to receive a response from him, for without it, she could not remain in the UK to continue her studies. "Oh, Jiezi is in the first room on the left on the second floor. You can go there," Yang Junjia's mother replied, somewhat flustered. Gua Anren nodded in acknowledgement and slowly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the door, her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Gua Anren gathered her courage and raised her hand. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it so early?" came Yang Junjia's voice from within, causing Gua Anren's heart to race even faster. Sleepily, Yang Junjia approached the door and opened it, squinting at the figure before him. After a moment, his expression shifted to one of shock. "Anren?" In an instant, the drowsiness evaporated, and he rubbed his eyes, instinctively suspecting he was still caught in a dream. When he confirmed that Gua Anren stood before him, he was momentarily speechless. "Anren, what are you doing here?" Just as Gua Anren was about to step forward, eager to embrace Yang Junjia, another figure emerged from within the room, halting her. "Jiegu, who has come?" Zhao Huazi, clad in her nightwear, strolled over, lazily rubbing her still-closed eyes. "And you are?" Zhao Huazi's gaze sharpened as she recognized Gua Anren, her sleepiness dissipating. After all, when a stunning beauty suddenly appears seeking one's boyfriend, it is only natural to feel a surge of protectiveness. "I'm back," Gua Anren managed to say, fighting back tears as she squeezed out those 4 words. Yang Junjia was no fool. He could easily discern Gua Anren's distress. "Anren, I Jiego. Are you about to apologize to me?" "I do not require it. I did not come here to cause trouble. I merely wish to know if you hold any feelings for me," Gua Anren asked, her demeanor remarkably composed. Although the situation was uncomfortable for Gua Anren, Yang Junjia understood that he needed to provide her with an answer today. He contemplated briefly. "Anren, I am truly sorry, but I already have a girlfriend," he replied candidly. Better to suffer short-term pain than prolong the inevitable. He hoped Gua Anren could forget him and return to her life as a young lady. "I know you have a girlfriend, but I do not mind. I simply want to know if you have any feelings for me. During the time we were together, did you not realize my feelings for you? Do you truly feel nothing?" Gua Anren's tears could no longer be contained, cascading down like a broken dam. "Anren, let us step outside." "Wait, Jiegu, you go out first. I need to speak with Miss Gua," Zhao Huaji interjected. Fully aware of the connection between Yang Junjia and the woman before her, she was already familiar with Gua Anren from Yang Junjia's past accounts, and she had anticipated this encounter. Now, she found herself facing her sooner than expected. Chapter 68. Zhao Huaji versus Gua Anren in the room. Zhao Huaji faced Gua Anren with a smile, not mocking her, but approaching her confidently and taking her hand. "You are the Anren that Jiegu often mentions. Indeed, quite beautiful and charming," Zhao Huaji remarked with calmness. Gua Anren was taken aback. She had anticipated a fierce confrontation or an argument, even preparing some harsh words. As a cherished daughter of a wealthy family, she had never worried about how to confront Yang Junjia's girlfriend. She was aware of Zhao Huaji's background. Merely a common merchant's daughter, and under normal circumstances, Gua Anren would not have given her a second thought. However, as this involved Yang Junjia, she had to engage with her. Thus, she sat quietly, curious to see how Zhao Huazi would proceed. "Did Jiegu mention me to you beforehand?" Gua Anren inquired, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Zhao Huaji smiled and nodded at her, saying, "Indeed, dear Anren, brother Jia has mentioned you more than once in our presence. You need not harbor any animosity towards me. I do not wish to impose upon you as Brother Jie's official girlfriend. The purpose of this conversation is simply to inquire if you truly love Brother Jie, and if so, would you be willing to join me in safeguarding him? Upon hearing these words, Guanren was utterly taken aback, her mind racing as the carefully prepared responses she had conjured vanished in an instant. She gazed at Zhao Huaji, attempting to discern her true intentions. What do you mean by that? Guanren asked, her voice laced with confusion. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for us to collaboratively protect this family. Brother Jie is exceptionally outstanding, and I am well aware that he is not mine to claim alone. Even in your absence, there will undoubtedly be others drawn to him. I am aware that there is another young lady at Huasher Bank who harbors feelings for Brother Jie. He may believe I am oblivious, but I am not. However, I do not wish for him to bring just anyone home, which is why I need your support. 10 minutes elapsed. 20 minutes passed. Outside, Yang Junjie found himself contemplating entering to discern the nature of their conversation. His mind racing with concerns over their prolonged absence and whether something untoward had transpired. Observing his son pacing on the second floor, Yang Junjie's parents made their way upstairs. Jizzy, what brings that young lady here? It's nothing, Dad. You and Mom should resume your activities. We'll join you shortly. Are you certain, Jizzy? Yang Junjie's mother began to inquire, but the door swung open, prompting Yang Junjie to step forward. At that moment, Zhao Huaji and Guanren emerged, beaming and arm in arm, exuding the camaraderie of longtime friends, leaving Yang Junjie momentarily speechless. What is going on here? Brother Jie, I have reached an understanding with Anren. We are both willing to accompany you in the future. Anren shyly nodded, lowering her gaze. Yang Junjie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered his thoughts. He was not one to dither, and a gentle smile graced his lips. How could one describe this smile? Let it be regarded as a triumphant grin. Yang Junjie stepped forward, taking their hands in his. Anren, do you truly not regret this decision? Guanren shook her head vigorously. No regrets, as long as you don't leave me, Brother Jie. Yang Junjie nodded in delight. Guanren, after all, was a young lady of distinction, possessing beauty, grace, and a notable status. Though her character might be somewhat capricious, her heart remained pure and deserving of affection. Moreover, she was the sole granddaughter of the chairman of Yixing Bank, the future heiress. With such a remarkable background, Yang Junjie certainly desired to be with her. Had he not feared opposition from her grandfather and the repercussions of courting a lady from an affluent family, he would have claimed Guanren long ago, rather than waiting until now. Now that she was willing to share, Yang Junjie found no reason to decline. He was no novice in matters of the heart. However, a concern flickered in his mind. How would Guanren's grandfather view their relationship now that he had a girlfriend? This thought caused him some trepidation. After all, while he had achieved a measure of success, he was still distanced from the likes of the Gua family, his financial standing not yet sufficient to bridge the gap. In Hong Kong, mere wealth did not equate to being part of the elite. One's connections, background, status, social circle, and assets all played pivotal roles. He and Guanren were indeed mismatched, especially given his current relationship status, and he worried about navigating the waters with Gui Yongsheng, fearing complications. Well, let the chips fall where they may, Yang Junjie reassured himself. He was not one to wallow in indecision. Now that Guanren had expressed her intentions, he had no reason to reject her. Even if Gui Yongsheng were to disapprove of their union, at the very least, he would establish his own stance with Guanren. And they could revisit the matter in a few years when his achievements had matured and Guanren had completed her studies. In that time, he was confident he would stand at the pinnacle of the business world in Hong Kong, at which point Gui Yongsheng would have no grounds to obstruct their relationship. Having resolved this dilemma, Yang Junjie turned to Zhao Huaji and said, Thank you, Aji. He handed her a proverbial card of goodwill. Brother Jie, like Anren, I only hope you won't abandon us in the future, Zhao Huaji whispered as she nestled into his embrace. I promise I will never leave you both. Yang Junjie replied, taking the opportunity to pull Guanren into a hug, forming a tight embrace among the three of them. Observing this scene from a distance, Yang Junjie's parents quietly departed, their faces alight with smiles, clearly pleased with the turn of events. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, interrupting their embrace. And Yang Junjie's father hurried to open the door. May I ask who you are? Hello, my name is Gui Yongsheng. You must be Yang Junjie's father. I apologize for this sudden intrusion. The newcomer was none other than Guanren's grandfather. Oh, you are the former boss of Jiezi. Please come in. Yang Junjie's father, upon recognizing the visitor, graciously invited him inside. Grandfather, what brings you here? Guanren exclaimed. Mr. Gua, good day. Yang Junjie felt a twinge of embarrassment in the presence of Gui Yongsheng, especially after having just agreed to a relationship with his granddaughter. What brings me here? I just disembarked from a flight and have yet to return home, and here you are. What do you think I'm doing here? Gui Yongsheng shot a discontented glare at Yang Junjie. Grandfather, I will return shortly. Please, you go home first, Gua Anren interjected, linking her arm with his in a playful manner. Come, let us go home. Gua Yongxing shot Yang Junjie another scowl before beckoning Gua Anren to follow him. Uncle, aunt, brother Jia, sister Ji, I will take my leave now, but I will come to play later, Gua Anren said, her face radiant with joy. Having resolved her issues with Yang Junjie, the earlier melancholy had evaporated, leaving her as carefree as before. All right, you may go. Both Gua Anren and Zhao Huaji responded in unison. Kid, expect my call, Gua Yongxing warned Yang Junjie with a glare. Before nodding at Yang Junjie's parents and departing with Gua Anren from the villa. Brother Jia, do you think Anren will face opposition from her grandfather? Considering her family background? Zhao Huaji asked with a hint of concern. Do not worry, I will handle this matter, Yang Junjie replied confidently. Since he had given his word to Gua Anren, as long as she was willing, he would address any issues with Gua Yongxing, regardless of the latter's stance. He would have no power to impede their relationship. Let us eat breakfast first. After their meal, Yang Junjie took Zhao Huaji to the construction site of the laboratory in Simsha Sui to check on the progress. This laboratory was a significant part of his future plans, and he placed great importance on this project. Upon arriving at the site, he gazed with pride at what had once been a flat expanse of land, now transformed into a series of impressive structures. This would soon become a pivotal base of operations for him on the world stage, and he felt a swell of pride at the sight. Chapter 69. The arrogant rich second generation comes bearing gifts. Monday arrived, and the weather in Hong Kong continued to be drizzled with fine rain. The previous night, Gua Yongxing had invited Yang Junjie out for a meal, and Yang Junjie had braced himself for a stern warning. Fortunately, he is not a stubborn traditionalist, nor is he a person stuck in the past. He refrained from interfering in the affairs of others, merely taking on the role of a grandfather to gently admonish Yang Junjie to treat his granddaughter with greater kindness. He even hinted, perhaps unintentionally, that the future of the bank would be entrusted to Gua Anren, urging him to take good care of her. Moreover, he imparted valuable lessons on surviving in Hong Kong, regarding him as a prospective grandson-in-law. This gesture brought a sense of relief to Yang Junjie. Simultaneously, he informed him that he was to represent the Gua family at a birthday banquet for the children of affluent families that evening. Initially, Yang Junjie was hesitant to accept, but Gua Yongxing's sudden outburst left him with no choice but to comply. At 8:40 a.m., Yang Junjie did not head straight to the office. Instead, he arrived early at the stock exchange. Mr. Yang, you're here quite early, someone remarked. Yes, I wanted to assess the situation. We are at a pivotal moment, and I must be attentive, Yang Junjie replied with a smile. All right, Mr. Yang, please take a seat for a moment while we prepare for our work. Go ahead. Don't mind me. As time swiftly passed to 9 o'clock a.m., the stock market opened as scheduled. Yang Junjie approached the floor-to-ceiling window to observe. When the price of the antenna company stock was announced at 2,638 Hong Kong dollars per share, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Mr. Yang, the antenna stock continues to rise steadily. I actually advise you to hold off for a few more days. Given the current trend, breaking 30 Hong Kong dollars seems very likely, and selling then would not be too late, Li Guofeng suggested. Yang Junjie shook his head resolutely. I will not gamble on the last moment. It's better to take the profit while it's available. Continue to sell. There will be ample opportunities to earn. Understood, Mr. Yang. Although he recognized that the stock price would likely continue to ascend, he had too many shares to clear out without preemptive sales. If he waited until the price peaked to sell, a large sell-off would undoubtedly cause market fluctuations. Stockholders and investors are not naive. They would hesitate to buy at such inflated prices if they sensed a major investor dumping shares for cash. This approach would only leave him with stocks trapped in his possession, and a massive sell-off could lead to a decline in the stock price, potentially resulting in significant losses for him. If the antenna company were to collapse, he would not be able to liquidate his holdings, and only he would be left lamenting. Not to mention, without subsequent capital influx, the enterprises he had already begun developing would falter due to lack of funds. Yang Junjie dared not play such a high-stakes game. Taking advantage of the current appreciation potential of the antenna company's stock, which was not yet too low, he decided that now was the optimal time to sell. He aimed to make it appear as though there was still profit to be made from the antenna stock, which would facilitate his complete divestment. Holding 25 million shares. If he sold them all at 25 Hong Kong dollars each, he would reap over 600 million Hong Kong dollars, yielding a substantial profit several times over, which would suffice. Furthermore, since he was selling original issuance shares, the transaction period hadn't exceeded a month, resulting in a minimal tax liability, which he estimated to be around 13%. Is there any market fluctuation on the 3rd? Currently, there are no issues. Everything is quite stable. Excellent. On the 4th, prepare to sell 500,000 shares to test the waters. 3rd, you will monitor the changes. If there is a prolonged period without trading after placing the order, causing fluctuations, retract it immediately. Understood. On the 4th, he promptly picked up the phone, Account XXX, placing an order for 500,000 shares of the antenna company. Order received. We are processing it now. Account XXX, order number XXX confirmed correct. Would you like to proceed with the order for 500,000 shares of the antenna company? Confirmed. All right, the order for 500,000 shares has been successfully placed. After receiving confirmation from the trading desk, the team continued their repetitive operations, intermittently buying and selling without causing any market disturbances. As time passed, Yang Junjie remained observant, refraining from any distractions. In this era, the method of trading was complex. Even though he had been a trader in his previous time, he admitted that his skills did not match theirs. There was far too much to remember now. Back then, he merely needed to monitor the computer, pay attention to trends, and press a button to sell or input numbers to buy, nothing like the current complications. Preparing for the fifth transaction, fourth, ready to sell 300,000 shares. First, wait a moment. There's an order to purchase 2 million antenna shares at a price of 265 Hong Kong dollars, which is slightly below the market price. Should we sell 2 million shares? Li Guofeng approached the floor-to-ceiling window to observe the trading hall's records. Before he could respond, Yang Junjie interjected, "Sell, let us wrap this up after this wave." Li Guofeng nodded in agreement. "I'll contact the trading desk immediately to sell 2 million shares. All right. Second, have you organized the transaction data? Once this deal is successful, head over to the trading desk to confirm the figures." Yes. Moments later, first, the sale of 2 million shares at 265 Hong Kong dollars has been successfully completed. Just awaiting confirmation from the back end. Very well, we'll call it a day. Let us wrap things up. Li Guofeng understood that they had already exceeded the limits of their selling capacity. Any further sales would surely attract the attention of stockholders and those with ulterior motives. This could lead to panic among stockholders, resulting in a massive sell-off of antenna company stocks, which would be troublesome. Meanwhile, in another VIP room at the Far East Club, "Boss, we acquired 2 million antenna shares. A major investor has traded directly with us. How did that happen so quickly? Perhaps a large investor is looking to cash out, and we happen to be in the market for shares." The man nodded but felt something was amiss. He turned to the broker. "Are you sure there are no issues with the antenna stock?" "Rest assured, boss, we have been closely monitoring it. And the antenna company's stock is currently very stable. Based on our experience, it will definitely surpass 30 Hong Kong dollars, and with high-tech products coming out soon, I believe it could reach 40 or 50 Hong Kong dollars per share without question." "That is good to hear. I trust your judgment as HSBC brokers. Please continue to place orders until we acquire 10 million shares." "Yes, boss." "Huang Xiao, are you really planning to invest this much? This money was entrusted to you by Chairman Huang." "Chen Xiao, stop being so verbose. We're investing 300 million. Each of us contributes 100 million. Are you, the esteemed Chen family heir, truly afraid of a little loss?" "Huang Xiao, that is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "Since the antenna company is performing so well, I'm only looking to make some pocket money over the next month. What are you worried about?" The young man spoke with remarkable composure. "Huang Xiao, I also think Chen Xiao has a point. Why don't we just acquire 2 million shares instead?" Another man chimed in. "Seriously? Wu Xiao, are you also afraid?" Huang shouting looked at the other man. "Huang Xiao, I'm not afraid. It's just that this money was sent by my father for us three to pioneer in Hong Kong. If we incur losses..." "All right, enough. Before we even start, you're already contemplating such possibilities. I'm truly at a loss for words. Consider this money as a loan to me. I'll handle the investment myself. Is that acceptable?" "But Huang Xiao, this money. Do you not trust me with a few hundred million?" These three individuals all hailed from prominent backgrounds. The young man named Huang shouting belonged to the illustrious Huang family of Singapore, whose father, Huang Zhida, was a renowned real estate and finance tycoon in that region. Uncle Huang Zhixiang is not only a wealthy magnate, but also a prominent figure in Singapore's upper echelons. The Huang family holds a status in Singapore akin to that of the Ho family in the bygone era of Hong Kong. Their influence and reputation are indeed formidable. This time, Huang shouting has come to Hong Kong under his father's directive, aiming to penetrate this market and establish a branch. However, he has diverted his focus to the stock market, intending to earn some pocket money. Should he engage in short-term investments, planning to liquidate his holdings within a fortnight, he would undoubtedly profit, given the current state of the Hong Kong stock market. Regrettably, he has opted for a telecommunications stock, which has proven to be a rather awkward choice. Among the hundreds of listed companies in Hong Kong, he has singled out the only stock with potential, leaving no room for any other options. As for the gentleman beside him, he too hails from a prestigious Singaporean family, Chen Zihua, the eldest son of Chen Jinchuan, a major shareholder of Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation. In the 1970s, the Chen family's influence in Singapore was still burgeoning, and the bank had yet to reach its full potential. Trailing behind the Huang family, the last individual, Guo Xiao, is the eldest son of the Malaysian tycoon Guo Henyang. Although the Guo family in Malaysia is not yet the towering giant it will become in later years, its strength is not to be underestimated. The fathers of these three young men shared a cordial relationship and had engaged in business dealings, thus allowing them to arrive in Hong Kong with substantial funds, seeking to explore opportunities. Little did they know that they would immediately plunge into the stock market, and rather ironically, select this particular stock. Perhaps fate has destined them to become pawns in Yang Junjia's game, and their intertwined stories will soon unfold, leading to a riveting conflict in the future. Chapter 70. The frantic sale of 10 million telecommunications shares. At this moment, Yang Junjia remains oblivious to the several unwitting investors preparing to take over his shares. However, even if he were aware, he would need to deliberate carefully, as he might not choose to unload all 10 million shares in one go. Unless he possessed only that exact amount, he would certainly sell in bulk. With over 20 million shares at his disposal, a sudden market transaction of 10 million shares would undoubtedly create significant upheaval and arouse suspicion. Such a labor-intensive and thankless endeavor warrants careful consideration on Yang Junjia's part. After all, time is on his side, allowing him to sell gradually, potentially even driving up the stock price to yield greater profits. Meanwhile, in the elite VIP room of the Far East Exchange, Mr. Chun has confirmed that within this week, there has indeed only been a single large transaction of 2 million shares, with the remainder consisting of smaller trades. That is good. As long as there are no major players pulling out, keep a close watch on transactions exceeding 1 million shares and notify me immediately, he instructed. Understood, Mr. Chun. I will keep a vigilant eye. Excellent. Please continue with your tasks. Wait, father, since you're concerned, why don't we test the waters to see if there are truly large players contemplating a withdrawal, said Chen Jiejun. How shall we proceed? The two present were Chairman Chen Weiming of the telecommunications company and his son, Chen Jiejun. Just as Yang Junjia executed the sale of 2 million shares, it was promptly noticed by their trader monitoring the stock's performance at the exchange. Upon receiving the alert, they hurried over. As the telecommunications company is on the verge of listing its tangible products, their plan includes stimulating the stock to soar even higher during this period. Consequently, their primary concern is that a significant player might sell off shares, which could disrupt the current favorable market conditions. It's simple. We'll place a buyback order. If a major player is indeed liquidating, they will continue to offload their shares. If not, it'll merely indicate retail investor activity, Chen Weiming proposed. That makes sense, Mr. Chun. I believe this approach suggested by young Master Chun is worth trying. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Weiming slowly nodded. Very well. Let us proceed with Jiejun's plan, placing a single buy order for 300,000 shares at the price of 265. If no major sellers emerge before the market closes, we will retract the order. Yes, Mr. Chun. I will handle it at once. Once the broker departed, Chen Weiming returned to silently observe the exchange below. Jiejun, do you think our shareholders are indeed liquidating? Chen Jiejun shook his head in response. I cannot say for certain. We shall see if this order finds a buyer. Perhaps I am overthinking. Let us hope so. It's crucial that no disruptions occur at this juncture. Once we reach the point of tangible product listings, our telecommunications company will no longer be labeled a mere shell company, Chen Weiming murmured to himself. Although many have been flattering him during this time, he is aware that they are merely being polite, holding him in disdain internally, viewing his success as mere luck stemming from a hollow enterprise. Thus, Chen Weiming is eager to alter this perception. He needs to demonstrate that his company has tangible products, ready to deliver a resounding rebuttal to those who secretly undermine his worth. He wishes to convey to all of Hong Kong that his telecommunications company is not a facade, that he is not merely fortunate, but possesses genuine capability. Before long, Mr. Chen announced, the buy order has been placed. Good. Let us keep an eye out for any sell orders that may surface, Chen Weiming promptly instructed. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we have people monitoring, came the response. Simultaneously, Yang Junjia and Huang Shouting also noticed the buy order for 300,000 shares placed by Chen Weiming. Young Master Huang, someone is offering 265 Hong Kong dollars to acquire 300,000 shares. What should we do? Damn, I swear, if I find out who you are, daring to compete with me, fine. Let us see if you have the strength to contend with me. Offer 267 Hong Kong dollars for 500,000 shares. Understood. Young Master Huang. Meanwhile, Yang Junjia, who was on the verge of leaving the exchange, halted upon noticing the ongoing buy order for 300,000 telecommunications shares. Brokerly, do you think this order is from an investment firm or a major player looking to acquire shares? Yang Junjia inquired curiously, a mocking smile forming on his lips. At this moment, such a price and volume of stock acquisition seemed to him a reckless venture. He found it hard to believe that anyone would purchase such a substantial amount only to sell it shortly thereafter. Thus, he concluded that this individual would inevitably incur significant losses, and he felt a strong curiosity to uncover the identity of this bold buyer. I'm not certain. It could be Brokerly began, but was cut off as a new order appeared on the board, listing an acquisition of 500,000 telecommunications shares at 267 Hong Kong dollars. This revelation left Yang Junjie momentarily stunned, and the same bewilderment was mirrored among broker Li and his colleagues. Yang Junjie glanced at his watch, 10:46. Realizing it was still early, he pondered before making a decision. Let us issue an order to gradually offload our shares. Understood, Mr. Yang. Broker Li and the others swiftly returned to their posts. Meanwhile, in the trading hall, the emergence of several large buy orders for telecommunications shares had stirred considerable excitement. Goodness. I was nearly convinced that major players were pulling out to liquidate their holdings. Seeing so many substantial buy orders for telecommunications shares reassures me, one trader exclaimed. Indeed. Look, the telecommunications stock has risen again to $264.7. It will soon reach the high purchase price, and it seems we will undoubtedly break the $30 mark this week. We are truly in for a windfall. Xie Ziming, you're on cloud 9. With nearly 100,000 telecommunications shares in hand, when it hits $30. You'll be a millionaire. Congratulations to all. None of you are lacking. Most of us hold at least a few thousand shares, so we'll all profit together. Wouldn't you agree? Haha. The stock traders in the exchange are fervently discussing the situation. However, they remain unmoved by the price of 267 Hong Kong dollars. Presently, investors in Hong Kong unanimously believe that the antenna stock will certainly surpass $30, if not higher, so why would they choose to sell now? Meanwhile, Yang Junjie finds himself grappling with a difficult decision. The market has demands for 8 million shares, with one offer at 265 and another at 267, which greatly tempts him. He is tempted to issue a directive to let Li Guofeng sell. Yet, he restrains himself, contemplating seriously. After all, he still possesses a substantial 20 million shares. If he were to offload these 800,000 shares, what impact would that have? He needs to measure carefully. He fears that this could incite panic among investors, prompting them to sell off their antenna stocks en masse, which would create complications he must ponder seriously. Yang Sheng, look. At this moment, Li Guofeng excitedly rushes over to Yang Junjie, urging him to glance in the direction he is pointing. Goodness, why are there so many people buying antenna stocks? Yang Junjie is indeed taken aback by this scene, as within just a few minutes, the market has posted 7 orders for the antenna stock. Although the subsequent orders are not substantial, some as small as 10 shares and the largest at 500,000, the total number of shares requested has already exceeded 900. Further igniting Yang Junjie's interest. Yang Sheng, the price of the antenna stock is rapidly increasing. It is about to breach $27. Yang Sheng, another order for 1 million shares has been placed at the price of 268 Hong Kong dollars. There are now demands for 10 million shares in the market. Yang Junjie grits his teeth. Sell? Offload all the orders to them. Understood, Yang Sheng. Not seizing the opportunity would be a sign of cowardice. Regardless, even if this wave of selling causes the antenna company's stock to be affected, what of it? He has already sold over 15 million shares, securing significant profits. He believes that selling the remaining 10 million shares will pose no issues. After all, it would merely lead to speculation among investors. And there are indeed others willing to take up the orders. He trusts that the impact will be minimal. He also believes that Chen Weiming will undoubtedly hold a press conference to assure investors. By then, there will be no problems. As 2 major investors place significant buy orders for the antenna stock, the market not only experiences a surge in stock prices, but also attracts numerous strong investors to follow suit, instantly revitalizing the trading atmosphere. Meanwhile, in Singapore, Huang Xiaoding observes from his VIP room, what a disaster. Have these people gone mad? He is thoroughly frustrated to see so many individuals following suit with buy orders for the antenna company's stock, all at prices exceeding his by a dime. Quick, place an order for 3 million shares at $27. Let me see how wealthy these Hong Kong folks truly are. Yes, Huang Xiaoding. Back with Yang Junjie, Yang Sheng. The first order of 300 shares has been successfully sold. Excellent, continue. Moments later, Yang Sheng. The first order of 500 shares has been successfully sold. Wait. Another order of 300 shares has been placed at $27. Execute it immediately. Understood, leave it to me. Yang Sheng. The 4th transaction has been successful. Yang Sheng. The 8th transaction has been successful. As Yang Junjie clears all buy orders for the antenna stock in the market, a sudden silence falls over all investors at the exchange. What is going on? Is a major player withdrawing from the market? I'm not sure. I hope not. The investors at the exchange engage in speculation. Meanwhile, Chen Weiming commands, investigate immediately. Find out who is dumping the antenna company's stock. At this moment, Chen Weiming is filled with fury. He is uncertain whether a single shareholder is offloading shares, or if it is a multitude of shareholders, or perhaps individuals from investment firms. He knows it certainly cannot be retail investors, as they would not possess such a large quantity to satisfy all those buy orders. Yang Junjia's massive sell-off of antenna stocks and the subsequent clearing of buy orders has indeed affected the stock market. The antenna stock price, which had been continuously rising, has now begun to decline. This not only worries Chen Weiming, but also instills a sense of unease among retail investors, as the large volume being sold raises concerns about major players exiting the market. As closing time approaches, after clearing all buy orders from the market, Yang Junjia promptly leaves the exchange. It is Monday afternoon, and trading is prohibited during this time, prompting everyone to vacate the premises. Chapter 71. The Concerns of Chun Minglin and Li Xiaofu. Around 4 p.m., in the opulent residence of Chun Weiming at Repulse Bay, he paces anxiously in his living room. It is evident to any observer that he is distressed. The morning's news of someone offloading shares of the antenna company has troubled him throughout the afternoon. He has already contacted Li Xiaofu to assist in investigating who is behind the stock sell-off. If this matter is not resolved, he fears the selling will continue, adversely affecting his stock price. Little Yang Sheng, I hope it's not you, Chen Weiming muses as he walks, suspecting all shareholders of antenna stock, including Li Xiaofu and Chao Chaoran. Yet, without evidence, he cannot directly confront anyone. Thus, he must wait at home for Li Xiaofu's call, ready to question them once he has proof. Meanwhile, at the Far East, Li Xiaofu is equally frustrated, unable to uncover who is behind the stock sell-off. Have you found anything? Has the other party left no trace? Li Xiaofu urges his staff, pounding the table. Chairman, all transactions are conducted through offshore registered accounts, so we currently have no means to quickly ascertain the identity of the account holder. Even if we determine which bank holds the account, we would need to go through the bank to obtain any information. But as you know, banks have client confidentiality agreements, making it difficult to obtain detailed client information. What about the accounts holding the stocks? Can those not be traced? Li Xiaofu inquires. The head of the exchange's team shakes his head. I'm afraid not, Chairman, as the accounts in question are not opened through our exchange, hence we cannot trace them. Bang! Li Xiaofu slams his palm down on the desk in frustration. His anger stems from the fact that he, too, holds shares in the antenna company. As the chairman of the exchange, he understands the advantages of the antenna stock better than the retail investors. He is confident that, under his continued promotion, the stock will undoubtedly surpass $30. Now, the large-scale sell-off is causing him and Chun Weiming to share the same apprehension. They fear that the seller will continue to offload shares, adversely affecting the antenna company's stock price. The phone suddenly rings in Li Xiaofu's office. Irritated, he reaches for it. Hello, this is Li Xiaofu. Who is calling? Chairman Li, have you found out who it is? Upon hearing it was Chun Weiming, Li Xiaofu sighs deeply. The other party seems well prepared, having entrusted all investigative information to the bank, so we cannot ascertain anything at this time. On the other end, Chun Weiming falls silent, pondering. Who could it be? If it was the same person selling this morning, they must have offloaded at least 16 million shares, which constitutes 16 of the equity. Apart from that Yang Sheng, there is no one else. Chairman Li, you and Chao Xing truly Haven Tea sold? Chun Weiming inquires earnestly. If it were indeed I, Li Xiaofu, who had cast it aside, I would undoubtedly acknowledge it with great candor. There would be no need for you to question my integrity in such a manner. If you wish to ascertain whether it was he who discarded it, a simple phone call would suffice. Very well, I shall reach out to him at once. After hanging up, Chun Weiming swiftly sought out Yang Junjia's contact information and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is Shengshi Company. Whom may I inquire about? Yang Junjia's company has already registered under the name Shengshi Company, and once the office building is completed and inaugurated, it will be prominently displayed in Xiangjiang. Is Chairman Yang Junjia available? Hello, the chairman has traveled to Tokyo to procure machinery, and his return date is uncertain. When did he depart for Tokyo? Chun Weiming asked, furrowing his brow. He left on Sunday to purchase machinery. May I have your name, sir? I will inform the chairman to contact you upon his return. Are you certain he truly left for Tokyo on Sunday? Chun Weiming reiterated, seeking confirmation. Sir, I can assure you that our chairman has indeed traveled to Tokyo for the acquisition of machinery. May I know who you are? I see. Then there is no need for further discussion. Beep, beep, beep. After the call ended, the secretary on the other end wore a sly smile as she made her way to Gan Qinglin's office. General Manager, someone just called looking for the chairman, and I responded as per your instructions. Good. Remember to respond in this manner to anyone inquiring about the chairman's whereabouts for the next few days. Furthermore, if anyone from the company asks, inform them he has gone to Tokyo. Understood, General Manager. You may go about your duties now. Very well. After the secretary exited, Gan Qinglin also picked up the phone to make a call. Meanwhile, on Chun Weiming's end, he went to Tokyo. Could it not be him? This perplexed Chun Weiming even further. Who could it possibly be? After pondering for a while, he began to retrieve his phone book, contacting each shareholder and investment company registered with the antenna company. At this moment, Yang Junjia was at Waki Bank, discussing account transfers in the office of General Manager Manzini. Indeed, having previously experienced the leakage of his personal information by Li Zhaofu, Yang Junjia would never repeat such a blunder. Aware that he needed to divest in advance, he had clarified his intentions to Manzini from the outset, requesting assistance in applying for an offshore company account for the transactions to ensure discretion. The account was opened at Waki Bank, and should information leak, with evidence in hand, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall to Waki Bank, which he was certain would pursue accountability. His only concern was the few brokers involved. Yang, I didn't expect you to divest nearly 16 million shares so swiftly. I believe it won't be long before you clear your stock. Congratulations on reaping a handsome profit. Manzini, you flatter me. It's merely good fortune. Yang Junjia modestly replied. Well, let us say it's your luck then, Manzini conceded, knowing Yang Junjia's nature after their long acquaintance. Aware of Yang Junjia's penchant for modesty, Manzini refrained from pressing further. By the way, Yang, since you've begun selling shares in the antenna company, does this mean you're preparing to take action against that fellow? Manzini asked, his face betraying a lingering animosity. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjia nodded. Preparations can commence. But I must wait a few more days until I have fully divested before proceeding. All right, I shall handle this matter. As I need to report to the Lushi family, Yang Junjia chose not to dispute Manzini's assertion. It was preferable for him to take action, sparing him much hassle. Very well, I will contact you once I have resolved this on my end. Regarding the funds, do we truly need to wait a few days for them to arrive? Yang Junjia inquired once more, as he was eagerly anticipating the funds for turnover. With his company's finances nearly depleted and his personal funds dwindling as well. Yang, are you in need of the funds? Yang Junjia nodded affirmatively. Witnessing this, Manzini revealed a mischievous grin and promptly opened a drawer, producing a contract. Name your required amount. Waki Bank will always support you. Yang Junjia rolled his eyes at him. Manzini, you truly know how to conduct business. It is well known that in this era, once a loan contract is signed, interest is payable annually, regardless of whether the funds are utilized for a day or several days. Thus, even if one repays early, one must still cover a year's worth of interest. This is why Yang Junjia responded with an eye roll. However, he had already contemplated that if the funds did not materialize, he would indeed need to seek a loan, but he would not do so with Waki Bank. The amount he required was not substantial, merely 230 million, and he intended to curry favor with Guiyongsheng or assist Yongxing Bank. After all, this bank is likely to serve as his future avenue for foreign exchange conversion, financial investment, fundraising, and capital flow. Therefore, he wished to leverage his current substantial business to support the rapid development of Yongxing Bank. Since he had to take out a loan regardless, why should he allow Waki Bank to profit from the interest? He was no fool. Manzini, I don't need a loan. Just a few days' wait will suffice. You're not getting any of my interest. Manzini smiled wryly at this. After Yang Junjia concluded, he stood to leave, intending to visit Yongxing Bank to sort out the loan matters, and later that evening, he was also scheduled to attend someone's birthday party with Guoyanren. Unbeknownst to Yang Junjia, since he entered Waki Bank, a stunning woman had been watching him from a distance, her face etched with sorrow. Chapter 72. Are the Guo and Fu families relatives? After departing from Waki Bank, Yang Junjia instructed the driver to take him to the headquarters of Yongxing Bank in Kowloon. Hi, Jia, it's been a long time. Jia, is that really you? Long time no see. Hello, Jia, are you back to work? As Yang Junjia stepped into the bank lobby, he greeted the front desk receptionists, indicating a good rapport with them. Several young ladies were visibly delighted by his presence, chattering excitedly, as he was quite the beloved figure. I'm merely here to handle some matters. You all continue with your work. I'm off to see the chairman. With a smile, Yang Junjia turned and walked away. No way, Jia is getting more handsome by the day. Indeed. It seems he has become even more mature and charming after a month apart. All right, stop fawning. Jia is the type for the young ladies. You have no chance. With a casual departure, Yang Junjia remained blissfully unaware of the several young women who admired him. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon arriving at Guo Yongxing's office, Yang Junjia knocked on the door. Good day, Chairman Guo. Jia, what brings you here? Guo Yongxing immediately set aside his work and rose from his chair upon seeing Yang Junjia. I came to discuss a business matter with Yongxing Bank. I hope I'm not interrupting your work, Chairman. Yang Junjia stated his purpose directly. A business discussion? You cheeky rascal. What business do you wish to discuss? Yang Junjia opened his briefcase, producing several documents, all pertaining to his company's property rights, which he then placed before Guo Yongxing. I intend to secure a loan with Yongxing Bank. Approximately 30 million will suffice. These are the property rights certificates of my company, which can serve as collateral. He stated his intention forthrightly. Upon hearing the words, Guo Yongxing did not immediately respond to Yang Junjia, but instead picked up his property certificate to examine it. After a considerable time, he set down the documents provided by Yang Junjia and inquired, Is your company unable to transfer funds? Yang Junjie nodded affirmatively, stating, we need to purchase machinery and raw materials, thus we are short of some funds. Originally, we planned to collaborate with Waki Bank, but since the amount is not substantial, I thought I would come to see if I could secure a loan from Chairman Gua Yongsheng, seemingly unfazed by the matter at hand. Instead fixated on how Yang Junjie addressed him, asking, aren't you going to call me Grandfather Gua? Yang Junjie smiled wryly. Grandfather Gua, he acquiesced, as it was only reasonable to address him as such, given that Gua Yongsheng had already expressed his approval of his relationship with his granddaughter, Gua Anren. Ha ha ha. Splendid. You are someone I hold in high regard. I hope that when I am not around, there will be someone to always look after Anren. Moreover, with your property as collateral, securing a loan should pose no problem. However, Grandfather Gua has already considered you as a grandson-in-law, so there is no need for a loan. I can lend you the money from my personal account to avoid the hassle of going through the formalities. No, Grandfather Gua, I appreciate your intentions. But in business, we must adhere to the rules, lest others hear of this and indulge in idle gossip. Yang Junjie promptly declined Gua Yongsheng's offer. It was not that he was ungrateful or feared incurring a favor from Gua Yongsheng. Rather, he was concerned about the implications should this matter become public knowledge. If he were to achieve success in the future, explaining this financial assistance would prove difficult. Rumors would surely circulate, portraying him as someone who flourished only due to the backing of the Gua family, insinuating that Chairman Gua had lent him 30 million as capital for his business endeavors. He did not wish for such narratives to arise, as he aspired to be recognized as a legitimate businessman in his own right. Gua Yongsheng, observing the conflicted expression on Yang Junjie's face, found it amusing, yet he was even more pleased with his decision and nodded approvingly. Very well, I respect your choice. Since you prefer not to accept my private loan, let us proceed with the formalities. Please wait a moment while I notify the necessary personnel. Thank you, Grandfather Gua. Yang Junjie replied. Gua Yongsheng moved to the telephone to contact the manager of the loan department, who happened to be Mi Gao, a senior from the same school as Yang Junjie. A few minutes later, Mi Gao arrived. Chairman, I'm here. Mi Gao, it's been a while, Yang Junjie greeted. Ajia, what brings you here? Mi Gao asked with surprise. Ha ha ha, Mi Gao, Ajia is our major client this time. On the table lies his personal company assets, which will serve as collateral for a loan of 30 million. Please assist him with the process. Mi Gao, intrigued by Gua Yongsheng's words, did not respond immediately but approached the table to examine Yang Junjie's asset documentation. After a few minutes, he exclaimed, impressive. So you are a hidden tycoon with assets exceeding 100 million. Mi Gao's astonishment was evident. Mi Gao, please forgive me for the surprise. Let us proceed with the loan arrangements quickly. I have a banquet to attend shortly and need to prepare. Mi Gao nodded. Please take a seat while I prepare the contract. By the way, what is the duration of the loan you are considering? 1 year, please. If it weren't for the urgent payment required for an order from Tokyo, I wouldn't need to take out a loan. Unfortunately, I cannot wait any longer for the funds to arrive, Yang Junjie explained. Understood, please hold on. Half an hour later, after Yang Junjie reviewed the contract and found no issues, he signed his name. All right, Grandfather Gua, Mi Gao. I must attend to other matters and will return another day to continue our discussion. Having signed the documents, Yang Junjie stood up, eager to leave. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and he needed to return home to change and prepare for a birthday celebration he was attending with Gua Anren. Gua Yongsheng, understanding his situation, nodded. Come by tomorrow to finalize everything. The loan will be available for you then. Thank you, Grandfather Gua. Goodbye, Mi Gao. With that, Yang Junjie turned and departed, leaving Mi Gao to marvel. My junior is quite remarkable, certainly not an ordinary person. Ha ha ha, Mi Gao, I concur. My future grandson-in-law is destined for greatness, Gua Yongsheng replied with a smile. Mi Gao could only manage a wry smile, feeling genuinely happy for Yang Junjie, who had made significant strides in his journey thus far. Upon returning home, Yang Junjie quickly took a shower and donned an expensive new suit, admiring his reflection in the mirror. Unlike me, who feels flustered at the sight of my own face, he remarked. He then provided the address of Gua Anren's home to his driver, Monkey. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at Gua Anren's residence, where he found her eagerly waiting outside like a stone statue at the door. Jiegu, you finally made it, Gua Anren exclaimed as she rushed into his arms. Having confirmed their relationship, Gua Anren displayed a newfound boldness, being quite proactive with Yang Junjie, save for the final step. Anren, why were you waiting at the door? It's so cold outside, he gently scolded as he set her down and warmed her hands. I'm not cold, Jiegu. Let us go. All right. But whose house are we heading to? Yang Junjie inquired with curiosity. The Fu family, Gua Anren replied casually. The Fu family? Which Fu family? He pressed. The one that was renowned in Haicheng, known as the Kings of the Sea. I'm not entirely sure. I only visited a few times when I was younger. All I know is that my grandfather and theirs are from the same hometown, and they might even be distant relatives. However, ever since grandfather Fu passed away, my grandfather has lost contact with them, so the relationship is quite tenuous. Yang Junjie was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Gua Anren's family was related to the illustrious Fu family. Although the connection might be distant, it was still noteworthy. One must understand the immense influence the Fu family wielded in the 3060s in both Haiqing and Xiangjiang, comparable to that of the He family, with Hu Dongdong being one of their juniors. In the early 1960s, during grandfather Fu's absence, Hu Dongdong had claimed that the Fu family's total assets exceeded 10 billion, underscoring their formidable strength. It was worth noting that in 1963, Li Chaoran had purchased a mansion at number 79 Shinshui Bay for just over 600,000. Even today, how many families possess assets exceeding 10 billion? The Fu family was once powerful, yet the tides of time had shifted, and the future did not seem to favor them. Under the stewardship of Fu Yinzhao, the Fu family had not made significant headlines for a long time. Even their descendants seemed disinterested in business, opting to pursue various careers, marking a new chapter for the family. Subsequently, Yang Junjie chose not to dwell on the past. The Fu family, despite its former grandeur, was now merely a relic of history. Upon entering the vehicle, he proceeded directly to the address provided by Gua Anren. He was quite eager to see who would attend this evening's gathering, considering the Fu family's illustrious past. One could only wonder if they had indeed faded into obscurity, leaving no families willing to partake in his family's banquet. Chapter 73. Attending the Fu family's banquet as Bo Fu Lin Road transitioned into Shaxian Road. It was worth noting that Hong Kong has long been celebrated for its 4 legendary feng shui sites. 3 of these are residential areas, while the 4th, Babao Mountain, serves as the final resting place for the departed. The 3 prominent locations are Deepwater Bay, Repulse Bay, and the vicinity of Bo Fu Lin Village along Shaxian Road. The summit, Mid-Mountain, and Deepwater Bay are widely recognized as a place rich in qi, abundant in auspicious sites, akin to a land of gold, where treasures abound and can be effortlessly gathered. This area is acknowledged as Hong Kong's foremost treasure trove. Repulse Bay, located at the mountain's base, is touted as Hong Kong's premier bay and is often referred to as the Hawaii of the East. It is the most iconic beach in Hong Kong, a place where dragons emerge from the sea. These 2 locales attract a plethora of affluent magnates, celebrities, and distinguished individuals from various domains. As for Bo Fu Lin Road, it houses a precious land that overlooks the sea and offers expansive skies. Though few are aware of its significance, it is a revered site chosen by discerning individuals, as it is considered a place of dragon energy. Generally, the average person cannot endure residing there. Thus, the wealthy who live along Bo Fu Lin Shaxian Road are few, yet they are all prominent figures. Among them are the illustrious Gao Kenning family from the Old Society, the Li Shipong family, and the Luo Wenjin family, all of whom possess properties in this area. Additionally, later arrivals such as the Dong Chuanwang family, as well as Hu Dongdong, and Zijia, and Zhuang Jingyan, have also made their homes here. The destination Yang Junjie and Gua Anren were heading to was the residence of the Fu family, specifically Fu Larong's abode. Anren, I wonder if the Fu family has invited many guests, Yang Junjie inquired. He suddenly recalled a matter concerning Chen Weiming, who claimed to have gone to Tokyo. He dreaded the possibility of encountering them, as it would be difficult to explain and would leave him in a precarious position, especially since Li Zhaofu might also be present. Being a descendant of the Li Shipong family and a contemporary of the Fu family, there was little reason for him not to be invited. If Li Zhaofu spotted him, it would be akin to Chen Weiming learning of his presence, and he needed to prepare his words carefully to avoid any complications. His apprehension did not stem from Li Zhaofu or Chen Weiming themselves, but rather from avoiding encounters until he had sold off all his shares in Tianxian. Once he had divested himself of those stocks, he would no longer need to concern himself with their opinions. According to my grandfather, the guest of honor tonight is Fu Qing, who is deeply cherished by her father, Fu Yinzhao. Tonight also marks her coming-of-age celebration, so the Fu family is sure to have invited a multitude of guests. I've heard the scale is quite grand, with even prominent families from Aohai planning to attend. Though I'm not privy to the details, Yang Junjie mused with a bitter smile. It appeared that an encounter with Li Zhaofu was unavoidable. However, he dismissed the thought, resolving that if such a situation arose, he could simply state that he had hurried back for the occasion. Even if, hypothetically, they were aware of his stock sales, it would merely lead to a premature falling out. He had already reduced his holdings in Tianxian stocks to under 8 million shares, given a few days. He could easily dispose of them without concern. Moreover, he would not need to engage in a confrontation with Chen Weiming. Once the tangible assets from Tianxian were released, he would naturally fade from the scene. Upon reflecting on this matter, Yang Junjie concluded that he had been overly anxious. He composed himself, allowing Gua Anren to link her arm with his as they confidently entered the villa's garden. Upon entering the opulent courtyard, They were greeted by a gathering of distinguished individuals engaged in animated conversations. Although these guests were ostensibly attending a birthday celebration, many had transformed the event into a grand networking opportunity, seeking to expand their connections, forge new partnerships, and ultimately secure greater benefits for their companies or families. At this hour, around 6 p.m., a considerable number of guests had already arrived. While many were unfamiliar to him, he recognized that those who could grace this occasion undoubtedly held extraordinary status and standing. They may not all be wealthy, but they were certainly accomplished individuals in various fields. "Are you Anren?" A voice called out from behind Yang Junjie and Gua Anren, prompting them to turn simultaneously. "Are you my aunt?" Gua Anren exclaimed, recognizing the visitor. "Indeed. Anren, it's been so long since I've seen you. You've grown so much. You look splendid, like a lotus emerging from the water," the woman responded warmly. "Auntie, you are truly flattering." "Thank you," Gua Anren replied with a radiant smile. The visitor was none other than Lei Xiangqin, the wife of Fu Yinzhao, and Fu Qing's mother. "Anren, do you remember your cousin Kumin and your childhood playmate, Qing?" Lei Xiangqin continued. "Qing, do greet her. She is your cousin Gua Anren." "Hello, cousin Anren," Qing chimed in, her beauty striking. Gua Anren then turned to the young man beside her. "You must be Kumin, right? It's been so long. I hardly recognized you." She greeted him amiably. "Hello, cousin Anren. You've grown so much. I truly didn't recognize you." Fu Kumin responded, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Anren, do you remember the times you came to my home to play? Aside from Qing, Kumin was the only one who could keep you company. We used to joke about how you both would grow up and marry each other. And now, look at you. You've blossomed into such a beautiful young woman. I believe we should discuss the possibility of that arrangement when you have the time," Lei Xiangqin said, her tone hinting at a playful seriousness. "Auntie, I know what you're alluding to," Gua Anren interjected swiftly, eager to divert the conversation. Her actual boyfriend was present. It was out of the question to discuss such topics in front of Yang Junjie. Even if he weren't there, she had no desire to entertain such discussions. "Auntie, Kumin, Qing, allow me to formally introduce my boyfriend, Yang Junjie," she said, presenting him confidently. "Boyfriend?" Lei Xiangqin and Fu Kumin exchanged glances, their brows furrowing simultaneously as they turned their attention to Yang Junjie. "Ha!" Lei Xiangqin chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. "Anren has already found a boyfriend. How incredibly swift," she remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into her tone. "Hello, Auntie, Kumin, Qing," Yang Junjie greeted, unsure of how to address them, ultimately opting to follow Gua Anren's lead. "Wait, while you may be Anren's boyfriend, the Fu family values familial ties. Since you and Anren are not yet wed, you may address me as Mrs. Fu or Ms. Lei," Lei Xiangqin stated firmly. "Auntie, what are you doing?" Gua Anren interjected, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. All right, let us move on. Anren, I'm grateful you could make it tonight. By the way, where's your Uncle Fu? Isn't he joining us?" Lei Xiangqin inquired, scanning the room. "He mentioned that he is too old to attend such gatherings and asked me and Jie Ge to represent him," Gua Anren replied. Lei Xiangqin nodded thoughtfully, a hint of nostalgia in her expression. "Indeed, it has been years since I last saw your uncle. He must be over 80 now. I hope he is well. We must pay him a visit soon. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. Grandfather is in good health, though he cannot stay up late. He is likely taking a stroll now and will rest shortly," Gua Anren assured her. "That's wonderful to hear. Come, let us go inside and sit for a while. It has been years since you last visited. Do you still recognize your uncle?" Lei Xiangqin grasped Gua Anren's hand and walked inside, completely disregarding Yang Junjie behind them. Yang Junjie, unfazed by their indifference, smiled as he nodded at Fu Homin and Fu Qing, following them in. "Do you know what kind of background your cousin's boyfriend has?" "He looks quite handsome," Fu Qing remarked, her gaze fixed on Yang Junjie's retreating figure. "I don't know, but don't act recklessly. He is your cousin's boyfriend." Fu Homin warned his sister with a feigned seriousness. "Am I that kind of person? Besides, dare you claim you have no feelings for Anren? I saw your eyes sparkling just now," Fu Qing teased with a grin. "My affairs are none of your business. Take care of yourself and stop mingling with unsavory characters." Fu Homin reprimanded her directly. "Unsavory characters? They are all my friends. Fu Homin, you ought to speak with more respect, or I swear today won't end well for you." Fu Qing retorted furiously. Upon witnessing his sister's genuine anger, Fu Homin felt intimidated. Everyone in the family knew that she was the one not to be trifled with. He truly dared not provoke her. "I can't win against you. Anyway, after tonight, you will be an adult. Do as you please, but do mind your image outside. You represent the Fu family, so remember your status," he cautioned. "Humph, I can't be bothered with you," Fu Qing huffed, shaking off his hand and storming into the villa in a fit of anger. As for Yang Junjie, upon entering the villa, he was captivated by the decor, which exuded a charming antiquity. He himself was fond of such aesthetics, and it was rare to see a modern villa adorned with such rich traditional elements. It seemed Fu Yinjiao was indeed a nostalgic individual. Upon entering the living room, Yang Junjie was met with yet another grand gathering of the affluent. He recognized many familiar faces among the wealthy, including Hu Dongdong and several future luminaries. Chapter 74, Targeted. The fierce Guanren. With a resolute demeanor, she followed Guanren to stand before a stern middle-aged man. "Hello, uncle, I am Guanren. Do you remember me?" She greeted Fu Yinjiao, the current head of the Fu family, with a polite demeanor. "Guanren, you are the daughter of Gua Shiji, aren't you?" "Yes, Anren greets uncle," she replied. Fu Yinjiao, pleased to see her, remarked, "Haha, it's wonderful. After all these years, you've grown into a beautiful young lady." His gaze then fell on his son, and an even broader smile graced his face. "By the way, Anren, do you remember Cousin Homin?" Fu Yinjiao inquired further. "I remember. I just met Cousin Homin." Gua Anren responded. "That's great. Time flies. It seems you and Homin's playful banter may have a chance to blossom now. Uncle, you must not speak carelessly." Gua Anren said, slightly displeased. She did not wish to be entangled with Fu Homin again, fearing Yang Junjie might be upset. "Anren, uncle is not speaking frivolously. You can ask your father. He was there back then." Fu Yinjiao looked around, searching for Gua Yongsheng. "Anren, hasn't your father come over yet?" he asked. "Grandfather asked me to convey to you that at his age, he felt it inappropriate to attend such gatherings, so he sent me and Jie Gu in his stead. By the way, uncle, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Yang Junjie." Gua Anren quickly pointed to Yang Junjie behind her, hoping to steer the conversation away before Fu Yinjiao could say anything further. "Hello, Uncle Fu," Yang Junjie greeted politely. "Boyfriend?" Suddenly, Fu Yinjiao's sharp gaze scrutinized Yang Junjie, his eyes glinting with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him. This left Yang Junjie perplexed. He was certain this was their first meeting. Unsure of why Fu Yinjiao regarded him with such scrutiny. Have I offended him, or does he resent my presence with Gua Anren, disrupting some hidden agenda of his? Yang Junjie pondered internally. "Young man, which family do you hail from?" Fu Yinjiao suddenly asked in a grave tone, reminiscent of an interrogation, which irked Yang Junjie. However, considering the elder's status as Gua Anren's relative, he refrained from showing his displeasure, forcing a smile as he prepared to respond, only to be interrupted by someone quicker. "Brother Fu, this young man before you is quite remarkable, having amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million at such a young age." Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie turned towards the source of the voice, recognizing Li Zhaofu, which made him smile wryly. Indeed, Li Zhaofu was present. He knew the night would not go smoothly. Yet he felt no fear. Whatever comes, he would face it. "Li, do you know him?" "Of course. This young man, Yang, was a pivotal figure in the incident with the land and dairy company, making a fortune close to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. He is currently the second largest shareholder of the renowned Tianxian company, holding a 20% stake. How could I not know him? If these shares were converted to cash, he would instantly possess a fortune of several hundred million Hong Kong dollars, Li Zhaofu stated. However, his background, having emerged from Kowloon walled city, leaves much to be desired. That is truly unfortunate. Yang Junjie caught the thinly veiled sarcasm in Li Zhaofu's words, causing his expression to darken. Fu Yinjiao, upon hearing this, initially looked surprised, then disdained upon realizing Yang Junjie was from Kowloon walled city. The other attendees, upon hearing Li Zhaofu's comments, cast curious glances at Yang Junjie. Some exhibited disdain, while others looked on in astonishment. "Chairman Li, you flatter me, but I find myself disappointed. A prominent member of the Li family, esteemed chairman of the Far East Exchange. Yet you disclosed client information without consent. It is truly disheartening. Such confidential matters, easily spoken of by you, suggest the Far East Association's confidentiality is not as robust as one might hope. Chairman Li, let us settle this in court," Yang Junjie stated calmly. Li Zhaofu was taken aback, suddenly recalling this oversight. It was not that he had forgotten, but rather that he had prejudged Yang Junjie as merely a refugee. Coupled with the recent massive sell-off of Tianxian company stocks, he and Qin Weiming had surmised Yang Junjie was behind it. This had led to considerable animosity towards Yang Junjie, causing him to forget his own status in his eagerness to embarrass Yang. Now, realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that if this information spread, it would severely impact the Far East Association. After all, if the chairman could freely disclose client information, who would dare invest in his exchange? This realization filled him with concern, yet Yang Junjie's threat only fueled his displeasure. "Kid, don't go too far." "Go too far? Haha, I've truly gained insight tonight." Yang Junjie was disinclined to engage in a quarrel. Having previously been exposed by Li Zhaofu, he had stated that once was enough. Since Li Zhaofu dared to publicly disclose his affairs again, he saw no reason to show him courtesy. The Li family indeed wielded considerable power in Hong Kong, but they were not omnipotent. He has resolutely decided that, regardless of the power wielded by the Li family, he will undoubtedly pursue legal action against Li Xiaofu. Moreover, should Li Xiaofu fail to publicly apologize and take responsibility for this matter, he may even orchestrate Li Xiaofu's downfall. Yang Junjie possesses this confidence because he holds additional incriminating evidence against him, which empowers him to believe he can bring him down. Once he unveils this evidence, there will be no need to wait until the 1987 stock market crash. That old rascal will surely be ousted and imprisoned in Taiwan. The only uncertainty lies in the duration of his incarceration. You, what do you think you are, daring to speak to President Li in such a manner? Don't think that just because you've made a little money, you can act with such disdain here. Fu Yinzhao exclaimed to Gua Anren. I don't know what tricks you use to deceive Anren and ingratiate yourself with the Gua family, but I will personally speak to my uncle about this. Don't harbor any illusions about marrying Anren. Anren, come here. Such a person is unworthy of being with you. Yang Junjie was on the verge of confronting him. But Gua Anren interjected. Have you finished? Do my affairs require your consent? Gua Anren, no longer the obedient girl she once was, regarded Fu Yinzhao with an icy demeanor. Now, using your earlier reproachful words against my brother, who do you think you are to meddle in my relationship with my boyfriend? She boldly retorted. And you? Relying on your Li family status to mock and belittle others. What are you but a mere nobody? Gua Anren did not hesitate to challenge Li Xiaofu as well. To her, regardless of their familial connections or social standing, Yang Junjie was her everything. Anren, do you even realize who you are speaking to? I am your elder cousin. Do you not possess even a modicum of decorum? Fu Yinzhao said darkly. I acknowledge relatives who understand the importance of respect. But as for your earlier remarks towards my brother, I'm afraid I, Gua Anren, cannot afford to be associated with such insolence. Brother Jia, let us depart. What use is there in associating with relatives who look down upon others? With her words, silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Even Yang Junjie was taken aback by Gua Anren's boldness. Though often whimsical, she still retained the essence of a young girl. It was astonishing to witness such a fierce side of her. Indeed, it was a shocking display that prompted Yang Junjie to reflect on the unfriendly attitudes of Fu Yinzhao and Li Xiaofu, for he himself could never utter such wild words. It was akin to forging an irreparable enmity. However, Gua Anren's position was markedly different. She had the protection of her grandfather, making it difficult for her to incur losses. In contrast, he was without connections and power, and merely possessing a small fortune was insufficient. Of course, if the situation escalated to a critical juncture, he understood that money could wield influence. If it came to that, he could always release bonuses and muster $1 billion Hong Kong dollars to buy off the Fu and Li families. He was certain that many desperate individuals would take the job, but he would only resort to such measures when utterly cornered. For at that point, it would truly be a matter of life and death, and as a businessman, the most perilous situation is one that cannot be resolved without violence. Furthermore, given his current capabilities, facing both the Fu and Li families simultaneously would undoubtedly result in his downfall. Even if he were to triumph over the Li and Fu families, causing them turmoil, he would still find it impossible to remain in Hong Kong. Everything would be lost, and that was not the outcome Yang Junjie desired. Brother Jia, don't just stand there, let us go. Coming back to his senses at the sound of her voice, Yang Junjie smiled and nodded at her. Let us depart. Grasping Gua Anren's hand, they strode purposefully away amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Do you think you can leave my Fu family? A sinister voice called out from behind them just as they had taken a few steps. Yang Junjie turned to face the source. What is it? Does young Master Fu wish to keep us here? You have offended my Fu family. Hengmin, be quiet and let them go. Father, are my words no longer of any weight? Fu Yinzhao glared at his son, his voice a thunderous roar. Yang Junjie, seeing this, smiled and said, Anren, let us go. He took Gua Anren and departed, and with such events unfolding, Yang Junjie felt an increasing urgency to grow stronger. He understood that only through personal strength could he earn respect and avoid being subjected to the whims of others. Chapter 75. A Bountiful Harvest. A windfall of over 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Brother Jia, I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate their reaction. It's all my fault for dragging you along. In the car, Gua Anren expressed her guilt. Though she often displayed a capricious nature, she would never have spoken so boldly in front of so many elders if not for Yang Junjie. Hearing her words, Yang Junjie reached for her hand. Anren, thank you for tonight. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for being willing to confront our elders to protect me. Rest assured, I will take good care of you from now on. Yang Junjie embraced Gua Anren tightly. Her performance that evening had genuinely touched him. With a wife like her, what more could he desire? Reflecting on how he had previously sought to distance himself from her, he felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Yes, Brother Jia, I trust you. Let us go. I'll take you home and discuss this matter with Grandpa Gua. No, Brother Jia, I don't want to go back. Can I stay at your house tonight? Gua Anren said shyly, her head lowered. If the lights in the car were on, one would surely notice her flushed cheeks. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie revealed a mischievous smile, taking a moment before uttering a rather foolish question. Are you really prepared for that? Stop it. You're embarrassing me. I want to be like Ji Jie and become your true woman, Gua Anren murmured into Yang Junjie's chest. Yang Junjie's triumphant smile deepened. Around 8:30 p.m., Yang Junjie returned home. As he exited the car, he noticed a vehicle parked at his doorstep. Upon recognizing the license plate, his brows furrowed in concern. Chen Weiming's car? Anren, let us go. He swiftly led Gua Anren into the house. Inside, Chen Weiming and his son sat quietly on the sofa. Yang Junjie advanced slowly, his heart ablaze with fury. If Chen Weiming dared to act against his family, Yang Junjie would not hesitate to have Hideju deal with him, disregarding any potential consequences. In his mind, his family was his ultimate boundary. Anyone who dared to cross it would meet a dire fate. Jie, you're back. Dad, you and Mom should head to bed. I'll handle this. Seeing his parents unharmed brought Yang Junjie a sense of relief. Oh, very well. Take care of your friend. Your mother and I will retire to our room. All right. Anren, you should go wash up first. I'll come up shortly. Yang Junjie gently instructed Gua Anren. Gua Anren nodded, greeting Yang Junjie's parents before heading upstairs. Seated on the sofa, Chun Jiejun's eyes lit up upon Gua Anren's arrival, fixating on her without a hint of discretion, even with Yang Junjie present. Another glance, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. Do you believe that? Yang Junjie coldly warned Chun Jiejun. Yang Junjie, do you dare to threaten me? Chun Jiejun retaliated fiercely. Ever since the last banquet, he had harbored deep-seated hatred towards Yang Junjie, and now seeing him dare to threaten him only fueled his fury, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Yang Junjie at once. I am not here to threaten you, but rather to remind you. Feel free to test my words. Yang Junjie spoke ruthlessly in front of Chen Weiming. You Jiejun, be silent. At this moment, Chen Weiming finally spoke, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Yang Junjie. Yang, how imposing you are. Not only have you outmaneuvered me, Chen Weiming, but now you also dare to threaten my son. Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? Spare me the pleasantries. What do you want from me? If you've come to inquire whether I sold my shares in the antenna company today, I can affirmatively tell you that it was indeed me. Given the current situation, with the cards laid on the table, Yang Junjie felt no need to engage in further tactical maneuvering with the father and son duo. He decided to speak plainly. After all, selling his own stocks was a perfectly normal action, one that bore no legal repercussions. What had he to fear? Moreover, with a self-made man like Chen Weiming, there was little pressure in severing ties. Furthermore, their fortunes would soon wane. Within a few days, Chun Jiejun would liquidate his account, and it was certain that Chen Weiming would face some years of incarceration. Yang Junjie even had other means to ensure that Chen Weiming would never step foot outside of Chaiwan again. Therefore, Yang Junjie chose to cast aside any pretense and boldly provoke them. So it was indeed you. Why have you acted in such a manner? Chen Weiming questioned Yang Junjie. Chairman Chen, have you misunderstood? The stocks are in my possession. Is it illegal for me to engage in trading, or do you accuse me of misconduct? Chen Weiming was left speechless. Although Yang Junjie's words irked him, he could find no grounds for rebuttal. Very well, Yang, you are correct. The stocks are yours, and naturally, you have the right to manage them as you wish. My primary purpose in visiting you tonight is not to argue, but to negotiate the acquisition of the remaining shares you hold. I hope you will acquiesce, considering you were once a shareholder of the antenna company, and refrain from disturbing the market. You wish to negotiate an acquisition, seeking all my shares in the antenna company? This revelation momentarily left Yang Junjie taken aback. He had anticipated that Chen Weiming would unleash a barrage of insults and threats, but he had never expected such a request. It genuinely surprised him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Junjie concluded that selling the shares to Chen Weiming posed no issue. Certainly, as long as he could offer a satisfactory price. Otherwise, the conversation was moot. This arrangement would indeed prove to be quite effortless. After all, it would spare him from further squandering time in the stock market, and he would return these potentially harmful shares to Chen Weiming, preventing further injury to investors once the antenna company collapsed. Chairman Chen, please propose a price. Very well. Shall we finalize the transaction at the morning's price of $265? Chen Weiming inquired. Yang Junjie chuckled. Chairman Chen, are you jesting? The market price of antenna shares soared to $266.1 yesterday, with significant buyers offering as much as $270. Do you genuinely believe I would trade at $265? Do not push your luck, Yang. We are already showing you favor by agreeing to take your shares. Do not overreach. Chun Jiejun interjected. Yang Junjie, upon hearing this, did not even spare a glance at Chun Jiejun, but instead directed his gaze back to Chen Weiming, raising his hand and gesturing towards the door. Chairman Chen, please feel free to leave, lest we waste each other's time. Chen Weiming narrowed his eyes at Yang Junjie. How much do you want? I am afraid it seems you have not even considered a reasonable offer. I suggest you both return and deliberate more thoroughly before coming back. What exactly do you want? We present a price and you refuse. Now you ask us to name our price while feigning ignorance? Monkey, see them out. Yes, boss. Yang Junjie stood up, not casting a single glance at them, and ascended the stairs. Wait, I offer $270. Young man, do not be greedy. Chen Weiming's voice trailed off. If Chairman Chen considers $270 a generous offer, then I must sincerely thank you for your kindness. Please escort them out. Yang Junjie shouted again. Young man, are you mocking me? Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie halted his steps once more. Chairman, you are mistaken. I am merely a businessman. I will certainly make an offer when the price is right. But is this truly the sincerity with which you approach me? Given the current market conditions for antenna shares, I am confident I could sell them at $282 to $290. Is your offer of $270 an insult, or do you believe your status holds significant weight? With that, he continued upstairs. As Yang Junjie showed no signs of stopping and was about to vanish from sight, Chen Weiming grew anxious. $285. If Yang desires more, then I shall depart immediately. Yang Junjie turned back to them with a smile. Had you mentioned this price earlier, we could have avoided wasting so much time. Please wait a moment. I shall send someone to finalize the contract with you. Prepare the funds. Approximately half an hour later, Li Guofeng arrived at Yang Junjie's villa accompanied by two individuals, a bank check verification officer and a legal attorney, responsible for the transaction. Yang Junjie, having freshly bathed, descended from the second floor. Three individuals from Chen Weiming's side also arrived, though Yang Junjie did not recognize them. Yang, the contract has been drafted. Please review it. Yang Junjie nodded and accepted the document. After about 10 minutes, swish, 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 Yang Junjie signed without hesitation. He no longer possessed a significant number of shares in the antenna company, merely 7.85 million shares. However, at $285 per share, it amounted to a substantial sum, with a total value exceeding 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yang, the check is in order. It is a direct exchange check from HSBC. Excellent. I appreciate your efforts. Yang, you are too kind. Well, it is quite late. I shall not detain you, Chairman Chen. I hope we can continue our pleasant cooperation next time. Yang Junjie added, not forgetting to tease Chen Weiming. Humph, let us go. Yang Junjie wore a mocking expression towards the father and son duo. Li, please calculate the total profits from the antenna company shares. Certainly. Please hold on, Yang. Meanwhile, on Chen Weiming's side. Father, this Yang Junjie is insufferably arrogant. I cannot endure this any longer. Chen Jiajun's face was filled with venomous intent. Jiajun, you must learn to remain composed. Rest assured, he will not endure for long. Father, this matter requires your arrangement. It must be dealt with cleanly, without leaving any traces. Very well. You need not worry. Another 10 minutes passed. On Yang Junjie's side, Li Guofeng approached him with a report. Yang, the data has been compiled. Please verify it. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Junjie examined the figures. 25 million shares traded at an average price of $269.5. The total profit amounted to approximately 67 billion Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, the tax situation remains at a 13 budget based on total profit, which must be confirmed by the bank at the time of payment. After accounting for other expenses, Yang Junjie stood to gain at least 600 million Hong Kong dollars or more. Should this information be leaked, it would undoubtedly shock all of Hong Kong. The earnings amassed in just 1 month would eclipse what many earn in a lifetime. How could it not astonish the entire city? Chapter 76. Deteriorating Relations. Prepare for what is to come. The following morning, Tuesday, January 28th. The atmosphere in the exchange was particularly grim, as several large transactions involving antenna shares had occurred the previous day, causing widespread concern about impending changes. However, this pervasive gloom was soon shattered by a piece of news. Has Fatty Lee caught wind of something? The chairman of Antenna Company is set to hold a press conference at the Far East Club shortly to address the events of yesterday. And he is also expected to announce something significant. Is that true? Let us go and see for ourselves. This news spread like wildfire. At the Hong Kong Island Securities Center and the two major exchanges at the Far East Club, a multitude of investors gathered at the entrance of the Chinese Bank Tower, eager to learn what would be revealed during the Antenna Company's press conference and what major developments were in store. That brat actually dares to sue me. Chairman Chen, are you just going to let this slide as if nothing happened? Li Xiaofu is also present at the Far East Club. He had just intended to step out when he received a lawyer's letter from the legal department of Waki Bank, filed under Yang Junjie's name, suing him for breaching the confidentiality agreement regarding the stock market. This incident ignited a fierce anger within Li Xiaofu. In his lifetime, he had never been sued before. Even if he managed to resolve it through connections afterward, the news would still tarnish his reputation. Most importantly, as a prominent member of the Li family, accustomed to being lauded by others, it was intolerable for him to be publicly disrespected by a mere nobody. Chairman Li, do not worry. I assure you, I will help you regain your dignity, Chen Weiming said, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Gentlemen, let us refrain from discussing such matters out loud. Walls have ears. It's time to move, said another shareholder, Chao Choran, though his demeanor seemed somewhat lackluster, devoid of enthusiasm. All right, let us go. By the way, Chairman Chen, have you found the major shareholder who acquired Antenna Company yesterday? Chao Choran inquired curiously. Chen Weiming shook his head. Not yet. Given Chairman Li's current predicament, he cannot utilize his authority to investigate further, so we will need more time to confirm, unless he appears himself. Chao Choran nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent, continuing to follow them outside. By the way, Chairman Chen, has the physical product of Antenna Company been successfully developed, and is it confirmed for full deployment on February 1st? Li Zhaofu suddenly recalled this matter and asked earnestly. At the same time, Chao Choran looked on with eager anticipation. Both men sharing the same thought. The release of the Antenna Company's product would undoubtedly enhance the value of their shares. Chairman Li, you are quite well informed. Indeed. I will announce this at the press conference today, which will surely trigger another surge in stock prices. That is splendid. As long as your product is up to par. I am confident that Antenna shares will soar beyond $40, even $50, making your company a superstar in the blue chip sector. Then it's all on you, Chairman Li. The two men exchanged jovial banter as they proceeded toward the entrance of the exchange, fully aware that this press conference would attract considerable attention, prompting them to hold it at the Far East Club's entrance. Meanwhile, in Yang Junjia's office, have we captured footage so quickly? Yes, boss. It was surprisingly effortless. The factory of Antenna Company resembles a dilapidated warehouse. While there are many workers inside, there are hardly any machines. We could just stroll in and film at will. I even brought back a sample for you to see. Good. This evidence is sufficient, Yang Junjia replied with a smile. He had instructed his associate to gather these pieces of evidence last night, and to his astonishment, his associate returned with so much within a single night. Others may not understand the purpose of these antenna frames, but as a man from the future, he was well aware of their significance. Once he elaborated on them in his written content, Yang Junjia believed that the report would hasten the demise of Antenna Company even before it collapsed on its own. However, he planned to wait a few more days before releasing this report, timing it for when the Antenna Company's physical product hit the market. Only then could he hold Chen Weiming accountable for commercial fraud and illegal fundraising, among other charges. The accumulation of these offenses, coupled with the ensuing fallout from the collapse of Antenna shares, which resulted in substantial investor losses and even fatalities, would be enough to condemn Chen Weiming to a life sentence. As for his son, he would undoubtedly lack the fortune of residing in Stanley. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, the associate said as he prepared to exit. Wait, I need you to investigate the backgrounds of these individuals thoroughly, Yang Junjia instructed, handing over a document containing personal information. The list included Fu Yinzhao, Fu Homin, the stock god Chao Choran, and Li Zhaofu from the Far East Club. Understood, boss. I will take care of it, the associate assured him before departing. Yang Junjia was determined to gather ample evidence against these individuals, preparing for the possibility of deteriorating relations. He already possessed incriminating evidence of Li Zhaofu's illicit dealings with Chen Weiming of Antenna Company, as well as documents showing how he utilized his position to facilitate favorable conditions for the company. Yet, this was still insufficient. Yang Junjia needed more substantial evidence to ensure that once relations with Li Zhaofu reached an irreparable state, he could deliver a decisive blow that would leave no chance for recovery, aiming for a sentence of at least 500 years. Otherwise, under the current laws of Hong Kong, with a bit of money and connections, coupled with good behavior, he could easily secure a reduced sentence, potentially being released within a year or so. This would render Yang Junjia's considerable efforts to bring down Li Zhaofu utterly futile. Furthermore, once Li Zhaofu was released, given the Li family's influence in Hong Kong, he would be creating a formidable enemy for himself. Yang Junjia was not foolish enough to make such a mistake. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone. Hello, Broker Li, this is Yang Junjia. Are you busy at the moment? Hello, Yang. I currently have nothing on my plate. Good. I need you to assist me with something. I will have my secretary fax the information to you. All right, Yang. Subsequently, Yang Junjia diligently prepared the materials he intended to send to Li Guofeng. He also needed to make a trip to Everlasting Bank to finalize a loan transaction, transferring funds to his contacts in Tokyo for purchasing goods. Although his capital would soon be replenished, he could not afford to wait, as the other party would not grant him additional time for payment. Reluctantly, he had to resort to a loan. Simultaneously, he needed to visit Waki Bank to inform Manzini that they could proceed. At that moment, at the entrance of the Far East Club, welcome to all media personnel and friends present. This press conference by Antenna Company is convened to address the fluctuations in Antenna shares from yesterday. Furthermore, we will announce a significant development. Yesterday, there were shareholders who sold off antenna shares, and I understand that this has caused considerable anxiety among many investors. However, I assure you all that there is no cause for concern regarding Antenna Company, as I have already repurchased the shares held by that shareholder last night. Applause erupts. Chen Weiming's emphatic assurances genuinely instilled confidence in many investors present, prompting spontaneous applause in support of him. Chairman Chen, we believe in you. Indeed. We trust you and are certain that the stock of Tianxian will continue to soar. Go, Chairman Chen. The sudden chorus of support from a multitude of investors outside brought an unexpected delight to Chen Weiming, who turned to smile at the shareholders. Thank you all for your support. I also have some good news to share with everyone. I hereby announce that Tianxian Company's high-tech products have commenced mass production as of yesterday and will soon be unveiled to the public. Yes, that's wonderful. Finally, the high-tech products that all of Hong Kong has been eagerly anticipating are about to hit the market. It seems my earlier concerns about Tianxian being a shell company were unfounded. Since Chairman Chen has the audacity to announce this, it must be true. I can finally rest easy. Yes, I feel relieved as well. Applause resonated throughout the venue, and various positive discussions began to surface. With this announcement from Chen Weiming, the atmosphere turned exceedingly vibrant. Were Yang Junjie to be present, he would undoubtedly envy Chen Weiming for garnering such unwavering trust from investors in what many perceive to be a shell company, an accomplishment not easily achieved. Chairman Chen, when will the product officially go on sale? Is there a confirmed date? A reporter inquired. The product will be officially launched on February 1st. You may pre-order at designated points of Tianxian Company and pay a deposit. On the 1st, we will commence unified installations, replied Chairman Chen. Could you elaborate on the nature of the high-tech products from Tianxian Company and their functions? Additionally, what prices can we expect once the products are on the shelves? Upon hearing this, Chen Weiming smiled and said, please do not rush. There will be a product introduction meeting on January 31st where all details will be disclosed. Well then, this concludes today's press conference. Thank you all for your support. After finishing his remarks with a confident smile, Chen Weiming departed, unperturbed by the reporter's attempts to extract further information. Such is the prowess of this individual. He skillfully dangles information to pique public interest, deliberately releasing such news to mitigate the effects of Yang Junjie's stock sell-off. Chapter 77, The Proactive Lucy, Taking Down Yang Junjie. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie remained oblivious to Chen Weiming's press conference. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. The fluctuations of Tianxian's stock price were now entirely irrelevant to him. His sole focus was to expedite the exposure of Tianxian Company's fraudulent activities, ensuring Chen Weiming's swift apprehension and subsequent confinement for life in Stanley Prison. Mission accomplished. Yang Junjie set down his pen, picked up his notebook, and reviewed its contents. It contained merely an article, as Yang Junjie intended to release some negative reports about Tianxian Company, hoping that those who hesitated would promptly liquidate their holdings. This was the extent of his capabilities at present. Please fax this to this number, Yang Junjie instructed his secretary before leaving the company. Where are you headed, boss? Today. A different driver was assigned. Both the monkey and Hidaju had been dispatched by Yang Junjie to investigate matters. Let's head to the headquarters of Yongxing Bank. Understood, boss. Moments later, Yang Junjie walked directly into the chairman's office at Yongxing Bank. Hello, Grandpa Gua. I'm here to sign and collect the loan funds. You little rascal. Take a seat. Gua Yongxing's demeanor turned serious upon his arrival. Yang Junjie surmised that Gua was likely seeking answers regarding the incident that transpired at the Fu family gathering last night. Do you know why I asked you to take Anren to the Fu family's daughter's birthday party? Gua Yongxing queried. Yang Junjie immediately deduced that Gua Yongxing aimed to expand his social network through this opportunity, allowing him to experience more activities within these circles. Grandpa Gua, you want me to meet more people from these circles, don't you? Yang Junjie responded. Gua Yongxing nodded. Since you understand, how could you allow such an incident to occur? Yang Junjie regarded Gua Yongxing, uncertain of how much he knew about the previous night's events. Perhaps he was only aware that Yang Junjie and Anren had offended the Fu family and crossed the Li family, without grasping the full context of the situation. Grandpa Gua, have you comprehended the circumstances surrounding last night's events? Upon hearing Yang Junjie's question and observing his serious expression, Gua Yongxing seemed to sense that the matter might deviate from his understanding. Please recount the entire sequence of events from last night. Gua Yongxing refrained from immediately confronting Yang Junjie. He was not unreasonable. Earlier, he had indeed received calls from the Fu and Li families, expressing their discontent with Yang Junjie's lack of decorum and arrogance, claiming he was unfit to become a son-in-law of the Gua family. However, he was unaware of the complete story from the previous night. Thus he initially assumed Yang Junjie was simply young and reckless, oblivious to the potential offense he had caused. Yet now, in his conversation with Yang Junjie, he sensed that the matter might be more complicated than it appeared. Grandpa Gua, here's the situation. A few minutes later, Yang Junjie recounted the events of the previous night in detail. What? This Fu Yinzhao has truly lost his senses. When did our Guo family ever agree to marry our granddaughter to the Fu family? This is utterly absurd. Guo Yongsheng exclaimed in anger, his brow furrowing in thought. After grasping the situation, Guo Yongsheng realized that Fu Yinzhao had deliberately sought trouble. As for why Li Zhaofu had chosen to provoke Yang Junjie, he surmised it was due to the issues surrounding Tianxian Company, which had led Li Zhaofu to target him. Guo Yongsheng was resolute in his support for Yang Junjie in light of these events. Although the Guo family's assets paled in comparison to the Fu family's, the current Fu family was not the same as it had been under the late Fu Laoro. The Li family, too, had lost its former prominence. Guo Yongsheng believed he still possessed some connections that could be leveraged. He would not fear either family. Furthermore, the primary reason for his support lay with his granddaughter. Guo Yanren, hearing Yang Junjie recount the events from the previous night and discovering that his granddaughter had displayed such boldness surprised him. He was well aware of her character. Though she could be headstrong and willful, she understood propriety. For her to act so defiantly in public indicated that she had been pushed to her limits. Thus, Guo Yongsheng could empathize with the pressure Yang Junjie and his granddaughter had faced the previous night. Jie, I will handle this matter. But you must exercise caution in the meantime. The Fu family is not as simple as they appear. You know well how they have risen to prominence. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse, and I worry that Fu Yinzhao may entertain ulterior motives. Moreover, Li Zhaofu is widely recognized as petty and vengeful. Many people in various circles avoid confronting him due to the Li family's influence, so you must remain vigilant. Yang Junjie nodded in response. Grandpa Guo, rest assured, I will prioritize my safety. Very well, I understand that your company is currently in a developmental phase, which must keep you quite busy. Here is the check. You should head back promptly. All right, I will take my leave now. Go ahead. After Yang Junjie departed, a fierce anger manifested on Guo Yongsheng's face. You, Fu Yinzhao, dare to set your sights on my granddaughter. He then picked up the phone. The recipient of his call remaining unknown. Yang Junjie, without hesitation, drove directly to the headquarters of Waki Bank on Hong Kong Island. Hello. Is General Manager Monsi in the office? He inquired upon arriving at the lobby. Having frequented Waki Bank, the receptionist recognized him almost immediately. Yes, Mr. Yang, she replied. Thank you. He then proceeded straight into Waki Bank. As he approached the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Yang, you're here. Hello, Lucy. Although their meeting was tinged with a hint of awkwardness, they found themselves with plenty to discuss. Are you here to see Monsi? Yes. I need to discuss a few matters with him. Okay, let me take you up, she offered. Thank you. Once inside the elevator, Lucy turned to Yang with an affectionate gaze. Yang, do you dislike me? After a moment of silence, Yang shook his head. Miss Lucy, you're overthinking it. I do not harbor any dislike towards you, but we... Before he could finish his sentence, Lucy leaned in and sealed his lips with hers, catching him completely off guard. Yang, being a man of flesh and blood, was not devoid of feelings. Faced with the unexpected situation, he gradually lost his composure and began to reciprocate Lucy's affections. The two became oblivious to their surroundings, passionately expressing their feelings within the confines of the elevator, disregarding the world around them. However, this was the Waki Bank branch, and each floor was frequented by employees who were astonished to witness the scene unfold. OMG. Is that stunning Lucy from the business department? It seems so. And that man appears to be one of the company's recent major clients, quite familiar with the general manager. This is utterly insane. But isn't Lucy under the general manager's wing? I recall he has always taken special care of her. Indeed, this is common knowledge throughout the department. The general manager not only looks after her, but also fiercely protects her. But now, let's not gossip. Though they feigned disinterest, the next moment, they rushed back to their desks, instantly spreading the word. Before long, the entire Waki Bank branch was abuzz with the news. Even before Yang and Lucy had exited the elevator, employees on dozens of floors were already aware of the incident. Yang, please don't push me away, okay? Yang gently brushed his lips with his fingers before reaching out to caress Lucy's delicate face. You are the daughter of Sanford Will, a major shareholder of Waki Bank, right? Aren't you concerned that your father will disapprove of our relationship? Upon hearing this, Lucy furrowed her brow, quickly realizing why Yang had previously hesitated to accept her. A joyful smile blossomed on her face. Oh, so you were worried about this all along, which is why you were reluctant to be with me. Yang nodded without reservation. OMG, you're such a fool. My father is a very open-minded person. He wouldn't interfere in the choices we make in our lives. Rest assured. Really? Yang asked, somewhat incredulous. Of course. My two older brothers are not involved in the family business, and my father has never meddled in their choices, allowing them to pursue the careers they desire. The same goes for him. The family business is managed entirely by hired professionals. For example, the CEO of Waki Bank is not my father. Yang chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Lucy, I must tell you something else. I have another girlfriend. Lucy smiled at him. Oh, I already know that. I also heard you recently reconciled with the granddaughter of the chairman of Yongxing Bank, didn't you? You know? Of course. You are the first person to ignite feelings in me. I am well aware of your affairs. By the way, I also know about what transpired at the banquet last night. Would you like me to have Monsi handle it, or should I teach that family a lesson? Lucy inquired. Yang quickly shook his head. Lucy, I will handle this matter myself. It's nothing to worry about. Okay, then let us go. Lucy took Yang's hand eagerly, walking boldly through the office area, completely unconcerned about the opinions of others. They continued hand in hand into Monsi's office, which left other employees bewildered. They had always assumed Lucy was Monsi's partner, but it appeared they were mistaken. Chapter 78. Preparing to depart for Tokyo to discuss cooperation, you two. Monsi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yang and Lucy enter hand in hand. While he was aware of Lucy's feelings for Yang, witnessing them together still astonished him. Monsi, Yang is now my boyfriend, as you can see, Lucy declared. Oh, congratulations to you both. Thank you, Monsi. It was you who brought Lucy into my life. Haha, Yang, I cannot take credit for that. It was merely fate that brought you together. However, I must admit that your union surpasses my expectations. I still remember how Lucy felt about you in the beginning. All right, Monsi, you're talking too much, Lucy interjected, knowing what he was about to say. Remembering her initial misconceptions about Yang, Lucy couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, Yang, you came to see me today regarding the Chun family's situation, correct? Monsi asked. Yang nodded affirmatively. I've sold all my shares in Tianxian. You are free to take action against the Chun family. Is there anything you need me to do? No, Yang. Let me handle this. I need to report to Lucy's father, Monsi replied. Okay, I want to involve myself in this, but when can you take action? Yang inquired directly. He trusted that with Monsi's involvement, the Chun family would not last long. Given their personalities, he knew they would not spare him after the incident with the Tianxian stock. Thus, Yang planned to strike first, ensuring they had no opportunity to retaliate against him. Although he was not overly concerned with his own safety, he worried about the potential repercussions for his parents and siblings. Yang, wait for the news tomorrow morning, Monsi said, unafraid of Yang knowing his plans. As they were in the same boat, if anything were to happen to Monsi, Yang would also suffer, which is why he was open about his strategy. Having witnessed Yang's character in the past, Monsi trusted him completely. All right then, I'll head back now. I look forward to hearing good news from you. Yang, aren't we having lunch together? No, Mr. Monsi, Lucy, I have a flight to Tokyo at 1 p.m. to discuss some matters regarding raw materials. So I want to be able to join you for lunch. You're going to Tokyo today? Lucy asked, her face lighting up with excitement. Yang, unsure of her enthusiasm, nodded in response. Ha ha ha, you two are indeed fated. Lucy is also heading to the Tokyo branch today to represent her father at a meeting. Why not go together? Yes. What time is your flight? I will have someone change it, Lucy inquired. At 1:25 p.m., Tokyo Airport. All right, let us go. Yang, I wish to visit your company, Lucy said, linking her arm with Yang Junjia as she tugged him away. Mr. Manzini, we shall take our leave now. Goodbye, Yang. Farewell, Mr. Manzini watched with a smile as Yang Junjia and Lucy departed, and after a moment's pause, he suddenly recalled something. Oh my goodness, I completely forgot. The boss specifically instructed me to keep a close watch on Lucy and report any developments. What should I do now? Manzini was bewildered. He didn't know how to approach the boss regarding Lucy's relationship. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately picked up the phone to call Lucy's father. Meanwhile, on Yang Junjia's end, after Lucy arranged for someone to switch to the same flight as him, they left Waki Bank together. Yang, do I need to meet your two girlfriends and clarify things with them? Lucy casually asked, seemingly indifferent to Yang Junjia's other romantic entanglements. Lucy, let me find an opportunity to address it with them first. After all, our girls might find such matters difficult to accept. All right, I trust you can handle it, Yang. You know, I'm truly happy today to finally be with you. I really love you. I've been going a bit mad lately. Lucy unabashedly expressed her affection for Yang Junjia, perhaps due to cultural differences, as she lacked the subtlety often seen in Eastern cultures. Love is to be spoken openly. Lucy, I promise to cherish you moving forward. I will remain with you all until old age, never depart. I believe in you. At that moment, Manzini was on the line, trembling with anxiety. He was currently engaged in a tense conversation with Lucy's father, Sanford Will, and the pressure from the other end was palpable. The time difference between the United States and Hong Kong was approximately 12 hours. It was around 10 a.m. in Hong Kong, while it was approximately 10 p.m. in America. Manzini, are you saying Lucy is in a relationship? Are you certain? Sanford Will's tone turned serious, intensifying Manzini's unease. Yes, boss, I can assure you. As they openly admitted it in my presence. After Manzini spoke, silence enveloped the call, and he dared not disturb the boss's contemplation. After a considerable pause, the boss instructed, resolve the issue regarding the last incident involving Lucy before proceeding. Additionally, send me all the details of anyone associated with Lucy. Remember, I need all information, including any personal data. Do you understand? Yes, boss. Rest assured. All right, that will be all. The line went dead, and Manzini finally exhaled in relief. Yang. I'm sorry. He felt compelled to report on Yang Junjia, knowing that failing to do so could be fatal for him. With Lucy's protection over Yang, he believed he would be safe, which influenced his decision to report. He then pondered how to handle the matter concerning the previous attack on them, and how to investigate Yang Junjia's background. To be honest, at that moment, Manzini wished he could connect Lucy and Yang Junjia, so they could clarify matters with the boss themselves, sparing him the trouble of investigation. He genuinely wished to befriend Yang Junjia, and did not want this situation to create a rift between them. Yet, he ultimately refrained from speaking up. Time swiftly passed, and it soon became 12:30 p.m. Yang Junjia left 2 bodyguards to discreetly protect his family, while the other bodyguards accompanied them, as security was paramount in unfamiliar territory. Accompanying them were Gan Qinglin and Yang Xian, while Lucy and her party had already arrived at the airport. The previous day, Gan Qinglin had contacted several circuit board manufacturing factories in Tokyo, and today they were there to inspect the quality of the products for potential orders. If the quality met his requirements, he could quickly confirm an order for long-term collaboration. However, they were not experts in this field, and thus brought Yang Xian along for his professional insight. Mr. Gan, have you had someone monitor the processing factories? Yang Junjia inquired. Yes, I've instructed the marketing manager to keep an eye on it. But Chairman, do we really need to enter this industry ourselves? It requires substantial investment and has considerable limitations, Gan Qinglin expressed. Mr. Gan, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, these factories must be established. Perhaps they are not urgently needed now, but you will come to understand in due time. Remember this, relying on others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. We must be prepared for any eventuality, so we do not find ourselves in a position of vulnerability. Gan Qinglin nodded in acknowledgement. Although he did not entirely grasp Yang Junjia's approach, he chose not to press further. After all, Yang Junjia was the chairman. He could offer suggestions, but should not repeatedly undermine his boss's decisions. Such behavior is a significant workplace faux pas. Chapter 79, Taking Subordinates on an Adventure. With a flight time of approximately 4 hours, by around 5:40 p.m., Yang Junjia and his companions arrived at Tokyo International Airport. Lucy, where are you staying? Let me take you there first, Yang Junjia asked. He certainly wished to stay with Lucy, but he understood that her purpose for visiting Tokyo was important, and he did not want to hinder her tasks. After all, their relationship had been confirmed, and they would have ample time together in the future. A few short days should not matter. Though reluctant, he prioritized her business. However, upon hearing Yang Junjia's words, Lucy smiled and replied, Yang, I've arranged for a driver to pick us up. Come, I'll take you to your hotel first. Yang Junjia and the others followed her gaze, and indeed spotted several cars parked by the roadside. All right, I almost forgot your status, Yang Junjia chuckled. They followed Lucy to the vehicles, and after a 30-minute drive, they arrived at the pre-booked hotel. Lucy, which hotel are you staying at? I will come find you once I finish my business, Yang Junjia asked. Yang, I forgot to mention, I canceled the original hotel reservation, so I. Yang Junjia smiled at her words, taking her hand and leading her into the hotel lobby. Lucy was being quite forward, and if he failed to understand her intentions and let her slip away, he would be a fool. With Yang Junjia pulling her inside, Lucy wore a sweet smile, tinged with a hint of shyness. Despite being a Western woman raised in a relatively open environment, this was her first romantic relationship, and she had never experienced such moments before, thus feeling bashful. After all, she was still a woman. After obtaining the room key, Yang Junjia shared the room numbers with Gan Qinglin and the others. Everyone, let's take a brief rest. We will gather in the lobby around 7 p.m. for dinner. Understood. Chairman. He then took Lucy back to his room. As soon as they entered, Yang Junjia dropped his luggage and eagerly embraced Lucy, slightly bending down to rest his head against hers. Lucy readily complied, closing her eyes and sporting a gentle smile, awaiting Yang Junjia's affection. Their soft lips met, and the two passionately exchanged their love, from the entrance to the walls, and finally to the sofa. In a mere moment, scraps of disheveled fabric cascaded to the floor, transforming the once immaculate room into utter chaos. A few minutes later, accompanied by a pained scream from Lucy, at that very moment, melodious singing filled the room. A sound akin to what? I am at a loss for words. I implore my companions to elaborate. It was from this moment onward that the two of them truly became allies. An hour later, Lucy, do you need to take a shower? Yang Junjia asked as he emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair. Lucy shook her head. Not just yet. I can hardly move right now. Yang Junjia chuckled at her response. All right then, take a short rest. You needn't join us for dinner later. I will bring something back for you. Okay, I'll rest for a bit. Sleep well. Yang Junjia continued into the bathroom, drying his hair and organizing the luggage he and Lucy had brought. It was around 6:50 p.m. when he finally changed clothes. After dressing, he walked over and planted a gentle kiss on Lucy's forehead, who was resting. I'm going out to dinner with them. You take care of yourself. Okay, go on, and don't disturb me. Yang Junjie smiled, adjusted his outfit, and exited the room. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Gan Qinglin and the others were already waiting for him. Chairman, is Miss Lucy not joining us for dinner? Gan Qinglin inquired with curiosity. She is quite tired and resting. I'll pack some food for her to eat later. Very well, let us be on our way. Lucy had arranged for her driver to leave 2 cars for Yang Junjie's use, as they did not possess local driving licenses. They opted to keep the driver as well. Excuse me, Yang Jun, where shall we head? The driver asked. Take us to a well-known dining spot in Tokyo. I wish to experience the local flavor, Yang Junjie responded. Having previously visited this locale, he conversed effortlessly with the driver. All right, everyone please take your seats. I need to drive now, the driver politely reminded them. After about 10 minutes, the driver brought them to a tavern. Yang Jun, this tavern is quite renowned. While it may not be a high-end restaurant, many wealthy and famous individuals dine here. I hope you will enjoy it as well. Thank you for your patience in the car, Yang Junjie acknowledged. You are too kind, Yang Jun. This is my job. Please enjoy your dinner. The driver replied with a nod. Monkey, you come with me. The others can dine separately. Understood, boss. Subsequently, Yang Junjie and his party entered the tavern, which, in our country, offered much more than just drinks, akin to the dining halls of Hong Kong. Inside, they found sushi, sashimi, rice, dishes, and numerous local specialties to savor. Excuse me, esteemed guests, do you have a reservation? No, Yang Junjie replied. Ah, esteemed guests, this way please. Thank you. Once inside the restaurant, Yang Junjie noted an odd atmosphere that felt off-kilter. The garish lighting and flamboyantly dressed waitstaff made him uneasy. Chairman, are you certain this is a place to eat? Yang Xian could not help but ask. How would I know? It's my first time here as well. Perhaps you should inquire yourself. Chairman, it doesn't seem like a simple dining establishment. Should we consider another place? Change. Do you think this is a romantic tavern? You're overthinking it. Though Yang Junjie voiced this dismissively, he too felt uncertain. However, unwilling to waste time seeking another dining venue, he steeled himself against the discomfort. As long as there was food to eat, he cared little for the nature of the establishment. He had no need for any extra services. As for Gan Qinglin and Yang Xian, that was beyond his concern. He would merely cover the bill. Consider it a treat for his subordinates. Esteemed guests, please step inside. They entered a private room, and soon, another eye-catching server entered. Despite her somewhat garish appearance, her beauty was undeniable, and her attire was undeniably alluring. If this was the tavern owner's marketing strategy, Yang Junjie would award them a high score of 90. The remaining 10 points were deducted due to the fabric she wore. Excuse me, esteemed guests, is this your first time dining at our tavern? Yes, it is. Wonderful. Allow me to explain our package services and exquisite dishes. Thank you for your assistance. We offer 3 tiers of packages, and esteemed guests may refer to the menu. The pricing varies with the different packages, and the service staff differ accordingly. You may choose as you wish. The cuisine requires separate selection. Wait, are the package options for the individuals accompanying us during the meal? Yang Junjie directly inquired. Indeed, esteemed guest, you are correct. Hearing the server's words, Yang Junjie and his companions shared a knowing smile. It seemed the driver was indeed a seasoned guide, well aware of the intricacies involved. Beside him, Gan Qinglin chuckled wryly. Chairman, is it still possible to switch to another place for dinner? I fear it may be too late. What should we do then? Are we really going to have someone accompany us for dinner? Look, the sign states that the service includes feeding us, along with options for hot spring spa treatments and health massages. Yang Xian could not continue reading, as they all understood our language. Haha, never mind, when in Rome. Do as the Romans do. Let us treat ourselves today. Yang Junjie had already grasped the nature of the tavern. Although he had never experienced it personally, he had heard enough tales to know what to expect. He was curious to see what services might render someone utterly captivated. Bring us the 3 finest packages, along with some signature dishes to satisfy our hunger, and a bottle of this wine. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. In less than 5 minutes, the service staff for the packages arrived, and upon seeing them, Yang Junjie was thoroughly impressed. This establishment certainly possessed the allure to entice a multitude of patrons. The mere faces of the servers could draw a crowd willing to spend. Chapter 81. Chun Jiejun met his demise. The following morning, Yang Junjie and his companions rose early to visit various semiconductor circuit board companies for comparisons. They had contacted 4 companies in total, and would assess which offered the best prices and quality parts. In Tokyo, they arrived at their first destination, Matsumoto Semiconductor Company, a reputable semiconductor manufacturing firm. Established in 1951, while not a household name in our country, the company possessed considerable strength. The parent group primarily engaged in electrical production and retail, with semiconductor development being just one of its many ventures. Chairman, Although this company is not large, the quality of their circuit boards is commendable. Many local electronics firms collaborate with them. Ganqing Lin informed Yang Junjie. Let us gather some information first. Agreed. Please enter. I have an appointment at 8:30. And it's nearly time. Let's proceed. Upon entering the company, Yang Junjie and his companions were escorted to the conference room to await their meeting. Shortly thereafter, a manager arrived to greet them. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Matsumoto Semiconductor Company. I am Sakata Koyaro. May I inquire which of you is Mr. Gon? Hello, President Sakata. I am Ganqing Lin, the one you have been in contact with. This gentleman is Mr. Yang Junjie, the chairman of our company. Greetings, Mr. Yang. Welcome to Matsumoto Company. Please, take a seat. Mr. Yang, Mr. Gon, we can manufacture the circuit boards you described over the phone, but I am curious as to the nature of your business. Is your headquarters located in Hong Kong? President Sakata, our company is newly established, primarily engaged in the research and development of electronic products. Indeed, our headquarters is in Hong Kong, but our primary manufacturing regions are in Singapore and Taiwan. Ah, I see. I had my suspicions, as Hong Kong is rather small and not suited for large-scale factories. However, I must inquire about the volume of your order so we can prepare accordingly. To be candid, President Sakata, our company requires a substantial quantity this time, certainly over 100,000 sets, perhaps even more. Given such a large order, we will certainly offer you a favorable price, so rest assured. Thank you for your consideration, President Sakata. However, may we visit your factory to learn more about your circuit boards? Yang Junjie inquired, since this was merely their first visit. Even if the quality here was satisfactory and the prices reasonable, he would not immediately commit to signing a contract. It was essential to compare multiple options before determining whether they were getting a fair deal. What he had mentioned about needing at least 100,000 circuit boards was already the minimum he was willing to disclose. In his budget plan, after the launch of the mobile phone, he anticipated selling at least 10,000 units in a short time, and on a global scale, he would need to sell over 100,000 units within a month, aiming for over 1 million units in a year. Of course, the more, the better. However, everything depends on the initial sales performance, as the mobile phone will not be affordable for the average consumer at such high prices. Selling 1 million units globally would indeed satisfy Yang Junjie. Certainly. I will take you on a tour of the factory right away. After approximately a 30-minute drive, Yang Junjie and his companions finally arrived at the factory. Upon entering, Yang Xian immediately took out his instruments to begin assessing the quality of the circuit boards. This task was solely his responsibility, as neither he nor Ganqing Lin possessed the expertise. President Sakata, how many circuit boards can your factory produce daily? If I place an order for 100,000 units, how long will it take for all of them to be delivered? Yang Junjie asked. He indeed only intended to order about 100,000 units for the first batch. Even if the mobile phone's development succeeded, he would produce a maximum of 100,000 units. After all, the manufacturing costs for the mobile phone were exceedingly high, with each unit estimated to cost close to 10,000 HKD, inclusive of taxes, labor, and shipping expenses. Thus, with such high costs, he would also need to allocate funds for advertising and commissions for sales agents. Consequently, even if the mobile phone were priced at around 25,000 HKD, the actual profit margin would barely reach 10,000 HKD per unit. Producing 100,000 units would mean a cost estimate of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, which far exceeded his financial budget. He might even need to take out a loan. Mr. Yang, if our factory operates at full capacity, we can produce over 10,000 units daily. However, I may not solely produce for one company, meaning that if your company places an order for 100,000 units, it would take us approximately 3 months to complete the production. Yang Junjie nodded in agreement. 3 months was an acceptable time frame, and he believed that within a few months, Yang Xian and Chun Xiaoqiang would not be able to develop the mobile phone that quickly. Thank you, President Sakata. Following this, Yang Junjie accompanied Sakata Koyaro on a tour of the factory's various production processes. About half an hour later, Yang Xian completed his evaluation and approached Yang Junjie, stating, Chairman, the quality here is quite satisfactory. Yang Junjie nodded in acknowledgement, and with Yang Xian's confirmation, he felt ready to discuss the next steps. President Sakata, if I decide to place an order here, could you tell me what price you would offer? Yang Junjie inquired. This aspect was crucial. If the order price was exorbitant, then no matter how excellent the product quality, Yang Junjie would have to decline. He needed to be prudent with his finances, especially since he would require funds for various future expenditures, and the cost associated with ordering chips would truly be burdensome unless he could find semi-finished products to develop and process himself, which was nearly impossible. Who would be foolish enough to sell chips in such a manner? Mr. Yang, would it be convenient for us to discuss this further at our company? Sakata Koyaro invited. Yang Junjie understood his implication, Yet he was fully aware that today was about comparing offers. How could he give them an opportunity to negotiate the deal? President Sakata, I must apologize and be frank with you. We have also scheduled meetings with several other semiconductor companies, and time is of the essence. We are primarily here to compare options. As the saying goes, one must compare three merchants. Yang Junjie replied honestly. I see. Indeed, such a large order requires careful comparison. Here's what I propose. If your company places an order with us, I can request the most favorable price from the chairman on your behalf. And what might that be? Sakata Koiro raised a finger and replied, 10,000 RMB per set, but this price is contingent upon a minimum order of 100,000 sets. As of February 1973, according to the latest exchange rates published by the Hong Kong government, $1 exchange for 5,085 HKD, and $1 exchange for 266 renminbi. Thus, approximately 51 Hong Kong dollars could be exchanged for 266 renminbi, making the cost of 10,000 RMB per circuit board equivalent to just over 200 Hong Kong dollars. Therefore, for an order of 100,000 sets, the total price would be around 20 million Hong Kong dollars, which indeed fell within Yang Junjie's budget. In this era of technological scarcity, particularly regarding semiconductor materials, it was not that resources were limited, but rather that skilled personnel capable of producing high-quality circuit boards were rare and costly. Unlike in later times, when outdated circuit boards were sold to scrap dealers by weight for mere pennies, such practices were inconceivable in this age. Thank you very much, President Sakata, for your hospitality today. We will be in touch once we make our decision. Mr. Yang, I hope we can become sincere business partners. I look forward to your return. Arigato, Yang Junjie said as he shook hands with Sakata Koiro before departing. It was now around 10 a.m., leaving them ample time to proceed to the next potential partner. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, chaos had erupted following a sensational news report that morning. The Hong Kong Daily News reported, confirmed by our publication, at approximately 1 a.m. last night. Mr. Chen Jiejun, son of the chairman of the antenna company, was officially identified as the victim of a fatal drunk driving incident, aged 26. A female passenger, aged 20 and of Korean nationality, who was a hostess, was also present at the scene. The incident transpired on the stretch of Queens Road East and Central, where Mr. Chen entered the nightclub Lon Kwai Fong, Golden Years, around 10 p.m. to gather with friends. During this time, our reporters interviewed friends who were present with Mr. Chen, confirming that he indeed consumed a considerable quantity of foreign spirits that evening. Subsequently, in the early hours of the following day, inebriated, he departed the nightclub with a female companion, and after a driving mishap, collided with a roadside barrier. By the time health department personnel arrived, both individuals in the vehicle had already succumbed to respiratory failure. Below is the response from Chun Weiming, the chairman of the antenna company, following the incident involving his son, Chen Jiejun. The report by the Hong Kong Daily, sprawling thousands of words, elaborated on the events leading to Chun Jiejun's misfortune, as well as his indiscretions during his lifetime. Along with a comprehensive account of Chun Weiming's responses, the coverage even detailed Chun Weiming's solitary existence and lifestyle in the United States, supported by substantial evidence. Concurrently, other newspapers echoed similar content, resulting in a widespread dissemination of the news akin to a gust of wind. Within mere hours, the entirety of Hong Kong was informed. The antenna company has recently emerged as one of the most formidable entities in Hong Kong, with its affairs making headlines almost daily. Notably, the company's stock has witnessed an extraordinary surge, increasing nearly 20-fold within a month. With the chairman's son now embroiled in scandal, it was inevitable that such revelations would ignite a maelstrom of gossip throughout the region. The publication of this report brought mixed emotions. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Those in despair undoubtedly included Chun Weiming and the shareholders and investors of the antenna company, all too aware that the stock would likely suffer repercussions. They could only hope for minimal impact, fervently praying against a catastrophic plunge. Consequently, at 8:30 a.m., coinciding with Yang Junjie's departure to seek business partners, the Hong Kong Island Securities Trading Center and the Far East Club were inundated with stockholders, predominantly those holding shares in the antenna company. Many feared a precipitous decline in stock value and had prepared to liquidate their holdings to safeguard their investments. Indeed, as the exchange opened at 9 a.m., antenna stocks experienced a decline, plummeting by 3 Hong Kong dollars, a first since its listing. This prompted numerous retail investors to capitulate, yet within half an hour, Chun Weiming addressed the situation. Simultaneously, as the market opened, Chun Weiming, grappling with the anguish of losing his son, convened a press conference with all shareholders of the antenna company, assuring investors that within 2 days, when the company's products hit the shelves, all issues would be resolved. Under Chun Weiming's unwavering assurance, the negative impact of the reports and the stock's decline was mitigated, with only a handful of small investors opting to sell. The few shares sold had negligible effect on the antenna company. Following the press conference, Chen Weiming swiftly arranged for the acquisition of all scattered shares available in the market, effectively quelling the situation. Shortly thereafter, at 10 a.m., the antenna company announced that its cutting-edge products would officially debut in the ballroom of the Peak Hotel at 9:30 a.m. the following day. This announcement led to a gradual recovery in the stock's performance, with an observable upward trend beginning to take shape, alleviating the concerns of investors. Having addressed these pressing matters, Chen Weiming returned home to conduct his son's funeral. With only himself and his son in the Chen family, and lacking other relatives, Chen Weiming disregarded the customary grief of a parent burying a child. He personally welcomed mourners at the wake. Although he maintained a facade of strength, the loss of his son had undeniably dimmed his former vigor. Gazing at his son's photograph hanging in the funeral parlor, tears welled in Chen Weiming's eyes. Ultimately, he could blame no one but himself for his son's tragic fate, attributing it to his misguided upbringing that fostered a hubristic character, leading to conflicts with the wrong individuals. It seemed to him a form of retribution. At that moment, an individual entered the wake and approached Chen Weiming. "Sir, we have conducted a thorough investigation into the vehicle and the events surrounding Mr. Chen that night. There are no discrepancies. It appears to be a mere accident." Upon hearing this report, Chen Weiming's sorrow deepened. Had his son been a victim of foul play, he would have found motivation for vengeance. However, the absence of such a catalyst left him bereft of an outlet for his anguish. How could he possibly uncover the truth? Despite his recent prominence, he remained far beneath the level of Manzini, the general manager of the Waki Bank. Thus, under Mancini's careful orchestration, it was improbable that he would uncover any veracity. Meanwhile, at Waki Bank, General Manager Manzini observed the morning's reports with a smirk. He soon picked up the phone to inform Lucy that the matter had been resolved and that he could report back to the higher-ups, while also relaying the information to Yang Junjie, ensuring they were all apprised of the situation. However, thousands of miles away in Tokyo, Yang Junjie was preoccupied with business dealings, making it unlikely for Manzini to locate him. Chapter 82. Once the premier financial conglomerate of our country, Furong Group. Meanwhile, Yang Junjie was entirely unaware of the significant events unfolding in Hong Kong, and even if he were, he would likely regard it as merely one less matter to contend with, perhaps even chuckling at the irony. After departing from Jingshi Matsumoto Semiconductor Company, they arrived at another semiconductor manufacturing firm in Setagaya after a half-hour journey. Sakuraji Semiconductor Company was the target of Yang Junjie's negotiations. Although this company was relatively new, it was backed by the illustrious Fuji Group, historically the foremost of our country's four major conglomerates, surpassing even Mitsubishi, Mitsui, and Sumitomo in stature. The Fuji Group, formerly known as the Furong Conglomerate, was once so powerful that it could influence the imperial authorities, a testament to its vast reach. However, starting in the 1930s, for reasons unbeknownst to many, the Furong Conglomerate began its decline, with numerous sectors gradually absorbed by the other three major conglomerates, leading to its rebranding as the Fuji Group and a withdrawal from the ranks of the conglomerates, opting for a more subdued development. Although the Fuji Group no longer bore the title of a conglomerate, the adage holds true: a lean camel is still larger than a horse. And the strength possessed by Fuji is not something an ordinary group can rival. At the very least, it stands far above current entities like Toshiba, Panasonic, Sony, and Hitachi. Chairman, the individuals behind this company are from the Fuji Group, a formidable force. Negotiations might prove challenging, given they are not short on funds. The Fuji Group? Yang Junjie pondered, a smile breaking upon his lips that others could not decipher. So, it is an enterprise under the Fuji Group. How intriguing. He then strode confidently into the establishment, contemplating a crucial matter. His future ventures would undoubtedly necessitate entry into our country. However, this particular group was notoriously insular, making it exceedingly difficult for large corporations from regions outside of the U.S. to penetrate their market. Thus, if he were to pursue development here, he would certainly require allies, commercial partners who could assist in sourcing raw materials. The Fuji Group would be the optimal choice. Yang Junjie recalled the deep-seated animosities between the Fuji Group and our country's major conglomerates, having once read a report detailing the events during Tokyo's bubble economy, which implicated the Fuji Group in collusion with Wall Street tycoons, causing significant losses for several conglomerates. Understanding this history, Yang Junjie recognized that collaborating with the Fuji Group would be advantageous for his future endeavors in this region. Certainly, he must express his stance, at the very least revealing the reality of competition with several prominent financial conglomerates. Otherwise, what reason would the Fuji Group have to collaborate with him? Furthermore, in this era, merely having commercial partners is insufficient for one seeking to develop in Tokyo. He must also seek out individuals of considerable influence within our country authorities to provide him with protection. Otherwise, they could easily conjure an excuse to shut him down at any moment. Thus, if he aspires to expand his operations here, it is imperative that he identifies trustworthy partners, both commercially and politically, before daring to establish a branch. Otherwise, any products he wishes to introduce into the country market would necessitate delegating agency rights, which would significantly diminish his profits, a step he would not take unless absolutely necessary. Konnichiwa. May I ask how I can assist you? We are here for business discussions. My name is Gan Lin, hailing from Hong Kong, and I have an appointment with President Shinmuki. Hey, Gan-san, please hold on. I will contact the president for confirmation right away, the receptionist replied politely. Arigato. Gan Lin responded with a smile, even reaching up to stroke his own head, seemingly uncomfortable. Is it possible that Mr. Gan is still feeling the effects of last night's revelries, or perhaps overworked? Hee. Upon hearing this, Gan Lin, along with Yang Xian and the monkey behind him, shared an awkward smile, recalling the events of the previous night. Initially, Yang Junjia had ordered 3 top-tier packages, accompanied by a few enchanting beauties, yet they maintained a reserved demeanor, dining with utmost decorum. They had no intention of indulging in the subsequent services, planning to slip away after their meal. However, after a few drinks, they underestimated the potency of the establishment's fine wines, gradually losing themselves and, spurred on by Yang Junjia's taunts, eventually let loose, fully embracing the experience. They indulged in every service that came with the package, only to be retrieved by Yang Junjia the following morning from the designated onsen hotel, resulting in an unforgettable night. Yang Junjia, having dined, discreetly slipped away to spend time with his beautiful girlfriend, leaving only a bodyguard to wait for the 3 of them. Chairman, let's refrain from discussing this topic further. I am, after all, in a committed relationship, Gan Lin said with a wry smile. Yang Xian and the monkey remained silent, their expressions suggesting they were still savoring the experience. This was understandable. Yang Xian was the type of individual who immersed himself in technological research, often spending every waking hour in the laboratory, leaving little time to pursue a romantic partner. Moreover, it is commonly known that many tech-savvy men tend to lag behind in matters of love. Thus, it was only natural for them to exhibit such reflective expressions upon experiencing such services for the first time. The monkey, too, while appearing astute, had never been seen with a girlfriend, perhaps believing himself unworthy of the girls from Hong Kong. Yang Junjia had sensed his awkwardness and inexperience, realizing he had never tasted the delights of romantic pleasures. He sometimes regretted letting these 2 innocent souls squander their time in such an environment. However, perhaps it was for the best to expose them to a little guidance, helping them understand that life is not solely about work, and that love can bring a different kind of joy, rendering life far more vibrant. Dear guests, the president is calling for you. A stunning beauty emerged from within, inviting Yang Junjia and the others inside. Arigato. Soon, they were seated in the conference room, where an elder soon arrived. Irashames. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Shinmuki Ippon, President Shinmuki. Konnichiwa. I am Gan Lin, the one who contacted you. Yash. Gankuin. Konnichiwa. Allow me to introduce you to our company's chairman, Mr. Yang Junjia. Yash. Yankuin. Konnichiwa. President Shinmuki, you are too kind. Please, everyone, have a seat. Once seated, Gan Lin promptly delved into the subject at hand, eager to expedite the confirmation of their discussions. Among the 4 semiconductor companies, both he and Yang Junjia had their sights set on this Sakura company. Gan Lin valued the company not only for its formidable strength, but also for its chip research and manufacturing capabilities, which might facilitate deeper collaboration in the future, sparing them the need to waste time seeking other chip manufacturers. Yang Junjia was drawn to partner with Sakura due to the backing of the Fuji Group, hoping that initial collaboration would help forge a relationship beneficial for his company's future entry into the country market. Gankuin, I understand your requirements for circuit boards, and I assure you we can manufacture them without issue. I dare assert that our Sakura circuit boards are second to none in the country, and no semiconductor company would claim otherwise. This is a widely acknowledged fact. Our company exports no fewer than 1 million circuit boards annually, and many groups in Western Europe solely recognize the Sakura brand, so you can rest assured. Given that the Shinmuki company had ready circuit boards on hand, he confidently made this assertion. President Shinmuki, we are certainly aware of this, but we are curious about the price for the customized circuit boards we requested. Gan Lin inquired again. Although Sakura was their primary choice for collaboration, decisions would ultimately hinge on pricing. Moreover, they had previously learned that the Matsumoto company's circuit boards met their primary needs, so they were not in pursuit of perfection. Satisfactory quality would suffice. Gankuin. May I inquire how many sets you ultimately anticipate ordering? Initially, we would require around 100,000 sets for the first batch, and depending on product sales, potentially more thereafter. Yash, since you are a major client, we will certainly provide you with the most favorable pricing. Here is my proposal for the customized circuit boards assessed by our professionals. The cost is considerable. If you can confirm today, I can offer them to you at 11,000 yuan per set. What do you think? Yang Junjie and Gan Qinglin exchanged knowing smiles. President Shinmuki, prior to visiting your esteemed company, we had already approached the Matsumoto company, and I must say, your price exceeds our budget significantly. Gan Qinglin stood up, firmly declining the offer. Nanny, please, hold on. Dear guests, let us discuss this. Since you have already visited the Matsumoto company, please share their pricing, and I will seek approval from the chairman. Furthermore, Gankuen, you should know our circuit board quality surpasses that of Matsumoto, which justifies a higher price. I hope you can understand this. But it shouldn't be this much higher. Should it? Please, wait a moment. I will seek approval and return with a confirmed price. President Shinmuki, if that's the case, we will visit other companies tomorrow to gather more information. Once you finalize your pricing, we will reach out to you, and if it aligns with our needs, we will certainly return. Gan Qinglin concluded. They must compare prices among multiple vendors this time, and surely, they will not make an immediate confirmation. I see. Very well. Given the circumstances, I can only await your calls. Hey, I appreciate President Shimiku's hospitality. Subsequently, Yang Junjie and his companions departed from the Sakuraji company. By this time, it was already past noon, and they did not rush to the next destination. Instead, they returned to their hotel to rest in the afternoon. The other two companies were located in relatively distant areas, and driving there would take at least several hours. Thus, they planned to set off early the next morning to gather information in the afternoon. After lunch, Yang Junjie returned to the hotel. Lucy was not there, allowing him the opportunity to rest properly. He had exerted himself quite a bit the previous night, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and upon returning, he had to engage in a battle with Lucy, only managing to sleep in the early hours and waking up early for work. He was indeed quite fatigued. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the hotel phone rang abruptly, rousing Yang Junjie from his slumber. Hello, dear. Manzini asked me to inform you that the matter has been resolved. Resolved? This news completely dispelled his fatigue. Indeed, I have the Tokyo Tianhuang Daily reprinting the newspapers from Xianjiang, and I will bring them back for you to see tonight. There are also other reports concerning the antenna company that might pique your interest. All right, then you carry on. I shall rest for a while. After hanging up, Yang Junjie lay back down to rest. Until evening, after reading the contents of the newspaper that Lucy had brought back, he casually set it aside. Showing no signs of joy, there was indeed little to celebrate. In his mind, Chun Jiejun had always been regarded as deceased, and now the antenna company was no longer his concern. At most, he would ensure to disclose the company's shortcomings once their products were on the market, alerting some retail investors. He hoped they would trust him and quickly divest their stocks, allowing those investment firms or major stakeholders to absorb the losses. It was better to act before the antenna company collapsed entirely, leading to a complete disaster. However, Yang Junjie understood that even if he released such a report, he could not be certain how many shareholders would be willing to believe him. After all, previously, the Hong Kong government, the governor, the senior figures of HSBC, prominent exchange presidents, and financial professionals, as well as the chairman of major listed companies, had all voiced reports urging investors to be rational. Unfortunately, retail investors disregarded this advice, even resorting to insulting those who cautioned them, blinded by their greed. Therefore, regardless of whether shareholders believed his report or not, he would no longer involve himself in the matter after its release. February was approaching, and he needed to prepare his funds swiftly. Once the stock market crash occurred, he could make his move, acquiring the industries he had planned and establishing his commercial empire. The following morning, Yang Junjie and his companions set off early to the coastal area of Chiba City to discuss matters with the other two circuit board manufacturing companies. Regrettably, the attitudes of the leaders of these two companies were exceedingly arrogant, making Yang Junjie and his colleague feel looked down upon. Consequently, the negotiations were not fruitful, and they hurriedly returned to Tokyo. Chairman, it seems we can only negotiate with Matsumoto and Sakuraji. Which company do you prefer? Asked Gan Qinglin. After pondering, Yang Junjie replied, Let us see. If Sakuraji can match Matsumoto's prices, then we will go with Sakuraji. Just as Yang Junjie was about to finish his sentence, the ringing of the telephone interrupted him. Konnichiwa. Who am I speaking with? Konnichiwa. Is Mr. Gan Qinglin available? This is Shinmiku, the president of Sakuraji Company. Hello, President Shinmiku. This is Gan Qinglin. Yoshi, Gankuen, please inform your chairman that if you cooperate with our Sakuraji Company, we can sign a contract at a price of 9,500 renminbi per unit, but this price applies to orders of over 100,000 units. Thank you, President Shinmiku. I will promptly relay this information to the chairman and return your call shortly. Thank you for your hard work, Gankuen. After hanging up, Gan Qinglin turned to Yang Junjie with a smile. Sakuraji Company has responded with a price of 9,500 renminbi per set. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie beamed. Very well. Let us arrange to sign the contract. but we need them to expedite the production and send us some units so that our team can start familiarizing themselves with connecting the other circuit board lines. Understood, Chairman. The circuit boards ordered at this stage were merely semi-finished products. Upon returning to Xiangjiang, Yang Junjia would need to process them further. Hence, he instructed Gan Xinglin to keep an eye on updates from the processing factory to prevent any disruptions in their circuit board supply. However, semi-finished products were different. He could easily seek out new suppliers, ensuring he would not be led by the nose. Shortly after reaching an agreement with Sakuraji, the next day, under the introduction of Shinmaku, Yang Junjia and his team found a machinery manufacturing factory. After ordering a batch of tools, they officially completed this Tokyo trip. That night, they hurriedly boarded a flight back to Xiangjiang, but Lucy did not accompany them. She would need to stay in Tokyo for at least another week before returning to Xiangjiang. Chapter 83, The Antenna Company's Product Launch. January 31st, Friday. On this day, the weather in Xiangjiang remained overcast, as if it were about to drizzle. Around 8 a.m., in the largest banquet hall of the Peninsula Hotel, which could accommodate thousands, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. At least 1,000 or 2,000 people were present, including several chairmen of major groups. Those who observed closely would surely spot the heads of the 4 major British firms in Xiangjiang, as well as the senior figures of HSBC and David from the Jardine family, all gathered at the scene, not to mention the tycoons from Chinese conglomerates. This exhibition was initiated by Chun Weiming's Antenna Company, which would showcase their high-tech products to the public, attracting so many wealthy individuals and prominent figures eager to discover what the much-lauded high-tech offerings of the Antenna Company truly entailed. After all, the market value of the Antenna Company had skyrocketed recently, a surge that even caught the attention of HSBC's senior figure, Shun Bai, along with other prominent business leaders. A shell company had soared to a valuation of billions of Hong Kong dollars in just a month. Who wouldn't be envious? Perhaps when it was still a shell company. These bigwigs wouldn't have cared about the Antenna Company, knowing that such companies do not last long. The bubble would eventually burst. Thus, despite the Antenna Company's previous hype, they had never deigned to cast a glance. But now it was different. If the Antenna Company possessed genuine high-tech products that could be mass-produced and were genuinely useful, appealing to the right demographic, it would pose a threat to them. Hence, they had to come personally to ascertain the true nature of the Antenna Company's high-tech offerings. As the clock approached 8:30, the exhibition officially commenced. As the chairman of the Antenna Company, Chun Weiming led other shareholders into the venue. This time, among the familiar faces of the shareholders, there was a rather unfamiliar one, Huang Xiaoting, from the illustrious Huang family of Singapore, who had taken over 1 million shares from Yang Junjia. During Yang Junjia's past endeavors in Tokyo, he and Chun Weiming had already formed an alliance, as it is often said that like-minded individuals find common ground. Despite the nearly 2-decade age gap between them, their shared disposition had fostered a brotherly bond. Upon ascending the podium, Chun Weiming surveyed the audience with keen eyes, noting the presence of numerous prominent figures from various fields. At that moment, a wave of vanity surged within him. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the media, esteemed chairpersons of major conglomerates, and distinguished individuals from diverse sectors for taking time out of your busy schedules to witness the exhibition of our high-tech products at the Antenna Company. Before we delve into the exhibition, I would like to address some past issues and share my sentiments regarding the company during this period. Do you all recall what I proclaimed at the inaugural press conference upon founding the Antenna Company? It was my ambition to transform the era and establish a local high-tech presence in Hong Kong, to alter the prevailing notion that our city was devoid of technological innovation. Throughout this period, I have dedicated myself to refining the research and development of our high-tech industry, ensuring that every step is executed to perfection, all in pursuit of presenting this groundbreaking product to you. Truth be told, the journey has not been easy. I harbored fears that I might fail to bring this revolutionary product to fruition. Yet today, I can finally breathe easy, for I have succeeded. As Chun Weiming's stirring opening speech resonated throughout the venue, the atmosphere became vibrant. In a corner, Yang Junjia watched with envy. Chun Weiming possessed a remarkable eloquence and a knack for captivating hearts, effortlessly managing to win people over. The ability to instill trust in others was undoubtedly one of his formidable talents. Setting aside any notions of his impracticality, Yang Junjia had to concede that Chun Weiming was indeed a formidable individual. Additionally, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce a new shareholder. The gentleman beside me is Mr. Huang Xiaoting, the son of the chairman of the Huang family group in Singapore, who is now the second largest shareholder of our Antenna Company. Let us extend a warm welcome to him. A round of applause erupted once more, though many in attendance were left perplexed. Numerous investors were aware that the second largest shareholder of the Antenna Company was another young individual, having seen him at the company's initial public offering. The sudden emergence of a new second shareholder indeed bewildered many investors. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe many of you are questioning the identity of our new second shareholder, assuming it to be someone else, correct? Allow me to clarify. There was indeed another individual previously, named Yang Junjia, hailing from the Kowloon walled city. However, regrettably, I must characterize him as someone who shifts with the winds. Given his short-sightedness, he clandestinely liquidated all his shares in the antenna company for several hundred million, only to turn his back on us after profiting from our endeavors. For such a person, I can only express my disappointment. With Chen Weiming's words, murmurs of astonishment and envy surged through the crowd. The revelation of Yang Junjia liquidating several hundreds of millions in assets was bound to arouse envy. Even chairpersons of many so-called prominent families were taken aback by Chen Weiming's remarks. Uncle Li, the Yang Sheng mentioned by Chen Weiming must be that young man we encountered at the banquet, right? This can't be true, can it? Do you know his background? Whispered Zheng Yutong, seated beside him. Li Zhao shook his head in response. It seems to be him. If he truly managed to cash out successfully and pocketed several hundred million, it would not be surprising, considering the high stock price of the antenna company. As for his background, apart from knowing he is connected to the Guo family of Yongxing Bank, I am not privy to further details. I have interacted with him. He sought collaboration with my company. He mentioned that just a few months ago, his family resided in the Kowloon walled city. And given that Chairman Li also mentioned him as someone from the walled city, I believe it is indeed true. Could it really be someone from the Kowloon walled city? Questioned the crowd in disbelief. Despite Li Zhao having announced this at a recent birthday celebration for the youngest daughter of the Fu family, many remained skeptical. For the claim was simply too incredulous. To emerge from the Kowloon walled city with no assets, and, within a few short months, accumulate a fortune of several hundred million Hong Kong dollars is a tale that few would dare to believe. Observing the crowd's reaction, Chen Weiming felt a sense of elation. His intention was to ensure everyone recognized Yang Junjia as a treacherous individual. He aimed to tarnish Yang Junjia's reputation, making it known that despite his newfound wealth, he originated from a refugee district. Should Yang Junjia encounter misfortune in the future, it would be easy to speculate that jealousy had sparked his downfall. Coupled with his lowly beginnings, Chen Weiming was confident that the matter would ultimately fade into obscurity, as it was his master plan. At this moment, Chen Weiming continued, I believe he will come to regret his decisions. No, I am certain that the current stock price of the antenna company has already left him regretting his actions, as it hovers around 30 Hong Kong dollars per share and is poised to rise further. This clearly indicates that although he has profited this time, his vision remains short-sighted. Chen Weiming, in front of the reporters, continued to criticize Yang Junjia, intending to seize this opportunity to brand him as a pariah in Hong Kong. Yang Junjia the fool. Is there anyone in the Kowloon walled city like him? I have no idea, but I will certainly investigate. If such a figure has indeed emerged from our Kowloon walled city, it would bring us pride. However, why is the owner of the antenna company behaving so cryptically? Boss, it is evident that he is envious. There is a saying that goes, do not fear true villains, but rather fear hypocrites. This fellow is clearly a hypocrite, remarked one of the onlookers. Humph. His disdain for those who emerge from the Kowloon walled city is obvious. Indeed, you are correct, boss. We should seek out Yang Junjia and engage him in conversation. If a wealthy individual has risen from our Kowloon walled city, we ought to offer our support. I believe that after Chen Weiming's recent incitement, Yang Junjia will undoubtedly attract the attention of many. Brothers, please keep an eye out. Understood, boss. This individual is none other than Zhang Baozai, known as the 13 Protectors of the Kowloon walled city. He is the leader of the largest gang in the walled city. And irrespective of which gang operates there, all must pay him protection fees. Back in the early 70s, while the 14K gang on Hong Kong Island was formidable, boasting over 100,000 members, they suffered greatly in the Kowloon walled city, where Zhang Baozai's men would swiftly defeat them, preventing them from even approaching the city gates. No matter how many came, he would eliminate them all. However, once out of the Kowloon walled city, with Zhang Baozai's strength, he would certainly be no match for any of the three major societies, 14K, Sun Yan, and Xinhua, each of which surpassed him. Yet, buoyed by a reckless audacity, Zhang Baozai managed to seize control of several streets beyond the walled city, establishing himself as a local power. On stage, Chen Weiming concluded, I shall not dwell further on this matter, as it is ultimately a personal choice. Now, let us move forward and witness the high-tech products developed by the antenna company. With that, Chen Weiming smiled and gestured to the staff on his left. As the presentation of the high-tech products from the antenna company commenced, all present momentarily halted their discussions regarding Yang Junjia, redirecting their attention. At this juncture, more than a dozen staff members brought forth several sets of the antenna company's products, prompting Yang Junjia, seated in the corner, to maintain a serene smile. Even in the face of Chen Weiming's provocations, he exhibited no signs of anger, remaining remarkably composed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a total of 3 sets of products developed by the antenna company, with performance levels categorized as high, medium, and low. As for their functionality, they are primarily designed for effective use in television sets, and you will soon be astounded by their capabilities. Each set is priced as follows. The high-performance package is available for 19.99 Hong Kong dollars, the medium performance package for 16.99 Hong Kong dollars, and the low performance package for 13.99 Hong Kong dollars. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, sales points across various regions will begin to compile pre-orders from customers. Installation will commence tomorrow morning, with all customers who have ordered these high-tech products receiving complimentary installation services from our staff. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjie smiled, recognizing the familiar tactics employed by Chen Weiming, who had not revealed the purported functionalities of these so-called high-tech products in advance, thereby piquing consumer interest. He recalled that within a mere 10 days, nearly 160,000 sets of these products had been pre-ordered, yet many installations had yet to be completed, leading to disgruntled customers who had previously utilized the antenna company's offerings. Thus, on February 9th, Chen Weiming was apprehended, and upon the news spreading, the stock market opened the following day to a catastrophic collapse of the antenna company, plunging uncontrollably. Being a shell company, despite the presence of shareholders, the principal legal entity had been detained, leaving no one to manage the situation. By the 11th, within just 2 days, the Hong Kong government had forcibly ordered the antenna company to liquidate and cease operations, resulting in substantial losses for numerous investors, shareholders, and individuals associated with the company. Let us depart. Yang Junjie chose not to linger any longer, exiting the Peninsula Hotel. Upon returning to his company, he promptly contacted his agent, Li Guofeng. Li, have you prepared the matters I requested previously? Indeed, Yang Sheng. I have established contact with a newspaper that has a strong rapport with Huaki Bank, and they are ready to come at any time. Excellent. Please arrange for them to visit at this address, XXX. Certainly, Yang Sheng. Yang Junjie intended to publicly disclose the antenna company's so-called high-tech products ahead of time, leaving it to the public to determine the credibility of the reports. In any case, he felt he had done his utmost. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yang Sheng. There is a person named Wu Go in the lobby seeking you. He claims to have an important matter to discuss. That scoundrel? Bring him up. Understood, Chairman. Shortly thereafter, the scoundrel entered Yang Junjie's office. Hello, boss. Have a seat. There is no need to be so tense. Are you here about the land acquisition issue? Yes, boss. I have contacted all the villagers regarding the acquisition of Ding Quan's land, but many remain skeptical about its authenticity, so I understand. I will send someone to assist you, but as of now, are there any individuals who are uncooperative or reluctant to relocate? Yang Junjie inquired, his primary concern resting solely on this matter. He recalled that a few households in this village were notoriously difficult to manage. It had taken Zheng Yutong considerable time to resolve issues with them. Hence, he considered sending Wu Go, a local, to see if he could navigate the situation. If not, he would have to devise alternative strategies. As for other concerns, he was not particularly worried. Money could resolve most issues. Currently, there are indeed a few households that are not cooperating, but I have managed to contact their descendants. Rest assured, boss, give me some time, and I will ensure a resolution. Yang Junjie nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, arrange a meeting time with the villagers. Once you have confirmed it, please call me, and I will send someone over. Understood, boss. I shall take my leave now. Wait. Yang Junjie opened his drawer and retrieved a stack of Hong Kong dollars, totaling 10,000. He tossed it to the scoundrel. Take this, consider it your expense fund. Handle it with care. The scoundrel accepted the money, beaming with delight. Rest assured, boss, I will not let you down. Good. Now, go and attend to your duties. After the scoundrel departed, Yang Junjie picked up the phone to summon Gan Qinglin. Shortly thereafter, Gan Qinglin arrived. Chairman, you called for me? Yes. How is the progress at the laboratory? Yang Junjie inquired. I have just returned from there. The new laboratory is now operational, and work has commenced on the other buildings. This morning, we officially moved the old laboratory equipment to the new site. Excellent. The laboratory must be prioritized, and we need to bolster security measures to safeguard it. Understood. What is the status of the clearance of old stock from the electronics and clothing companies? We are nearing completion. The clearance at the electronics division is slightly slower, but the clothing side is progressing much more swiftly. Is the clothing selling quickly? Yang Junjie pondered, realizing that aside from clearing old stock, the company had no other sources of income. The production and sale of televisions and mobile phones would not be feasible in the short term. He indeed required a product to sell externally to generate revenue, ensuring the company's operational continuity. Otherwise, relying solely on his reserves was not a sustainable solution. Very well. Arrange for a meeting with all departments in the clothing division this afternoon. I will personally attend the meeting. Additionally, expedite the clearance process and allow the shops to commence renovations as originally planned. One more matter. The acquisition of the land at Bo Bay requires a meeting with us. primarily to ascertain whether a company is indeed acquiring it. Once the time is set, please take representatives from the company to handle it. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. By the way, the renovation of the company building has been completed. When does the chairman plan to officially open it? Should we host a celebration banquet to invite guests? Or simply commence operations internally? You determine the opening date. As for inviting guests, let me consider it further, Yang Junjie replied. Very well, Chairman. Now, you may return to your tasks. I will prepare some proposals for this afternoon's meeting. Yang Junjie aimed to provide some avant-garde concepts to the clothing design department, hastening the development of a unique clothing brand for market launch. Since he had ventured into the apparel industry, he intended to pursue both high-end branding and low-end generic lines, establishing wholesale trade operations. In the 70s and 80s, the textile and garment industry in Hong Kong indeed represented a golden era. With batches of clothing being traded by the ton, many traders collaborated with manufacturers to ship vast quantities of garments, regardless of quality, to regions such as the Middle East, the Philippines, India, South Vietnam, and Malaysia, reaping substantial profits through reselling. Given the limited manufacturing capabilities in these regions, establishing channels was imperative. These areas were not easily accessible for just anyone seeking fortune. How to put it? It was quite chaotic. Without connections and channels, transporting such a large volume of goods could easily lead to significant losses. Chapter 84. Yang Junjie makes moves, antenna company in turmoil. The following morning, a news story erupted across Hong Kong. Sales began to spread slowly from the early hours, and by around 9 a.m., the news's momentum had reached a fever pitch throughout the region, instilling widespread anxiety among the populace. There was even a time when a group of investors rallied together, organizing a considerable number of individuals to converge at the offices of the antenna company, demanding an explanation from Chun Weiming regarding the situation. The Tsingtao Daily posed the provocative question, are the high-tech products of the antenna company genuinely high-tech? This headline spread like wildfire. Yesterday, the highly anticipated high-tech products from the antenna company were officially announced for pre-order, set to commence sales and installation today. However, the products showcased by the antenna company lacked detailed introductions, with even their functions and purposes remaining undisclosed. This left many in a state of confusion, pondering whether the products were indeed as mysterious as suggested or if the chairman of the company was concealing information. Below is a detailed account provided by informed sources regarding the purported high-tech features and functions of the antenna company's products. Firstly, the primary function of this product is to connect an antenna dish via a support bracket, thereby enabling the reception of local television channels. Is this truly high-tech? Secondly, the so-called high-tech is merely a convenience built upon the groundwork laid by predecessors, utilizing internet loopholes and packaging simple materials costing less than 100 Hong Kong dollars into a so-called high-tech product. Thirdly, while the product has some utility, it also presents numerous drawbacks. It must be installed at a considerable height to receive signals, and if the television stations develop signal jammers, this so-called high-tech product would become entirely ineffective, even a burden. The Tsingtao Daily, along with the Ta Kung Pao and Ming Pao, three of the largest newspapers in Hong Kong, reported identical articles on the matter, complete with photographs and detailed installation processes, along with images of connections to television sets. The overwhelming evidence and content of these articles have instilled worry among many who believed in the antenna company and had already placed orders for the products. At that moment, within the antenna company, chaos ensued. Who was behind this? How did they know about the antenna receivers? Chun Weiming's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his office, strewn with shattered items, a clear testament to his fury. Chairman, there are still many customers blocking the entrance. What should we do? What else can we do? Have the security personnel remove them, and if that fails, call the police. Do I need to instruct you on this? Understood, Chairman. Furthermore, should we continue sending people to assist those who have already ordered the antenna receivers with their installations? Chun Weiming's assistant, trembling with apprehension, inquired. Of course. Did you grow up eating dirt? We've already taken their money. How could we possibly neglect the installations? Go ahead and arrange an immediate press conference to repackage the antenna receivers in a more favorable light, restoring customer confidence in us. Yes, Chairman. The assistant hurriedly exited the office, seemingly fearful that lingering even a moment longer could jeopardize his position. At that moment, Chun Weiming sat in his executive chair, eyes closed, contemplating how to address this predicament. If not managed properly, and if the situation continued to escalate, it would spell disaster for his company. Given that it was Saturday and the stock market was closed, he had to rectify the unfavorable circumstances by the following day. Otherwise, when the market opened on Monday, he believed the stock price would plummet. Come out, Chun Weiming. You need to explain this. Is the content of this report true? Respond quickly. Scoundrel. The antenna company is nothing but a bunch of fraudsters. Are you now too afraid to respond? Let's storm in and demand an explanation from Chun Weiming, or we want our money back. Yes, let's go in. Today, we must force Chen Weiming to refund us. Nearly 100 customers were shouting and clamoring on the floor of the antenna company. Fortunately, the building had sufficient security to prevent them from storming inside and causing a ruckus. Concurrently, a multitude of journalists outside were eagerly snapping photographs. Such an occurrence was precisely what they had hoped for, as the antenna company was currently the talk of the town in Hong Kong. With such a significant event unfolding, they knew that their bonuses for the month would undoubtedly multiply, and their excitement was palpable. As the instigator of this situation, Yang Junjie was at his company, leisurely reading the newspaper while savoring fragrant tea. After a short while, he set the newspaper down and took out a blank sheet of paper, jotting down a list of names. Gan Qinglin had informed him that a renowned master in Hong Kong had predicted that the company should commence operations precisely at 10:25 a.m. 3 days later. Despite his skepticism regarding such superstitions, Yang Junjie recognized that many in Hong Kong held such beliefs in high regard, so he chose to go along with it. Refraining from expressing his own opinions, he left the matter for Gan Qinglin to manage. Thus, he was now compiling a list of individuals to invite 3 days hence. Though he did not know many people in Hong Kong, he intended to send invitations to wealthy individuals with whom he had shared a brief acquaintance, as well as influential figures with whom he had previously interacted. Whether or not they attended was beyond his control. He would extend the invitation sincerely and leave it to others to respond accordingly. However, Yang Junjie did not harbor high hopes of these affluent guests attending, as he recognized that their prior encounters had been merely fleeting. Therefore, this endeavor was largely symbolic. Half an hour later, gone. Please take a look at this list and see if there are any additional individuals we should invite. Yang Junjie handed over his prepared list for review. Gan Qinglin took the list, gazing at it for a moment before looking up at Yang Junjie. Chairman, do you know all these people? He inquired curiously. Yang Junjie shook his head. Not quite. I've only exchanged a few words with them. Will they come? Whether they come or not is inconsequential. We are here to extend our courtesy sincerely. Do you understand my point? Gan Qinglin contemplated for a moment, grasping Yang Junjie's intent. In that case, I have prepared the list of collaborators and potential partners for invitation. I'll have my secretary draft the invitations shortly. Excellent. I leave this matter in your capable hands. After Gan Qinglin departed, Yang Junjie pondered for a moment before picking up the phone to make a call. At this moment, in the office of the chairman of Yongxing Bank, the phone rang. Hello, this is Gui Yongsheng. Grandpa Gua, my company is opening in 3 days. I hope you can find time to attend. I will personally deliver the invitation. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, I've noted it down. I'll be there on time. Great. I'll get back to work now. Yang Junjie then continued dialing, this time contacting the general manager of Waki Bank, Monsi and I. After notifying her, he contemplated briefly before picking up the phone once more. Hello, this is Bao Yugong. Hello, Mr. Bao, this is Yang Junjie. Do you remember me? Oh, it's Young Yang. Of course, I remember you. You're quite the prominent figure in Hong Kong now. How could I possibly forget? Prominent figure? Yang Junjie was taken aback. He was unaware of having attained such status. Mr. Bao, you jest. I'm merely a small fry. The reason for my call is to inform you that my company will officially open on Monday, February 4th. I hope you can grace us with your presence. I will send the invitation soon. Good news indeed. I, Bao, extend my congratulations to Young Yang on your grand opening and prosperous business. I will arrange my schedule to attend. Thank you for the invitation. Bao Yugong responded nonchalantly. Very well, I shall refrain from disturbing your work, and I eagerly anticipate your arrival. This time, Yang Junjie primarily aims to personally invite the affluent individuals with whom he is somewhat acquainted. After all, it would be rather unseemly for the company's grand opening to lack the presence of a few prominent figures. His expectations are modest, at the very least. He requires the attendance of 3 or more. Currently, he has extended invitations to the general manager of Waki Bank, Manzini, along with Gui Yongsheng. And if Bao Yugong can make it, that would be splendid. Their presence would ensure that he does not become the subject of ridicule for being unable to attract even a handful of wealthy patrons. Once these matters are settled, Yang Junjie resumes his work on the product design scheme that remains unfinished. Whenever he finds a moment of leisure, he diligently organizes various product ideas from memory that align with the trends of this era. If they meet his criteria, he will pursue them. Otherwise, he devotes his efforts to developing conceptual designs for new products for the appliance and electronics companies, so as to avoid future time constraints. As time gradually approaches noon, the situation concerning the antenna company continues to escalate. On Chen Weiming's side, he is now exiting the company under the protection of security, making his way to the press conference venue. Unfortunately, due to his failure to address the situation in the morning, many clients have already lost faith in him and are now causing a ruckus at the event. This is not the end of it. Numerous customers who have installed what the antenna company claims to be high-tech products have also arrived. Upon discovering that the products are exactly as depicted in the newspapers, they become exceedingly enraged, realizing that following the announcement of the press conference, they must now seek an explanation. As more individuals voice their accusations against Chen Weiming, even those who had previously placed orders begin to feel uneasy. Although the cost of installing the antenna receivers is not exorbitant, no one wishes to be deceived. Consequently, the press conference must be interrupted, and under the protection of a large contingent of security, Chen Weiming departs in a state of disgrace, retreating home to devise a plan. Nevertheless, he does not instruct his staff to halt the installation of antenna receivers for clients. On February 2nd, the repercussions of the antenna company's actions continue to expand. Today's reports prominently feature the company and Chen Weiming as the main subjects. Almost every report inquires whether the antenna company's products are indeed high-tech. Simultaneously, there are articles covering the client's protests against the antenna company and the vandalism that occurred at the press conference. As a result, the antenna company has gained notoriety. Chen Weiming, hiding at home, appears in a rather disheveled state, clearly having not slept through the night. He has indeed spent the entire night pondering how to manage this crisis, yet no solution has emerged. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Weiming, I know you're inside. Open the door at once. The sound of a forceful knock reverberates through his villa, causing his brow to furrow. He recognizes the voice of the knocker. Slowly he rises. But as he stands, a wave of dizziness washes over him, nearly causing him to collapse. He hastily supports himself against the sofa. After a moment, he regains his composure. Having maintained this state for an entire night without sleep, compounded by his advanced age and the weight of his worries, including the recent loss of his child, his body is clearly unable to cope. In light of this, one might feel a degree of sympathy for Chen Weiming. Once he has recovered, Chen Weiming drags his fatigued body to answer the door. Chen Weiming, how can you still linger at home? You must resolve the issues with your antenna company immediately. If you fail to do so today, the stock market will undoubtedly crash tomorrow. Yes, do address it swiftly, if you wish to perish. Do not drag us down with you. Should the stock price plummet, our losses will be catastrophic. Will you take responsibility for that? Precisely. You must find a solution without delay. The person at the door is none other than the so-called stock god, Chao Chaoran, accompanied by more than a dozen minor shareholders who own shares in the antenna company. Just as Chen Weiming attempts to respond, a sudden screech of tires interrupts him, drawing the attention of everyone present. Three young individuals emerge from the car, the very descendants from Singapore, Huang Xiaoding and his companions. Chen Weiming, you had better explain why things have turned out this way. Were you not constantly boasting about how impressive your products are, claiming that once your company's products were released, they would surely skyrocket? Now that the products have launched, why has it resulted in such turmoil? Are you wishing for my downfall? If you do not rectify this today, I assure you, you will meet a grim fate. Huang Xiaoding approaches and directly berates Chen Weiming, offering him no semblance of respect. Rest assured, I suspect that those stirring trouble have been bribed. Once more people install the product, individuals with discernment will inevitably come forth to speak favorably. At that point, those causing the ruckus will have no ground to stand on, and everything will return to normal. I care not for your reassurances. I do not have the luxury of time to wait. If you do not resolve this today, I guarantee you will join your son. Huang Xiaoding dismisses Chen Weiming's explanations and, after delivering his harsh words, storms off in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Chao Chaoran and the others look on, their expressions revealing disbelief, having witnessed the antenna company's so-called high-tech products, which, in their view, are nothing short of trash. Please return for now. I will handle this. I sincerely hope so. As the date turns to February 3rd, a large number of customers who have installed the antenna company's products converge to confront Chen Weiming. They band together and march to the government office. The antenna company is a rogue business, deceiving consumers with subpar products. We demand justice from the government. Hundreds gather at the entrance of the government office, brandishing banners and vociferously shouting. Inside Governor MacLeod's office, he is furious. How could this happen? I do not care what means you employ. Resolve this matter immediately and disperse the crowd. This cannot be allowed to spread to other regions, especially not to the British headquarters. Yes, sir, I will address it at once. Wait, dispatch personnel to investigate the antenna company to determine if they have engaged in deception, and further, if they are involved in any form of fundraising fraud. Yes, sir. It is no wonder that Governor MacLeod is so incensed. Since taking office, he has been vigorously addressing such issues. Now, with someone operating under his nose, how could he not be enraged? Minutes later, a spokesperson from the government steps forward to address the crowd, promising that the government will intervene and investigate, assuring them that a report will be provided later. This calms the crowd enough for them to disperse, but the impact of the antenna company's actions remains unresolved, with even more individuals stepping forward to voice their discontent. Simultaneously, as the stock market opens today, the antenna company's shares lie in a state of utter desolation. Chapter 85. The Launch of the Prosperity Group, Grand Opening. On the morning of February 4th, around 8 o'clock, It seems that even the heavens are aiding Yang Junjie. The sky is clear, devoid of the dreary, drizzly weather that had plagued the previous days. In the stock market, the antenna company's shares, after suffering a significant drop yesterday, have thrown the Hong Kong Securities Center and the Far East Exchange into complete disarray. Under the influence of the broader market, coupled with the panic it has incited among investors, those holding shares in the antenna company are frantically selling off their stocks. As a result, the stock price of the antenna company plummets even further, and given that it is fundamentally a shell company with no real industry to support it, the consequences of this rapid decline are dire, leading to a complete lack of trading activity in the stock. There are even instances where individuals have offered to buy shares at the price of $10 each, yet no one dares to accept. In the vicinity of Jardine Road in Kowloon, at the entrance of a building, hundreds of individuals are busily preparing. 6 pairs of lions lie majestically to one side. Today marks the grand opening of Yang Junjie's company, with the signage on the top floor and the entrance completely shrouded in red cloth, awaiting the auspicious unveiling. The exterior walls have been freshly affixed, giving the structure the appearance of a brand new edifice from a distance. Internally, the company has been structured such that every 2 floors are designated for a separate enterprise. Among the registered companies are the Prosperity Clothing Company, Prosperity Electronics Company, Prosperity Appliances Company, Prosperity Real Estate Company, Prosperity Parts Processing Company, and the Prosperity Group Research and Development Center. All of these have been officially registered as subsidiaries under the recently approved Prosperity Group. Although currently, aside from the electronics and clothing companies that are clearing out old stock for some profit, the rest are still in the developmental phase. The framework for these companies has been established. Once the new products are successfully developed and launched for sale, it is certain to yield an extraordinary harvest. Therefore, Yang Junjie remains unperturbed regarding when the group will begin to realize genuine profits, for he understands that haste will not yield results. Manager Lee, please send someone to double-check the seating arrangements for the guests in the lounge to ensure nothing has been overlooked. We must avoid any mistakes, he instructed. Understood, General Manager. Have all the microphones and other equipment been checked to confirm their functionality on stage? He continued. We must also remain vigilant regarding the refreshments and snacks, ensuring that nothing unsanitary is presented. Manager Zhou, keep a close eye on the schedule. What time does the lion dance commence? When is the auspicious moment for the deity worship? When will the unveiling take place? And what else is on the agenda? The sequence must be flawless. Do you understand? Certainly, General Manager. Gan Qinglin circulated through the venue, diligently checking and instructing each department responsible for preparations to avert any potential errors. Although the identities of the heavyweight guests attending today remain uncertain, being thoroughly prepared is paramount. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on their Prosperity Group if they were caught unprepared upon the guest's arrival, a responsibility he cannot afford to shoulder. As the clock ticks closer to 9 a.m., with just over an hour remaining until the auspicious opening time for Yang Junjie's company within the Global Shipping Group. Come on, Guangjing, accompany me to attend the opening ceremony of young Master Yang, said the chairman. Chairman, are you canceling 2 meetings today just to attend his opening ceremony? Inquired Wu Guangjing with curiosity. Yes and no. I canceled them because the content of the meetings was not yet confirmed, but I also genuinely wish to attend the opening ceremony. This young Master Yang is not to be underestimated. It would be beneficial to become better acquainted, responded Bao Yugong with calm assurance. Not to be underestimated? In what regard? Chairman? In what regard, I cannot say for certain, but I possess a certain intuition about him. Perhaps it is a sign of aging that I tend to overthink. He chuckled. Chairman, you jest. Let us be on our way. Meanwhile, at Yongxing Bank. Anren, do you think I look presentable in this outfit? Gui Yongxing asked his granddaughter while gazing into the mirror. You look splendid, Grandpa. You remain as handsome as ever. She replied sweetly. Ha ha ha, you little charmer. Always flattering me, he responded with a hearty laugh. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chairman, it's almost time. We should prepare to depart, said Su Yonggui, the general manager of Yongxing Bank. Very well, Anren, let us go. In the car, Gua Anren inquired, Grandpa. I heard from Uncle Su that you have contacted quite a few of your old friends to support Brother Jia. Is that true? Indeed. As young Master Jia is just starting out in Hong Kong, he has few acquaintances. Since he calls me Grandpa and is my precious granddaughter's boyfriend, how could I not assist him? Gui Yongxing said with a smile. Observing Yang Junjie's assent, he felt a sense of disbelief, particularly knowing that he has earned billions in the stock market. Surpassing even his own assets evokes a profound sense of reflection. Thus, Gui Yongxing recognizes that while Yang Junjie possesses significant wealth, he is sorely lacking in connections, which is why he has leveraged his own reputation to invite old friends and partners to expand Yang Junjie's network. In Hong Kong, the importance of networking is acutely recognized. The local custom, perhaps bordering on superstition, dictates that when a company or shop opens, it is preferred to do so amidst a bustling crowd. The last thing one desires is an atmosphere of silence. Additionally, there exists a competitive element among the affluent, particularly those of high status. Celebratory events, whether joyous occasions or significant milestones, often see invitations extended broadly to showcase one's social connections. Such occurrences are commonplace within the wealthy circles of Hong Kong, where monetary resources are plentiful, yet social networks are not equally accessible to all. Thus, grand celebrations for birthdays, births, and weddings among the affluent are rarely understated. However, it is precisely in these situations that one can discern the quality of an individual or family's social ties. For instance, the Li family of Hong Kong, once renowned as one of the four major Chinese families, wielded power and wealth, yet their social connections were less than admirable. In their prime, few from other prominent families attended their events, which speaks volumes. While the Li family's predecessor, Li Liangyi, maintained a relatively respectable business. The reputation suffered when his son, Li Shixin, inherited the family business and began to tarnish its legacy. With designs on the opium trade, he aggressively pursued a monopoly on opium licenses, capitalizing on Hong Kong's burgeoning status as a pivotal trade hub in the Asia-Pacific region under British patronage. This reckless ambition led to the family's rapid accumulation of wealth, yet it was built on the exploitation of their compatriots. Thus, social connections cannot simply be acquired through wealth and power. Soon, the time reached 9:30 a.m. At Yang Junjia's venue. The sound of drums and gongs reverberated as 6 pairs of lion dancers commenced their vigorous performance at the entrance of his company, drawing a significant crowd of onlookers. While Yang Junjia instructed his employees to distribute snacks and small red envelopes to the nearby citizens, ensuring everyone was included in the festivities, the chairman remarked, "The time is nearly upon us. Our guests should be arriving shortly." Gan Xinglin approached Yang Junjia and spoke. He nodded, adjusted his attire, and led the company's management team outside. "Are we all prepared? When the guests arrive, ensure you each extend a warm welcome." Just as Yang Junjia finished speaking, a vehicle pulled up at the entrance. "Let us proceed. Our guests have arrived." The first to alight was Gui Yongsheng, and as Yang Junjia walked towards him, he spotted him clad in a splendid traditional outfit. Gua Anren, exquisitely adorned, was equally striking, prompting him to hasten his steps. "Grandfather Gua, General Manager Su, Anren. How delightful to see you." Yang Junjia greeted them with enthusiasm. "Congratulations, Jie Gu. This gift is for you, wishing you boundless success in your endeavors." Gua Anren had a beautiful calligraphy piece depicting prosperity delivered to him. "Thank you, Anren. Hold on, Jie Gu, there's more. Look, this is a gift from Grandfather and General Manager Su." Following her gesture, Yang Junjia beheld an impressive large-scale carving, reminiscent of a breathtaking landscape painting. Instantly captivated, he admired it. "Jie Zai, this exquisite carving, symbolizing wealth and prosperity, has been in my collection for many years. I now entrust it to you, hoping you will cherish it well." Yang Junjia approached slowly, caressing the sculpture, thoroughly enamored. "Thank you, Grandfather Gua and General Manager Su. Why still call me General Manager Su? Why not refer to me as Uncle Su like Anren does?" Upon hearing this, Yang Junjia chuckled. "Thank you, Uncle Su. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Allow me to introduce my wife, Tang Sini, and my son, Su Dingfu. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Greetings to you, Brother Dingfu. Ah, finally meeting you. Knowing Anren has found someone special brings me great peace," Su Yonggui's wife said with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, vehicles continued to arrive outside, and Yang Junjia noticed that none of the newcomers were familiar to him, leaving him perplexed. "Grandfather Gua, Uncle Su, allow me to escort you inside." As the host, regardless of his acquaintances, he understood the necessity of receiving the guests. "No need, it's my old friends arriving. I shall remain here to greet them with you." "Your old friends, Grandfather Gua?" This only deepened Yang Junjia's confusion. "Jie Gu, Grandfather knows of your grand opening today. He has invited many old friends and banking partners to celebrate with you," Gua Anren promptly explained. This revelation filled Yang Junjia with immense gratitude towards Gui Yongsheng. "Thank you, Grandfather Gua. No need for thanks. Let us go welcome the guests together." Gui Yongsheng conversed amiably as they walked. "Ha ha, Lao Jiang, Lao Jin, Lao He. It's been ages. I never expected you all to come together. You all look splendid." Gui Yongsheng greeted the guests from afar before even arriving. Congratulations, congratulations. When I received your invitation, I was quite baffled until I learned you were creating a buzz for your grandson-in-law. However, your grandson-in-law is indeed remarkable. Who would have thought he could amass billions in just a couple of months in Xinjiang? Truly impressive. Indeed, Lao Gua, you've kept a low profile until now. But when you act, it's astonishing. Where did you find such an extraordinary grandson-in-law? Ha ha ha, do not flatter him too much. It's merely good fortune. Come, let me introduce you to my protégés. Gui Yongsheng, grinning broadly from the compliments, turned to Yang Junjia and Gua Anren. This is the star of the day, the remarkable Yang Junjia you just spoke of, And this lovely young lady beside him is my granddaughter, Gua Anren. You may not recognize her after such a long time. Indeed, a fine young man, handsome and talented. Lao Gua, you are truly fortunate to have such promising descendants. Yes, I envy you. But Anren has blossomed into a lovely young woman. You both make a splendid pair. All right, you old fellows, take a seat for now. We must attend to the guests. We shall share a drink later. Very well, carry on. Yang Junjia waved to the management team, ushering them inside. As more guests arrived, their numbers exceeded Yang Junjia's initial expectations, necessitating additional seating arrangements by Ganqinglen. Anren, we have arrived. You young lords and ladies are finally here. If you had delayed any longer, I might have severed ties with you all. Gua Anren pouted at the newly arrived group of young people. Anren, is this the grand opening of your family's new company? Why didn't you inform us sooner? We came empty-handed. Indeed, Anren. Why didn't you give us a heads up? We'll surely be scolded for being so thoughtless, one young man remarked, casting a glance at Gua Anren that was notably different from the others. Yang Junjia sensed a rival had entered the scene. But wait. The card says it's for Shengshi Group. Isn't your family's company the Gua family? Oh, it really does. What is going on? All right. Let us not jump to conclusions. Gua Anren then turned to Yang Junjia, taking his hand with a radiant smile as she addressed her friends. Everyone, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Yang Junjia. He is the one who founded this company, and today's gathering is to help you all meet him. Gua Anren beamed with happiness as she introduced him. Boyfriend. The crowd turned their attention towards the young man who had previously looked at Gua Anren with a different gaze. The young man was now frozen in disbelief, his face a mixture of anger, skepticism, and refusal to accept the reality. Why are you all staring? Is it so strange for me to have a boyfriend? Why are you looking at Qin Deshao instead? Gua Anren questioned, utterly perplexed. Hee. No worries, Anren. But what's this sudden revelation about your boyfriend? We had no idea. One of the women asked curiously. I'll tell you all about it later. Come on. Let us head inside. We still have more guests to greet. All right then, we'll go in first. Yang Junjia smiled and nodded at them, gesturing for a management team member to escort them inside. The two then moved toward Gua Yongsheng to assist him in receiving guests. Many of those invited by Gua Yongsheng were familiar faces to Yang Junjia, and he was astonished by the extent of Gua Yongsheng's connections. However, he was particularly thrilled to see the likes of Zhao Chuanwang, Dong Chuanwang, and Bao Chuanwang in attendance, though he was unsure whether they came due to his own standing or out of respect for Gua Yongsheng. Additionally, he noticed Fu Yinzhao, who he had previously clashed with, and his son Fu Homin had also arrived, along with Li Zhaofu, the president of the Far East Association. Yang Junjia recognized that these guests were undoubtedly attending out of respect for Gua Yongsheng, and he chose to ignore them to avoid unnecessary discomfort. Lastly, the representatives from Huchi Bank, Mansonisco La and Lucy, arrived, accompanied by an imposing foreigner. However, as the auspicious moment drew near, he, as the host, had no time to attend to them and had to delegate the task to the management team. The hour swiftly approached, and under the guidance of professionals, Yang Junjia unveiled the red cloth covering the group's signboard. The grand name of the Shengshi Group emerges, heralding the dawn of a future where it shall stand as a renowned commercial empire on the international stage, with this very moment marking its inaugural voyage. Chapter 86, A Gathering of Tycoons. The test from Lucy's father. After the auspicious rites, Yang Junjia was promptly guided by Mancini to the office on the upper floor of the company, leaving the remaining guests to be attended to by others. En route, Mancini informed Yang Junjia that Lucy's father had personally arrived, which caused a flicker of trepidation within him. For this man was indeed a formidable figure on Wall Street in America. How could he not feel anxious? Does Mr. Sanford know about us? Yang Junjia inquired. Yes. Be cautious. Mr. Sanford is a reasonable man. As long as you speak respectfully, there should be no issues. However, do not provoke him, or the consequences could be dire. Mancini cautioned Yang Junjia. Moments later, they entered the office, and for the first time, Yang Junjia felt a twinge of fear upon crossing its threshold. Darling, you've arrived, Lucy exclaimed, immediately rising to take his arm. Lucy, release my hand and take a seat. Daddy, he is my boyfriend. Are you going to prevent me from pursuing my own happiness? Lucy shot a discontented glance at her father. Lucy, if you were to find a boyfriend in America, I would not interfere, but he is not acceptable. If I must provide a reason, it is that my daughter cannot marry a Chinese man. Upon hearing this, Yang Junjia's brow furrowed deeply. The earlier flicker of fear dissipated, replaced by a surge of indignation. He cast aside Mancini's earlier warnings. Daddy, what nonsense are you spouting? As long as I like him, I do not care where he is from, Lucy declared resolutely. Seeing that his daughter was unyielding, Mr. Sanford turned his gaze to Yang Junjia, his demeanor imposing, his eyes sharp as knives. Kid, Lucy is my daughter. I do not wish to hold it against you, but I advise you to back down. Here is a check as compensation. Take it and leave my daughter alone. Mr. Sanford stated bluntly. Daddy, you Lucy began. But Yang Junjie raised a hand to silence her, fixing his gaze firmly on Mr. Sanford. What if I refuse? Yang Junjie replied coldly. Ha, kid. Perhaps you are unaware of who I am, Sanford will? I indeed do not know what kind of person you are. But I can unequivocally state that as long as Lucy does not choose to leave me, I will not relinquish her. Thus, I cannot accept your money. Kid, are you playing with fire? Mr. Sanford's expression turned serious, his brow furrowed as he continued to stare at Yang Junjie. I apologize, Mr. Sanford. But if you believe that my relationship with Lucy is akin to playing with fire, then I am indeed prepared to play. Yang Junjie replied without a moment's hesitation. Beside them, Mancini and Lucy watched in alarm as Yang Junjie and Mr. Sanford faced off. Kid, do you believe that a few capable bodyguards can protect you? I can make all your enterprises, and you, vanish with but a word. I believe that. But do you believe that I could make you disappear with a single utterance? Fuck you. Kid, since you seek death, I shall show you what absolute power looks like. Mr. Sanford exclaimed, clapping his hands sharply. In an instant, the office door swung open, and several men in black rushed in, accompanied by Hidezhu and the monkey trio. You think you can resist me with just these three? How naive. Throw them out. Mr. Sanford commanded loudly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Daddy, what are you doing? Lucy cried, panic-stricken as the situation escalated. Yang Junjie pulled her close, reassuring her, Lucy, it's all right. As long as you stand firm, no one can separate us today. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, without Yang Junjie needing to utter a word, Hidezhu and his companions had already engaged in combat with Mr. Sanford's bodyguards. Although they were outnumbered, the tide of battle turned in their favor, overpowering Mr. Sanford's men. Just then, Yang Junjie's other bodyguards arrived, ready to join the fray. But Yang Junjie gestured for them to hold back. Within minutes, all 6 of Mr. Sanford's bodyguards lay incapacitated, unable to rise. Mr. Sanford stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him, for he was well aware of the abilities of his own guards. How could they be bested by Yang Junjie's seemingly inconspicuous protectors? His astonishment mingled with a flicker of satisfaction, though he concealed it swiftly. Kid, do not think that having a few impressive bodyguards makes you formidable. Do you know who I am? I do know, Mr. Sanford will, the patriarch of the Wolf family. A mogul on Wall Street, a major shareholder of Waukee Bank, and a stakeholder in institutions like J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and J.C. Group, among others. You are indeed powerful, capable of erasing any family in Hong Kong with a mere word. So you know and yet dare to speak to me in this manner. Thinking that Lucy will protect you? Mr. Sanford seethed, his face contorted with rage. Yang Junjie's assertions were true. Mr. Sanford's investments spanned numerous prestigious sectors. While he was a major shareholder in Waukee Bank, his stakes in the others were lesser, yet cumulatively, they represented a terrifying force. However, Mr. Sanford had always lived a carefree life, as Lucy remarked. He disliked constraints and had delegated the management of his family's enterprises to professional managers after his initial tenure. Consequently, many were unaware of the true extent of Mr. Sanford's power. Yet, those familiar with him knew he was second only to the likes of Morgan, Rockefeller, and DuPont among the elite in America. The Will family's first-generation patriarch had left behind a vast network of influence, including significant political connections. Thus, the Will family was undeniably formidable. But what of it? They had already been cornered. Although Yang Junjie feared retaliation, he could not allow Mr. Sanford to dictate terms on his own turf. Mr. Sanford, I hold you in high regard as a man worthy of respect. Yet I have never intended to use Lucy as a shield. Enough is enough, Mr. Sanford. Feel free to unleash whatever tactics you have at your disposal, for I will face them all, Yang Junjie declared, no longer wishing to engage in further discourse. Despite Mr. Sanford's immense wealth and influence, the Hong Kong of today was not the same as that of the 1950s. Even if Mr. Sanford wished to act against him, Yang Junjie possessed the means to protect himself. At most, he would exercise greater caution in the future. He did not truly believe that Mr. Sanford would send assassins to eliminate him. After all, he himself was no pushover, and there were plenty of formidable individuals in Hong Kong. If it came to it, he was prepared to confront Mr. Sanford in a battle to the bitter end. If he intends to suppress him financially, it is indeed a clever strategy. Yet, should he choose not to go public, what could Sanford truly do? Cut off his suppliers? Engage in cutthroat competition within the same industry? Or perhaps unite all the merchants of Hong Kong against him? He firmly believes that Sanford lacks the power to extend his reach into this realm. He is confident that even if these merchants were willing, the Hong Kong government would not be. Lucy, you see, a person so oblivious to the vastness of the world. Do you truly dare to associate with him? To speak to me in such a manner without any real strength behind you? If I were indeed your enemy, do you think he could survive? Such a person must not be allowed to be with you, Sanford declared resolutely. Daddy, please stop. I believe he can protect me. And I have made my decision. This life, I shall marry no one but him. Hearing this, Sanford's fury ignited once more as he took deep breaths. Turning his gaze back to Yang Junjie, I will ask you once more. I will give you $200 million to leave Lucy. I cannot do that. Yang Junjie replied calmly. Are you truly not afraid I will send someone to deal with you? Do you understand my true power? Sanford's voice turned cold again. Even if you were to summon the American military, it would be the same. Come what may, until my last breath, Lucy shall not be taken from me. Upon hearing Yang Junjie's response, Sanford fixed his gaze upon him and slowly approached, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his soul. Daddy, what are you doing? Lucy asked. Sanford stared at Yang Junjie for nearly a minute before suddenly bursting into laughter. Quite impressive indeed. Lucy, your taste is commendable. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Sanford's sudden laughter and words left Yang Junjie bewildered, unsure of Sanford's true intentions. Daddy, Lucy, do you think Daddy would truly prevent you from falling in love? No. I merely wish to test whether this young man possesses the qualifications to be your boyfriend, and it appears he meets the mark. Well done, young man. I hope you will continue to protect Lucy as you have today. However, should you lack the courage to defend your woman, I fear I may indeed take Lucy away. Yang Junjie exhaled in relief. He had felt quite disoriented moments earlier. After all, becoming an enemy of Sanford would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Now it seemed Sanford was merely testing him and had no intention of making him an adversary. Daddy, look, you've terrified my dear, Lucy exclaimed, bemused as she glanced at Yang Junjie. Young man, once you are done with your business, we shall converse further. For now, go greet the guests. Yang Junjie nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly departed, realizing that having kept the guests waiting was certainly inappropriate. Indeed, down below, Wei Yongsheng had been searching for him, having invited many esteemed friends to introduce to Yang Junjie and help him expand his network. Now, with him absent, it was no wonder Guo was fuming. Quickly find Jiezi. Today, he is the protagonist, yet he is nowhere to be seen. What a disgrace. Yes, Chairman Guo, I will locate him immediately. Just as Gan Xinglin was about to seek out Yang Junjie, he happened to see him approaching from the elevator. Chairman, you have finally appeared. Where have you been? Apologies, Grandpa Guo. There were some urgent matters that arose. I am heading to greet the guests now, Yang Junjie said, somewhat awkwardly. Wait. First, come meet some of the elders. These individuals are industrialists who may be of assistance to you in the future, Wei Yongsheng insisted. All right, thank you, Grandpa Guo. They then proceeded, with Yang Junjie and Guo Anren linking arms as they followed Wei Yongsheng into the banquet hall. A glance around revealed a gathering of future magnates. Hong Kong may be small, yet many were familiar faces. Consequently, the wealthy attendees had already found suitable companions to converse with. However, not everyone present was genuinely there to congratulate Yang Junjie on his new venture. Among them, Fu Yinzhao and Li Zhaofu were not there for sincere reasons. Who would have thought that Wei Yongsheng would be so generous as to invite all his connections? He must be nurturing this upstart as his heir. I truly cannot comprehend why Fu's son, with such promising prospects, would not choose someone more suitable for his granddaughter and instead align with a grassroots individual. It seems Wei Yongsheng has lost his faculties. Enough, Li. Let us not speak of such things, otherwise others may think the Fu family is harboring ill will and attempting to undermine the Guo family, Fu Yinzhao replied. By the way, Li, I heard you were sued by this young man. Has the matter been resolved? Do not mention it, Fu. The day after tomorrow is the final day for settlement. Yet this fellow remains obstinate, refusing to relent. It seems the time has come to teach him a lesson. What? Aren't you concerned that Wei Yongsheng will create trouble for you? Fu Yinzhao asked with a grin. Even if Wei Yongsheng stands up for him, what of it? If he refuses to withdraw the lawsuit, I shall ruin him. What can he do? As Fu Yinzhao and Li Zhaofu whispered to one another, Yang Junjie followed Wei Yongsheng, greeting the friends he had invited one by one. Brother Shiping, thank you for coming. It has been quite some time since I last saw you at a public event. Brother Yongsheng, you are too kind. Everyone has been saying that you have found a promising young man. My curiosity brought me here to take a look. Do not tease me, Brother Shiping. He is still but a child. I hope you will look after them in the future. Jiezi, Anren, come say hello to Brother Zhuang. He is the chairman of the central bank and a person we all hold in high regard. Hello, Grandpa Zhuang. Hello, Grandpa Zhuang. Very well, very well. You must be the recently prominent Yang Junjie. Indeed, a handsome young man. Brother Guo is fortunate. You flatter me, Brother Zhuang. Please, take a seat. I will introduce you to other esteemed elders. Yang Junjie was well aware of who Brother Zhuang Shiping was. He was a formidable figure. Having founded the central bank in the 1950s, he was the first to dare to display the Red Star flag atop the bank's office, and among the few who stood against the Hong Kong government, dedicating himself to the development of the mainland and making significant contributions. Alongside Hua and En, he was instrumental in bridging the gap between the wealthy elite of Hong Kong and the mainland. By 1986, as age caught up with him, Zhuang Shiping deemed himself unfit for work and generously donated all his assets to the mainland, which at the time were valued at 5 billion. In subsequent years, the central bank's value surged past 200 billion. He was indeed a man worthy of respect, leaving this world with integrity. Furthermore, he was among those who enabled the wealthy of Hong Kong to gain recognition from the mainland, honored with a red cloth upon his passing. Jiezi, this is Mr. Chun, chairman of Hang Lung Group. Jiezi, this is Mr. Lei, chairman of Kowloon Bus. Jiezi, this is Mr. Zhang, chairman of New World Development Group. After a round of introductions, more than an hour had passed. However, the guests present were indeed numerous, with future members of the four great families in attendance, aside from the Shuangli. Bao Yugong and Zheng Yutong were also present. Regardless, with Gui Yongsheng by his side, Yang Junjie had truly embedded himself within the upper echelons of Hong Kong's social sphere.